Welcome to the channel. Today's audiobook is the Schellenberg Memoirs, a record of the Nazi Secret Service by Walter Schellenberg, first published in 1956. This work is presented for historical and educational purposes and reflects the ideas and context of its time. This audiobook has been created using Scriptorion, a fully local AI audiobook creation application developed by myself. If you'd like to create audiobooks and long-form narration entirely offline on your own PC, you can find more information in the description below. If you enjoy classic literature, history, and political thought in audiobook form, consider subscribing. Now let's begin. The Schellenberg Memoirs, a record of the Nazi Secret Service, the makings of a Nazi early years, effects of the social crisis, the SS and the SD, a meeting of party leaders, the night of the Rome Purge, secret orders from Berlin at the Ministry of the Interior, Heydrich's influence on my situation, preparation and use of intelligence reports. In this book, I shall try to describe the development, organization, and routine working of the German Secret Service under the National Socialist regime. During the whole of the regime, I was closely connected with this organization, and it seemed as though from my earliest youth various influences had been at work to turn me towards this particular field of service for my country and my people. I was born in 1910, early enough to know the terrors of the First World War. We lived in Saarbrücken, and when I was only 7, I had my first experience of an air raid when the French bombed the town. The hard winter of that year, the hunger, the cold and the misery will always remain in my memory. The French occupied the Saar after the defeat of 1918, and our family business, my father was a piano manufacturer, suffered through the subsequent economic decline of the region. By 1923, things were so bad that my father decided to move to Luxembourg, where there was another branch of the business. Thus, very early in life, I made contact with the world outside Germany and gained a knowledge of Western Europe, and especially of France and the French. I was the youngest of 7 children. During my early years, it was the personality of my mother, who gave us a Christian upbringing, which influenced me most. My father was too much occupied by the demands of his business, and it was not until later that his more liberal philosophy and outlook began to affect my way of thinking. I was attending the Reform-Rail Gymnasium, a school that prepared pupils for university matriculation, giving special attention to languages and science. A history professor who greatly influenced my intellectual development awoke in me an interest in the Renaissance and the political and cultural currents that stemmed from that period. I was fascinated by the problems of the relationship between peoples and nations and the political and economic forces that arise from this relationship. My family's position in the Saar and in Luxembourg had also given me a personal interest in these matters, particularly with regard to foreign affairs. In the summer of 1929, I entered the University of Bonn. During the first 2 years, I studied medicine and then changed over to law, which both my father and I agreed would serve as the best basis either for a commercial career or for a career in the Foreign Service. It was also with my father's approval that instead of joining the Union of Catholic Students, I joined one of the student corps that had, as so many of them did, a code of honor and dueling. Meanwhile, the world economic crisis had struck Germany, and the widespread misery that came upon the German people affected my family and myself. Our finances had become increasingly strained, and in order to continue my studies, I had been forced to ask for state grants. My position was no better after I had passed my final examination. In Germany, it was customary to serve a period of apprenticeship, similar to that of an articled clerk in England, before taking up a legal career. Government grants were also available for such purposes as this, and I applied for one. This was in the spring of 1933, the year when Hitler came to power. The judge who dealt with my application suggested that my chances of securing the grant would increase appreciably if I were a member of the Nazi Party and of one of its formations, the SA or the SS. At the university, I had not paid much attention to the political questions of the day, but I was certainly not unaware of the severity of the social crisis. There were now 6 million unemployed in Germany, and there was no sign of any help coming from the outside world to encourage the democratic elements of the Weimar Republic. After the Nazis' rise to power, the mass of the people came to believe that the more forceful approach of the new regime would lead to a solution of their internal problems as well as of the problem of Germany's position among the nations. It was my own financial difficulties, however, which decided me to join the party, though I cannot say that I reached this decision with any great reluctance or difficulty. It was obvious that a vigorous program was needed, which would overcome the worst social injustices of the Weimar Republic and bring about equal status for Germany among the nations, as well as a revision of the Versailles Treaty. It seemed to me only just that Germany should strive for those rights which every sovereign nation, and especially France, has always fought to secure for themselves. At this time, thousands of people with widely differing backgrounds were rushing to join the National Socialist movement, though often for widely different reasons. I was certain, as were the majority of these people, that Hitler was a political realist and that having gained power he would now drop the more extreme and unreasonable aspects of his programs, such as the measures against the Jews. These might have been useful to gain adherents in the past, but they certainly could not serve as principles on which to run a modern state. All young men who joined the party had to join one of its formations as well. The SS was already considered an elite organization. The black uniform of the Führer's Special Guard was dashing and elegant, and quite a few of my fellow students had joined. In the SS one found the better type of people, and membership of it brought considerable prestige and social advantages, while the beer hall rowdies of the SA were beyond the pale. In those days they represented the most extreme, violent and fanatical elements of the Nazi movement. I cannot deny that at the age of 23 such things as social prestige, and shall we say the glamour of a smart uniform, played quite a large part in my choice. However, I found the reality considerably less glamorous than I had imagined. The monotonous military drill that formed the chief activity of the ordinary SS did not appeal to me. We had to report for duty 3 evenings a week, and on Saturdays and Sundays there were long and arduous cross-country marches, often with a full pack. These were supposed to temper the young Nazi manhood for the great tasks that lay ahead. However, I soon managed to secure a more suitable form of activity. It had been realized that the SS would have to offer more to the students of a university town than merely marching and drill, and I was presently assigned to the task of conducting indoctrination talks and giving lectures, mostly of an historical nature, dealing with the development of Germanic law and at the same time directly attacking the Catholic Church. These lectures were for both students and workers and soon became quite popular. It was my first lecture to which I gave an outspoken anti-Catholic bias that first aroused the attention of the chief of the SD, Reinhard Heydrich. One evening I noticed at the back of the audience 2 older men dressed in SS uniforms without any special insignia. At the end of the lecture they introduced themselves. Both were professors at Bonn University, one a philologist, the other an educationalist. They said they had found my lecture very interesting and wanted to talk to me about other fields of activity in the SS. It was from these 2 professors that I first heard about the existence of the SD. Within it, they explained, there was the internal security section, which concerned itself with matters inside Germany, and the foreign security section, which dealt with information from abroad. Both were highly secret institutions, and their function was to gather information that could help the government to form policy or to evaluate the results of policy decisions already taken. They asked me whether I would like to join one of these departments. I having told them of my keen interest in foreign affairs and foreign policy. They explained, however, that before I could get into foreign secret service work, I would have to put in a spell at the Ministry of the Interior. They suggested that I should continue with my legal career, my status with the SD remaining a purely honorary one without obligations on either side, and meanwhile I would be freed from all other duties for the SS. I had no hesitation in agreeing to join the SD and enrolled immediately, but I still had to do one last spell of duty as an SS guard, and a fateful and unforgettable one it turned out to be. The date was June 30, 1934. We were sent to guard the fashionable Hotel Driessen at Bad Godesberg. All day strange and disquieting rumors had reached my unit. There were said to be plots, divisions in the party, and impending disasters. It was whispered that the highest leaders of the party were coming to the hotel, and I was posted outside the French windows that led from the terrace to the dining room, from which point I could look down over the valley of the Rhine to the mountains beyond. Inside the dining room preparations had been made for a conference, and before long they arrived. It seemed the rumors were true. In the dining room were assembled the highest leaders of the Nazi movement. Among them I recognized Hitler, Goebbels and Göring. I could see their changes of expressions in the movement of their lips, though I could not hear what they said. Meanwhile, black clouds had been gathering over the valley, and now the storm broke. As the rain poured down, I pressed myself back into the shelter of the building. Lightning forked across the sky, illuminating the scene with a weird and frightening glow. From time to time Hitler would come to the window and stand staring at the tempest with unseeing eyes. He was clearly laboring under the burden of weighty and difficult decisions. After dinner the meeting was resumed, then finally with a brusque gesture Hitler brought the discussion to an end. A decision had been made. At once the huge black Mercedes cars drove up and Hitler and his companions got in. Trucks arrived for the guards and we clambered inside, then roared after the cars into the night towards the airport at Hangela near Bonn, where waiting aircraft took off for Munich as soon as the leaders were aboard. The great purge of Rome and his followers in the SA had begun. Rome's activities in setting up a private militia may have constituted a threat to the state, but this was only the pretext for the monstrous bloodbath that Hitler's orders let loose among his own followers that night. The moving force behind the scenes was the general staff of the Wehrmacht. They had maneuvered Göring into forcing a showdown. Their purpose was the elimination of the more unreliable elements among the Nazis, in particular the radical wing led by Gregor Strasser, who took the socialist aspect of National Socialism too seriously. General Schleicher, however, who had preceded Hitler as Chancellor, was in no way connected with Röhm or Strasser, and really had nothing to do with the affair. He was shot on the express orders of Hitler himself, because he knew too much of the shady financial transactions by means of which Hitler came to power. In the ambitious Himmler and the still more ambitious Reinhard Heydrich, Hitler found willing executioners, each of whom seized the opportunity to build up his own power. June 30 marked the ascendancy within the Nazi structure of the SS, whose black uniform with the death's head insignia I now wore. It was also a crucial step upwards for Heydrich. The ruthless cruelty displayed by him that night filled even the most hardened of the Nazi veterans with fear. I soon started my secret work for the SD. The information I had to obtain concerned academic matters and political and personal relationships at various universities. I was told to go to the lodgings of a Professor H., a professor of surgery at the university, who would personally hand me my orders. They came in sealed green envelopes directly from the central office of the SD in Berlin. I never received any acknowledgments, however, of my written reports and was left with a feeling of working in the dark. The whole thing began to appear mysterious and unreal. All the same, I much enjoyed the long conversations with Professor H., whom I had to visit once or twice a week. Often we talked until late at night. He was an erudite man with a remarkable store of general knowledge and had collected a magnificent library, especially of literature dealing with Secret Service work. Sometimes I received orders from a gentleman who looked like a commercial traveler and who always received me in a small hotel. I also established contact with a Mr. K.S. He was a highly gifted man who had formerly been a Jesuit father and impressed me as the most able and intelligent of these three men. He never asked me for written reports, but sought by questioning and conversing with me to form his own picture of the information I brought him. After a while, Professor N., the educationalist who had recruited me into the SD, called on me again and suggested that I should move to Frankfurt to continue my training for the state law examination at the police headquarters. This move, which occurred in 1934, brought with it considerable financial advantages. At Frankfurt, I always seemed to be assigned to the most interesting and important cases, and I got the impression that my movements were being plotted as though by an unseen hand. I had to investigate the highest party functionaries suspected of administrative misconduct. Twice I went to Berlin to make reports in person to the Minister of the Interior, Dr. Frick, who supplied me with the necessary documents to enable me to assert myself against the Gauleiters, the district bosses. Violent quarrels were raging at this time between Frick, Gertner, who was Minister of Justice, and the Gauleiter, or district chief of Nuremberg, Julius Streicher. 2 SS men had each been sentenced to 10 years imprisonment because one of them had killed a Jew with a hammer. I was convinced that the other was innocent, as apparently he had only lent the hammer to the first man without knowing for what purpose it was wanted. I therefore went into the prison one night and unlocked the door of the man's cell so that he could escape. This breach of the law caused the Minister of Justice to remonstrate violently with Streicher. Presently, without any warning, I was sent to France for 4 weeks, with orders to discover the political views of a certain professor at the Sorbonne, whom I had once mentioned in one of my reports. Shortly after my return from France, I was called to Berlin to continue my training in the Ministry of the Interior. I reported to the Personnel Bureau of the Ministry and was directed to see Dr. Schaefer, the Personnel Director of the Gestapo, who handed me a meticulous printed schedule of my future work and activities, including all the places I should have to visit for further instruction and information. It was an extremely interesting period for me. Officials at all levels were most friendly and courteous, and every door was open to me as though some unseen power was working silently through the complex channels of this huge machine. One day I was told to report to SS Oberfuhrer Dr. Best, Chief of Departments I and III of the SD, and afterwards to go and see the Chief of Department II, Secret Political Police SS Oberfuhrer Müller. Dr. Best was an extremely able administrative official. As Chief of Department I, he was in charge of all personnel, administrative and legal work, and as Chief of Department III, in charge of counter-espionage abroad. We had a lively conversation about professional matters, especially administrative jurisprudence, and about the new police code and various problems of counter-espionage. Finally, Dr. Best said, "I don't know what Heydrich has in mind for you, but one day he will probably tell you himself." Immediately after this first visit to Dr. Best, I went to see SS Oberfuhrer Müller, who was virtually chief of the Gestapo. The contrast between the personalities of Best and Müller was most striking. Best was a cultivated man, tending almost too much towards the intellectual, while Müller was dry and laconic. Short and broad, with the squarish skull of a peasant, and a jutting forehead, he had tense, narrow lips and penetrating brown eyes, hooded by nervously twitching eyelids. His hands were wide and massive, with fingers as square as a matchbox. This man, who had started his career as an ordinary detective in Munich, was to play a very important role in my life. Although he had worked his way up to the top, he could never forget his origin. He once said to me in his crude Bavarian accent, "One really ought to drive all the intellectuals into a coal mine and then blow it up." Any form of real conversation with him was almost impossible. It consisted on his part almost entirely of coldly phrased questions, and was largely an interrogation, yet all the while he sought to establish an atmosphere of frankness, and by his broad Bavarian speech to suggest a natural geniality. Our first conversation ended by his saying, "Heydrich likes your reports. You've only been sent to us as a matter of routine. Actually, you'll work in the main office of the SD, which comes under the party rather than the government. A pity I could make better use of you in my department." In spite of the friendly gesture with which he said goodbye, his eyes and expression remained quite cold. At that time I did not know the extent of his resentment of the SD. At last some light had been thrown on the mystery of my advancement. Both Best and Müller had said it was Heydrich who was interested in me, so the dreaded chief of the SD himself had been the unseen force guiding me like a pawn on a chessboard through all the channels of the Nazi secret police service. The next day I presented myself at the Central Bureau of the SD. An SS Oberfuhrer whom I had already met in Frankfurt explained to me the mission of the SD and its aims. The SD was the chief organ of the information service of the party. Its task was to inform the top party leaders of all opposition movements and forces at home and abroad. It covered the administration, the party, industry, the theater, journalism, the police. In fact, there was no sphere that was not under the watchful eye of the SD. No place where it did not seek out the first signs of opposition among movements or individuals hostile to the state. This tremendous administrative problem was the concern of SS Oberfuhrer, Dr. Melhorn, and in the ensuing period I worked chiefly with him. He came from a wealthy family and had formerly been a lawyer in one of the large industrial cities of Saxony. Unimpressive in appearance, almost ugly, he combined an extraordinary intelligence with a tremendous capacity for organization. His main fault was a lack of decision in his dealings with other people. His chief tactical mistake that he tried to manoeuvre within the SS against Heydrich, who at once started to work for his elimination and soon brought about his downfall. Melhorn was certainly not a Nazi in the sense of professing absolute loyalty to the ideas of National Socialism, as required by the party. Later, When I knew him better, he said to me during one of our long conversations, "National Socialism is only one of many passing developments in the history of the German people. It is simply the form in which the eternal German idealism expresses itself today." Whether this new development will end successfully or not, no one can tell. However, to talk of a 1,000 years Reich is simply absurd. With these words, Melhorn dismissed one of Hitler's favorite ideals. This man had built up for Heydrich the machinery with which he could secretly survey every sphere of German life. The material was collected all over Germany by the SD district organizations, which corresponded to the administrative divisions of the country. Each organization had its honorary agents, trusted informants placed strategically in all walks of life in every profession and industry. They were usually men of wide experience in their own fields and were thus in a position to furnish very valuable information, giving special attention to reports on public opinion and reactions to legislation, decrees and other measures taken by the government. From this material, a fortnightly situation report was prepared in the Berlin headquarters to give the leaders of Germany a detailed and accurate picture of public opinion. A file was prepared for each individual whose name appeared in these reports, and the reports cross-indexed against their subject matter. A huge circular table was constructed on which the files were placed. This table was electrically driven, and by pressing a button, one man seated at the controls could bring any one of 500,000 cards within easy reach. Up to this time, only the information service dealing with Germany had been organized so thoroughly. The spade work done by Dr. Best and Melhorn during the preceding years served as a pedestal for Heydrich's power. It was only to be expected that a man of Heydrich's character would discard them both as soon as they had served their purpose. While Dr. Best was allowed to carry on until 1940, Heydrich instigated proceedings against Melhorn before a court of honor in 1937, which led to his dismissal from the service. However, he was sent on a journey round the world and given the task of reporting to Hitler on global developments. His reports on the Far Eastern situation were of substantial and lasting value to the political leadership, but those on the situation and on trends in the United States were utterly misleading, so that an entirely wrong picture of the American scene was presented to Hitler under Heydrich's orders. Impressions of Heydrich, the case against General von Fritsch, Himmler the mystic, Heydrich's position endangered, Salon Kitty, my relations with Fran Heydrich, her husband's attempts to trap me, my marriage assisted. Not long after I had begun my work at headquarters, I was called to my first interview with Heydrich, the formidable chief of the SD. It was with considerable apprehension that I walked over to the Gestapo building where he had his office. Now perhaps I would find out what plans he had for me. When I entered his office, Heydrich was sitting behind his desk. He was a tall, impressive figure with a broad, unusually high forehead, small, restless eyes as crafty as an animal's and of uncanny power, a long predatory nose and a wide, full-lipped mouth. His hands were slender and rather too long. They made one think of the legs of a spider. His splendid figure was marred by the breadth of his hips, a disturbingly feminine effect which made him appear even more sinister. His voice was much too high for so large a man, and his speech was nervous and staccato, and though he scarcely ever finished a sentence, he always managed to express his meaning quite clearly. My first interview was fairly easygoing. He began by speaking about my family, and then about music. Heydrich himself was an accomplished violinist, and often gave evenings of chamber music at his home. He asked me many questions about my legal training, and in particular whether I still intended to try to become an associate of X, a noted barrister in Düsseldorf. He thought this a good idea and said it was important that trained lawyers, less fossilized than those of the previous generation and with open minds towards the new state, should enter public life. But this was only a conventional introduction to our talk, and when he began to speak of the organization and extension of the counter-espionage system in Germany and the political secret service abroad, a tone of seriousness and urgency came into his voice, and I felt he was trying to inspire a similar response in me. He never once forgot, however, that he was talking to a subordinate, and sharply criticized certain aspects of my work, warning me against a tendency towards legalistic formality. After an hour and a half he brought the interview to an end, and I walked out of his office, overwhelmed by the strength of his personality, to an extent that I have never experienced before or since. When I really got to know Heydrich during the years that followed, I never changed my first opinion of him. This man was the hidden pivot around which the Nazi regime revolved. The development of a whole nation was guided indirectly by his forceful character. He was far superior to all his political colleagues and controlled them as he controlled the vast intelligence machine of the SD. In order to understand this man, whom I met when he was nearing the peak of his career, one must recall something of his antecedents. After the end of the First World War, he joined the German Navy as an officer candidate, then served in the cruiser Berlin as a cadet with the future Admiral Canaris as his commanding officer. He was promoted to the rank of lieutenant, but because of his personal conduct, and especially his affairs with women, he had to appear before an officer's court of honor, and was forced to apply for his release from the service. Penniless and unemployed, he at last succeeded in 1931, through SS friends in Hamburg, in obtaining an introduction to Himmler, who, in order to try him out, assigned to him the drafting of a plan of organization for what was to become the party's security service, SD. Heydrich had an incredibly acute perception of the moral, human, professional, and political weaknesses of others, and he also had the ability to grasp a political situation in its entirety. His unusual intellect was matched by the ever-watchful instincts of a predatory animal, always alert to danger and ready to act swiftly and ruthlessly. Whatever his instinct pinpointed as useful, he adopted, exploited, and then, if necessary, dropped with equal swiftness whatever seemed redundant or to offer the slightest threat or inconvenience was thrown out. He was inordinately ambitious. It seemed as if, in a pack of ferocious wolves, he must always prove himself the strongest and assume the leadership. He had to be the first, the best, in everything, regardless of the means, whether by deceit, treachery, or violence. Untouched by any pangs of conscience and assisted by an ice-cold intellect, he could carry injustice to the point of extreme cruelty towards his assistants and colleagues and towards the higher party leaders, such as Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deputy, Martin Bormann, chief of the Reich Chancellery, and the Gauleiters. He operated on the principle of divide and rule, and even applied this to his relations with Hitler and Himmler. The decisive thing for him was always to know more than others, to know everything about everyone, whether it touched on the political, professional, or most intimate personal aspects of their lives, and to use this knowledge and the weaknesses of others to render them completely dependent on him from the highest to the lowest. It was this that enabled him to hold and manipulate the balance of power in a milieu full of intrigue and cross-currents of personal ambition, rivalry, and animosity, while he himself remained in the background. He was a master at playing antagonists off one against the other, feeding each one under an oath of strict secrecy with detrimental information about his rival, and getting still more damaging information in return. Heydrich was, in fact, the puppet master of the Third Reich. He made Hitler dependent on him by fulfilling all his most insane schemes, thus making himself indispensable. He supplied Himmler with brilliant ideas so that he could shine in conferences with Hitler, Hess, Bormann, and the General Staff, and yet would do this so tactfully that Himmler never suspected that these ideas were not his own. Heydrich's only weakness was his ungovernable sexual appetite. To this he would surrender himself without inhibition or caution, and the calculated control which characterized him in everything else he did left him completely, but in the end he always regained sufficient mastery over himself to prevent serious repercussions. In February 1938, Heydrich found himself in conflict with the commander-in-chief of the German army, General von Fritsch. One of the shadier characters in his service, Chief Inspector Meisinger, a former Munich police detective, brought Heydrich what he considered to be conclusive evidence that General von Fritsch had been guilty of serious moral offenses. It was quite likely that Heydrich was delighted to accept at its face value incriminating evidence against the commander-in-chief of the German army. Be that as it may, he passed the material on to Himmler and Hitler without checking its validity. By the time he realized that Meisinger had made a serious mistake, it was too late, and he decided to maintain the accusation before his superiors. He was willing, in fact, that the general should be unjustly accused as long as his own mistake could be covered up. But the court of honor, summoned by the Reichswehr, over which Göring presided, one result of this affair was serious tension between Göring and Heydrich, brought the truth to light. The chief witness for the prosecution gave certain evidence about homosexual practices, but it was evidence that concerned not von Fritsch the general, but a cavalry officer called von Frisch, an incredible blunder to have made. The court established the innocence of General von Fritsch beyond any doubt, yet in spite of this Hitler used the incident to force von Fritsch to resign for reasons of ill health. Von Brauchitsch, later promoted to Field Marshal, replaced him as Commander-in-Chief of the army. During the von Fritsch case, I witnessed for the first time some of the rather strange practices resorted to by Himmler. Through his inclination towards mysticism, he assembled 12 of his most trusted SS leaders in a room next to the one in which von Fritsch was being questioned, and ordered them all to concentrate their minds on exerting a suggestive influence over the general that would induce him to tell the truth. I happened to come into the room by accident, and to see these 12 SS leaders sitting in a circle, all sunk in deep and silent contemplation, was indeed a remarkable sight. The SS organization had been built up by Himmler on the principles of the Order of the Jesuits. The service statutes and spiritual exercises prescribed by Ignatius Loyola formed a pattern which Himmler assiduously tried to copy. Absolute obedience was the supreme rule. Each and every order had to be accepted without question. The Reichsführer SS, Himmler's title as the supreme head of the SS, was intended to be the counterpart of the Jesuits General of the Order, and the whole structure of the leadership was adopted from these studies of the hierarchic order of the Catholic Church. A medieval castle near Paderborn in Westphalia was reconstructed and adapted to serve as a kind of SS monastery, the so-called Wilsberg. Here the secret chapter of the order assembled once a year. Each member had his own armchair with an engraved silver nameplate, and each had to devote himself to a ritual of spiritual exercises aimed mainly at mental concentration. Himmler was born in 1900, son of a daughter of a Savoyard greengrocer and a former tutor at the Bavarian court. He was brought up in the strictest observance of the Catholic faith, but soon drifted away from the Church, possibly out of hatred of his despotic father, though not until after his father's death did he dare to leave the Church. His father had intended him to become a farmer, but having served as an ensign in the First World War, he joined the Hitler movement after Germany's defeat. Already in 1926, he was Reichsführer der Schutzstaffel SS, or chief of the security echelon Hitler's bodyguard. Before the sitting of the Court of Honor that was to try General von Fritsch, I was told to report to Heydrich and to arm myself with a service pistol and an ample supply of ammunition. When I arrived, Heydrich invited me to dine with him in his office. On the way to dinner, he said, "I've heard you're an excellent shot with a pistol." I said that I was. We sat down, Heydrich, his adjutant, and I, and ate in silence. Though I was mystified by the whole affair, I was careful not to ask questions, for Heydrich was obviously in a state of extreme tension. After dinner, he took a large number of aspirins, then suddenly he said, without any preamble, "If they don't start marching from Potsdam during the next hour and a half, the greatest danger will have passed." Gradually he became more relaxed, and then began to explain, through informants within the army, Heydrich had learned that officers of the General Staff, outraged at the shameful proceedings against their popular commander-in-chief, were contemplating the strongest countermeasures, and that the officers in Potsdam had even discussed a resort to force against the regime. Heydrich knew that if they were going to strike, they would do so that night. He had, of course, taken the fullest security precautions, but remained so nervous that, knowing of my prowess as a marksman, he wanted me near him that evening. Some time after 1 o'clock in the morning, I was allowed to go. Walking out of the building with me, the adjutant said softly, "There has been no evidence of great heroism tonight." I shook my head. This affair certainly damaged Heydrich's position for a time, and it took all his skill and cunning to re-establish himself. He immediately replaced Meisinger, appointing Dr. Best as investigating criminal director of the Gestapo. From the first, Heydrich had been impressed by my work and my reports, and as our working relationship progressed and I grew to know him better, I began to be aware of his intentions. Basically, his attitude towards me was the same as to all his subordinates. It was a sort of cat-and-mouse game played in terms of trickery and deception. Heydrich always playing the part of the cat, never resting until he had got the mouse completely in his power to be struck down at the slightest sign of escape. In my case, he met with no success at first. Outside my work, I came to be of some personal value to Heydrich as a means towards social contacts in spheres which he would not otherwise have got into, the intellectual and cultural circles of Berlin society. His wife, a cool Nordic beauty, not without pride and ambition of her own, yet completely enslaved by Heydrich, was glad to find in me someone who could satisfy her hunger for the better things of life, her longing for more intelligent and cultivated society in the world of literature and art. When Heydrich first became aware of his wife's cultural aspirations, he was suspicious, but in spite of the subservience to which he had reduced her, Frau Heydrich retained a strong personality. Eventually Heydrich gave in with a good grace and took up writing, went to concerts and the theatre which the three of us enjoyed together, and began to frequent the best circles in Berlin society. Unknown to me, however, he was using this new relationship between his wife and me to set a trap. We would spend afternoons or evenings playing bridge in what he called the dear intimacy of the family circle, where he would act the part of the devoted husband, and the very next evening I would get a telephone call from him, his voice now assuming a suggestive leer, saying, "This evening we must go out together in Mufti. We'll have dinner somewhere," and then go places. During dinner, his conversation would become obscene. He would try to make me drunk as we prowled from bar to bar, but I always excused myself on the grounds of not feeling quite up to the mark, and he never succeeded. One evening he conceived the idea that it might be a good thing for the SD to set up an establishment where important visitors from other countries could be entertained in a discreet atmosphere, and where they would be offered seductive feminine companionship. In such an atmosphere, the most rigid diplomat might be induced to unbend and reveal useful information. Not long afterwards, I received orders from Heydrich to establish such an institution, as the increasing number of visiting foreign diplomats and their entourages made some such place almost a social necessity. The establishment was to be called Salon Kitty. Through an apparently innocuous businessman, a large house was rented in a fashionable district of Berlin. The furnishing and decoration was supervised by a leading architect, and then the technical specialists went to work. Double walls were built for the incorporation of microphones. These were connected by automatic transmission to tape recorders, which would record every word spoken throughout the house. 3 of our department's technical experts, bound by oath, were put in charge of this apparatus. The ostensible owner of the house was provided with the necessary domestic and catering staff for the establishment to be able to offer the best service, food and drink. The next problem was to find hostesses. I refused to have anything to do with this. As I pointed out to Heydrich, my department supplied only the most valuable of women agents, and I could not afford to assign them to such work. One of Heydrich's underlings, Arthur Niebe, chief of the criminal police, who for many years had worked in the vice squad, agreed to take on the task. From all the great cities of Europe he recruited the most highly qualified and cultivated ladies of the demi-monde, and I regret to say that quite a few ladies from the upper crust of German society were only too willing to serve their country in this manner. Salon Kitty certainly brought results. The most surprising information was yielded by some of the guests. They were mainly diplomatic secrets which Heydrich, with his usual astuteness, would use against Ribbentrop and his foreign ministry, for no one, not even Ribbentrop himself, knew to whom the Salon Kitty really belonged. One of the biggest catches was the Italian foreign minister, Count Ciano, who went there with other important diplomats. Heydrich, of course, missed no opportunity for what he described as a personal inspection of the establishment. But on these occasions I was given special orders to turn off the listening and recording apparatus. Out of this came one of Heydrich's characteristic intrigues. Having told Himmler about Salon Kitty and of the importance of the information picked up there, he went on to complain that during one of his inspections I had not turned off the recording apparatus, in spite of strict orders to do so. Afterwards he called me into his office and said, "I don't know how Himmler has got hold of the information, but he says that in spite of my orders you had the listening apparatus on when I inspected Salon Kitty." This plan misfired, however, as I immediately got sworn statements, which I put before Heydrich, from the entire technical staff, showing that I had carried out his orders. His next plot against me was more dangerous. There was a conference of SS and police leaders on the island of Fehmarn in the Baltic Sea. Heydrich's wife came from the island, where they owned a lovely summer villa. After the conference, Heydrich, who had been a fighter pilot, flew back to Berlin in his own plane. I still having one free day remained there. In the afternoon, Frau Heydrich asked me to drive with her to the Plona Lake. It was a harmless excursion. We had coffee and talked about art, literature, and concerts. In fact, all those things which interested her so much and which she had so little opportunity to talk about at other times. Before it grew dark, we drove back. 4 days later in Berlin, I was told by SS Gruppenführer Müller, chief of the Gestapo, that Heydrich wanted us to go out with him in Mufti. I thought it was going to be one of his usual escapades and accepted the invitation without a thought, although at that time I was not exactly on good terms with Müller. As is often the case with people who continually feel their lives to be in danger, I was superstitious and had a rather uncomfortable premonition about the evening. But I found Heydrich at his most charming, and this feeling was soon dissipated. He did not want to hear, as he usually did, about the latest espionage cases, but said that for once we would not speak of service matters at all. After supper at a well-known restaurant, we went to an obscure bar near the Alexanderplatz. I noticed that the barman looked a most sinister individual. Müller ordered the drinks and handed me mine. Our conversation was casual, mainly about Heydrich's private plane, until suddenly Müller said to me, "Well, how was it at the Plona Lake? Did you have a good time?" I looked at Heydrich. His face was very pale. I quickly pulled myself together and asked him if he wanted to know about my excursion with his wife. In a cold, sibilant voice, he said, "You have just drunk some poison. It could kill you within 6 hours. If you tell me the complete and absolute truth, I'll give you an antidote, but I want the truth." I did not believe a word of it. Heydrich was quite capable of making just such a grisly joke with a perfectly straight face, and yet I felt the tension within me expanding till it seemed as though my heart was about to burst, but I had nothing to hide, and speaking as calmly as I could, I told him truthfully about the events of that afternoon. Müller listened to what I had to say very carefully. Once he interrupted me. "After you had coffee, you went for a walk with the chief's wife. Why do you hide that? You must realize surely that you were being watched all the time." Again, as truthfully as I could, I described our 15-minute walk and the conversation that took place. After I had finished, Heydrich sat motionless and withdrawn for several minutes. At last he looked at me with glittering eyes and said, "Well, I suppose I must believe you, but you will give me your word of honor that you won't attempt this sort of escapade again." By this time I had managed to get hold of myself, and I said, quite aggressively, "A word of honor secured in this sort of way is just an extortion. First, I must ask you to let me have the antidote. It was always best to be on the safe side in dealings with Heydrich. Then I'll give you my word of honor. As a former naval officer, would you consider it honorable to act in any other way?" Heydrich eyed me narrowly. He hated an appeal to his honor, but he nodded, and I was given, somewhat to my surprise, a dry martini. Was it my imagination, or did it taste peculiar? Certainly it seemed to have an added dash of bitters. I gave Heydrich my word of honor. Then, in view of what had passed between us, I begged to be excused, but he wouldn't hear of it, and we had to continue the evening's merrymaking. Once more he had failed to entrap me. In the end, it was entirely by my own doing that I put myself in his power. In 1940 I was engaged to be married for the second time, and as a member of the SS I had to submit Ahnenpapier or racial heredity certificates. Then I discovered that my fiancée's mother was Polish. To get official approval for such a marriage was bound to be difficult, for I knew only too well how the party leadership felt by now about Poland. So at the end of one of my routine reports to Heydrich, I asked him for his help in a personal matter and told him of my difficulty. Rather to my surprise, he agreed to do all he could to persuade Himmler to give his official permission. He told me to send him all the heredity documents of my fiancée's family and to include 2 photographs of her. Within 4 days, I received a copy of an order from Himmler to the Rass- und Siedlungshauptamt, the Race and Settlement Office, giving me official permission to marry. Heydrich handed me the order with his best wishes. He also returned my fiancée's photographs, on which Himmler had colored her lipstick and eyebrows with green pencil and added a note describing them as exaggerated. I wondered what had induced them both to grant me this special dispensation so quickly. I had been married about 6 months when one day my secretary handed me a folder marked Geheim Reichssache, secret business of the Reich. This was the highest secret classification then in use, employed mainly for communications between the chiefs of departments. but as at least 80 such folders went through my hands every day, I opened this one as a matter of course. There lay a secret report from the state police in Posen addressed personally to Müller, the Gestapo chief. It was a detailed surveillance report on my wife's family in Poland. Among other things, it contained a reference to my mother-in-law's sister, who was married to a Jewish mill owner. Heydrich had finally succeeded in gaining a hold over me, and through a strange twist of fate, it was I who had given him the means. Now he was satisfied and stopped all other efforts to entrap me. But in tracing the course of Heydrich's machinations against me, I have gone ahead of my narrative, and must return to 1939, the Reichswehr and the Red Army. A grim trade collaboration between German and Russian staffs, Colonel Nikolai evading the Versailles Treaty, Rostal Gemeinschaft, the Rechberg-Foch proposals, suspicion of Marshal Tukhachevsky, the Russo-German pact foreshadowed, sale of Tukhachevsky's dossier to Stalin's envoy. At the beginning of 1937, I was instructed to prepare for Heydrich a study of the past relations between the Reichswehr and the Red Army. The man who brought me the assignment was a country gentleman from Pomerania named Janki, who for many years had been a key figure in the German Secret Service. Later, I had a chance to look into his personal files, 3 crates full of them, and to acquaint myself with the life story of this remarkable man. Janke was the son of a Pomeranian landowner. Before the First World War, he emigrated to America and drifted about there until he finally joined the border police of the United States Immigration Service. His duties brought him into contact with Chinese groups in San Francisco. The Chinatown of that city is said to be the largest in the Occidental world, and through these contacts, Janki established himself in the strangest trade. The Chinese, whose religion embraces what amounts almost to a worship of their native land, wanted to ship home to China the bodies of relatives who had died in the United States, but for hygienic reasons the United States authorities had forbidden this practice. Janki had the brilliant idea of having zinc boxes made that would serve as airtight containers for wooden coffins. These he shipped to Shanghai and Hong Kong without any difficulty, and for every dead Chinese thus returned to the land of his fathers, Janke received $1,000. Within a short time he was a very rich man. So grateful were the Chinese that with the most solemn rites they made him a member of the family of the great Sun Yat-sen. This, of course, provided Janke with the best possible contacts in China. Madame Chiang Kai-shek, for instance, is a member of this family. Later, he also developed valuable contacts with the Japanese Secret Service. During the First World War, Janke worked for the German Secret Service. The great strikes of the dock and transport workers in the East Coast harbors of the United States resulted from his activities. When later he returned to Germany, he became Rudolf Hess's expert on intelligence and espionage. Politically, he was interested only in questions of major importance. He was a big, heavy man with the thick skull of a Pomeranian peasant, and when he sat opposite you, impassive with his eyes half closed, he gave an impression of reticence and cunning. He liked to live in great style. After I had assembled my material, I made a verbal report to Heydrich at his hunting lodge. It was almost in the nature of an historical lecture. The subject was one that grew in importance in the later years of the Nazi regime, the basic conflict in German policy between an orientation towards Western Europe and towards Russia. This was not a new problem. Indeed, the pro-Russian feeling in German army circles among the staff officers and the Junker caste after the First World War has often been called the spirit of Tauroggen, in reference to the alliance aimed at Napoleon that was concluded in 1812 at the East Prussian village of Tauroggen between the Prussian general, York von Wartenberg, and the Russian army against the express command of the King of Prussia. It is interesting that the military build-up of Prussia against Napoleon had been prepared by Freiherr von Stein and Clausewitz from Russia, where they had found refuge under the protection of the Tsar. The continuation of this policy of cooperation with Russia was vital to Bismarck's conduct of foreign affairs. After the First World War, the Treaty of Rapallo in 1923 marked a return to this policy and ended Germany's isolation after her defeat. This new cooperation between what was now Soviet Russia and Germany was not initiated, surprisingly enough, by the social democratic leaders of the Weimar Republic, Ebert and Noske, but by army officers of the General Staff. The collaboration between the German army and the Bolshevik leaders of the new Russia had a precedent before the latter came to power. with the famous incident of the sealed train which enabled Lenin and his comrades to cross Germany from Switzerland on their way to Russia to assume leadership of the revolution there. The man who conceived this move was Colonel Nicolai, head of the Kaiser's military intelligence service, who was to play an important role in the relations between the Reichswehr and the Red Army in subsequent years. Indeed, his may be considered one of the decisive influences in this direction. He was an officer of exceptional talents and great political ambitions who, however, always remained in the background, preferring to operate behind the scenes. He had many connections with the Soviet Secret Service, and we came to recognize his small, inconspicuous office on the Potsdamer Platz as one of the most important and influential centers working for Soviet intelligence. In 1943, I finally succeeded in securing agreement from my superiors that Colonel Nicolai should be placed under observation. However, Müller, whose job it was as head of the Gestapo, failed to organize this surveillance properly. Later, when I discovered Müller's Russian sympathies, I understood why he had failed to keep a check on Nicolai. In 1923, the year of Rapallo, collaboration with the Red Army was begun under the Minister of War, Gessler, and General von Sicht. Again, the moving spirit was Colonel Nicolai. The first result was that German officers were trained in Russia in the use of weapons that had been prohibited by the Versailles Treaty, such as aircraft and tanks. In return, they passed on to the Red Army the technical and strategical experience and the great store of military knowledge of the German General Staff. In time, this cooperation was extended to the field of armaments. In return for the sharing of certain patents, Germany was allowed to build up her output of arms inside the Soviet Union, in particular by the production of aircraft and aluminium. Certain German war industries were more and more closely integrated with those of Russia. Junkers had aircraft factories operating in Samara and in Fili in south-central Siberia. These operated under the Gesellschaft zur Förderung gewerblicher Unternehmen, the Company for the Promotion of Industrial Enterprises. This rather comprehensive title masked a cartel whose branches were chiefly engaged in arms production, heavily subsidized by state funds. This was part of the program for the illegal rearming of Germany after the First World War, another phase of which was the organization of the Black Reichswehr. Though in the years after 1918 the Soviet government failed in their aim of achieving a Russo-German alliance in Europe and a similar Russo-Chinese alliance in Asia, they continued to support German nationalism. Karl Radek, tried and sentenced during the Moscow Purge of 1936 to 1937, was the director and chief exponent of communist propaganda along this line. His theme was the struggle of the Comintern against the Versailles Treaty and against the capitalist offensive. From 1929, Stalin directed the German Communist Party to regard not the National Socialist Party of Hitler, but the Social Democrats as their chief enemy, and party strategy was conducted accordingly. Whether under a nationalist or under a socialist leadership, Stalin's chief aim was to mobilize Germany against the West. And when Schleicher, then Chancellor of Germany, secretly advanced Hitler 42 million Reichsmarks at a decisive point in the rise of the nationalist socialist movement, it is quite certain that he did this under the influence of Colonel Nicolai, who in this was surely acting again as Stalin's instrument, for Stalin hoped that Hitler would turn Germany against the Western bourgeoisie. The chief center of opposition to the pro-Russian party of the German General Staff was among the German industrialists. The chief supporter of Western orientation within the Reichswehr in the years after the war was General Hoffmann, who had headed the German delegation at Brest-Litovsk and had negotiated the armistice of 1918 with the Bolsheviks headed by Trotsky. General Hoffmann's political advisor was Arnold Rechberg, one of the leading German industrialists. Rechberg's aim was a union of the civilized powers against the danger of Bolshevism. Only thus could Europe be saved. He sought a unification of France, Britain, and Germany based on the fusion of their political, industrial, and military interests, this grand alliance to be supported by the financial power of the United States, which incidentally, by helping the great powers of Europe to regain their prosperity, would be creating better markets for American products. In the early 20s, General Ludendorff, too, lent his support to the Rechberg plan. The three of them, Ludendorff, Hoffmann, and Rechberg, established contact with several leading French and British politicians, among them General Malcolm, the British chargé d'affaires in Berlin, Hagenin and Hesnard on the French side, and later also General Nollet, head of the French Control Commission. Though these men declared themselves ready to support the Hoffmann-Rechberg policy, their governments were not sufficiently aware of the Bolshevik danger, and in the end nothing came of their conversations. Rechberg's plans for the fusion of European industry met with better success. Discussions were initiated among industrial leaders: M. Mayrisch of the Arbeit of Luxembourg, M. Duchemin of the Etablissement Kuhlmann, Sir Alfred Mond and Sir Harry McGowan, as they then were, of Imperial Chemical Industries, Sir Henri Detterding, and many others. At first, the industrial leaders of France and England proved rather reluctant. Rechberg, Hoffmann, and Ludendorff, realizing that international measures affecting such giant industries could not be undertaken without the approval of leading statesmen, began conversations with British and French politicians. In 1926, the first agreement was signed between the German potash industry, in which Rechberg had a decisive influence, and the French potash industry. After this had proved highly advantageous to both parties, the heavy industries of Germany and France followed suit, and were soon joined by those of Belgium and Luxembourg to be united under the International Rohstahlgemeinschaft, the Raw Steel Union. Similar agreements were arranged between the chemical industries of France and Germany. After 1929, large British concerns also joined the Franco-German industrial alliances. Such large-scale industrial collaboration could not remain without political and also military consequences. Through Poincaré, Rechberg was able to establish contact with Marshal Foch. Rechberg himself declared, "Marshal Foch has been the most outspoken enemy of Germany," but when I talked with him in 1923, the great French soldier showed an astonishing understanding of the Bolshevik danger. He had come to the conclusion that the old antagonisms of the European nations were now outdated, and that industrial cooperation between our countries must be guaranteed by military agreements. Between them, Rechberg and Foch worked out the following proposal: a ratio of 5-3 be established between the French and German armies. A supreme command of French and German generals to be created, giving each party the right, in times of peace, to inspect both armies, and this joint command to direct them in times of war. To every German headquarters from the divisional level up, a French staff officer should be attached. Once in force, Britain should be invited to join this agreement, with the strength of the British forces to be determined by the British themselves. A naval agreement between the three powers was also envisaged. However, this policy met with strong resistance from the leadership of the Reichswehr. Both General von Seeckt and General Schleicher were against breaking off the relations already established with the Red Army. To carry through such plans as these against the opposition of the German General Staff was clearly impossible. General Hoffmann had never sought to disguise his aims. He was convinced that Russian Bolshevism could only be removed by a German invasion, penetrating at least as far as the Urals. He was convinced, furthermore, that Germany alone was not strong enough to undertake such an invasion unless she were assured of the full support of France, Britain, and the United States. In the midst of his efforts to bring about the Western Alliance, General Hoffmann died somewhat mysteriously in 1927. Then Ludendorff lost faith in the Western Allies and turned towards the extreme wing of nationalism and to Hitler. Arnold Rechberg was arrested on Hitler's orders at the time of the non-aggression pact with Soviet Russia, for through me he had sent a voluminous memorandum to Hitler dealing with the effects upon German history of the alternating influences of East and West, and giving a warning against becoming in any way involved with Bolshevism. Hitler, upon receiving it, had one of his frequent outbursts of rage, and Heydrich was forced to place Rechberg under arrest. However, after a short time I managed to get him released. At the time of the negotiations between Hitler and Pétain at Montoire in 1940, Rechberg submitted another memorandum on the treatment of France, urging a sincere policy of collaboration from which the seeds of a new Europe could spring. How much Hitler was influenced by it can be judged from the fact that he again had Rechberg arrested. But once more I was able to secure his release, and I continued to maintain close contact with him, especially in 1943 and 1944. Later, I was able to use various memoranda made by Rechberg in my efforts to influence the German leadership towards a peaceful solution of Europe's problems. He was ready at that time to forget the injustices that had been done to him and contributed much to my attempts to achieve a compromise peace with the West. My chief opponents, Ernst Kaltenbrunner, who since 1944 had been head of the SD, and Müller, succeeded, however, in having Rechberg arrested once again after the plot against Hitler of July 20, 1944. He was then placed in honorary custody in the Hotel Driessen at Bad Godesberg, where he was interned until the end of the war with various French generals and political personalities, including the sister of General de Gaulle. But to return to 1937, such was the background of the report I made to Heydrich, little realizing at that time the historic decisions which it foreshadowed. Heydrich had received information from a White Russian émigré, General Skoblin, that Tukhachevsky, Marshal of the Soviet Union, was plotting with the German General Staff to overthrow the Stalin regime. Heydrich at once grasped the tremendous importance of this piece of intelligence. If used correctly, a blow could be struck at the leadership of the Red Army from which it would not recover for many years. Janke was of a different opinion. He warned Heydrich that Skoblin might be playing a double game, and that the information might have been concocted by the Russians and passed on by Skoblin on Stalin's orders. Janke thought Stalin had a double purpose in this. He wanted to weaken the German General Staff by arousing Heydrich's suspicions against them, and at the same time would be able to act against the Soviet military clique of which Tukhachevsky was the head. Janke thought that because of internal problems in the Soviet government, Stalin did not wish to initiate proceedings against the generals himself and would prefer that the incriminating material should come from abroad. Heydrich remained unconvinced by Janke's subtle reasoning. Indeed, his suspicions were turned against Janke, whose viewpoint, he felt, was motivated by loyalty towards the General Staff. Heydrich at once placed Tanke under house arrest for 3 months. Meanwhile, Heydrich submitted Skoblin's information on Tukhachevsky to Hitler. The material itself was not complete. It contained no documentary proof of active participation by the German army leaders in Tukhachevsky's conspiracy. Heydrich recognized this and himself added fictitious material aimed at incriminating the German generals. He felt himself justified in this if he could thereby weaken the growing strength of the Red Army, which was threatening the superiority of the Reichswehr. It must be remembered that Heydrich was convinced of the authenticity of Skoblin's information, and in view of what subsequently happened, I think he was proved right. His forgeries were therefore merely to strengthen and lend further conviction to information that was in itself valid. Hitler at this moment was faced with the momentous decision whether to align himself with the Western powers or against them. And it was within this larger decision that he had also to make up his mind how to use the material that Heydrich had brought him. On the one hand, support for Tukhachevsky might have meant the end of Russia as a world power, but failure would have involved Germany in war. On the other hand, to unmask Tukhachevsky might be helping Stalin to strengthen his forces, or might equally well push him into destroying a large part of his general staff. Hitler finally decided against Tukhachevsky and intervened in the internal affairs of the Soviet Union on Stalin's side. This decision to back Stalin instead of Tukhachevsky and the generals determined the whole course of German policy until 1941 and can be rightly regarded as one of the most fateful decisions of our time. It eventually brought Germany into a temporary alliance with the Soviet Union and encouraged Hitler to attack the West before turning against Russia. Once Hitler had made his decision, Heydrich, of course, supported him. Hitler expressly ordered that the German army staff should be kept from knowing anything of the contemplated move against Tukhachevsky, fearing that the Soviet marshal might be forewarned by them. So one night Heydrich dispatched 2 special squads to break into the secret archives of the General Staff and of the Abwehr, the Army Intelligence Service, run by Admiral Canaris. Burglary experts from the headquarters of the criminal police accompanied the squads. In 3 places they found and removed material concerning the collaboration of the German General Staff and the Red Army. Important material was also found in Admiral Canaris's files. To conceal the break-in, fires were started which soon destroyed all evidence of it. In the resulting confusion, the special squads escaped safely and unnoticed. It has been claimed that the material assembled by Heydrich to implicate Tukhachevsky consisted largely of forgeries. Actually, very little of it was forged, indeed no more than was necessary to fill in certain gaps. This is corroborated by the fact that the entire and remarkably voluminous dossier was made ready and presented to Hitler within the brief space of 4 days. After careful consideration, it was decided to contact Stalin through the following channels. One of our diplomatic agents, who worked under SS Standartenführer Böhmi, was a German emigrant living in Prague. Through him, Böhmi made contact with a trusted friend of Dr. Beneš, then President of the Czechoslovak Republic. Dr. Beneš at once wrote a personal letter to Stalin, whose reply came back to Heydrich through the same channels, asking him to establish contact with a certain member of the Soviet embassy in Berlin. We did so, and the Russian at once flew to Moscow and returned accompanied by a personal envoy of Stalin, who presented special credentials from Jezov, then chief of the GPU. Stalin asked what price we had set on the material. Neither Hitler nor Heydrich had considered that there would be any financial prospects in the affair. However, to preserve appearances, Heydrich asked for 3 million gold rubles, which Stalin's emissary, after no more than a cursory examination of the documents, paid at once. The material against Tukhachevsky was handed over to the Russians in the middle of May 1937. As is known, the trial of Tukhachevsky was held in secret. The court was composed chiefly of Soviet marshals and Red Army leaders. The indictment was prepared by a military council and the prosecutor was Andrei Vyshinsky. Tukhachevsky and his fellow conspirators were arrested on the evening of June 4, 1937. After he had made an unsuccessful attempt at suicide, the trial began at 10 o'clock on June 11. It ended at 9 o'clock the same evening. According to the task dispatches of that day, all the defendants confessed their guilt. Practically no other details of the case were made public. Vyshinsky's summing up for the prosecution took barely 20 minutes. He demanded expulsion of the defendants from the Red Army and their death by shooting. Sentence was executed 4 hours later. On Stalin's orders, Marshal Blucher, who himself fell a victim to one of the later purges, commanded the firing squad. Of the judges of the court, only Voroshilov and Budyeni survive today. I personally had to destroy most of the 3 million rubles paid to us by the Russians, for it was all in bills of high denominations, the numbers of which had obviously been listed by the GPU. Whenever one of our agents tried to use them inside the Soviet Union, he was arrested within a remarkably short time. Thus, the affair of Marshal Tukhachevsky was a preparatory step towards the rapprochement between Hitler and Stalin. It was the turning point that marked Hitler's decision to secure his Eastern Front by an alliance with Russia, while preparing to attack the West at the occupation of Austria and Czechoslovakia. Preparations for the Anschluss. Hitler's reception in Vienna, a bomb on the route, Hitler's visit to Mussolini, security precautions in Italy, attitude of the Sudeten Germans, secret order for the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia, Germany assumes protectorship over the Czechs. At the beginning of 1938, I was instructed to assemble and edit all the reports that were to be submitted to Hitler on the attitude of Italy towards the contemplated annexation of Austria and its incorporation into the German Reich. Great importance was also attached, of course, to the attitude of the other Western powers towards this matter. The decisive event was the resignation of Anthony Eden. We soon learned that his successor at the Foreign Office, Lord Halifax, did not view the Anschluss of Austria with hostility. This attitude must have influenced Hitler's decision considerably. The intelligence material from Austria itself was so plentiful that the main problem was how to cope with it. The thousands of Nazis who had recently fled from Austria provided us with all the contacts we needed. On February 12, 1938, Kurt von Schuschnigg, the Austrian Chancellor, conferred with Hitler at Obersalzberg. He promised to limit and repress the activities of the anti-German Fatherland Front. When it proved obvious, as it soon did, that he could not see his way to carrying out this promise, Hitler decided to force the pace. To forestall invasion by the German army, Schuschnigg resigned on March 11th. Seyss-Inquart, the leader of the Austrian Nazis, at once took over the government. The order to march was given to the German army by Hitler during the night of March 12th. The same night I was ordered to fly to Vienna with Himmler. We had with us a company of Waffen-SS, the purely military formation of the SS, and some members of the so-called Austrian Legion, which had been formed in Germany. We took off from Berlin-Tempelhof in 2 large transports. It was a rather unpleasant flight. Both aircraft were badly overloaded and weather conditions were difficult. Most of the way we lost sight of the ground and also lost radio contact with Vienna. During the flight, Himmler discussed with me various administrative problems which had arisen in connection with the setting up of the new Ostmark. As Austria was officially called from then on, we had gone aft in the plane to be further away from the engine noise, and Himmler was leaning against the door when I noticed that the safety catch was not on. At any moment the door might have opened under the weight of his body. I quickly grasped him by his coat and jerked him away. He glared at me furiously, but when I showed him the door was unlatched, he thanked me and said that if the opportunity ever arose he would be happy to do as much for me. We finally landed in Vienna at 4 o'clock in the morning. The administrative changeover to German rule was taking place at that very moment, and the government of Dr. Seyss-Inquart was firmly established. The Bundeshaus, the seat of the central government of the Austrian Confederacy, was a scene of tremendous activity. There was a continual round of conferences and meetings. In the anterooms and corridors, excited men were haggling for those government posts which had not yet been filled. A huge crowd filled the square in front of the building. Police duties had already been taken over by the Austrian SA and SS, wearing white armbands, almost unnoticed by the crowds. Dr. Miklas, the President of the Austrian Republic, and Skubel, the Minister of Police, left the building bent and dejected. Meanwhile, Heydrich had arrived. I reported to him on the situation, and he told me to secure all the files and documents of the Chief of the Austrian Secret Service, Colonel Rongi. The papers that I found were not very up-to-date, though there was some interesting material on deciphering codes. Colonel Rongi himself expressed his willingness to work in future for the German Secret Service. During the next fortnight, I had to work out draft laws and decrees, in particular those concerned with the police and the security system, providing for the administrative integration of the Ostmark into the Reich. I also had to suggest the necessary changes of personnel in these departments. It was a rather heavy task and was not made any easier by continual interruption. Hitler's reception in Vienna was a great personal triumph. Never, except perhaps during his Italian visit, have I seen such tremendous, enthusiastic and joyous crowds. Shortly before his arrival, without any warning, I found myself put in charge of the security measures for his tour of Vienna. For the following 12 hours I was to be solely and completely responsible for the Führer's safety. As minute-to-minute reports of his progress came through by telephone to the Central Police Bureau, a huge map was marked with little white flags to show the course of his tour. The security measures in all districts seemed to be working perfectly when suddenly a report came in that 3 suspected persons had been arrested at a bridge. They had admitted that the bridge was mined and that they were there to set off the charge. I was asked whether Hitler's route should be changed and a new one prepared. I knew how much he disliked having to change his set program. So in view of this information, the responsibility of letting him proceed weighed very heavily upon me. He was due at the bridge in 8 minutes. If only I could reach it before him and make certain that everything was safe. I placed another official temporarily in charge of the command post and drove rapidly to the spot. It took me a few minutes to examine the explosive charges and try to make sure that they had been made harmless. As far as I could see, everything looked all right. I could now hear Hitler's entourage approaching, and the next moment his car was on the bridge. He passed over it safely, and with a feeling of immense relief, I returned to the Central Bureau. That evening, I was very glad to turn my responsibilities back to Müller. In spite of reports of increasing tension between Hitler and Mussolini over the annexation of Austria, the Deuce had acquiesced. Soon after his triumphal entry into Vienna, Hitler therefore paid Mussolini a visit in Italy to show the world that the friendship and unity of purpose between them remained unbroken. I flew ahead with Müller to prepare the security measures for the visit. The Italian authorities proved extremely cooperative. We had only to express a wish in order for it to be fulfilled. They made the greatest effort to impress us with their efficiency, their fascist discipline, the potency of their weapons, and with displays of grandiose pomp and tradition. Their security preparations were thorough and far-reaching. On certain streets along the proposed route of Hitler's tour, they had erected wooden posts moored in concrete with heavy iron chains stretched between them. In view of the excitability of the Latin temperament, this precaution, as we soon saw, was not exaggerated. My men drove along the route repeatedly and made searches in all the houses overlooking it, while the Italians secured signed guarantees from all the householders that they would be responsible for the actions of everyone inside their houses. The Italians also arrested over 6,000 suspicious persons and placed them in preventative custody. Border control and control of passports within Italy were tightened up, and to supplement these precautions I placed about 80 of my ablest detectives at key points along the various routes of Hitler's tour. I also assigned them to the banquets and various other entertainments planned in Rome, Naples, and Florence. I wished to take advantage of this opportunity to combine the arrangement of security measures with an attempt to get a fuller picture of the intelligence situation in Italy. So I selected 500 of the best linguists in the SD and sent them into Italy as tourists. They were organized in the well-known system of cells of 3, which I had adopted from the Russians. Their chief mission was to look out for anything which might seem suspicious in connection with Hitler's visit and report it at once. They were also to note and report on all evidence of popular feeling in Italy and of the attitude of the Italian people towards the fascist regime. When these reports were assembled later, I had a comprehensive picture of the situation in Italy. Hitler's visit passed off without any serious incident. He rode through the streets of the Italian cities by the side of Mussolini, and the adoring populace cheered themselves hoarse. The Via Triumphalis was floodlit as brightly as if it were midday, and the Colosseum had been turned into a sea of coloured flame. There was only one anxious moment in Rome. Hitler and Mussolini had left their car to admire the beauties of an ancient fountain, and the crowd, in a frenzy of adulation, broke through the police cordon. My agents, whom I had placed as observers at this point, reported to me over the telephone that they had lost sight of Hitler in the confusion. I suffered several extremely anxious minutes till the Carabinieri drove the crowd back and re-established control of the situation. In Naples, there was one rather embarrassing incident. Hitler was to accompany the King of Italy in inspecting a guard of honor. As the Führer was to attend a gala performance at the San Carlo Opera immediately afterwards, he changed into evening clothes before the inspection and thus walked along the ranks of the guard in tails. The king, however, walked beside him in uniform. As a result of this, Hitler immediately dismissed the chief protocol officer, von Bülow-Schwante. When Hitler left Italy on May 28, we were all convinced that the military alliance he desired was a foregone conclusion. On the day of his return, he delivered an address lasting 2 hours to the highest leaders of the party, the state and the army. He ordered the strengthening of the Luftwaffe, the formation of new army units, and the beginning of the construction of the new Western Defense Wall, the Siegfried Line, which was built under the direction of the engineer, Todt. Hitler spoke openly of the necessity of strengthening Germany's military preparedness to the point where, within 2 or 3 months, she would be ready to deal with any contingency of war. Then Hitler said, "We will shatter Czechoslovakia." Secret service work in Czechoslovakia was placed under the direction of the political branch of the SD. As in Austria, conditions were again favorable for the establishment of contacts. The Sudeten German party of Konrad Henlein served us well, while the other minorities, the Poles, Hungarians, and Slovaks, also contributed valuable information. The intelligence material was so plentiful that, in order to handle all the incoming messages, special telegraph lines running direct to Berlin had to be installed at 2 points on the German-Czech frontier. Heydrich had a special department whose task it was to maintain a continual check on the Sudeten German party and on Henlein, for the party was by no means united in its aims, nor at that time completely under Hitler's control. The Nazi wing of the party, led by Karl Hermann Frank, who was later Minister of State of the Protectorate of Bohemia-Moravia, pursued a policy that aimed at the entire destruction of the Czechoslovak Republic, while Henlein at this point only demanded autonomy for the 3 million Sudeten Germans. But after considerable pressure from Heydrich and other German quarters, Henlein capitulated completely to Hitler's demands at the conference held in July 1938. There was a serious divergence of opinion between Berlin and the leaders of the Sudeten German party regarding the much-discussed fact-finding and mediation mission of Lord Runciman. The British Secret Service was quite well informed about this, and one of their agents, Colonel Christie, who had already conferred several times with Henlein, met him again at the beginning of August 1938 in Zurich. I received a special order from Heydrich to investigate their conversations, and to keep Henlein under close observation. This surveillance was to be carried out in such a way that Henlein should be aware of it, for the chief purpose was to remind him of his promises to Hitler. When Colonel Christie saw how completely the Sudeten leader had given way to Hitler's demands, he was astonished. At their meeting, Henlein declared that to wait any longer would be impossible, both for the Sudeten German party and for Hitler, and if necessary the problem would have to be solved by force. It was at this time that Hitler made his famous Nuremberg speech, threatening the Czechoslovak government and rejecting any solution based on the establishment of an autonomous Sudeten state. There followed the historic visit of Neville Chamberlain to Berchtesgaden on September 15, 1938, the British-German conference at Godesberg, and then Munich. The preparations for taking over the administration of the Sudeten territories were carried out mainly at the Hotel Driessen in Dresden. I was sent there and for 8 days helped prepare the necessary decrees and draft legislation. Already in the first days of October 1938, it became quite clear to me from various remarks made by Heydrich that Hitler was aiming at the total destruction of Czechoslovakia and would not be satisfied with the far-reaching economic concessions which the Prague government had granted him. In January 1939, Hitler called Heydrich and other chief officials of the Secret Service to a conference at which he gave the following secret order: "The foreign policy of Germany demands that the Czechoslovak Republic be broken up and destroyed within the next few months, if necessary by force of arms. To prepare and facilitate the moves against Czechoslovakia, it appears expedient to support and stimulate the endeavors of the Slovaks in their movement for autonomy. After that, it will be quite easy for Germany to deal with the remaining Czech portion of the Republic." Hitler stressed the secret nature of this order. For the time being, no other department of the Foreign Office, army, or party was to know of it. The order was carried out by the Secret Service, and both intelligence and political operations were planned in detail and with the usual care. Each step that was worked out was first submitted to Hitler for his approval. Our main points of contact were with the heterogeneous currents of the Slovak nationalist movement, and after unsuccessful negotiations with various Slovak groups within the Czechoslovak government, we finally established an understanding with an opposition group led by Dr. Joseph Tiso. In March, Hitler decided the time had come to move against Czechoslovakia. During the night of March 12, 2 representatives of the German Secret Service had a final and decisive conference with Dr. Tiso. He declared himself ready to proclaim the sovereignty of Slovakia under German protection, and on March 13 was flown to Berlin in a special aircraft of the German Secret Service. Meanwhile, to provoke a deepening of the tension between the Slovaks and the central government, terrorist squads of the German Secret Service had been sent into Slovakia. Hitler was able to complete the discussions with Dr. Tiso on the proclamation of Slovak autonomy before the arrival of Dr. Hacha, president of the Czechoslovak Republic, who, when he visited Hitler, was faced with a fait accompli. On March 14, Dr. Tiso proclaimed the founding of the autonomous Slovak Republic, and the next day Hitler and Hacha signed the well-known agreement establishing the protectorate of Greater Germany over the Czech people. This was followed immediately by the peaceful occupation of Czechoslovakia by German troops. In order to be the first to arrive at the Hajny, the ancient and historic castle in Prague, Hitler, with his entourage and SS guards, raced through the night at breakneck speed over icy roads, passing the advancing German columns on the way. When we got there, I had to select suitable offices and Lebensraum for Hitler in the castle. The SD and the German security police at once took over control of the police, working very closely, however, with their Czech colleagues. The Czech police force was an exceptional organization, the men having been most carefully selected and given excellent training. This greatly impressed Himmler. "Exceptional human material," he exclaimed. "I shall take them all into the Waffen-SS." Some important documents of the Czechoslovak military and political secret service were secured, and life very quickly returned to normal, active espionage. My first field trip, an assessment of Dakar, practical problems of espionage, prelude to the sinking of the Royal Oak, the case of Lieutenant Colonel Sosnowski, a Polish spy ring uncovered. During the summer of 1938, Hitler's thoughts were turning more and more to the approaching war with the West. He discussed the situation with Himmler, who in turn discussed it with Heydrich, and Heydrich with me. Hitler spoke contemptuously of President Roosevelt and called America a Jewish rubbish heap. He was sure that once the war had started, Germany would overrun the West. But he did concede the possibility that Great Britain, together with the United States, might attempt a counterattack against the European continent from North Africa. But he concluded that the west coast of Africa hardly offered sufficient harbor facilities for such an action, nor did North Africa provide a suitable hinterland for the deployment of modern machines of war. It was this last point of Hitler's rambling exposition that turned out to be of immediate consequence to me. Himmler, always eager to see directives for concrete action in Hitler's remarks, at once decided in consultation with Heydrich to survey the situation of the West African coastal region and its harbors. And so in the autumn of 1938, I was given my first job of active espionage. Heydrich wanted me to compile a full report on the harbor at Dakar, the chief French naval station in Africa. No one, he warned me, not even my immediate family, must know of my assignment. It would be officially camouflaged. Ostensibly, I would be going on a business trip round Germany for about 18 days. I promised Heydrich that no one should know the true nature of my job, and until this moment I have never revealed it. Heydrich wanted me to find out about the condition and nature of the harbor installations and whether they could be extended and enlarged fairly easily. He also wanted me to secure from the harbor authorities charts, maps, statistics, and in fact whatever documents I could lay hands on. He gave me a Leica camera specially designed for the job, a Dutch passport. I was given the identity of the son of a Dutch diamond merchant who had just wound up his business affairs in Germany and a large amount in foreign currencies. Everything had been most carefully prepared, my itinerary, the flight schedule, and addresses of contacts in Madrid and Lisbon. Finally, I boarded the plane for Spain. During the long flight, I went over the details of my mission and tried to prepare myself mentally for the task ahead. In the beginning, I had accepted the assignment with great enthusiasm, but now I began to have misgivings. At the airport, I met my first unexpected difficulty. The specially constructed Leica aroused intense interest among the customs officers, and it required much explanation, reinforced by considerable financial outlay, to get the camera through. My contact in Lisbon was one of Janke's collaborators, a Japanese, and a close friendship quickly developed between us, which in later years proved extremely valuable. When we discussed the practical problems of my mission, my Japanese friend advised me not to take the Leica, no matter how good it might be, but instead to get another camera in Dakar. He also emphasized that on missions of this nature, it was best to work as quickly as possible and never to carry large sums of money. As I discussed my plans with him, they had to undergo one revision after another. My first encounter with the practical realities of this type of work made me realize that things were quite different on the spot to what they had seemed from behind the desk in Berlin. On arriving at Dakar, I went to stay, as arranged, with a Portuguese family of Jewish descent. My host was a merchant in the gold and diamond trade, and both he and his partner in Lisbon were working for us. He had been informed of my mission through business correspondence with Lisbon and had prepared everything for my arrival. After 5 days of hard work, my Portuguese host was able to secure valuable details of the harbor facilities from the port authorities. These were posted at once to Lisbon, disguised in business correspondence as descriptions of wares and samples. I no longer remember the exact sum the partners spent for us in Lisbon and Dakar, but it was a very considerable amount. Carefully arranged lunches in a small, intimate circle brought me into contact with key men from marine underwriters' firms and Portuguese and French ship owners. Through them, I gained a very good picture of the general situation, and casual remarks dropped at these luncheons provided me with much useful information about the harbour at Dakar. The idea of taking photographs still troubled me. Although by this time I had managed to overcome my first fears and inhibitions, I was still nervous in the streets, and in the glance of every casual passerby, I sensed the sharp, searching eye of a sûreté agent. This apprehension, the climate, and the unfamiliar surroundings completely exhausted me, and each night I lay awake, pursued by all the mistakes I had made during the day. In the end, my thoughts would weave themselves into a restless, dream-laden sleep, from which I would awake towards dawn unrefreshed and bathed in sweat. However uneasy I might feel about the task, the most essential part of my assignment was the taking of the photographs, and it could no longer be put off. My host therefore arranged for me to make an excursion to the waterfront with his family. We visited various parts of the harbor, and I took the sort of family shots a tourist would naturally take. But the family group was always posed in such a way that whatever installation or structure I was interested in would form the background. Or, if I wanted to photograph a certain detail, they would stand closely round me, so as to screen my actions. The films, when developed in Berlin, showed quite good results. In fact, some of the photographs were excellent, and together with my report, they gave us quite a lot of information. I was very happy after 9 days to be back in Lisbon with my Japanese friend. I had smuggled the films out concealed in a bandage on my upper thigh, where I had inflicted a small scratch with a razor blade. The gauze of the bandage was soaked with blood, and the films, which were hermetically wrapped, made quite a bump, so that the whole thing looked like a swollen and infected wound, and aroused a good deal of sympathy among the customs officials and border guards. I made a verbal report on my trip to Heydrich, which took me fully 2 hours, and the next day submitted a detailed report in writing together with the photographs. On the whole, everyone was very satisfied. This experience had given me much food for thought. I determined that in future, when ordering and preparing Secret Service operations, I must never lose sight of the practical problems that confront my agents in the field, and I decided that the worst thing was to try to prepare and carry out Secret Service work under pressure. An intelligence network has to be built up step by step. On foreign soil, it must be nurtured like a plant and allowed to take root. Only then will there be a healthy growth and a plentiful harvest. But the German leaders refused to proceed in this manner. Hitler wanted to force everything, for he, and only he, had been appointed by Providence to conduct this war. The overwhelming number of problems he tackled simultaneously resulted in a forced, unorganic development in all phases of German life. Looking back, one can only be amazed that the immense war effort of the German people was possible at all. This is what I wrote in my report after returning from Dakar. In Secret Service work, one must never be rash. The careful selection and development of above-average collaborators is decisive. In order to work in a foreign country, they must be virtually natives and must acquire a valid profession unless there is some other natural explanation for their presence in the country in question. Only after 1 or 2 years should the first trial assignments be given. Certain specialists should be used only in time of great crisis or in war. Valuable intelligence contacts, especially in political circles, should be patiently cultivated over periods of years, and should not be exploited until the decisive moment. These channels can also be very useful for launching false reports to mislead the enemy. For men like Yonke, such generalities about Secret Service work constitute the most obvious commonplaces, but in the confusion and pressure of wartime they are often forgotten. And so in Germany it was impossible to speak of the organic growth of the German Secret Service. Its operational basis only began to be laid at the outbreak of the Second World War, and its organization unified only in the last year of the war. On the whole, the work consisted of a series of relatively impressive improvisations. The surprisingly high average of the service's effectiveness can only be accounted for by the ruthless expenditure that went on of human life and resources. How important intelligently planned long-range preparatory work can be, and how rewarding in the end, is shown by the successful operation of the German U-boat commander Captain Prien against the British naval base at Scapa Flow in October 1940. The success of this operation was made possible by careful preparatory work over a period of 15 years. Alfred Waring had been a captain in the German Imperial Navy and later joined the military sector of the Secret Service. After the First World War, he became a traveler for a German watch factory. Working all the time under orders from the Secret Service, he learned the watchmaker's trade thoroughly in Switzerland. In 1927, under the name of Albert Ortel, and with a Swiss passport, he settled in England. In 1932, he became a naturalized British subject, and soon afterwards opened a small jewellery shop at Kirkwall in the Orkneys near Scapa Flow, whence from time to time he sent us reports on the movements of the British Home Fleet. It was in the beginning of October 1939 that he sent us the important information that the eastern approach to Scapa Flow through the Kirkesund was not closed off by anti-submarine nets, but only by hulks lying relatively far apart. On receipt of this information, Admiral Donitz ordered Captain Prien to attack any British warships in Scapa Flow. Prion immediately altered course for the Orkneys, and during the night of October 14 nosed his way carefully past the obstructions into the inner channel. Among other warships at anchor was the Royal Oak. Prion fired his torpedoes and was already on his way back to the open sea before the British even knew what was happening. The sinking of this battleship took less than 15 minutes, but 15 years of patient and arduous work by Alfred Waring had been the necessary foundation for this supremely successful mission. Just before the Second World War, I was put in charge of one of the most famous espionage cases. It concerned Lieutenant Colonel Sosnowski. The incident that brought the matter to the attention of German counter-espionages took place one foggy morning just after the streams of officers and office workers had entered the operations department of the German War Ministry in the Bendlerstrasse. It was a very small incident. A girl who was the chief secretary to a high general staff officer, a colonel in the operations department, was late for work, but it caused the ministry porter to notice her because whereas she had previously been punctual, poorly dressed and modest, she was now smartly dressed and was no longer modest or punctual. This gave the old porter food for thought. Several days later, when he was making his nightly round, he noticed a light in one of the offices and looking in found Fräulein von N. still sitting at her typewriter. She was startled when he came in, but quickly recovered herself and complained about the amount of work she had to do. The porter noticed the elegant shoes, the fur coat on the hanger, the open safe, and the frightened expression of Fräulein von N. The next morning he went to the colonel and reported what he had seen. At first the colonel was irritated. Then he remembered the contents of his safe, which held the latest plans for operations against Czechoslovakia and Poland, statistics on the present state and strength of the various armaments of the Wehrmacht, descriptions and plans of new weapons, production figures, and so on. During the next few days, the colonel watched his secretary with a new awareness. On 3 different days he returned to his office late in the evening and checked the contents of his safe. Everything was in perfect order, but on the 4th night, the last 10 pages of an important operational study were missing. He had been working on this plan, and Fräulein von N. still had some revisions to type, but that did not give her the right to leave the document out of the safe. Even though he found the 10 pages back in the safe the next morning, he was still reluctant to face the full implications of his discovery. However, he decided that he must report her, and it was finally agreed that she should be put under strict surveillance. By the end of the week 14 of Fräulein von N.'s friends were under continual observation. Without their realizing it, the net was closing about them. Soon we had enough evidence to proceed against all the German nationals involved, and indeed it would have been quite simple to arrest them. But it was Lieutenant Colonel Sosnowski, in whom we were chiefly interested. To justify the arrest of a Polish national, we had to catch him red-handed. One of the things that our surveillance had disclosed was that Sosnowski had established contact with the French Secret Service. One of our agents got into touch with Sosnowski, pretending to be an agent of the Dusian Bureau. Sosnowski took the bait and expressed his willingness to sell him secret German military documents. And so the next day, in exchange for a sizable sum, he delivered this material to our man in the first-class waiting room of a Berlin railway station. Within a few seconds of the exchange, both Sosnowski and the agent were arrested. The arrest of our agent was necessary, of course, to preserve the pretense and enable us to use the confession of the provocateur to break down the suspect. All the other members of the ring were arrested in various parts of Berlin within the next 10 minutes. Now began a round of interrogations and examinations which continued without interruption throughout several days and nights, and at length the full story emerged. Sosnowski was a strikingly handsome man, tall, well-built, and with great charm and good manners. After becoming an officer in the Polish army, he had been assigned to military intelligence and had been sent to Germany to get information about German armaments, and especially to secure authentic plans of the German General Staff. In Berlin, he began to move in diplomatic circles and the higher strata of German society. He exercised a great influence over women and sought to have as many love affairs as possible, always with a view to gaining secret information. Finally, he found the instrument he had been looking for in Fräulein von B., who was a secretary at the OKH, the supreme command of the German army. She belonged to the impoverished Prussian nobility. Her father, who had been a high officer in the Imperial German army, was dead, and she lived with her mother in very straitened circumstances. Soon after she met Sosnovsky, an affair developed between them which on her part was completely sincere. Shortly afterwards, Sosnovsky met a friend and colleague of hers, Fräulein von N., and the three of them spent much time together in fashionable restaurants, bars, and nightclubs, where Sosnovsky entertained them lavishly. He gave them the most magnificent presents, and was systematically getting them accustomed to a much higher standard of life than either of them had been able to enjoy before. Very soon he started an affair with Fräulein von N., though without Fräulein von B.'s knowledge. Fräulein von B. introduced Sosnovsky to her family. He treated her mother with chivalry and tact, and soon restored their household to its former splendor. Their debts were paid, and they were at least able to maintain the sort of life that their social position demanded. The old lady hoped one day to see this dashing and wealthy officer as her son-in-law, and in spite of the high moral principles of her class, she did not even object to his spending the night at her house. The closer his emotional ties with her daughter, the more certain the old lady felt of the future. Meanwhile, jealousy had begun to arise between the two young women. This could have been dangerous. However, Sosnovsky managed to control the situation with such skill that in the end each was content with a share of his love, jealousy binding them ever more strongly to him. Sosnovsky chose his moment and then revealed himself to the two women. He told them that he was a Polish secret agent. He described the difficulties of his situation and showed them messages from his superiors in Warsaw, expressing their displeasure with his failure and their determination to recall him from Berlin to return to active duty with the Polish army. The two women could not bear the thought of losing him, and playing upon their fears, he told each of them separately that if he could bring his assignment to a successful conclusion, he would marry her, and they would spend their lives together abroad with the money he would receive for his services. Both the girls agreed to work for him. Fräulein von B. also worked at the headquarters of the General Staff, though not in such an important position as Fräulein von N., and during the nights of lovemaking he instructed them in their duties. They both began to bring home documents overnight for Sosnovsky to photograph, and soon the home of Fräulein von N. became the favorite meeting place of several of the most charming women in Berlin society, with connections of a political, military, or economic sort. Among these ladies, Sosnovsky began a further series of liaisons. At first, Warsaw found the material he sent them excellent, and the authorities were delighted, but as the information he delivered grew increasingly important and more startling, his superiors began to grow suspicious. The material seemed too good to be true, and they arrived at the conclusion that Sosnovsky was being fed with false information by the German Secret Service. When he finally brought 2 trunks full of vitally important documents to Warsaw, his superiors would not accept their validity and told him that he had been duped by the Germans. They permitted him, however, to sell the material to other intelligence services, and the Deuxième Bureau, recognizing its importance, bought part of it. British intelligence also participated in the purchase. Large sums were offered to Sosnovsky for further information, and only when he was arrested did Warsaw realize their mistake, but by then it was too late. A trial followed the arrest of the spy ring. Fräulein von B. and Fräulein von N. were both condemned to death. A last appeal for clemency on their behalf was rejected by Hitler. They were executed and died with their devotion to Sosnovsky still unbroken. One of the circle of ladies with whom Sosnovsky had also begun a liaison reacted quite differently. She was the owner of a small but elegant millinery shop in the West End of Berlin. As her complicity in this affair was slight, Counter-Espionage requested the court to separate her case from that of the others and to stop all proceedings against her. We felt that we could use her. It was pointed out to the lady that proceedings against her could be reopened at any time if she should show herself to be uncooperative, but this precaution proved unnecessary, for when the truth was revealed to her and she learned, to her great surprise, of the trial and fate that had befallen her 2 friends, her former attachment turned into the fiercest hatred for Sosnovsky, and she determined to take the most ruthless revenge on the Polish Secret Service. Under our instructions, she continued to work for the Poles, who, after checking her carefully, took her back into their service. She became one of our most valuable and trusted collaborators and delivered at least 10 Polish agents into our hands. Sosnowski himself was exchanged for several of our agents whom the Poles had arrested. As a consequence of the affair, the German General Staff was forced to reshape its plans, and it took us a considerable time to recover from this setback, the invasion of Poland. The Gleiwitz radio plot aboard Himmler's special train, his criticism of my reports, Hitler visits the front line, Warsaw in ruins, counteracting espionage in the Ruhr, another Polish ring brought to book. It was August 26, 1939, and an oppressive heat lay over Berlin. In the afternoon, Dr. Melhorn telephoned and asked me whether I would be free that evening. He wanted to talk to me urgently about a personal matter, and did not think it wise to call on me at my office. So at 8 o'clock we met in a small discreet restaurant. It was really a rendezvous run by my counter-espionage department, and from the cook to the head waiter, the whole staff were specially selected agents in my employ. I noticed immediately that Melhorn seemed deeply troubled and depressed. I did not press him with questions, however, but let him take his time. He did not speak while we ate, and I waited patiently. After dinner we drove through the West End. In those days Berlin was a beautiful city at the height of its power and wealth. The bright and elegant shop windows, the dazzling confusion of coloured signs, the endless streams of traffic, the bustling crowds, all these were part of the gay and energetic life of peacetime. I was going to take Melhorn to a small bar and was looking for a parking space when he asked me to keep on driving. He needed fresh air, he said, and wanted to get away from the crowds, so we headed towards Wannsee, a lake between Berlin and Potsdam. There I parked the car and we got out and started to walk. Presently Melhorn relaxed and began to talk, but more as though he were speaking to himself than to me. From time to time a cool breeze came from the lake and sighed in the old trees. Then there would be silence again, except for the voice of my friend. He spoke rapidly in abrupt, fragmentary sentences and almost without a pause. There's going to be war. It can't be prevented any longer. Hitler made his decision long ago. You must have known it. Everything's ready. Even if the Western powers or Poland make a last-minute shot at conciliation, even if Italy intercedes, it won't change Hitler's basic plan. At the very most, it might mean a slight delay. That's all. His voice grew more excited as he told me that Heydrich had asked him to come to his office, and surprisingly had confided to him one of Hitler's secret orders. Before September 1, if possible, an absolutely irreproachable cause for war had got to be created, one that would stand in history as a complete justification and would brand Poland in the eyes of the world as the aggressor against Germany. It had therefore been planned to dress troops in Polish uniforms and attack the Gleiwitz radio transmitter. Hitler had assigned Heydrich and Admiral Canaris, Chief of Army Intelligence, to carry out this operation. However, Canaris was so repelled by the order that he had managed to withdraw, and Heydrich alone was in charge of it. Heydrich had explained to Melhorn the details of the plan. The Polish uniforms were to be supplied at Keitel's command by the OKW, the Supreme Command of the Armed Forces. I asked Melhorn where they would get the Poles who were to wear these uniforms. That's just it. Melhorn replied, "That's the devilish thing about this plan. The Poles will be convicts from the concentration camps. They're going to be armed with proper Polish weapons, but most of them will just be mown down. Of course, they've been promised that any who get away with it will have their freedom immediately." But who's going to believe such a promise? Melhorn paused. Then he said, "Heydrich has put me in command of the attack. He gripped my arm hard. What am I to do?" he asked. "Heydrich has given me this assignment to get rid of me. I know it. He wants my death. What can I do?" Now it was my turn to be silent. What advice could I possibly give? Finally I said, "The whole thing is insane. One can't make world history by tactics of that kind. The thing couldn't possibly be kept secret, not for long anyway somewhere. Somehow it'll all come out. You must keep clear of it though. Try to talk your way out, make some excuse, say you're ill, or just simply refuse. Whatever happens through your refusing that sort of order, it'll be preferable to the consequences of your carrying it out." The next day, Melhorn faced up to the most difficult crisis of his career. He had the guts to refuse the assignment, excusing himself on the grounds of his health, which would prevent him from carrying out such an exacting job with the 100% efficiency required to guarantee its success. Heydrich refused to accept this excuse at first, but Melhorn stood his ground in face of all Heydrich's threats. Luckily, Heydrich was greatly overburdened with work at this time and finally accepted his refusal. But 10 minutes later, Heydrich gave orders that Mehlhorn was to be assigned to a difficult and subordinate post in the east. At 10 o'clock on September 1, 1939, Hitler addressed the Reichstag and the German people. When I heard his justification for the German advance into Poland, which had begun that morning, numerous Polish attacks on German territory among others, an attack by regular Polish troops on the Gleiwitz transmitter, I must admit I could still hardly believe my ears. Just over 4 hours earlier, Hitler had given orders for the offensive against Poland to begin. The Second World War had started. On September 3, 3 special trains left Berlin for Poland. One was the Führer's, aboard which were Hitler, General Keitel, Major General Jodl, and the entire staff of the 3 Wehrmacht sections. Another was Special Train Göring, carrying the Air Marshal and his staff. The third was Special Train Heinrich, with Himmler, von Ribbentrop, and Dr. Lammers, Secretary of the Reich Chancellery, aboard. I had been assigned to Himmler's train as the representative of the Reichssicherheitshauptamt Arsch 8, the Supreme National Security Board, set up not long before under the joint control of Himmler and Heydrich. This was a top-level committee for the coordination and direction of the various police departments of the state and the police and intelligence departments of the party, SD. I had been appointed head of Department IVE, Counter-Espionage Inland, within this new organization, and it was as its representative that I was to serve on Himmler's train. Himmler wanted a qualified person in his entourage to deal with the courier mail arriving every day and to maintain the closest and speediest communications by courier, wireless and telephone between the special trains and Heydrich in Berlin. Also, someone had to be at hand who could deal on the spot with urgent intelligence matters. When Heydrich told me of this appointment, he added, "I want you to be most careful, the floor is damn slippery. You will have to work in continual contact with Himmler's chief of staff, Gruppenführer Wolf. Himmler can't live without his little Wolfie. Wolf's adjutants are a pretty unpleasant lot, but don't pay too much attention to them. Their barks are worse than their bites." Knowing Heydrich, I realized from this how deep was his aversion to Wolf, and most important, Heydrich went on, is the need for you to get to know the Reichsführer of the SS personally, and I'm giving you my own secretary. You'll find that you'll have quite a bit of work to do on this trip. The past days had been exhausting, and now there was this assignment which did not please me at all. It would take me away from my new task, the direction of the counter-espionage department, which I had just taken over and in which I had become completely absorbed. On the other hand, my interest grew increasingly. Once I realized the opportunities the assignment offered, I would be at the supreme command post where I would get to know and watch those actually in control of this mighty machine. My reception on Special Train Heinrich was courteous but noticeably cool. I was kept rather at a distance, almost as if I were an interloper. I decided that my best bet anyhow to start with would be to remain unnoticed and keep in the background as much as possible, then slowly and naturally to become part of this new environment. But unfortunately, the secretary Heydrich had placed at my disposal made this difficult. She was extremely efficient and diplomatic, but she was well over 6 feet tall. She stood out above the crowd like a lighthouse, and for me to remain unnoticed while I was with her was hardly possible. I had presented myself to Himmler and Wolf, his chief of staff, on the first day. The second day I made my first report to Himmler at 11 o'clock. I confess I felt somewhat nervous and ill at ease. He sat so that I could not see his eyes behind their glistening pince-nez, and his face remained an impenetrable mask. At the end I was curtly dismissed. Every day it was the same. I never knew whether he agreed with the opinion I was expressing, whether I was proceeding in the right manner, or even whether he was at all interested in what I was saying. After several days, however, I realized that this was precisely his purpose. He wanted me to find my own way. Now it became increasingly clear to me that my assignment to this inner circle had a purpose quite different from the one mentioned by Heydrich. I was being put through a planned and thorough testing process, and this putting me through my paces seemed to amuse Himmler especially. This man Himmler, whom I now faced every day, was after Hitler the most powerful man in the Reich, yet I could not describe him otherwise than as the archetype of the German schoolmaster. No simile could be more apt. He was like a schoolmaster who graded the lessons of his pupils with finicky exactitude, and for each answer would have liked to enter a mark in his class book. His whole personality expressed bureaucratic precision, industry and loyalty. However, To judge Himmler only from this studiously preserved facade would be misleading, as I was to find out later on. In the meantime, special train Heinrichs had brought us to Breslau, and from there we rolled on in the direction of Katowice and into Poland. The earlier reserve of my new colleagues had relaxed as I gradually gained their confidence, and by this time I was greeted with friendly hulos whenever I entered the work carriage. The rattling of typewriters and the loud voices of those who were dictating created an almost unbearable din, even when the train was standing still, but it grew quite intolerable on top of the noise of the wheels. So I made myself a work table, using a crate covered by a blanket, in the spacious sleeper that had been reserved for me. Here I could do my work in peace. The information and communication service aboard the special trains functioned with remarkable efficiency. We had telegraph and wireless facilities, and at every stop we could get in touch immediately with any administrative office in the Reich. I made reports to Himmler regularly. At first he was impatient about their length, although I was as brief as possible. Then I evolved a system by which I stated the recommendation or request at the beginning, and then described briefly the pertinent details. Himmler expressed his approval of this form of reporting, but through Gruppenführer Wolf, characteristically not giving praise or blame directly to any individual. Later, I gained a further insight into this peculiarity of Himmler's behavior. In a way, it was a type of cowardice, not that he was afraid to praise or blame. He could be pretty tough on occasions, but it really went against his nature to express an opinion. It was safer for someone else to be in the position of having been at fault. If time proved that some criticism had been wrong or blame misplaced, a subordinate could always be found to have erred. This system gave Himmler an air of aloofness, of being above ordinary conflicts. It made him the final arbiter. Only when he displayed the same characteristic in dealing with important political decisions did I realize its danger. I continued to make my reports in this form, trying to keep them as brief as possible. It was really Himmler himself who now began to prolong the interviews by questioning and promoting discussion, and I realized that in line with all his actions he was pursuing a definite aim. He wanted to test my general education and background and at the same time display the universality of his own interests and knowledge. I felt as though I were once more facing my old headmaster. One incident will always remain in my memory. We were in the Posen area at that time. The Führer's train and Himmler's special train Heinrich were standing not far apart. Himmler was to appear for a discussion of the general situation with Hitler at 11:30. I had finished giving him my report, and as he was putting on his overcoat, his dear little wolf came in. "The Reichsführer SS will really have to hurry," he said, throwing a reproachful glance in my direction. The train was standing on the open track, and the bottom step of the carriage was some way from the ground, so to bridge this gap the train commander had put a crate beneath the carriage door. As Himmler stepped down, peering short-sightedly through his pince-nez, I saw his foot go through the top of the crate, and he crashed head first to the ground, pince-nez, gloves, and peaked cap flying in all directions as he did so. Not without difficulty his leg was pulled out of the crate, his coat dusted, the peaked cap brushed, and the pince-nez restored. Then the group marched off, wrapped in the dark cloud of the enraged SS leader's displeasure. At lunch Wolf told me that I was to blame for everything, having delayed the Reichsführer until he was late, and therefore in a state of nervous haste, and that both he himself and the Reichsführer were most displeased with me. After the meal, Himmler asked me whether I had enough work to keep me busy. I replied that, as a rule, in the late afternoons and evenings I had some spare time. "Then please prepare reports for me, very briefly, on the following subjects: militia, or people's army. Will mass armies be decisive in the wars of the future, or will the decisive actions be carried out by smaller specialized units of the ground forces, the air arm, and the fleet? The military tradition or militarism, your own ideas on the new organization of the counter-espionage department." I felt as though I were taking my exams. I certainly had enough work to do now. There were also tours of the front-line areas, to which I had been invited and which I did not want to miss, as well as special assignments almost every day. I spent as much time as possible in the Führer's train, finding out all I could about what went on there. It was fascinating to be at the control panel of a great war machine operating at top speed. From this train the hand of the Nazi leadership intervened in all phases of German life and all sections of the nation. I met many able and industrious men among the higher executives. They were all intelligent and conscientious, but none of them ever dreamed that their part in the government of Germany would be submitted to the scrutiny of history. Unfortunately for the German people, indeed for the whole of Europe, the men at the top thought too much about history, or rather about the making of history, in the fantastic context of Hitler's obsession with the creation of a so-called thousand-year Reich. The special trains had meanwhile been moved to Düsseldorf, a seaside resort on the Baltic. From here numerous visits to the front lines were organized for Hitler, Himmler and their immediate staffs. They visited many of the chief battlefields, usually driving right up to the front, which ran unevenly across the North Polish plains. Towards Posen, the main bulk of the bravely fighting Polish army was being encircled ever more tightly by a German pincer movement and broken up by Luftwaffe attacks. Within 10 days the Poles were finished. There was always the same spectacle along the country roads. Great stretches of land to right and left were wholly untouched by the fury of war. Villages, farmhouses and churches all lay in deep peace. But on the roads the continuous traffic of war rolled along, lorries, armored cars, tanks, motorcycles, all moving towards the front. And in the opposite direction, the unending stream of prisoners, exhausted by battle, strain and hunger, trudged apathetically towards the hard fate lying in store for them. Ambulances sped by bearing the wounded, both of friend and foe. Control points set up by the military police and other obstacles created huge traffic jams in which even the Führer's column was sometimes forced to halt. Then there were those brief stretches of countryside where the battle line had held fast, and the artillery and dive bombers had ravaged the fields, mown down the trees and razed the houses. Never shall I forget the harbour town of Dynia, which we entered shortly after its fall. I was deeply struck by the total destruction of the residential districts, and I could not help asking myself why the Wehrmacht had carried the war into these parts. Until then, I had had no real conception of what total war meant. On these tours, we usually started out for the front at 9 or 10 in the morning and would return to the train towards nightfall. We had to supply our own provisions, sandwiches, thermos flasks of hot tea, and cognac to fortify us against the increasingly cold weather. As the SS adjutants were already overburdened with other duties, it was my job to secure these provisions. One day we returned so early that a lot of our food and drink had hardly been touched. The next day we were called out early and the thermos flasks were not ready. I only had time to take what was left over from the previous day, a bottle of cognac, half full, and 2 packets of sandwiches, which I had placed near a window, hoping they would remain fresh overnight. After driving for about 2 hours in the open car, Himmler asked for something to eat, so Gruppenführer Wolf took a packet of sandwiches from me and they both began to eat. They had already got through the first packet when they happened to look at the second. The rest of the sandwiches were all covered with green mold. Himmler's face grew even greener as he tried desperately not to be sick. I quickly offered him some cognac. Usually he did not drink, at the most 2 or 3 glasses of table wine, but he took a deep gulp and then, as he recovered, fixed me with a steely glance. I was prepared for the worst. I notice you ate none of the sandwiches yourself, I hastened to explain, but there was a terrible look in his eyes as he thanked me for restoring his life with the cognac after having tried to poison him. By this time the German armies were closing in on Warsaw, and we went by plane to watch this last and most exciting phase of the campaign. We flew along the Vistula down to the Bug, over the so-called Land of the Four Rivers, Pisa, Naru, Vistula, and San. Most of the countryside over which we flew appeared completely untouched by war. After landing very near Warsaw, we inspected 2 heavily damaged Polish armored trains which had been put out of action by Stukas. Hitler climbed about among the wreckage, inspecting everything very closely. 3 or 4 bombs had landed near the trains and had torn huge craters in the earth. After estimating the number of hits and near hits, he ordered that the bomb sight of the Stukas should be improved. He personally measured the thickness of the train's armor plate with a ruler and inspected the armament, the caliber of the guns, etc. He insisted on seeing everything for himself as he clambered about with Keitel running after him, puffing and sweating. Dr. Morell, Hitler's personal physician, had come along on this flight at Hitler's request. For some of the time we had flown through very rough weather, and Morell was extremely sick. I had always disliked him, but it was really pathetic to see this man sitting there, a picture of woe, looking green and helpless in spite of all his pills and injections. Later we watched the artillery, who were still fully engaged, though the officers reporting on the situation said that the resistance of the defenders had greatly declined. Already German infantry spearheads had penetrated the outskirts of the city. Our artillery were firing one full salvo after another, and the noise was deafening. From time to time Polish shells landed in our vicinity, but Hitler paid no attention. He rejected well-meant suggestions that he should leave the zone of fire, insisting that he wanted to see everything for himself. After 3 or 4 hours, we returned to our planes. Hitler's aircraft had already taken off when we discovered that Dr. Morell was not with us. Finally, he arrived accompanied by 2 soldiers. He was dripping with sweat, and his escort told us they had found him in a small wood, literally in full flight. Obviously, he was attempting to make a long detour in order to avoid the zone of fire and had lost his way. Finally, we took off. A great pall of smoke and dust lay over Warsaw, as again and again fresh squadrons of bombers in close formation like swarms of hornets flew over the city, raining death and destruction upon it. On the way back, Himmler asked me to join him at supper. We had a lengthy discussion about Dr. Morell and finally decided on his immediate and complete surveillance. Himmler also talked to me about our relations with the Russians. In accordance with secret clauses of our agreement with them of August 23, 1939, they were to occupy their zone of Poland on September 18. He also told me that we were turning over the Baltic states to the Russians and said that I should begin to consider security measures for the new frontier. He would like me to consider whether the Russians were likely now to decrease their intelligence activities or conduct them even more intensively. When I had reached an opinion, I should make a report giving my reasons. I was astonished. That question can be answered immediately. I said, they will intensify their intelligence activities with all the means in their power. No doubt they will try to infiltrate their agents among the Baltic Germans and the other minority groups which are being repatriated. On September 28, Heydrich arrived at our special train to supervise personally all security measures for Hitler's proposed visit to Warsaw. Upon the capitulation of the city on September 29, we left the special trains for a few days and traveled to Warsaw by road. Our 3-day stay in the capital made one of the deepest and most disturbing impressions on me of all my war experiences. I was shocked at what had become of the beautiful city I had known, ruined and burnt-out houses, starving and grieving people. The nights were already unpleasantly chilly, and a pall of dust and smoke hung over the city, and everywhere there was the sweetish smell of burnt flesh. There was no running water anywhere. In 1 or 2 streets, isolated resistance by Polish nationalist bands was being continued. Elsewhere, everything was quiet. Warsaw was a dead city. On October 1, a great military parade was held for Hitler. Afterwards, we went to the Warsaw airport, now repaired by our engineers and in use again. 2 great tents had been erected for the leaders and their entourage, and we had a quick meal. Immediately afterwards, Hitler took off for Berlin. I was able to drive back in my own car as it had been sent to Warsaw. In Berlin, I spent 2 days discussing counter-espionage problems with my experts and looking over Polish Secret Service documents which had been captured. The amount of information collected by the Poles, especially concerning Germany's production of armaments, was quite astonishing. I decided therefore to leave immediately for Dortmund to study on the spot the problem of industrial security in the Ruhr area. Dortmund is one of the centers of the German iron and steel industry, and after Essen and Düsseldorf was the most important arsenal of the German war effort in the Ruhr. It was a typical industrial city, grey with smoke, crowded and filled with driving energy. When I arrived, I was thoroughly dismayed by the state in which I found our counter-espionage office. There were 5 special agents and several assistants and secretaries. One of the agents was entirely occupied in conducting a paper war with Berlin, useless scribbling which filled filing cabinets but did not catch spies. And these 5 specialists were responsible for the whole area around Dortmund, with its population of 3.5 million and almost 400 industrial establishments engaged in secret war work. The next few weeks were filled with meetings with the directors and managers of the war industries, and with the government and military inspection offices. I began to work out a program to deal with the problems in the area and to rectify the shortcomings of our organization. I was about to go to Berlin to make a report on this when a most interesting investigation was brought to my attention. It concerned a works superintendent who had been employed by an armaments firm for 18 years. He was born a Pole, but had spent most of his life in Germany and had acquired German nationality. He was an expert on the manufacture of gun barrels and was in charge of that department at the plant. He therefore had access to the blueprints and drawings of the newest anti-tank guns and also of new recoil mechanisms and gun carriages. One evening, two of the plant engineers happened to need a certain drawing. On going to the safe, they found that the plans of the newest anti-tank gun were missing. On investigation, they discovered that the Polish superintendent had taken the drawing home with him. They immediately informed the local counter-espionage office, who passed the information on to me. I ordered that the foreman be placed under surveillance at once and a check maintained on the contents of the safe so that we could know what blueprints were removed and for how long. For 4 nights, nothing was taken from the safe, but on the 5th night, 7 blueprints were missing. Meanwhile, a thorough investigation of the foreman's background had revealed the following information. He had been born near Kalisz in Poland, had been apprenticed to an ironmonger, and had become a turner. He had worked in various ironworks in Upper Silesia, and had settled in the Ruhr in 1924. His excellent references and his technical experience, as well as his ability to manage men, had soon gained him the confidence of his employers. He was extremely industrious and highly intelligent. He was married, had 3 children, and lived very quietly and respectably. From time to time he met some of his Polish compatriots, who also visited him at his house. According to his neighbors, they usually spoke Polish on these occasions, and the missing blueprints were the only things that might rouse suspicion. His neighbors all agreed that he lived well within his means. The night the 7 blueprints were missing, the agents carrying out the investigation reported that 2 men had come to visit the superintendent at midnight and were still at his house. I decided that the time had come to act. I myself directed the operation. After all the windows and doors of the house had been covered, we forced the door of the kitchen, which was on the ground floor, and rushed into the living room, where we found the 3 men. We had moved so swiftly that they had not even had time to rise from their chairs, but sat staring with terror into the muzzles of our pistols. The missing blueprints were lying in front of them on the table. We arrested all 3 of them, searched them, and then searched the house and arrested the remaining members of the family. During the first hours of cross-examination, enough information was gained to justify some further arrests. All in all, we picked up 16 persons. The superintendent had been working for the Polish Secret Service for the past 11 years, and it was on their advice that he had adopted German nationality. He did not work for pay, but was motivated solely by patriotism, and it was the disaster that had befallen his country which had also brought about his own doom. He had always been appalled by the almost criminal optimism of his compatriots in their foolish underestimation of German military strength, and in order to correct this view he had sought, especially during the last months, to give Warsaw a clearer insight into the high quality and tremendous quantity of German arms production. When war began, his contact with Warsaw had been broken off, but he had been told that a courier would get in touch with him to collect new material before the end of September, no matter what the military or political situation might be at that time, so Warsaw had said. Of the 2 other men we had arrested at the house, one was a distant relative who came at night to help him copy the drawings, the other an officer of the Polish Secret Service. He had had special training in industrial espionage and traveled as the representative of a fictitious firm selling industrial oil and grease. Until the outbreak of war, he had been in continual contact with an assistant of the Polish military attaché in Berlin, through whom the material was passed on to Warsaw. On the evening that we descended on the house, he and the Polish superintendent had arranged to meet once more to agree on a plan for future activities. They had decided to cease all espionage work for the present and wait until they received further orders from the Polish underground army, which was now being formed and with which the intelligence officer was already in touch. In view of the large Polish population working in the Ruhr area, numbering about 200,000 at the outbreak of the war, they might still be able to do valuable work. The superintendent also decided to try to establish connections with the Polish prisoners of war who were now being sent to work in the factories. At the trial, experts gave evidence of the grave damage to Germany's military strength which the activities of the Ring had inflicted. About 1.5 trunks full of secret drawings had been shipped to Poland by them. Of the 16 accused, all but 2 were found guilty of espionage on behalf of Poland, and as their last criminal acts had been committed after the outbreak of war, the 3 chief defendants were sentenced to death. I must confess that I was forced to admire the supreme calm with which this Polish patriot received the verdict. He had given his life and the happiness of his family for his country. When I parted from him, his last words to me were, "Today Germany is triumphant, but in the end, who knows, the Venlo incident." Contact with the British Secret Service, my identity changed. First meeting with Best and Stevens, the Dutch customs suspicious, our second meeting and the Western powers' proposals, negotiations held up, the plan of abduction, Best and Stevens kidnapped. Back in Berlin, I reported to Heydrich on my experiences in the Ruhr and pointed out how inadequate the few counter-espionage agents were in that enormously important area. Heydrich listened attentively. "You will have an opportunity of changing all that," he said. "But before you can get on with it, I have another task for you. For several months now, we have maintained a very interesting contact directly with British intelligence. By placing misleading material in their hands, we have succeeded in penetrating their organization. The point has now arrived when we must decide whether we want to continue this game or break it off and be satisfied with what we have learned. I feel you are the right man to take over this affair, and I want you to get all the material on it immediately and study it carefully, form your own opinions, and then give me your recommendations." I at once got hold of all the relevant documents which revealed the following situation. For several years a German secret agent, F479, had been working in the Netherlands. He had originally been a political refugee, and by continuing to pose as one after he began working for us, he was able to make contact with the British Secret Service. He pretended to have connections with a strong opposition group within the Wehrmacht, which greatly interested the British. His influence became so great that his reports were sent direct to London, and through him, we were able to infiltrate a continual stream of misleading intelligence. He had also built up a network of informants of his own, and had managed to establish contact with the 12e Bureau. After the outbreak of war, British intelligence showed even greater interest in establishing contact with this alleged opposition group. They thought they might be able to exploit the activities of this officer's conspiracy to bring about the overthrow of the Hitler regime. At the time I was called in, this operation had reached a crucial stage. The British had been promised direct discussions with a high-ranking representative of the opposition group. After careful study of the case and long discussions with those who had been conducting it, I came to the conclusion that it would be advantageous to continue the game. I therefore decided to go to Holland myself to meet the agents of the British Secret Service, adopting for this purpose the identity of Hauptmann Schemmel of the Transport Department of the OKW. I had found out that there really was such a Hauptmann in the Transport Department, and I saw to it that he was sent on an extensive journey in the eastern areas. Having secured approval of my plans, I went to Düsseldorf, where I established residence in a small private house. These lodgings had been equipped, however, for Secret Service work, having direct telegraphic and telephonic connections with the central office in Berlin. Berlin was meanwhile to contact our agent F479 and instruct him to arrange a meeting between Hauptmann Schemmel and the British agents. Unfortunately, circumstances made it impossible for me to meet F479 beforehand and discuss arrangements with him, so I had to leave everything to his skill and ingenuity. There was, of course, a considerable element of risk in this, but that is something which cannot be avoided in Secret Service work. Further information was sent to me in Düsseldorf by AML from Berlin, and I studied it carefully. I had to master the story completely, memorize every detail of the fictitious conspiracy we had planned, and the names and relationships between the various people, as well as all the available information on the British agents whom I was to meet. I had also secured an exact and detailed report on Hauptmann Schemmel, his background, his way of life, his behavior and appearance. For instance, he always wore a monocle, so I had to wear one too, which was not difficult as I am short-sighted in my right eye. The more inside knowledge of the group I possessed, the more chance I had of gaining the confidence of the British, for of course the smallest mistake would immediately arouse their suspicions. On October 20 at 6 o'clock in the evening, a message finally came through, meeting arranged for October 21 in Zutphen, Holland. One of our agents was to accompany me. He knew the background of the affair well, for he had been in charge of Agent F-479 at various times. We made a final check of our passports and the registration papers of our car. The German Customs and Frontier Police had been instructed not to ask us unnecessary questions. We had very little baggage, and I took special care checking our clothes and laundry for any signs that might betray our identity. Neglect of small details of this kind can cause the best laid Secret Service plans to fail. In the evening I received a call, much to my surprise, from Heydrich. He told me that he had secured full authorization for me to carry on the negotiations in whatever manner I thought best. I had complete freedom of movement. Finally he said, "I want you to be very careful. It would be too stupid if something should happen to you. But in case anything does go wrong, I've alerted all posts along the front. I want you to call me immediately you get back." I was surprised by this show of concern. However, I realized that it was based not so much on human feelings as on purely practical considerations. Early in the morning on October 21, we drove to the Dutch border. It was a dark and rainy day. My companion drove while I sat beside him, lost in thought. I could not suppress a feeling of uneasiness, more especially because I had had no chance to speak to F-479, and as we drew near the frontier this feeling of uncertainty increased. The formalities at the German border were dispatched quickly and easily. The Dutch, however, were more troublesome, insisting on a thorough inspection, but in the end we were passed through without much difficulty. When we arrived in Zutphen, a large Buick was waiting for us at the appointed meeting place. The man sitting behind the wheel introduced himself as Captain Best of British Intelligence. After a brief exchange of courtesies, I got in beside him and we drove off, my companion following in my car. Captain Best, who incidentally also wore a monocle, spoke excellent German, and we very soon established friendly relations. Our common interest in music, the captain apparently was a very good violinist, helped to break the ice. The conversation was so pleasant that after a little while I felt I could almost have forgotten the purpose of my journey. But though I may have appeared outwardly calm, I was inwardly tense as I waited for Captain Best to broach the matter that we were to discuss. But apparently he did not wish to do so until we got to Arnhem, where his colleagues, Major Stevens and Lieutenant Coppens, were to join us. When we arrived there, they got into the car, and we drove on. The discussion took place while the Buick rolled through the Dutch countryside. They accepted me apparently without reservations as the representative of a strong opposition group within the highest spheres of the German army. I told them that the head of this group was a German general, but that I was not free to divulge his name at this stage of the negotiations. Our aim was the forcible removal of Hitler and the setting up of a new regime. My purpose in these conversations was to explore the attitude of the British government towards a new government controlled by the German army, and whether they would be willing to enter into a secret agreement with our group which would lead to a peace treaty once we were in power. The British officers assured me that His Majesty's government were definitely interested in our enterprise and that their government attached the greatest importance to preventing a further extension of the war and to the attainment of peace. They would welcome the removal of Hitler and his regime. Furthermore, they offered us all the aid and support within their power. As far as any political commitments and agreements were concerned, they were not at this point authorized to enter into anything of the kind. However, if it were possible that the leader of our group or any other German general could be present at our next meeting, they believed they would be able to present a more binding declaration on the part of His Majesty's government. They assured me that they were in direct contact at all times with the Foreign Office and with Downing Street. It was clear that I had definitely gained the confidence of the British officers. We agreed to renew our conversations on October 30 at the Central Office of British Intelligence in The Hague. I promised them that I would be there to meet them at that time, and after we had had a meal together, we parted on the best of terms. The return journey and the frontier crossings were uneventful. As soon as I arrived in Düsseldorf, I called Berlin to tell them of my return. They ordered me to report there in person at once and discuss further steps in the affair. I arrived in Berlin in the evening, and after a discussion which lasted late into the night, it was left entirely to me to work out the further conduct of the negotiations. I was also given a free hand to choose suitable collaborators. During the next few days I worked out my plans. I was accustomed to spend most of my free time in the peaceful atmosphere of the house of my best friend, Professor Max de Krunis of Berlin University and director of the psychiatric department of the famous Charité Hospital. It was a most pleasant and cultivated household, and for years I had been received there like a son. I had my own room and could come and go as I pleased. That day, while I was working out my plans, de Krunis came to my room and insisted that I should go riding with him. The fresh air would clear my head. We were cantering briskly along when I was suddenly struck by an idea. I told de Krunis about the operation in Holland and asked him whether he could come to The Hague with me. De Krunis, who was a colonel in the medical corps of the German army, was born at Graz in Austria and was considerably older than I. Elegant, stately, highly intelligent and cultured, he was ideally suited for the role I had in mind, and his slight Austrian accent would make him still more convincing. I would introduce him at our next meeting with the British as the right hand of the leader of our opposition group. De Krunis readily agreed to go with me, and in due course my plan was approved by the Central Office. On October 29, de Krunis and I and the agent who had accompanied me to the first meeting left Berlin for Düsseldorf, where we spent the night and made our final preparations. I had decided that for the rest of the journey we would not talk about our mission, so that this was our final briefing. De Krunis and I agreed upon a system of signs by which I could communicate with him during the discussion with the British. If I removed my monocle with my left hand, it meant that he was to stop talking at once and let me take over the conversation. If I removed it with my right, it meant that I needed his support. The sign for an immediate breaking off of the conversation would be for me to say that I had a headache. Before we set out, I carefully checked de Krunis's luggage. This time we had no difficulty in crossing the border. At Arnhem, we drove to a crossroads where we were to meet our British friends at noon. When we reached the spot at 2 minutes to 12, they had not arrived. We waited half an hour without anything happening. The half hour became 3/4 of an hour as we slowly drove up and down the street, our nervousness increasing every minute, and still nothing happened. De Krunis, unaccustomed to situations of this sort, was, of course, the most nervous of us, and I tried to calm him. Suddenly we saw 2 Dutch policemen slowly approaching our car. One of them asked us in Dutch what we were doing there. The agent who accompanied us replied that we were waiting for friends. The policeman shook his head, climbed into our car, and ordered us to drive to the police station. To all appearances it seemed that we had fallen into a trap. The main thing now was to keep calm and retain our self-control. At the police station we were treated very politely, but in spite of all our protests they searched our persons and our luggage. They were very thorough about it, each article of de Krunis's toilet kit, for instance, being examined with great care. While they were doing this, I was examining our luggage even more carefully, for I suddenly realized that I had been so preoccupied with de Krunis at Düsseldorf that I failed to check the luggage of the agent who accompanied us. His toilet kit lay open on a table near me, and now I saw to my horror that it contained a roll of aspirin tablets wrapped in the official German army packing, with a label on which was printed SS Sanitäts Hauptamt, Main Medical Office of the SS. I pushed my own luggage, which had already been examined, closer to the toilet kit, at the same time glancing round to see whether I was observed. Quickly I grabbed the roll of aspirins and at the same moment dropped a hairbrush under the table. As I bent down to pick it up, I put the tablets into my mouth. They were truly bitter pills, and some of the paper that was round them stuck in my throat, so that I had to drop the hairbrush again and pretend to search for it under the table while I tried to choke everything down. Fortunately, all this passed unnoticed. Then the interrogation began. Where did we come from? Where were we going? Who were these friends we were to meet? What sort of business were we going to discuss? I replied that I refused to answer anything until we had had an opportunity to consult a lawyer. I also complained forcibly about the manner in which we were being treated. They were going too far. There was no possible justification for all this. They had seen that our papers and our luggage were in order, and they had no right to detain us. I became intentionally rude and arrogant, and it seemed to work. Several of the policemen became visibly unsure of themselves, but the others were determined to continue the examination. We had been wrangling for almost an hour and a half when suddenly the door opened and Lieutenant Coppens came in. He showed the policeman some papers. I tried to see what they were, but did not manage to get a look at them, whereupon the attitude of the police changed at once. With the most profound apologies, they released us. When we came out of the police station, we saw Captain Best and Major Stevens sitting in the Buick. They explained that it had all been a terrible mistake. They had waited for us at the wrong crossroads and then had spent a long time looking for us. Again and again they apologized, saying what a painfully embarrassing misunderstanding the whole thing had been. It was immediately clear to me, of course, that the whole affair had been arranged by them. They had used the arrest, the search, and the examination as an excellent means of checking us over to reassure themselves about our identity. I felt that we had better be prepared for further tests of one sort or another. After a fast drive, we reached The Hague, where we went to a large room in the offices of Major Stevens. Here our talks began, with Captain Best doing most of the talking. After a detailed and thorough discussion, we finally agreed on the following points. The political overthrow of Hitler and his closest assistants was to be followed immediately by the conclusion of peace with the Western powers. The terms were to be the restoration of Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Poland to their former status, the renunciation of Germany's economic policies, and her return to the gold standard. The possibility of a return to Germany of the colonies she had held before the First World War was one of the most important subjects of our discussion. This has always been of special interest to me, and I kept coming back to it again and again. I pointed out how vitally important it was to everyone that Germany should have a safety valve for her surplus population, otherwise German pressure against her borders in the east and in the west must continue to create an element of danger in Central Europe. Our partners in the discussion recognized the validity of this and agreed that a solution should be found to meet Germany's demands. They felt that a formula could be found that would secure for Germany the necessary economic rights and advantages, and which could be reconciled politically with the present system of mandates. At the conclusion of the discussion, we set down these results in the form of an aide memoir. Major Stevens then went to inform London by telephone of our conclusions. After about half an hour, he returned and stated that there had been a positive reaction in London, but that the agreement would still have to be discussed with Lord Halifax, the Foreign Minister. This would be done at once, and we could count on a definite decision during the course of the evening. At the same time, a binding agreement on our part would be necessary, which would represent a definite and final decision of the German opposition, and would also include a time limit. The talks had lasted approximately 3.5 hours. Towards the end, I had developed a genuine headache, mainly because I had smoked too many strong English cigarettes and was not accustomed to them. While Major Stevens was speaking to London, I went to refresh myself in the washroom and let the cool water run over my wrists. I was standing there lost in thought when Captain Best, who had entered without my noticing, suddenly said in a soft voice behind me, "Tell me, do you always wear a monocle?" It was fortunate that he could not see my face, for I could feel myself blushing. After a second, I regained control of myself and replied calmly, "You know, I've been meaning to ask you the same question." Afterwards, we drove to the villa of one of Best's Dutch associates, where 3 comfortable rooms had been prepared for us. We rested for a while and then changed, for we had been invited to dinner at Best's home. Best's wife, the daughter of a Dutch soldier, General Van Ries, was a well-known portrait painter, and the conversation at dinner was pleasant and lively. Stevens came in later, explaining that his duties had detained him. He drew me aside and told me that he had received an affirmative reply from London. The whole thing was a great success. Our agent, F479, was also invited to the dinner, and for a few minutes I was able to talk to him undisturbed. He was very nervous and could hardly stand the tension any longer. I tried to reassure him and said that if he found a pretext to return to Germany, I would use all my influence to straighten things out for him with the authorities in Berlin. The dinner was excellent. I have never tasted such marvelous oysters. Best made a brief and amusing after-dinner speech, to which de Crini's replied with all his Viennese charm. The general conversation after dinner proved most interesting, and through it I gained a greater insight into the attitude of the British towards the war. They had not undertaken it lightly and would fight to the bitter end. Indeed, if Germany were successful in invading Britain, they would carry on the war from Canada. We also talked of music and painting, and it was quite late when we drove back to the villa. Unfortunately, my headache had not left me, so before retiring, I asked my host for some aspirins. Several minutes later, a charming young lady came to my room with some tablets and a glass of lemonade. She began talking to me and asked a number of questions. I felt quite relieved when I finally managed to maneuver her out of my room without actually being impolite. After the strain and exertions of the day, I was in no state of mind to satisfy her curiosity with safety. In the morning, I met de Grinis for a moment in the bathroom. He was beaming and said in his broadest Viennese dialect, "Well, well, these chaps really can make things move, can't they?" There was an ample Dutch breakfast to fortify us for the homeward journey. At 9 o'clock, a car collected us to take us to a brief final meeting which was held in the offices of a Dutch firm, in reality a cover firm of the British Secret Service, the N.V. Handels, Dienstweer Het Continent, Continental Trade Service at WWII. We were given an English transmitting and receiving set and a special code with which we could maintain contact with the English Secret Service station at The Hague. The call number was ON-4. Lieutenant Coppens gave us credentials that instructed the Dutch authorities to assist the bearers to call a secret telephone number in The Hague. I believe it was 556-331, to protect us against any recurrence of unpleasant incidents, such as that of the previous day. After we had agreed to arrange the time and place of the next meeting by wireless, Captain Best accompanied us to the border, which again we crossed without difficulty. This time we did not stop in Düsseldorf, but drove straight to Berlin. The next day I made my report and suggested that I should try to continue negotiations with the aim of going to London. During the following week, on 3 occasions, the British asked us to fix a date for the next talks. We were in daily communication with them by wireless over ON4, which functioned perfectly. But by November 6 no directive had been received from Berlin, and I began to fear that we would lose contact with the British. I therefore decided to go ahead on my own initiative. I agreed to meet them on November 7, and we finally arranged a rendezvous in a cafe near the frontier at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this meeting I explained to Best and Stevens that my trip to Berlin had taken longer than I had expected, and that unfortunately the German opposition had been unable to reach a final decision. I then suggested that it might be best if I accompanied the general, the fictitious leader of the group, to London, where final discussions on the highest level could be held with the British government. The British agents saw nothing against this and said they could have a courier plane ready the next day at the Dutch airport of Schiphol to take us to London. In the end, we agreed that I would try to bring the leader of the German opposition to a meeting next day at the same time and place. I returned to Düsseldorf, but there was still no directive from Berlin and no permission to continue the conversations. I sent an urgent request to Berlin, warning them that without a decisive step of one sort or another, my situation was becoming untenable. I received the reply that Hitler had not yet made a decision, but was inclined to break off the negotiations. He felt that they had gone far enough already. Apparently, any discussion about his overthrow, even though it were bogus, made the Führer uncomfortable. So I sat in Düsseldorf, feeling impotent and frustrated, but the game intrigued me so much that I decided to go ahead. I got through to The Hague by wireless and confirmed the meeting for the next day. I must confess that at that moment I had no idea what sort of story I would tell my British friends. I realized that I was placing myself in a very ticklish position. If I aroused their suspicions in any way, they could easily have me arrested again. The whole affair might come to a most unpleasant end, but I was determined to go on with the negotiations at all costs. I was angry with Berlin, although I knew that they had good reason for being hesitant. Hitler had tentatively set November 14 as the date for his attack on the West. The bad weather prevailing at that time may have been the main reason for abandoning this plan, but Himmler admitted later that my negotiations with the British agents might have been a contributing factor. I spent a sleepless night, all sorts of plans whirling confusedly through my mind. At breakfast, I glanced at the morning papers. The headlines proclaimed that the King of the Belgians and the Queen of the Netherlands had made a joint offer to attempt to negotiate between the belligerents. I breathed a sigh of relief. This was the solution to my immediate problem. I would simply tell the British agents at today's meeting that the German opposition had decided to wait and see how Hitler would respond to the Dutch-Belgian proposal. I would add that illness prevented the leader of the opposition from attending today's meeting, but that he would certainly be there tomorrow and would probably still wish to go to London. That was my plan for today's conversations. In the morning, I had a talk with the man I had selected to play the role of the general, the leader of our opposition group. He was an industrialist but held a high honorary rank in the army and was a leader of the SS. In fact, he was admirably suited for the part. In the afternoon I crossed the border once more. This time I had to wait for 3/4 of an hour in the cafe. I noticed that I was being watched very closely by several persons pretending to be harmless civilians. It was clear that the British had again become suspicious. Finally they arrived. It was a rather short meeting this time, and I had no difficulty in presenting the situation to them as I had it planned that morning, thus explaining the delay. Their suspicions were entirely dissipated, and when we said au revoir to each other, the warm cordiality of the previous meetings had been re-established. Back in Düsseldorf that evening, an SS leader called on me. He was in charge of a special detachment and had been sent by Berlin unobtrusively to safeguard my crossing of the frontier. He told me that in Berlin they were very worried about my safety. He had been ordered to block off the whole sector of the frontier and cover all Dutch border police in the area. If the Dutch had tried to arrest me, the situation would have become very difficult, for his orders were that on no account was he to let me fall into the hands of the enemy, and a serious incident might therefore have resulted. It gave me a rather strange feeling to hear this, especially when I thought of my plans for the next day, and what might have happened if I had not been able to speak to this SS leader beforehand. I told him that tomorrow I might drive away with the British agents, as my purpose was to go to London. If I went with them voluntarily, I would give him a sign. We also discussed the measures he should take in case my departure with the British was not voluntary. He assured me that the best men available had been selected from his detachment. I then had another talk with the industrialist who was to go with me and pose as the leader of the opposition group. We went over all the details very carefully, and it was midnight before I went to bed. I had taken a sleeping pill to ensure myself against another sleepless night and had sunk into a deep sleep when the insistent buzzing of the telephone awoke me. It was the direct line to Berlin. Drugged with sleep, I groped for the receiver and reluctantly grunted. "Hullo." At the other end I heard a deep, rather excited voice. "What did you say?" "Nothing so far," I replied. "Who am I speaking to?" The reply came sharply. "This is the Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler. Are you there at last?" My consternation struggling with my sleepiness, I replied with the habitual, "Yes, sir." "Well, listen carefully," Himmler continued. "Do you know what has happened?" "No, sir," I said, "I know nothing." "Well, this evening, just after the Führer's speech in the beer cellar 8, an attempt was made to assassinate him. A bomb went off. Luckily, he'd left the cellar a few minutes before. Several old party comrades have been killed, and the damage is pretty considerable. There's no doubt that the British Secret Service is behind it all. The Führer and I were already on his train to Berlin when we got the news. He now says, and this is an order, when you meet the British agents for your conference tomorrow, you are to arrest them immediately and bring them to Germany. This may mean a violation of the Dutch frontier, but the Führer says that's of no consequence. The SS detachment that's been assigned to protect you, which, by the way, you certainly don't deserve, not after the arbitrary and self-willed way you've been behaving, this detachment is to help you to carry out your mission. Do you understand everything?" "Yes, Reichsführer." "But there's no but," Himmler said sharply. "There's only the Führer's order which you will carry out." "Do you now understand?" I could only reply, "Yes, sir." I realized it would be quite senseless to try to argue at this point. Thus I was presented with a completely new situation and had to forget all about my great plan of continuing the negotiations in London. I immediately roused the SS leader of the special detachment and explained the Führer's order to him. He and his second in command were very doubtful about the plan and said it would be far from easy to carry it out. The terrain was not favorable for such an operation, and for several days the whole Venlo sector of the frontier had been so thoroughly covered by Dutch border guards and secret police that it would hardly be possible to carry the thing off without some shooting, and once shooting began you could never tell where it would end. Our great advantage lay in the element of surprise. Both the SS leaders thought that if we waited until the British agents had joined me at the cafe and we had sat down to begin our talks, it would be too late. The time to act would be the moment Best's Buick arrived. They had taken a good look at the car the previous day and were certain they would recognize it immediately. The moment the British arrived, our SS cars would break through the frontier barrier at great speed, arrest the Britishers in the street and haul them out of their own car into ours. The driver of the SS car was skilled at driving backwards. He would not even have to turn the car round, and this would give the SS men wider field of fire. At the same time, several men would advance to the right and left of the street to cover the flanks during the retreat. The SS leaders suggested that I personally should take no part whatever in the affair, but should wait for the British in the café. When I saw their car approaching, I should come out into the street as though to greet them. Then I was to get into my own car and immediately drive away. This plan sounded fine, and I agreed to it. However, I asked them to introduce me to the 12 men of the special detachment. I wanted all of them to get a good look at me. Captain Best, though he was slightly taller than I, was of about the same build, had a similar overcoat, and also wore a monocle, so I wanted to make certain that there would be no mistake. Between 1 and 2 o'clock, I crossed the frontier as usual. The agent who had accompanied me on previous trips was still with me, but I had left the man who was to play the general safely in the German customs office, for no one could say how the situation might develop. At the café we ordered an aperitif. There was quite a crowd in the place and unusually heavy traffic in the street, many of them cyclists, as well as some strange-looking men in civilian clothes, accompanied by police dogs. It seemed that our British friends had taken unusually thorough security measures for this meeting. I must admit that I felt pretty nervous, especially as time went on and there was still no sign of them. I began to wonder whether they had prepared a similar trick to the one they played on us at Arnhem. It was already after 3 o'clock and we had been waiting more than an hour. Suddenly I started. A grey car was approaching at high speed. I wanted to go outside, but my companion grasped my arm and held me back. "That's not the car," he said. I was afraid that the leader of the SS detachment might also be misled, but everything remained quiet. Having ordered a strong coffee, I had just taken the first sip and was glancing again at the clock. It was now nearly 3:20. When my companion said, "Here they come," we stood up. I told the waiter that some friends were arriving and we went out into the street, leaving our coats in the café. The big Bic was approaching at speed, then, braking hard, it turned off the road into the car park behind the café. I walked towards the car and was about 10 yards from it when I heard the sound of the SS car approaching. Suddenly there were shots and we heard shouting. The SS car, which had been parked behind the German customs house, had driven right through the barrier. The shots had been fired to add to the surprise and had reduced the Dutch frontier guards to such confusion that they ran about aimlessly and did nothing. Captain Best was driving the Buick and Lieutenant Coppens was sitting beside him. Coppens jumped out of the car at once, at the same time drawing out a heavy service revolver which he pointed at me. I, being completely unarmed, jumped to one side and tried to present a less prominent target. At this moment the SS car came skidding around the corner into the car park. Coppens, recognizing it as the greater danger, turned and fired several shots into the windscreen. I saw the glass shatter and crystalline threads spreading from the bullet holes. It is strange how vividly one notices details on such an occasion and how indelibly they remain etched in one's memory. I was certain Coppens must have hit the driver and the SS leader sitting beside him, yet it seemed like an eternity before anything else happened. Then suddenly I saw the lithe figure of the leader leap from the car. He had also drawn his pistol, and a regular duel developed between him and Coppens. I had no time to move and found myself between them. Both men shot with deliberation, aiming carefully. Then Coppens slowly lowered his gun and sank down on his knees. I heard the leader shouting at me, "Will you get the hell out of this? God knows why you haven't been hit." I turned and ran round the corner of the house towards my car. Looking back, I saw Best and Stevens being hauled out of the Buick like bundles of hay. As I rounded the corner, I suddenly found myself face to face with a huge SS subaltern, whom I had not seen before. He grabbed hold of me and thrust a huge pistol under my nose. It was obvious that he mistook me for Captain Best. Later I learned that against my express orders he had been added to the special detachment just before they left, and consequently did not know who I was. I pushed him back violently, shouting, "Don't be stupid, put that gun away." But he was obviously nervous and excited, and he grabbed hold of me again. I tried to fight him off, whereupon he aimed his gun at me. But in the same second that he pulled the trigger, his hand was knocked to one side, and the bullet missed my head by about 2 inches. I owed my life to the second SS leader's alertness. He had noticed what was happening and intervened just in time. I did not wait for any further explanations, but got into my car as quickly as I could and drove off, leaving it to the SS detachment to finish the operation. The plan was for everyone to return to Düsseldorf as fast as they could. I got there in about half an hour, and the SS leaders arrived about the same time. They reported to me as follows: Best and Stevens, as well as their Dutch driver, have been secured as ordered. From Lieutenant Coppen's papers, it transpires that he is not British at all, but is an officer of the Dutch General Staff. His real name is Klopp. Unfortunately, he was seriously wounded during the shooting and is at present under medical care. The other SS leader added, I'm sorry that I had to shoot Coppens, but he fired first. It was a question of his life or mine. I turned out to be the better shot. Coppens or Klopp later died of his wound in a Düsseldorf hospital. Best, Stevens, and their driver were brought to Berlin. Best and Stevens were held prisoner for the duration of the war and finally liberated in 1945. I tried several times to secure their freedom by having them exchanged for German POWs, but all these attempts were sharply rejected by Himmler until finally in 1943 he forbade me ever to bring up the matter again. Mention of it would remind Hitler of Elser, the man who planted the bomb in the beer cellar. Hitler still believed that there were others behind Elsa and considered it one of the greatest failures of the Gestapo that they were not able to uncover anything to prove this. Himmler had been glad that with the passing of time Hitler had forgotten the matter and did not want to remind him of it by bringing up Best and Stevens, who were linked in Hitler's mind with the beer cellar affair, investigating the beer cellar explosion. Hitler supervises the interrogation of Best and Stevens, confession of a suspect, awards for the Venlo incident. Hitler gives a dinner party, his assessment of the war situation, my own views invited, an interview with Elsa, the suspect. On November 11, I left Düsseldorf and drove to Berlin. I was dissatisfied with the outcome of the Venlo incident and still felt it would have been better if I could have continued the negotiations as I had wished. In Berlin I found the atmosphere extremely tense. The special commission to investigate the attempt on Hitler's life had just returned from Munich. The central office of the security service was like a hornet's nest into which someone had poked a stick. The whole machinery of the Gestapo and the criminal police had been set in motion, and all telegraph and telephone communications were blocked for any other business. I made my report on what happened at Venlo and was ordered to report to Himmler the next day and to bring with me the two SS leaders who had taken part in the operation. On that occasion I again expressed my dissatisfaction with the outcome of the affair, but however much I disagreed with my orders, I had carried them out successfully. I was ordered to write a detailed report for Hitler on the negotiations and the final operation, and was also ordered to assign the ablest and most experienced counter-espionage experts to the interrogation of the British intelligence officers, Best and Stevens. These interrogations were begun the next day. I laid special stress on absolutely correct and humane treatment, and I was able to reassure myself that my men treated the prisoners in the best possible manner. Unfortunately, orders began to come down from above almost at once. Hitler demanded that every evening the reports of the day's interrogation be shown to him personally. This meant that these reports had to be retyped on a special typewriter equipped with type 3 times the normal size, as Hitler's eyes were weak and he could only read very large print. He began to issue detailed directives on the handling of the case to Himmler, Heydrich, and me, and gave releases to the press. To my dismay, he became increasingly convinced that the attempt on his life had been the work of the British intelligence, and that Best and Stevens, working together with Otto Strasser, were the real organizers of this crime. Meanwhile, a carpenter by the name of Elser had been arrested while trying to escape over the Swiss border. The circumstantial evidence against him was very strong, and finally he confessed he had built an explosive mechanism into one of the wooden pillars of the beer cellar. It consisted of an ingeniously worked alarm clock which could run for 3 days and set off the explosive charge at any given time during that period. Elsa stated that he had first undertaken the scheme entirely on his own initiative, but that later on 2 other persons had helped him and had promised to provide him with a refuge abroad afterwards. He insisted, however, that the identity of neither of them was known to him. I thought it possible that the Black Front organization of Otto Strasser might have had something to do with the matter, and that the British Secret Service might also be involved. But to connect Best and Stevens with the beer cellar attempt on Hitler's life seemed to me quite ridiculous. Nevertheless, that was exactly what was in Hitler's mind. He announced to the press that Elsa and the officers of the British Secret Service would be tried together. In high places there was talk of a great public trial, to be staged with the full orchestra of the propaganda machine for the benefit of the German people. I tried to think of the best way to prevent this lunacy. In the meantime, new directives were continually being issued by Hitler. These made our work so much harder that often we were ready to tear our hair. For instance, within 24 hours he wanted a list of all the names of German émigrés in Holland whom the Abwehr military intelligence suspected of having relations with the British Secret Service, and so on. Several days later, at the Reich Chancellery, Hitler received the special detachment of the SS that had taken part in the Venlo operation. We marched into the courtyard in military formation and stood at attention while a guard of honor of the SS was drawn up in front of us. The whole thing was made into a solemn ceremony. We then marched into the Chancellery. It was the first time I had been there. The furnishings were excessively grandiose, but what I was most impressed by was the size of the rooms, and were conducted to Hitler's study, above the door of which hung a large portrait of Bismarck. Presently Hitler entered, affecting a firm, imperious stride, and placed himself in front of us, as though he were about to give a command. At first he said nothing, but stared piercingly at each one of us in turn. Then he spoke. He said he was grateful for our achievement, both as individuals and as a group. He was especially pleased by our resolution, initiative, and courage. The British Secret Service had a great tradition. Germany possessed nothing comparable to it. Therefore each success meant the building up of such a tradition and required even greater determination. The traitors who would stab Germany in the back during this most decisive struggle must be ruthlessly destroyed. The cunning and perfidy of the British Secret Service was known to the world, but it would avail them little unless Germans themselves were ready to betray Germany. In recognition of our achievement and of the fact that the conflict on the secret front was just as important as armed combat on the field of battle, he would now present decorations to members of the German Secret Service for the first time in its history. 4 of the men of the special detachment received the Iron Cross, first class, the rest the Iron Cross, second class. Hitler made the presentation in person, shaking each man's hand and adding a few appreciative words. Then he posted himself in front of us again in military fashion and raised his right arm. The investiture was at an end. We drove away in several cars while a company of Hitler's bodyguard presented arms. I must confess that at the time I was most impressed by the whole ceremony. The next evening I was to report to Hitler at 9 o'clock. Heydrich asked me to talk to Müller before going and inform myself fully about the investigation of Elser, so that I would be able to answer any questions Hitler might ask about this aspect of the affair. Müller was very pale and looked overworked. I tried to persuade him that it was a great mistake to try to establish a link between Best and Stevens and Elser. And finally he agreed, but said with a hopeless shrug, "After all, if Himmler and Heydrich cannot move Hitler on this point, you can hardly expect to be more successful. You'll only burn your fingers." I asked who he thought must be behind Elser. "I haven't been able to get anything at all out of him on that point," he said. "He either refuses to say anything or else tells stupid lies. In the end, he always goes back to his original story. He hates Hitler because one of his brothers, who had been a communist sympathizer, was arrested and put into a concentration camp. He liked tinkering with the complicated mechanism of the bomb, and he liked the thought of Hitler's body being torn to pieces. The explosives and the fuse were given him by his anonymous friend in a Munich café." Müller paused thoughtfully for a moment. "It is quite possible that Strasser and his Black Front have something to do with this business." With his left hand, Müller massaged the knuckles of his right hand, which were red and swollen. His lips were compressed, and there was a malevolent expression in his small eyes. Then he said very softly, but with great emphasis, "I've never had a man in front of me yet whom I did not break in the end." I could not repress a shudder of revulsion. Müller noticed it and said, "If Elser had been given some of the medicine he has had from me earlier on, he would never have tried this business." That was Müller, the little Munich police detective, who now had practically unlimited power. I was very thoughtful that evening as I drove to the Reich Chancellery. I reported to Himmler and Heydrich, who were there already. We stood in the antechamber of the great dining room and waited for Hitler. Himmler had not yet read my report and said he would try to read it before supper. I gave him a brief account of its contents and also of my conversation with Müller. At the same time, I reiterated all my arguments against the propaganda trial of Stevens, Best and Elser. Both Himmler and Heydrich made rather long faces. They agreed that I was right, but their problem was how to explain this to their master. Obviously, they wanted me to go ahead and try my luck. The others present had noticed that we were engaged in a serious discussion, and their curiosity was aroused. Hess, Bormann, Major General Schmund, and several others came over and sought to join in a conversation, but the stony faces of Himmler and Heydrich warned them off. Some time before this, I had had a talk with Hess about intelligence problems. This evening he showed a marked interest in me and said to Himmler with a smile, "You know, Schellenberg and I had a discussion about political intelligence a few weeks ago. He showed me that a lawyer can sometimes have quite sensible ideas. As a matter of fact, I could use a lawyer like him myself." Himmler merely nodded curtly, while I could see that Heydrich's ever-vigilant suspicions were immediately aroused. Indeed, the next day he asked me what I had discussed with Hess, and was not satisfied until I had repeated to him the entire conversation. Finally, the door that led to Hitler's private apartment opened. He entered, walking very slowly and talking to one of his adjutants. He did not look up until he had reached the middle of the room. Then he shook hands with Hess, Himmler, and Heydrich, and finally with me. At the same time he measured me with a penetrating glance from head to foot. The others he greeted by raising his hand briefly. Then he strode into the dining room accompanied by Hess and Himmler. The adjutant quietly and quickly arranged the order in which we were to sit. On Hitler's right sat Himmler, then Heydrich, and on his left Keitel and Bormann. Hess sat immediately opposite to him. Hitler turned to me as soon as we had taken our places and said in his guttural voice, "I find your reports very interesting. I want you to go on with them." I nodded. There was a slight pause. Hitler's face looked rather red and swollen that day. I thought he must have a cold. As though he had read my thoughts, he turned to me again and said, "I have a bad cold today. This low atmospheric pressure makes me uncomfortable too." Then turning to Hess, he said, "Do you know, Hess, what the barometric pressure in Berlin is today? Only 739 millimeters, just imagine. It's quite abnormal. It must upset people tremendously." A subject of conversation having been found which seemed to interest Hitler, everyone began talking about barometric pressure, but Hitler now sat withdrawn and did not say a word. It was quite obvious that he was not listening. We had begun to eat, but Hitler was still waiting for his specially prepared meal. I was very hungry and helped myself generously. Meanwhile, the conversation gradually died down. It is curious, I thought to myself, no one has anything to say. They are afraid to speak. Then the silence was broken by Hitler turning to Himmler and saying, "Schellenberg does not believe that the two British agents are connected with Elser." "Yes, my Führer," replied Himmler. "There is no possibility of any connection between Elser and Best and Stevens. I don't deny that British intelligence may be connected with Elser through other channels. They may have made use of Germans, members of Strasser's Black Front for instance, but at the moment it's only hypothetical. Elser admits he was connected with two unknown men, but whether he was in touch with any political group we just don't know. They may have been communists, agents of the British Secret Service, or members of the Black Front. There is only one other clue. Our technical men are practically certain that the explosives and the fuses used in the bomb were made abroad." Hitler remained silent for a moment. Then he turned to Heydrich. "That sounds quite possible, but what I would like to know is what type we are dealing with from the point of view of criminal psychology. I want you to use every possible means to induce this criminal to talk. Use hypnosis, give him drugs, everything that modern science has developed in this direction. I've got to know who the instigators are, who stands behind this thing." Not until now did Hitler turn towards his food. He ate hastily and not very elegantly, first corn on the cob, over which he poured plenty of melted butter, then a huge plate of Kaiserschmarten, a kind of Viennese pancake with raisins and sugar and a sweet sauce. While he was eating, he remained silent. When he had finished, he said to his aide, "I still haven't had that report Jodl was to send over." The aide left the room and returned about 2 minutes later, bringing several typewritten sheets. He gave them to Hitler and handed him a large magnifying glass. While Hitler studied the report, the company round the table remained silent. Presently he said, as though he were thinking aloud, not addressing anyone in particular, "The estimates of French steel production given in this report are quite correct in my opinion. the data on light and heavy guns, disregarding for the moment the armament of the Maginot Line, are probably also quite accurate. When I compare these figures to ours, it's quite obvious how superior we are to the French in these arms. They may still have a slight advantage in howitzers and heavy mortars, but even there we shall catch them up very quickly. And when I compare the reports on French tanks with our present strength, there our superiority is absolute. On top of this, we have new anti-tank guns and other automatic weapons, especially our new 105mm gun, not to mention the Luftwaffe. Our superiority is assured. No, I don't fear the French, not in the slightest. After having marked the report with a pencil, he handed it back to the aide. Put it on my desk for tonight. I want to go over it again. To the astonishment of the others, I broke the ensuing silence by asking, in relation to Hitler's last remarks, "And how, my Führer, do you evaluate the strength of England's armaments? It is quite certain that England will fight, and in my opinion anyone who does not believe that is badly informed." Hitler looked at me for a moment with astonishment. "For the moment," he said, "I am solely interested in the strength of the British Expeditionary Force on the continent. Our entire intelligence service is working on this question at present. As far as Britain is concerned, don't forget that we have the stronger air force. We shall bomb their industrial centres out of existence with it. I cannot at present estimate the strength of Britain's anti-aircraft defences," I said, "but we may be sure they'll be supported by their fleet, and that is certainly superior to ours." "The support of their fleet and aircraft defense does not worry me," Hitler replied. "We shall take measures to divert the British Navy and keep them busy. Our air force will sow mines all along the coasts of Britain. And don't forget one thing, my dear Schellenberg. I am going to build U-boats and still more U-boats. This time Britain will not force us to our knees by starving us." Then he asked suddenly, "What was your general impression during the conversations you had with those Englishmen in Holland? I mean before they were being interrogated." "My impression," I said, "was that Britain will fight this war as relentlessly and ruthlessly as she has fought all her wars, that even if we succeeded in occupying England, the government and the leaders would carry on the war from Canada. It will be a life and death struggle between brothers, and Stalin will be a smiling spectator." At this point Himmler kicked me on the shin so violently that I could not continue, while Heydrich was glaring hard at me across the table, but I could not see why I should not speak freely even to Hitler. And as though some devil were prompting me, I could not help adding, "I don't know, my Führer, if it was really necessary to change our policy towards Britain after the agreement at Godesberg." The whole company were now looking at each other, horrified by my impudence. Heydrich had paled to the roots of his hair, while Himmler looked down at the table in front of him, deeply embarrassed, and played nervously with his bread. Hitler stared fixedly at me for several seconds, but I looked him firmly in the eye. For quite a while he said nothing. The pause seemed interminable. Finally he said, "I hope you realize that it is necessary to see the situation in Germany as a whole. Originally I wanted to work together with Britain, but Britain has rejected me again and again. It is true, there is nothing worse than a family quarrel, and racially the English are in a way our relatives. As far as that goes, you may be right. It's a pity that we have to be locked in this death struggle while our real enemies in the East can sit back and wait until Europe is exhausted. That is why I do not wish to destroy Britain and never shall." Here his voice became sharp and penetrating, "but they must be made to realize, and even Churchill must be made to realize, that Germany has the right to live too, and I will fight Britain until she has come down off her high horse. The time will come when they will be ready to reach an agreement with us. That is my real aim. You understand that?" "Yes, my Führer," I replied. "I understand the course of your thoughts. But one must not forget that the mentality of an island race is different to ours. Their history and their traditions are different. They are determined by the historical laws which their insular position has imposed upon them, and as a consequence of which they are a colonial power. Theirs is the insular way of life, ours the continental, and as a consequence of that we are now a continental power. It is very hard to reconcile the two, and quite different national characters have resulted from these differences. The English are tenacious, unemotional, and relentless. It is not for nothing that they bear the name John Bull. A war like this, once it starts, is like an avalanche. And who would try to calculate the course of an avalanche?" "My dear fellow," replied Hitler, "let that be my worry. One thing more," he said after a pause. Have you been in touch with Ribbentrop about the Dutch note concerning the officer who died of wounds? Then he turned to Heydrich and began to laugh. These Dutch really are too stupid. If I were in their place, I would have kept quiet. Instead, they play right into my hands with this note, and when the time comes, I'll pay them back. They admit the man was an officer of their general staff, which proves that they and not we were the first to violate neutrality. I said that so far I had not spoken to Ribbentrop. Another pause followed. Then Hitler said to Himmler, "There are still several things I have to discuss with you." He rose abruptly, made a bow to the others at the table, and then turned to Heydrich and me. "I would like you to stay too." We went into the next room where large easy chairs were arranged comfortably round the fireplace. On the way, Himmler said to me, "You certainly are terribly pig-headed." But apparently the Führer was amused, and Heydrich added, "My dear fellow, I had not realized you were such an Anglophile. Is that the result of your contact with Best and Stevens?" I realized that it would be wise to restrain myself and that I had gone about as far as I could. For the next hour, Hitler talked only to Himmler. He stood most of the time rocking back and forth on his heels as he spoke, while Himmler close beside him inclined his face towards Hitler with an expression of rapt attention. I heard one of the SS adjutants whisper to another, "Look at Heine, he'll crawl into the old man's ear in a minute." Hitler was drinking peppermint tea, but for his guests he had ordered champagne. After he had finished his conversation with Himmler, which had been carried on so softly that no one else could follow, Hitler turned again to the rest of the company. He spoke of the Luftwaffe, praising the work Göring was doing, and especially the fact that he availed himself of the experience of the veteran fighter pilots of the First World War. Then anti-aircraft defenses, war production, and other questions of warfare were discussed. I reached home very late and completely exhausted. The next day, at Hitler's orders, I attended a meeting between Heydrich and Müller. The latter still looked very pale and overworked. He told us that during the night and morning, 3 doctors, specialists in the psychiatric field, had worked on Elser and were still doing so. He had been given strong injections of pervitin, but had not changed his testimony under the drug's influence. Müller had also placed an entire carpenter's shop at Elser's disposal. There he had worked for the last few days and had almost completed a reconstruction of his bomb. He had also made a wooden pillar identical with the one in the beer cellar, and was demonstrating his method of concealing the bomb. Heydrich was extremely interested, so we went upstairs to the rooms where Elser was imprisoned. It was the first time I had seen him. He was a small, pale man, with clear, bright eyes and long black hair. He had a high forehead and strong, sensitive hands. He looked a typical, highly skilled artisan, and indeed the work he was doing was in its way a masterpiece. At first he was very shy and reserved and seemed rather frightened. He answered our questions unwillingly, speaking with a strong Swabian accent and with the fewest possible words. It was only when we began to ask him about his work, to praise its ingenuity and precision, that he came out of his shell. Then he really came to life and went into long and enthusiastic explanations of the problems involved in the construction of the bomb and how he had solved them. Listening to him was so interesting that I completely forgot the grim purpose to which he had put all this ingenuity. When he was asked about his 2 anonymous accomplices, he gave the same answers as before. He had not known who they were and did not know now. Heydrich pointed out that conversations about explosives and fuses with complete strangers might be a dangerous business. Hadn't he realized that? Elser replied quite unemotionally, almost lethargically in fact, that certainly there was danger, but he had taken that into account. From the day on which he had made the decision to kill Hitler, he had known that his own life would be ended too. He had been certain he would succeed in the attempt because of his technical ability. The preparations had taken him a year and a half. We looked at each other. Müller was quite excited, but Heydrich had a small derisive smile on his lips. Then we left. The next day 4 of the best hypnotists in Germany attempted to hypnotize Elsa. Only one of them succeeded, but even under hypnosis, Elsa gave exactly the same testimony as before. One of these hypnotists made, to my way of thinking, the best analysis of Elsa's character and motivation. He said that the assassin was a typical warped fanatic who went his own way alone. He had psychotic compulsions related especially to technical matters, which spring from an urge to achieve something really noteworthy. This was due to an abnormal need for recognition and acknowledgement, which was reinforced by a thirst for vengeance for the alleged injustice which had been done to his brother. In killing the leader of the Third Reich, he would satisfy all these compulsions because he would become famous himself and he would have felt morally justified by freeing Germany from a great evil. Such urges, combined with a desire to suffer and sacrifice oneself, were typical of religious and sectarian fanaticism. Upon checking back, similar psychotic disorders were found to have occurred in Elser's family. Himmler was most dissatisfied with our achievements. Before going to report to Hitler, he said to me, almost as though imploring my aid, "Schellenberg, this is not really our problem. What we have to do is find the people behind this thing. The Führer simply will not believe that Elser did it alone, and again he insists on having a great propaganda trial." It was a problem that continued to occupy Himmler for the next 3 months, and during that period I had the greatest difficulty in preventing Best and Stevens from being involved in the trial. A portrait of Hitler's personality, his belief in his own mission, his agnosticism, causes of his breakdown in health, the basis of his anti-Semitism, influence of Pleischinger and others on Hitler's racial theories, his concept of Western supremacy. I knew O. Hitler personally. I worked with him, and I'm familiar with numerous details of his daily life, his methods, and his political and sociological conceptions. I ought, therefore, to be in a position to formulate a complete picture of his personality. But though I have often tried to do so, both in my own mind and in writing, I must confess that I have never really succeeded. Hitler's knowledge was on the one hand sound and on the other completely superficial and dilettante. He had highly developed political instincts which were combined with a complete lack of moral scruples. He was governed by the most inexplicable hallucinatory conceptions and petit bourgeois inhibitions. But his one dominant and dominating characteristic was that he felt himself appointed by Providence to do great things for the German people. This was his historic mission, in which he believed completely. It was his intense manner and the suggestive power of his personality that created the impression of an intellect and a range of knowledge far above the average. In addition, there was his extraordinary dialectical ability, which enabled him to out-argue even the most expert authorities in any field of discussion, often with most harmful results. He threw them so off balance that they did not think of the appropriate replies until afterwards. He had an insatiable craving for recognition and power, combined with a cultivated ruthlessness which reinforced his lightning reactions, his energy, and his determination. While fortune smiled on him, these qualities enabled him to dominate Germany and to gain the startled attention of the whole world. Hitler did not believe in a personal God. He believed only in the bond of blood between succeeding generations and in a vague conception of fate or providence, nor did he believe in a life after death. In this connection, he often quoted a sentence from the Edda, that remarkable collection of ancient Icelandic literature, which to him represented the profoundest Nordic wisdom. All things will pass away, nothing will remain but death and the glory of deeds. In the end, Hitler's faith in his mission increased to such an extent that it can only be described as mania. But this idea of himself as the German Messiah was the source of his personal power. It enabled him to become the ruler of 80 million people, and in the space of 12 short years to leave his ineradicable mark on history. It was only when the German people failed to fulfill their Führer's expectations at Stalingrad and in North Africa that, with the dawning possibility of defeat, Hitler's powers of intuition and his personal magnetism began to fade. Moreover, from the end of 1943 he showed progressive symptoms of Parkinson's disease. Dr. de Kreines, as well as two of Hitler's personal physicians, Dr. Brandt and Dr. Stumpfegger, agreed that a chronic degeneration of the nervous system had set in. Heydrich was informed about the smallest detail of Hitler's private life. He saw every diagnosis made by Hitler's doctors and knew of all his strange and abnormal pathological inclinations. I saw some of these reports myself when they were transferred to Himmler's office after Heydrich's death. They showed that Hitler was so ruled by the demonic forces driving him that he ceased to have thoughts of normal cohabitation with a woman. The ecstasies of power in every form were sufficient for him. During his speeches he fell, or rather worked himself into such orgiastic frenzies, that he achieved through them complete emotional satisfaction. But the inroads thus made upon his nervous system, and perhaps his own awareness of the disquieting strangeness of such a condition, drove him to seek medical advice from his friend, Dr. Morell, and also from Dr. Brandt. Dr. Morell's diagnosis and treatment, however, did not lead to an alleviation of this condition. On the contrary, intensified it, for Morell believed that these symptoms were inseparably bound up with Hitler's power of mass suggestion, that it was this intensity which worked upon his audience as a magnet works upon iron filings. It was in this period of mental and physical breakdown that Hitler reached his decision to destroy the Jews. Hitler's racial mania was one of his characteristic features. I discussed this several times with Dr. Gottbarlet, a Munich physician who belonged to the intimate circle round Hitler. Gottbarlet believed in the sidereal pendulum, an astrological contraption, and claimed that this had given him the power to sense at once the presence of any Jews or persons of partial Jewish ancestry and to pick them out in any group of people. Hitler availed himself of Gottbarlet's mystic power and had many discussions with him on racial questions. Hitler's hatred of the Jews was the obverse side of his theory of the supremacy of the Germanic race. During his stay in Vienna, he had come under the influence of the Schoenerer movement. Schoenerer was the chief exponent of Austrian anti-Semitism, which was a considerable political force there in the early decades of this century. During that time, Hitler read a great deal covering the most diverse fields of study. But his chief interest had been the prehistory of the Germanic tribes, the origins of Nordic culture, and the historic role of the Aryan race. These he made the foundations of his racial theories, and from them developed his antagonism towards Judaism, but the emotional force that reinforced these theories lay deep in his own character. Another man who exercised a great influence over him was the Austrian engineer Pleischinger. It was from him that Hitler took the idea of modeling the structure and the leadership of the Nazi Party on the organization of the Order of the Jesuits. One sentence which constantly recurred in Hitler's speeches was taken from Pleischinger. The Nazi philosopher, the Jews are the microbes of pure decomposition. They are only capable of thinking analytically and are incapable of creative thought. After the year 1943, his hatred of the Jews was intensified to a pathological degree. It was international Jewry that was chiefly responsible for the defeat of Germany. It was they who made Roosevelt and Churchill formulate the demand for unconditional surrender at Casablanca. Churchill and Roosevelt were agents of the Jews. All this indicates the influence these prejudices, formulated as pseudoscientific theories and believed in with pathological intensity, had on the decision of the man who was absolute ruler over 80 million Germans. All his realistic thinking, no matter how well founded in political and historical experience, was distorted by these conceptions. The British were a component part of the Germanic race and therefore as precious as the Germans themselves. Hitler's final aim was to achieve a fusion of all the Germanic elements in Europe and then lead them against the communist hordes. Here too, his racial theories had a decisive effect. No matter how many Secret Service reports he received to the contrary, Hitler refused to relinquish the insane notion that since 1920 Stalin had been systematically pursuing a secret policy aimed at the intermixing of all the racial components within the Soviet Union. The aim of this program was to bring about the predominance of the Mongol element over all others. In this connection, I recall a conversation with Himmler. It was 1942, and I had just reported on our attempts to negotiate a peace in the East between Japan and China. We were both standing beside a huge globe. Himmler swept his hand across the entire breadth of the Russian continent. Then he pointed to tiny Germany and said, "If we lose this time, there can be no salvation." Then turning the globe, he swept his hand across China and continued, "And what would happen if one day Russia should unite with China? I can only repeat what the Führer said in this connection the other day, God punish England." Hitler's original conception had been to create, with the help of Britain, a so-called Eurafrican space, which was to be built up as the center of resistance against the East. Finally, after 1940, recognizing Britain's refusal to reach a compromise, he transformed this conception into that of the so-called Eurasian space. Relying solely on his own strength, he would achieve the domination of Europe and integrate all the forces of the conquered peoples in this great endeavor. He would win the East as a new colonial space for this united Europe, from which Britain would be excluded. Operation Sea Lion, a setback for the Wehrmacht, security arrangements for the invasion of Denmark and Norway, reporting on the Venlo incident, spies in France's heavy industries, Hitler's hesitation after Dunkirk, preparations ordered for the invasion of England, these plans cancelled, Hitler's aquaphobia, differences between Goering and Himmler, Hitler decides to concentrate on the east. The beginning of the year 1940 found me overburdened with work. My chief task was the reorganization of the counter-espionage department, which was to occupy me for the rest of that year. In addition, through continually receiving orders to carry out special assignments, I sometimes found myself working for as long as 17 hours a day. Even the early morning rides, which were my sole form of relaxation, were now combined with my work. Every day I went riding with Admiral Canaris, Chief of Military Intelligence, and as we rode we discussed problems of mutual interest with a view to coordinating the work of our respective agencies. At the beginning of the year, the German High Command met with a very embarrassing setback. 2 Wehrmacht officers on their way to Cologne were invited to break their journey at Munster to visit an old friend. One of these officers was a special courier carrying highly important secret documents, namely the plans for the attack on Holland and Belgium. At Munster, the reunion proved so enjoyable that the 2 officers missed the train for Cologne. So their friend, who was a major in the Luftwaffe, offered to fly them there, and they agreed. But in poor visibility, the major lost his way and they made a forced landing near Malines in Belgium. The officers at once decided to burn their documents, but found they had no matches, and before they could think of another method of destroying them, they were arrested by the Belgian authorities. At the police station, while they were alone in a waiting room, they made another attempt to destroy their papers by thrusting them into a stove, but the papers would not catch fire. They were only slightly singed, and the Belgians had no difficulty in saving them and then deciphering them. When Hitler heard what had happened, he raved. He at once suspected that premeditated treason was involved and wanted to have the 2 officers shot out of hand. Further investigations revealed, however, that at the very worst they were guilty only of criminal negligence. The Western powers were, of course, shocked and alarmed when at first they saw the plans for the attack. However, they finally decided that the documents had been placed in their hands by the Germans purposely in order to mislead them. They probably could not imagine that we had been guilty of such a crass blunder. Shortly after this incident, Himmler called me late at night. He told me that he had been unable to reach Heydrich and that I should prepare the draft of an order on secrecy regulations for the Wehrmacht. The order was also to apply to all other branches of the administration, and Hitler wanted to issue it that very night. Himmler was so excited and so confused that I found it impossible to understand just what Hitler did want. Each time I tried to get him to explain a little more clearly, he became impatient and irritable, and finally ordered me to have the draft ready within 2 hours. I sat at my desk for at least half an hour just staring in front of me. Finally, I managed to sketch out what seemed to be the main points. But when Himmler placed this draft before Hitler 2 hours later, the Führer was not satisfied with it. He therefore dictated the order himself, calling it Order No. 1 to all Wehrmacht and civilian authorities. The main point of Hitler's version was that all matters dealing with the conduct of the war should only be made known to and discussed with persons immediately concerned. This, of course, was nothing new as far as Himmler's and Heydrich's organizations were concerned, where the separation of planning and administration had been an established principle for a long time, and even went so far that the heads of departments hardly ever informed each other of what they were doing. It was found, however, that excessive secrecy not only began to hamper cooperation, but led to a duplication of work and enabled many people to cover up their failures and deficiencies. At the beginning of March 1940, Hitler issued the code word Weserübung to cover all operations leading to the German occupation of Denmark and Norway. In this connection, the following task was assigned to me: to activate all Secret Service contacts with Norway, which my organization had established from Hamburg. These were mainly among the personnel of German Norwegian shipping lines and the large fishing and fish processing firms. The Norwegian branch offices of these companies were staffed by our agents. Their most important task now was to provide weather information on which the German fleet responsible for the great troop transports would depend. It would also be of the greatest importance, of course, for Luftwaffe operations. The data, disguised as sales prices, offers, and tonnage reports on fishing, was transmitted by telephone and wireless and proved satisfactory. Hitler's decision to occupy Denmark and Norway resulted from our Secret Service reports warning him that the British were concentrating their fleet for an attack on Norway, and it now became my task to ensure the secrecy of our own preparations, transport and concentration of troops, and so forth for the invasion. But the rapidity with which the fleet, the army, and the air force had to be mobilized made the maintenance of secrecy extremely difficult. I concentrated on the strictest possible control of the ports of embarkation and all harbor areas. Hotels, arterial roads, and passenger trains were placed under the strictest surveillance. In Stettin, however, the security situation was extremely precarious. The whole city was like a great circus when the tents are going up. There were continual comings and goings of large bodies of troops. Soldiers were searching for their units, and NCOs and officers cursing and running about excitedly as their forces prepared for embarkation. The soldiers were mostly Alpine troops from Austria, with the broad humor and easygoing attitude that is characteristic of their sort. It was very difficult to impress them with the seriousness of the security measures, and to this day I cannot understand how these troop movements could possibly have escaped the attention of the enemy intelligence services. It would have been quite easy for them to learn the destination of the transports. Among other inquiries that I received was one from Ribbentrop, who wanted to know whether I had enough special agents to ensure the safety of the Danish royal family in case fighting developed in their country. When the time came, however, operations in Denmark proceeded according to plan, swiftly and without bloodshed. When Hitler decided to occupy Denmark and Norway, he did not know of the draft resolution passed by the Allied Supreme Council on March 28, 1940. This resolution dealt with the laying of minefields along the coasts of Norway, Denmark, and Sweden, in spite of the fact that this would violate the neutrality of those countries. Had Hitler known of this, it would have saved him a lot of rationalizing to justify their occupation, but we only received the full text of the Allied resolution several days later, when one of my agents got access to Paul Reynaud's private switchboard. This version of the resolution also dealt with the bombing of Russian oil fields in the Caucasus and measures to prevent us from receiving Romanian oil. Just at this time, I received orders from Hitler to collaborate with Ribbentrop in producing as quickly as possible an analysis of the Venlo negotiations and the subsequent investigations of Captain Best and Major Stevens. When I went to see Ribbentrop, he was standing behind his desk with his arms folded. He examined me coolly, then with a wooden gesture indicated a chair beside his desk. "What have you to report?" he asked. I thought to myself, surely you must know that already. With a feeling of some resentment, I began dryly and curtly to tell him. I did not go out of my way to impress him, and Ribbentrop must have noticed this, for presently he said quite affably, "Can't we be a bit more comfortable while we talk? Let's sit down. It'll be easier for you to handle your documents." From that point on, he assumed his most pleasant manner. He displayed great interest, several times interjecting questions and nodding approvingly. After I had finished, he said, "The Führer is enormously interested in your work. He is firmly convinced that with this Venlo material we can prove beyond doubt that Holland has violated her neutrality in favor of Britain. He has ordered us to draw up a complete report together with the purpose of establishing the fact. He then called in his chief legal advisor, Under-Secretary Gauss, to help us prepare the report. There was hardly an important document that was not drafted by Gauss, and if he had any doubts or objections, he always stated them to Ribbentrop in a discreet and objective manner. But invariably he left open a line of retreat for himself by saying, "However, if the foreign minister feels that we should choose this course, then we will have to proceed in the following manner." Gauss, who had the square, massive head of a scholar, was probably the greatest German authority on international law. He had served all regimes with the same loyalty and conscientiousness, the social democratic government of Scheidemann, the governments of Stresemann and Brüning, and now he served the Nazis. At Nuremberg, he finally appeared as a witness for the prosecution against his own colleagues and testified against me concerning the Venlo incident. Early in 1940, Gauss had many consultations with me, and at that time had not the slightest doubt or hesitation in using his great knowledge to establish that Holland had committed a breach of her neutrality. On May 1, 1940, I received an order from Heydrich to complete my final report within 4 hours, and the moment it was finished, he took it to Hitler. The next day, I reported to Ribbentrop at the Foreign Office, where memoranda, based on my report, were being prepared for transmission to the Dutch and Belgian government, advising them of the imminent occupation of their countries. Those working at this task were not allowed to leave the building. During the pauses in our work, Ribbentrop made long speeches about his experiences with the British Secret Service. He had quite a phobia about British espionage and maintained that every single Englishman who traveled or lived abroad was given assignments by the Secret Service. His deep hatred of all things English was noticeable in everything he said. "This will teach that arrogant British mob a lesson," were his last words on the subject. We finished the report late at night. I still had to show Himmler the final version of it. He received me at his lodgings and read it through very carefully. The next morning, May 8, I drove in a fast car to Upper Bavaria, where Dr. Frick, Minister of the Interior, was staying in a villa on the Starnberger Lake. Our report had to be signed by him as well as the Foreign Minister to give it the necessary weight. It was a beautiful sunny day, and I enjoyed the drive immensely. Even the briefest escape from the witch's cauldron of Berlin was a great relief. I arrived towards noon and was received at once. Frick read the report while I gave a brief explanation, and he then signed it with a firm hand. An hour later I was on my way back to Berlin, where I arrived at about 9 o'clock that night. I reported to Ribbentrop, who patted me on the back and asked me to stay and help with the technical task of preparing the various copies of the memorandum. Working with 4 secretaries, this was accomplished in 2 hours. The memoranda went out early in the morning of May 9. On the morning of the 10th, the German armies began their offensive in the west. Military operations in the west proceeded according to schedule and, strangely enough, in spite of the fiasco at Malines, when Field Marshal von Manstein's plans of attack had fallen into Belgian hands. These same plans were in fact carried out. The General Staff wanted to alter them, but Hitler and von Manstein, relying on a double bluff, insisted on their attention. The German units to the south and west of the frontier remained on the defensive, whilst our troops attacked at the junction of the Maginot Line and the Belgian fortifications, where there was a gap covered only by weak defences. The Secret Service had done excellent preparatory work. Our agents, who had found employment in the cement factories in Nancy, Saar-Gemwend and Metz, furnished us with precise information about the fortifications of the Maginot Line. Contact men in the great Schneider-Kraussot armaments factories informed us about the equipment of the French artillery and armored units, and we even managed to secure photostatic copies of secret orders and operational plans from the central office of the Deuxième Bureau. Specially trained units attached to the military secret service were employed in the operations against the strongest fortress of the Belgian defense system, the Fort Eben-Emael. The plans had been prepared, studied, and carefully rehearsed well before these units went into action. Fort Eben-Emael was captured by commando tactics by the Lehr Regiment Brandenburg, ZBV 800 supported by specially trained units of paratroops. It was the first time that such a large-scale drop by parachute troops had been attempted, and was also the first time use had been made of massed gliders, which landed within the area of the fortress itself. In a similar action, the bridge across the River Scheldt was preserved from destruction by our parachute units, and our advancing ground forces were able to establish contact with the airborne units in a relatively short time. I was given a special assignment. Working with experts of the propaganda ministry, I devised radio broadcasts and propaganda for other media designed to create the greatest possible confusion among our enemies, especially the French. Dr. Adolf Raskin, then director of Radio Saarbrücken and a close friend of mine, was the man chiefly responsible for the great successes we achieved. Working with 3 transmitters specially equipped with a very powerful signal, he sent a continual stream of news reports in French, purporting to be of official French origin, but which were in fact his own imaginative inventions. These false news items were the chief cause of the fatal panic and confusion among the French civilian population. Streams of refugees blocked all the highways of France and made troop movements behind the French lines almost impossible. Meanwhile, in spite of the difficulties created by the military situation, our agents in France continued to collect information, which was transmitted to us by a special network of frontier-crossing couriers and by telephone, a cable having been laid across the Maginot Line to Saaralben. Another device which did great damage was a small and apparently innocuous pamphlet, which was distributed in great numbers by our agents and also dropped from aircraft. printed in French and described as being the prophecies of Nostradamus, many of whose prophecies were actually included. The pamphlet predicted terrifying destruction from flying fire machines, stressing all the time that southeastern France would be preserved from this horror. While preparing these brochures, I had never imagined that they would have such a tremendous effect. All the efforts of the civilian and military authorities to divert the great streams of refugees from attempting to reach southeastern France proved useless. There followed the advance of Guderian's armored column towards Amiens and the capture of Abbeville, the capitulation of the Belgian army, and finally the failure of the Anglo-French forces to break out of the German encirclement at Arras. At this point, the whole campaign was virtually won. The subsequent events, the failure of the German armies to exploit their tremendous victories on the traditional battlegrounds of Flanders and France, find their final explanation in the personality of Adolf Hitler. At the time of the great encircling action at the climax of the French campaign, German units were in a position to attack the Anglo-French forces at Dunkirk from the west, that is, from the rear. On May 29, 1940, Hitler ordered these units to hold off their attack for 2 days. He also ordered German motorized spearheads to withdraw to the La Bassée Canal and wait for the infantry units who were to give them cover against the French forces to the southwest. But intelligence reports from the front, as well as aerial reconnaissance reports, had clearly established that the French forces in this area could not constitute a threat to the German advance. Outside commentators had put forward the explanation that at this moment Hitler's nerve failed, and that he lacked the courage to make the bold move which would have brought certain success. Even among the German General Staff, there were those who held this opinion. Similarly, in July, Hitler ordered the Operation Sea Lion, the invasion of England. Preparations for this giant undertaking had been carried into their final stages when, in September, Hitler called the whole thing off. The failure of Hitler to gain a Franco-German alliance against England at the armistice negotiations with France is also attributable to his personal views and prejudices. Anti-British feeling was running high in France at the time and was intensified by the heroic struggle of the French fleet against the superior forces of the British. As far as the British were concerned, the Entente Cordiale was dead, as it was of little use to them in the life and death struggle for their own island home which now ensued. Churchill admitted quite openly that he had refused to expand the strength of the British Air Force in France. German relations with France, however, could never grow into an active collaboration because of Hitler's underlying suspicion and revulsion. He considered the French to be a dying nation biologically, economically, and morally, and in order to achieve a compromise with England, he would have sacrificed France without a moment's hesitation. The failure to achieve a Franco-German alliance, the hesitation that allowed the British Expeditionary Force to escape under the very eyes of the Germans, and the subsequent failure to proceed resolutely to the next step, obvious even to the lowliest private in the German army, the immediate invasion of the British Isles, found its final explanation in Hitler's blind and stubborn conviction that the British were a Germanic brother people worthy of preservation. Great Britain would finally see reason and join Germany. As he told me personally in 1939, by no means do I wish to destroy the British. I want them to be humbled and to learn to see things from a continental European viewpoint as we see them. They have to give up their policy of a balance of power in Europe. They may keep their colonial empire and their naval power, but on the continent they have to grow close to us and form a unity with us. Then we will rule Europe together and the East will no longer be a danger. Until late in the year 1941, Hitler believed that he could achieve an understanding with Great Britain. As Bismarck had forced Austria into an alliance with Germany by inflicting military defeat upon her, so Hitler wanted to win an alliance from Britain by the same means. But at the time of Operation Sea Lion in the summer of 1940, he had not yet recognized the impossibility of achieving an understanding with Great Britain. It is true that he gave an order for the preparation of the invasion, but because of his underlying feelings and preoccupations, he proceeded very hesitantly. The first staff meeting to discuss the operation, in which Keitel, Jodl, Raeder, Todt, von Puttkamer, and Schmundt took part, was not called until July 26th. Hitler had originally planned to attack with a force of between 30 and 40 divisions from the area between Dunkirk and Cherbourg. The transport required by this force amounted to approximately 4,000 naval units, landing craft, tugboats, transports, and so forth. At the time, Admiral Raeder expressed the gravest doubts, both in writing and verbally. He did not consider it advisable to risk paralyzing the whole transport system by diverting to this undertaking what was virtually the entire German tonnage, nor did he believe that Germany would be able to maintain air supremacy over the Channel. Furthermore, even with the greatest effort on the part of the Navy, it would not be possible to bring up the second and third waves until 8 to 10 days after the first landings. Therefore, it would be impossible to develop a war of movement across the Channel until after that period. Even after the attacking force was reduced to 15 divisions, discrepancies of strength between the ground and naval forces remained. These differences were still not reconciled by September. Contrary to his usual decisive intervention as supreme military commander, Hitler allowed these difficulties and disagreements to delay the decision until in the end the whole thing came to naught. This can be seen clearly in all the orders issued by Keitel at the time. In spite of this, all the organs of the political and military leadership worked on the preparation of Operation Sea Lion at top speed and with typical Prussian thoroughness. For example, at the end of June 1940, I was ordered to prepare a small handbook for the invading troops and the political and administrative units that would accompany them, describing briefly the most important political, administrative, and economic institutions of Great Britain and the leading public figures. It was also to contain instructions on the necessary measures to be taken in occupying the premises of the Foreign Office, the War Office, the Home Office, and the various departments of the Secret Service and Special Branch. This task occupied a great deal of my time, involving the collection and assembly of material from various sources by a selected staff of my own people. When it was finished, an edition of 20,000 copies was printed and stored in a room next to my office. They were burned in 1943 in a fire started in one of the air raids. Hitler's failure to carry out the invasion of Britain may also have been influenced in a subsidiary way by his singular fear of water. I could not believe my ears when Himmler first mentioned this to me. "It is really remarkable," he said, "but Hitler has a most peculiar fear of water. He believes that one day he will encounter some misfortune connected with this element." Then Himmler told me how on several occasions, such as at reviews of the fleet or on boat trips, he had noticed the Führer in a state of considerable anxiety the moment the ship drew away from the shore. He would stride nervously up and down and try to distract himself by asking hasty, disjointed questions. It was a complex, and Himmler believed that this fear had made Hitler uneasy about any amphibious operations and conditioned his attitude towards Operation Sea Lion from the very beginning. At this time, a serious difference of opinion arose between Göring and Himmler. Göring seriously underestimated British aircraft production, especially of fighters. He based his strategy on an estimated monthly output of 300 British planes, while Himmler's intelligence information set the estimate at more than double that figure. Göring considered it would be possible to mount continual bomber attacks against Britain, and that the fighter defenses would not be able to prevent the destruction of harbors and industrial centers. At the same time, material aid from America could be cut off almost completely by U-boats. Thus Britain would finally be forced to surrender. Of course, this line of thought was most welcome to Hitler and reinforced his attitude towards the problem of Great Britain. He found further support and therefore attached the highest value to them in the reports of the German military attaché in Washington, General von Beutischer, who completely underestimated the productive capacity and the political developments in America. When in August 1940 the United States and Canada signed an alliance, Beutischer still described this pact as completely harmless. It is interesting that at this time Hitler mentioned to Himmler and Heydrich his plan to leave Britain to stew in her own juice. While the entire power of Germany's reorganized war machine was turned against the East, he was convinced that if this attack were carried out with sufficient intensity, it would be so successful that the problem of a war on two fronts would never arise. It was during this period that Hitler formulated for the first time the conception of a Eurasian space instead of the Eurafrican space. It would be untrue to suggest that Hitler disregarded the possibility of America's entry into the war, for he meant to meet this danger by urging the speeding up of negotiations for the Three-Power Pact and the creation of the Rome-Tokyo-Berlin axis. He hoped that Roosevelt's warmongering could be restrained by a Japanese threat, a plot to kidnap the Duke of Windsor. Publisher's note: In the following chapter, certain remarks and opinions are attributed to Ribbentrop concerning the Duke and Duchess of Windsor's attitude to Nazi Germany. No credence could in any case be attached to any words emanating from such a source, and it scarcely needs to be emphasized that there is obviously no shadow of truth in the grotesque interpretation of events that Ribbentrop may have chosen, or pretended to have chosen, to put upon the Duke and Duchess of Windsor's visit to Portugal in July 1940. All allegations and suggestions affecting the Duke and Duchess, and opinions attributed to them, being wholly without foundation, serve merely to show the length to which Ribbentrop's vanity, ambition, and complete lack of scruples drove him in the furtherance of his own ends. Ribbentrop on the Duke's position, Hitler's views, outline of the plan, the order given, I proceed to Portugal, contact with the German ambassador, the situation in Spain, counteracting British influence, attitude of Portuguese officials, impossibility of my mission, creating suspense, my report to Berlin, return from Lisbon, Hitler approves my conduct of the affair. One morning in July 1940, I received a call from one of my friends at the Foreign Office, warning me to expect a call from the old man, meaning Ribbentrop, as soon as he was ready for action. My friend did not know what it was all about, but it seemed to be something terribly urgent. At noon, Ribbentrop's sonorous voice came over the telephone. "Tell me, my dear fellow, could you come over to my office at once? You have time, haven't you?" "Certainly," I replied, "but could you tell me what it's about? There may be some material that I should bring along." "No, no," said Ribbentrop, "come at once. It's not a matter I can discuss over the telephone." I called Heydrich immediately and reported the conversation, for I knew his pathological jealousy. Heydrich said at once, "I see the gentleman no longer wishes to consult me. Old idiot, will go over there and give him my best regards." I promised Heydrich that I would give him a detailed report of what Ribbentrop wanted. As usual, Ribbentrop received me standing behind his desk with folded arms and a serious expression on his face. He asked me to be seated, and after a few polite remarks came to the point. He had heard that I had various connections in Spain and Portugal, and had even achieved a measure of cooperation with the policy of these countries. I did not know where these remarks were leading, and answered very cautiously. Dissatisfied with my evasive replies, he shook his head. He said. Then he was silent. Suddenly he said, "You remember the Duke of Windsor, of course. Were you introduced to him during his last visit?" I said that I had not been. "Have you any material on him?" Ribbentrop asked. "I really cannot say at the moment," I replied. "Well, what do you think of him personally? How do you evaluate him as a political figure, for instance?" I admitted honestly that these questions had taken me by surprise, and that, at the moment, my knowledge was not sufficient to give a proper answer. I had seen the Duke at the time of his last visit to Germany, and of course I knew what was generally known about the reasons for his abdication. It seemed that the English had handled the whole problem very sensibly, that in the end tradition and responsibility had to take precedence over human feelings and personal emotions. It seemed difficult to decide whether the matter should be adjudged a sign of weakness or of strength in the English royal family. It seemed that in the lengthy conferences on the subject, the members of the government had shown understanding of the human and political problems involved. When I had finished, I thought that Ribbentrop's eyes would pop out of his head, so astonished was he at the uninhibited manner in which I expressed these opinions. He lost no time in putting me right. The Duke of Windsor was one of the most socially aware and right-thinking Englishmen he had ever met. It was this which had displeased the governing clique. The marriage issue had been welcome pretext to remove this honest and faithful friend of Germany. All the questions of tradition and ceremonial that were raised were completely secondary. Here I tried to object, but was silenced by an abrupt gesture. "My dear Schellenberg, you have a completely wrong view of these things, also of the real reasons behind the Duke's abdication. The Führer and I already recognized the facts of the situation in 1936. The crux of the matter is that since his abdication, the Duke has been under strict surveillance by the British secrets. We know what his feelings are. It's almost as if he were their prisoner. Every attempt that he's made to free himself, however discreet he may have been, has failed. And we know from our reports that he still entertains the same sympathetic feelings towards Germany, and that given the right circumstances he wouldn't be averse to escaping from his present environment. The whole thing's getting on his nerves. We've had word that he has even spoken about living in Spain, and that if he did go there, he'd be ready to be friends with Germany again as he was before. The Führer thinks this attitude is extremely important, and we thought that you, with your Western outlook, might be the most suitable person to make some sort of exploratory contact with the Duke as the representative, of course, of the head of the German state. The Führer feels that if the atmosphere seemed propitious, you might perhaps make the Duke some material offer. Now, we should be prepared to deposit in Switzerland, for his own use, a sum of 50 million Swiss francs, if he were ready to make some official gesture dissociating himself from the manoeuvres of the British royal family. The Führer would, of course, prefer him to live in Switzerland, though any other neutral country would do so long as it's not outside the economic or the political or military influence of the German Reich. If the British Secret Service should try to frustrate the Duke in some such arrangement, then the Führer orders that you are to circumvent the British plans, even at the risk of your life, and if need be by the use of force. Whatever happens, the Duke of Windsor must be brought safely to the country of his choice. Hitler attaches the greatest importance to this operation, and he has come to the conclusion after serious consideration that if the Duke should prove hesitant, he himself would have no objection to your helping the Duke to reach the right decision by coercion, even by threats or force if the circumstances make it advisable. But it will also be your responsibility to make sure at the same time that the Duke and his wife are not exposed to any personal danger. Now, in the near future, the Duke expects to have an invitation to hunt with some Spanish friends. This hunt should offer an excellent opportunity for you to establish contact with him. From that point, he can immediately be brought into another country. All the necessary means for you to carry out this assignment will be at your disposal. Last night I discussed the whole matter again thoroughly with the Führer, and we have agreed to give you a completely free hand, but he demands that you let him see daily reports on the progress of the affair. Herewith, in the name of the Führer, I give you the order to carry out this assignment at once. You are ready, of course, to carry it out. For a moment I sat stunned. I really couldn't grasp the whole thing so quickly. So to gain time I said, Herr Reichsminister, may I ask a few questions to clarify my understanding of the matter? Be quick about it, Ribbentrop answered. You spoke of the Duke's sympathy for Germany. I said, is it sympathy for the German way of life, for the German people? Or does it also include the present form of government? I saw at once that I had gone too far. Brusquely he said, when we speak of Germany today, it is the Germany in which you also live. May I ask, I went on, just how reliable is this secret information of yours? It comes, he said, from the most reliable circles of Spanish society. The details of these reports need not concern you now. Any details which are of importance you can discuss with our ambassador in Madrid. I asked one further question. Do I understand that if the Duke of Windsor should resist, I'm to bring him into this other country that you speak of by force? It seems to me there's a contradiction in that. Surely the whole action must depend on the voluntary cooperation of the Duke? Well, answered Ribbentrop. The Führer feels that force should be used primarily against the British Secret Service, against the Duke only insofar as his hesitation might be based on a fear psychosis, which forceful action on our part would help him to overcome. Once he's a free man again and able to move about without surveillance by British intelligence, he'll be grateful to us. As far as the money to be placed at his disposal is concerned, 50 million Swiss francs by no means represents the absolute maximum. The Führer is quite ready to go to a higher figure. For the rest, well, don't worry too much. Have confidence in yourself and do your best. I will report to the Führer that you have accepted the assignment. I nodded, rose, and was about to say goodbye, when Ribbentrop said, one moment, and taking up the telephone, asked for Hitler. He handed me the second earpiece, so that I could listen in, and when Hitler's peculiar hollow voice came on the line, Ribbentrop briefly reported our conversation. I could tell from Hitler's voice that he was not too happy about the whole thing. His replies were curt. Yes, certainly, agreed. Finally, he said Schellenberg should particularly bear in mind the importance of the Duchess's attitude and try as hard as possible to get her support. She has great influence over the Duke. Very well then, said Ribbentrop. Schellenberg will fly by special plane to Madrid as quickly as possible. Good, Hitler answered. He has all the authorization he needs. Tell him from me that I am relying on him. Ribbentrop rose, made a bow towards the telephone and said, Thank you, my Führer, that is all. I asked Ribbentrop about the transmission of my reports, which were to be sent through diplomatic channels, and our conversation ended with a brief discussion of technical questions about currency, passports, and so forth. I went at once to Heydrich, who received me somewhat coolly. Ribbentrop always wants to use our people when he gets ideas like this. You are really much too valuable to me to waste on this affair. I don't like the whole plan still. Once the Führer gets hold of such a notion, it's very difficult to talk him out of it, and Ribbentrop is the worst possible advisor. You have to realize that you will be making frontline contact with our opponents, so I don't want you to travel alone. Take 2 reliable and experienced men with you who can speak the language. At least you will have some protection. Certainly, if I were head of the British Secret Service, I would settle your hash for you. The next day was taken up with preparations for the journey. I gathered all available information, selected the most suitable assistants for Madrid and Lisbon, and left instructions regarding the work to be carried out in my department during my absence. Soon afterwards, Ribbentrop called me again and said curtly, "Please come over to my office right away." When I arrived there, all he wanted was to ask whether I was satisfied with my preparations and if I had enough money. He also asked whether I had worked out a plan. I said not yet. He then said that of course everything concerning the affair had to be kept entirely secret and that the Führer would personally punish the slightest violation of secrecy. The Führer had wanted him to tell me that. It was typical of Ribbentrop's methods that he mentioned this only now. I reassured him and finally was able to take my leave. The next morning I flew by way of Lyons and Marseilles to Barcelona, whence we flew on to Madrid. A stifling heat lay over the land. The bare brown rocks of the Spanish mountains made me think of a lunar landscape. The pilots, who always worked as special couriers of the Secret Service, were friends of mine, and one of them invited me on to the flight deck to get some fresh air. Presently we swung in a great curve over the old city of Madrid and made a gentle landing. I went first to a hostel for German state employees, then to a hotel where I registered officially, and finally to a private house where I was actually to live. After I had changed and freshened myself up, I went by a roundabout way to the German embassy and requested an interview with von Storer, the German ambassador. I told him briefly about my assignment. It seemed that he had not been given a very clear picture of it. It also transpired that the information on which the authorities in Berlin had based their decision had come in the first place from him. He had social connections which led, through members of the Spanish aristocracy, to the Duke of Windsor. Several Spanish and Portuguese nobles were very close friends of the Duke, and one evening he had told them at a party how annoying the continual surveillance of his movements had become, and had expressed dissatisfaction with his whole situation. He seemed also to be unhappy about his appointment as governor of Bermuda. During various conversations he had often said that he would be pleased to pay a long visit to Spain so that he could get away from it all and live undisturbed with his wife. Thereupon an invitation to a hunt had been sent to him, and he had accepted it. The date had not yet been settled. Von Storer said he would soon be able to give me more details about where the hunt would take place and at what time, and would also introduce me into Spanish society so as to give me the opportunity to form my own opinions for the further conduct of the matter. The place that the Duke was to visit was near the Spanish-Portuguese frontier. To allay British suspicions of a planned flight into Spain, it might be best to name a locality on the border itself. Then, during one of the hunting excursions, a removal by mistake into the Spanish interior would be possible. The conversation with von Storer did not contribute anything very new, so we decided to wait until the Duke of Windsor's plans took more definite shape. Madrid was one of the most strongly developed centers of the German Secret Service. Apart from active espionage and counter-espionage, its military sector included between 70 and 100 employees who lived and worked in one of the extraterritorial buildings of the German embassy. There we had one of our most important shortwave listening posts and decoding stations, also a meteorological station with substations in Portugal, the Canary Islands, and North and South Africa. This station was of decisive importance to our Luftwaffe and U-boat operations off the Bay of Biscay and in the western Mediterranean area, while the center at Madrid also supervised the surveillance of the Straits of Gibraltar. Later, this most important center was to be a source of great trouble to me, for as the position of Germany grew worse, Allied pressure forced back German influence in Spain step by step. Still, we managed to maintain our full staff there until the beginning of 1945. In our diplomatic exchanges with the Spaniards, we used to good effect full lists of the American and British Information Service personnel in Spain, which we had assembled and with which we justified our own activities. One evening, soon after my arrival, I went over to the embassy, taking my 2 bodyguards with me to see the police attaché. He was said to be a very able and experienced man, and besides his chief function, which was to maintain a liaison with the Spanish police, he carried out Secret Service missions. After he had informed me about our relations with the Spanish and Portuguese police, and with other Spanish authorities, such as the passport and customs officials, I decided to reveal the nature of my mission to him, and after a long discussion of the problems involved, we settled on the best contacts for our work. As long as we could assure them that we would not violate Spanish interests, we could count on their full support, and even active intervention if difficulties should arise. But we decided that we could not reveal to them the nature of my mission. I then went to call on von Stora again, and we talked until late into the night. He told me all the details of the present relationship between Germany and Spain, and we also discussed the war situation. Among other things, he complained about the frequently incorrect information collected by the Auslands organization, the organization of the Nazi Party abroad. He felt that it was necessary to unify the now completely uncontrolled and chaotic political intelligence services. We discussed the personal differences between the various heads of the Nazi organizations, between Heydrich and Canaris, and between Heydrich and Boll, head of the Auslands organization. I pointed out to him the growing differences between Himmler and Ribbentrop, who had fallen out over policy in Romania. Von Stora then explained to me his opinions on policy in Spain and begged me to present these to the foreign minister upon my return. The continual pressure from Berlin, especially since the end of the campaign in France, to bring Spain into the war on our side, was understandable, but Berlin saw things too much from the viewpoint of their own interests. They showed too little understanding of the Spanish mentality and of the situation in Spain at the present time. He knew that in Berlin they complained about his soft attitude, but nothing could change the facts. He had a more comprehensive view of the Spanish attitude and of the great difficulties in bringing about any change. Spain had received the greatest support from Germany in the Civil War, and the country, and especially General Franco, was truly grateful. The chief problem in Spain was the economic condition of the country resulting from the great social upheaval caused by the Civil War. Von Stora felt certain that the Spanish leaders were sincerely friendly towards Germany, but friction had been created by Ribbentrop's continual pressure for the formation of a European bloc and the attempts to force Spain into it. Seen from Berlin, this might seem a necessary part of our program, whereas Spain, because of her geographical position and historical development, was more in the nature of a bridge to Africa and was unwilling to surrender this position. Moreover, if Germany was able to offer enough material aid to satisfy Spain's needs, Franco's chief argument against joining the war would be removed. People were greatly impressed by Germany's military successes, but the opinion among well-informed circles was that the war might go on longer than the military and political leaders of Germany wanted to believe. Germany still had not succeeded in destroying Great Britain, which was the prerequisite for final victory. The attempt initiated by Hitler to isolate England politically so far rested only on the points of our bayonets. Real diplomatic success had eluded us, nor had we been able to win over the people of the conquered countries. The construction of a new Europe remained an illusion. Von Stora's purpose in this long conversation was quite clear. He wanted to use me to warn Berlin against any undue optimism as far as Spain's entry into the war was concerned. We talked briefly about my mission. I had decided to let the whole thing depend upon the Duke of Windsor's attitude. I was against the use of force except to counteract any movements that the British Secret Service might make. The next day I had lunch with a Spanish friend who was in a position to assure me that he would remove any difficulties I might have at the frontier. In the meantime, there had been no further news from Lisbon. It seemed that the Duke of Windsor was in no great hurry about the hunting excursion. The more I thought about it, the more likely it seemed to be that the whole thing was based merely on an impulsive remark, the result of a passing mood perhaps, and that the seriousness which had been attributed to it was entirely due to wishful thinking. I decided the best thing for me to do would be to go at once to Lisbon, where I could form my own opinion on the spot. In order to be ready for action, I had arranged for an American car to be bought and sent to Lisbon, as well as a fast car belonging to the Secret Service. A highly placed Portuguese official who was a friend of mine had arranged for me to stay with a family of Dutch Jewish emigrants in Lisbon First, however, I went to visit my Japanese friend whom I had met when I stopped at Lisbon on my mission to Dakar. We had a warm and happy reunion. I asked him to procure for me precise information about the Duke of Windsor's present residence in Estoril, how many entrances the house had, what floors were occupied, and all possible details about the servants and the measures taken to guard the Duke. My friend showed not the slightest reaction to this request, except for his usual polite and obliging smile, nor did he show any curiosity or ask any questions. He merely made a deep bow and said, "For my friend no task is too much trouble." In the evening I took a short walk through the town, and then climbed up the steep hill to the German embassy. From its windows one had a marvelous view of the mouth of the Tagus and the harbor. The ambassador, von Huene, had been informed of my visit, and welcomed me cordially. He was somewhat surprised at the authority I had been given, but said repeatedly that he was completely at my disposal. I told him about my mission right away, and added that in all honesty I had come to the conclusion that it could not be carried out successfully. However, I had got to try and do the best I could, for once Hitler had made up his mind about a thing like this, that was the end of any argument. I asked von Huene to help me, especially in securing information, so that I could get a clear picture of what the Duke of Windsor's attitude really was. Von Huene said that he had indeed heard that the Duke had expressed dissatisfaction about his situation, but thought the whole thing had been grossly exaggerated by gossip mongers. After I had made arrangements for communication with the central office in Berlin, we discussed general problems in Portugal. British influence in the country was considerable, but on the other hand there was great fear that one day England and America might decide to use Portugal as a bridgehead for an invasion of the Mediterranean area, particularly of Africa. Unrest in the country was still widespread, though Salazar was taking very energetic and intelligent measures to balance the economy. Soviet influence in the larger towns, and especially in Lisbon, was not to be underestimated. Portugal's military strength had increased, but still could not be considered an important factor, except perhaps for the coastal defences which had received a great deal of attention. The Portuguese security police worked systematically and had a large net of informants. There was a contest between us and the British to gain the greater influence with the Portuguese police. When von Huene felt he had sufficient confidence in me, he expressed his relief that I did not intend to strain relations between Portugal and Germany by my actions. We then talked about the Venlo incident, and he told me that he had received interesting information about it from the most reliable sources. Great Britain and France had really believed in the existence of a strong conspiracy in the German army, and this had influenced their policy more decisively than they were willing to admit. This was true of France especially, where the government had drawn the ridiculous conclusion that Germany was internally so weak because of the opposition of the army to the Nazis that she could no longer be considered a dangerous enemy. The next day I again visited my Japanese friend. He and his organization had done excellent work. He gave me a detailed sketch plan of the house, the number of servants, and an account of the guards furnished by the Portuguese police and of the British security forces. He had also prepared a detailed description of the daily life of the household. In the evening I had a long conversation with my Portuguese friend. I knew that he was in financial difficulties, so I immediately offered him a sum of money in return for a complete picture of the situation among the Portuguese state officials. Within an hour I had this information. British influence based on long tradition and experience was certainly stronger than ours. On the other hand, it was astonishing how much ground Germany had gained recently. With this information, and by spending quite lavishly, I was able to organize considerable undercover activity. Within 2 days I had drawn a close net of informants round the Duke's residence. I had even managed to replace the Portuguese police guard with my own people. I was also able to place informants among the servants, so that within 5 days I knew of every incident that took place in the house and every word spoken at the dinner table. My Japanese friend was also working in his quiet but very effective manner to get me supplementary information. Portuguese society provided a third valuable source, and unwitting remarks and gossip at the various soirees and functions were passed on to me. Within 6 days I had a full picture. The Duke of Windsor no longer intended to accept the hunting invitation. He was most annoyed by the close surveillance of the British Secret Service. He did not like his appointment to Bermuda and would have much preferred to remain in Europe, but he obviously had no intention whatever of going to live either in a neutral or an enemy country. According to my reports, the furthest he ever went in this direction was once to have said in his circle of Portuguese friends that he would rather live in any European country than go to Bermuda. However, all my informants felt that it might be possible to influence the Duke, especially if one could increase his already strong aversion to his secret guards. I therefore arranged for a high Portuguese police official to tell the Duke that the Portuguese guard would have to be strengthened because they had information that the Duke was being watched, whether by his own intelligence service or that of the enemy they could not tell, but it would be better to make certain. That same night I staged an incident in the garden of the Duke's villa. Stones were thrown at the windows, and as a result an intensive search of the whole house was made by the Portuguese guard, which caused a considerable disturbance. I then started rumours among the servants of the villa that the British Secret Service had been behind the incident. They had orders to make the Duke's stay as uncomfortable as possible, and thus make him readier to leave for Bermuda. 4 days later a bouquet was delivered at the house with a note which said, "Beware of the machinations of the British Secret Service, a Portuguese friend who has your interests at heart." These things were, of course, fairly unimportant, but they were discussed and created a certain amount of suspicion and ill feeling. In any case, I had to take some form of action because Berlin was continually demanding reports of progress, and these moves, somewhat dramatized, served as material for my reports. I even considered getting my friends to arrange for me to meet the Duke, but the possibility of anything useful resulting from this seemed so remote that I did nothing. A week later, my Japanese friend warned me to be very careful. He was convinced that the British Secret Service had become suspicious. Once, indeed, I suspected that 2 British agents were shadowing me. I tried everything I knew to shake them off, altering my route suddenly, changing from bus to taxi and back again, but I could not get rid of them. Finally, after a 2 hours chase, I managed to do so by driving to the Fatima Church near my house and leaving it by a side door. When I was interrogated by the British Secret Service in 1945, I realized that they knew nothing about my plans at that time and did not even know that I was in Portugal. Replies from Berlin to my reports had grown cooler and cooler. Then suddenly, after about a fortnight, I received a telegram from Ribbentrop. The Führer orders that an abduction is to be organized at once. This was an unexpected blow. Since the Duke was so little in sympathy with our plans, an abduction would be madness. But what could I do? I was quite certain that it was Ribbentrop alone who was behind this order. He had made a completely wrong evaluation of the situation and had probably distorted my reports in order to persuade Hitler to sanction this ultimate folly. The ambassador was as worried as I was, though I assured him at once that I had no intention of carrying out my orders. In the evening I discussed the matter with my Japanese friend. I thought I discerned mild contempt in his eyes. He remained silent for a long time. Finally he said, "An order is an order. It has to be carried out. After all, the thing should not be so difficult. You will have all the help and support you need, and the element of surprise will be on your side." After another pause he said, "Your Führer certainly knows why he wants the Duke of Windsor in his hands, but what do you really wish to discuss with me? How to carry out this order, or how to evade it?" I was somewhat hurt that he had thought it necessary to remind me of my duty. I tried to explain to him that Hitler had reached this decision on the basis of false information. Finally he said, making a small motion with his hand, "How you will justify yourself to your Führer is not my affair. Let us not lose any more time, but discuss how you can circumvent the order. You have to save face. That means you have to arrange things so that action becomes completely impossible. There I cannot help you, for I have no influence with those responsible for the Duke's security guards, but these guards will have to be strengthened to such an extent that any attempt at force would be out of question. You can blame a Portuguese police official whom you can say you suspect to be working with the British. You could even go so far as to arrange a bit of shooting, which of course would come to nothing. And perhaps, if you are lucky, the Duke will lose his nerve as a result of all this and blame his own people for it." Slowly I left the house. We had nothing more to say to each other. It was a lovely night, clear and starry, but I could find no peace. My situation was extremely difficult, all the more so as I could not fathom the attitude of the 2 companions Heydrich had sent with me. That evening I had supper with my Portuguese friend in a small restaurant. I felt tired and beaten, and really did not want to discuss the matter any more. But in order to test his reactions I said, Tomorrow I have to bring the Duke of Windsor across the Spanish frontier by force. The plan has to be worked out tonight. My friend woke from his usual lethargy as I went on. How many of you people who will have to leave the country afterwards can I count on, and what will the whole thing cost? My friend looked terrified. I can't be responsible for a thing like that, he said. People might get killed. It would be very difficult, not only here, but at the border. Nervously he drew geometric figures on the tablecloth with his knife. After a pause he gave his final answer, "No, I can't help you, and I really don't see what use the Duke of Windsor can be to you if you abduct him by force. Inevitably it would become known, and I don't think the prestige of your country would grow by it, and then the order contains no mention of his wife. But it was Hitler who pointed out her decisive importance in the Duke's life. You are right, it must be Ribbentrop who is behind it. Let's be realistic, though. If you feel you must carry out this order, I shan't place any difficulties in your way, but I won't be able to help you any further." I now told him that I was completely of his opinion. His relief was obvious, and with great enthusiasm he discussed with me how we could circumvent the order. Next morning he arranged for 20 additional Portuguese police to be assigned to the Duke's Guard. This was followed by an immediate intensification of security measures by the British. These two facts I conveyed to Berlin in a long report, and asked for further instructions. For 2 anxious days they kept me waiting. Finally the laconic answer came, "You are responsible for measures suitable to the situation." Not a very friendly message, but it showed that, as I had hoped, Berlin was taking a more sober view of the affair. Meanwhile, the date of the Duke's departure from Lisbon drew near. Sir Walter Monckton, obviously a high official of the British Secret Service, as he appeared to me then, arrived from London to make sure that the Duke left on time. To preserve face, I reported to Berlin that the following information had been obtained through a police official who we knew was working for the British: that considerable tension had arisen between the Duke and the British Secret Service during the last few days, that the Duke was determined to remain in Europe, but that he was being placed under great pressure not to do so, that the British Secret Service planned to demonstrate to him the danger he was running from enemy secret services by themselves planting a time bomb on the ship which was to explode a few hours before his departure for Bermuda, taking great care, of course, that the Duke would not be harmed. What with real as well as false alarms, the Portuguese police were in a state of feverish activity and excitement. The ship was searched several times from top to bottom. Security measures were doubled, then redoubled. Everything helped to confirm my reports to Berlin on the impossibility of carrying out the abduction. On the day of the Duke's departure, I was in the tower room of the German embassy, watching the ship through field glasses. It appeared so close that I seemed almost able to touch it. The Duke and the Duchess went on board punctually, and I recognized Monckton too. There was some excitement about the hand luggage. The Portuguese police in their zeal insisted upon searching that too. Finally, the ship cast off and moved away down the broad mouth of the Tagus. Slowly I returned to my house. The chapter was closed. There remained only the question of my reception in Berlin. If I could make my report to Hitler personally, I was sure that everything would be all right. But if Ribbentrop made the report, I would probably be in for trouble. I spent the rest of the day drawing up my last telegram to Berlin. The next day, after bidding my friends goodbye, I drove from Lisbon to Madrid, and from there flew to Berlin. I reported at once to Ribbentrop. He received me rather coolly, his expression distant, his handshake perfunctory. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied. He said curtly, "Please report." I remained calm and spoke quietly, my verbal report following very closely the written reports I had sent from Lisbon. When I had finished, he stared in front of him for quite a while, then said in a monotonous and tired voice, "The Führer has studied your last telegram thoroughly, and asks me to tell you that in spite of his disappointment at the outcome of the whole affair, he agrees with your decisions and expresses his approval of the manner in which you proceeded." I was extremely relieved to hear this, and I must confess that I felt great respect and gratitude for Hitler's reaction. Ribbentrop, who was obviously acting under instructions, now changed the subject, and for another hour and a half we discussed in a rather casual fashion the general situation in Spain and Portugal. Cautiously I sought to convey Ambassador von Stora's line of thought, but Ribbentrop interrupted me at once, saying angrily, It's a pity you didn't put a little pressure on von Storer to rouse him from his lethargy. We know ourselves that the situation is not simple, but that's what he's down there for, to change it. I tried to parry this, quite right, but it is extremely difficult to change a man's attitude in a discussion and to influence him psychologically when this attitude is based on the structural development of the country. But Ribbentrop would not agree, and I noticed that he was again trying to cut short the discussion on this point. Ribbentrop was a most peculiar type. I had an especially strong impression that day that everything about him was studied and unnatural, without the slightest spontaneity, the rigidity of his expression, the visible effort it cost him to smile, the artificiality of his gestures. All this gave the impression of a man who had put on a mask, and I wondered what really went on behind it. It was completely impossible to move him or to convince him by logical discussion. If one attempted it, one soon had the feeling that he was not listening at all. Perhaps this sprang from a feeling of insecurity, a fear that he would not be able to maintain his position and his own viewpoint. I knew that I would never be able to establish any real contact with this man. In the afternoon I reported to Heydrich. He listened quietly, nodded several times, and finally said, "A rather disjointed affair. Please don't get yourself involved too closely with Ribbentrop. I feel that you should not have accepted this assignment in the first place. Obviously you realized from the beginning how it would probably end. I must say that you carried it off rather shrewdly. A Japanese-Polish conspiracy. A lead from Warsaw, spies on the Berlin-Warsaw Express narrowing the field of suspects, positive identification, roundup of a spy ring, analysis of captured information, Japanese aid to the Polish resistance, double dealing by a Japanese ambassador, partial release of the ring." Here I would like to relate an extremely interesting case that we dealt with in the summer of 1940. At that time, I received the following message from our counter-espionage office in Warsaw. 3. A reliable informant, well known to us, reports that today or tomorrow an important courier of the Polish resistance movement is leaving Warsaw for Berlin, probably on the night express. Name and description of the courier cannot be discovered, neither his destination or address nor the nature of the messages he is carrying. This seemed precious little to go on. If the courier were to leave Warsaw that evening, there would hardly be sufficient time to take any action. However, I instructed Warsaw to try to get further information through WWII, but to proceed very cautiously so that the suspect should not be forewarned, and said that I personally would take charge of operations in Berlin. I then called one of the commanders of our special flying squads to my office to discuss the problem. First, we had to sift all suspicious persons aboard the Warsaw-Berlin Express. From experience, we knew that theoretically the number could hardly exceed 8. At the key points along the route, and especially in Berlin, special agents had to be placed in readiness to take each of these persons under observation. A full surveillance would have to be carried out on each of them, whether it led to any results or not. In such an action luck plays as great a part as ability. But the flying squad chief was an extremely able man. That very night he and his men sifted 6 suspects aboard the express who might possibly be couriers. He managed to forward the information to the observation squads awaiting the train in Berlin, who in turn succeeded in establishing surveillance over all 6, a masterly achievement, in view of the short notice that we had had. The chief of the flying squad now brought me the report of the check on the passports of all the passengers. These were approximately 500, which his men had carried out at the frontier. There was one person who had aroused their special interest, a certain Neb, whose papers did not seem to be quite in order. The man claimed to be a Polish national, but the linguist expert of the flying squad thought he discerned a White Russian accent. Neb's manner was a little hesitant, just enough, in fact, to arouse the suspicion of these experienced criminologists. When questioned about his destination, he first said Frankfurt on the Oder, then Berlin. The purpose of his journey, he explained, was to have business discussions with the Berlin office of the Japanese Mitsui Company, one of the largest Japanese firms. They took him out of the compartment for a body search, but this revealed nothing. There was nothing of interest among his private papers, nor did inspection of them with infrared light reveal any invisible ink. Neb shared the compartment with a traveling companion, K, who was much calmer and more self-assured and whose papers were all in order. He too said that discussions with the Japanese firm were the purpose of his trip. His briefcase contained nothing but business correspondence, and as there was nothing about him that was in any way suspicious, he was not submitted to a body search. The leader of the flying squad advised us to keep these two under special observation. "Trust my experience," he said. "There is something fishy about Neb, and K is connected with him. I've checked every other person on the train and always come back to these two." At noon I received the first reports. Neb had separated from his companion and had gone to a hotel near the Stettiner station. K had gone to Berlin-Steglitz, where he had entered a small 3-roomed apartment. By the evening of that day, the other 4 suspects were cleared. Their background had been investigated and was found to be above suspicion. Just to be on the safe side, however, we kept them under observation for a further 3 days. Meanwhile, investigations in Warsaw disclosed that the Warsaw addresses given by Neb and K were false. Nor was the apartment in Berlin-Steglitz rented in K's name. Cautious investigation carried out through an insurance company disclosed a most interesting piece of information. The apartment was rented by a member of the Manchukuo embassy in Berlin. The surveillance was intensified. Neb and K could not make a single move or telephone conversation without my knowledge. It soon transpired that K was using Neb as his contact with the outside world. He was extremely cautious, probably all the more so because of the difficulties he had encountered at the frontier. He did not leave the apartment and had only one telephone conversation with Neb in which he asked him to come to the house. This was on the 3rd day of the surveillance. Neb stayed at K's apartment for only half an hour, then returned to his hotel. From there he called the Manchukuo embassy and asked whether he could come along. "Better if you and your friend would go for a walk," he was told, "at the rendezvous in the Tiergarten the day after tomorrow. He can have a conversation with Nickel on a bench." The next morning Neb went back to K's apartment, obviously to inform him of the appointment. K still did not leave the apartment, nor did he receive any visitors. He kept himself shut in like a mole. That evening a well-dressed woman visited Neb at his hotel. I had a report on her the next morning. She was a cook at the Manchukuo embassy, a Polish subject, but with a Manchukuo passport. We obtained this information from a caretaker's assistant at the embassy, a Berlin lad whom my agents used as an informant. He told us that there were 6 Poles in the Manchukuo embassy and that they all had Manchukuo passports. From our Foreign Office and the Alien Office of the Police, we ascertained that 3 of these Poles were entitled to claim diplomatic privilege. We could not find out anything about anyone named Nickel, which was no doubt a pseudonym. I now had to decide whether to make an arrest at this point or to continue the surveillance. It was an extremely delicate question. The arrest would, of course, have to be made at the rendezvous in the Tiergarten, but who would meet Neb and K at this rendezvous? A Pole with a Manchukuo passport, even one of the 3 who were allowed diplomatic immunity, or perhaps a real Manchukuo or a Japanese. I could not get any further information from Warsaw. Neb's and K's names were completely unknown there, and no connections of any kind could be established. One thing seemed certain. The secret service of the Polish resistance movement was working in collaboration with the Manchukuo embassy, which was the same thing as saying the Japanese embassy. In other words, they were obviously working with the Japanese secret service. I spent most of the night trying to reach a decision. Finally, I arrived at the following conclusions. Y3 had reported the journey of a courier. We had got on the track of 2 suspicious persons, though which of these was the courier remained to be seen. But Y3 had mentioned only one man, and our observation had shown that Neb had all the time played a subsidiary role. It was thus quite certain that K was the courier. A courier could transmit information either verbally or in writing. If K were to transmit written material at the rendezvous in the Tiergarten, then the arrest had to be made at the moment in which he handed it over, so that we could get our hands on it. The body search of a person with diplomatic immunity would be a difficult undertaking. If he passed on the information verbally, then our agents must try to overhear as much of it as possible. The same night I contacted the Parks Department of the city of Berlin and the caretaker of the Tiergarten. The next morning my agents were at work in the Tiergarten, dressed in working clothes and equipped with suitable gardening tools. The disguise was well chosen. No one took the slightest notice of them. They had been instructed to arrest all those involved the moment any written material was handed over. If the information was transmitted verbally, they should try to overhear as much as they could. They should decide whether to make an arrest or not on the basis of what they overheard. Punctually at 10 o'clock, arrived in a taxi. while he was paying his fare, he took a quick look at the locality, then strolled casually down one of the walks in the park for about 200 yards and came back. After he had done this a second time, another man joined him, and after a short greeting, Kay took a small package wrapped in a white paper from his trouser pocket and gave it to the other man. In a moment, they were both arrested by my agents. 20 minutes later, Neb had also been arrested, and 2 hours later, the cook of the Manchukuo embassy. By 7 o'clock that evening, we had arrested all the Poles working in the Manchukuo embassy. I had decided to disregard their diplomatic rights. We could always explain later that a mistake had been made. However, I at once informed Under-Secretary Luther of the Foreign Office. We decided that the center of the espionage ring must be in Warsaw. Berlin was only the contact point. Our task in the subsequent interrogations was to try to find out as much as we could about the Warsaw organization. We had been quite right in supposing that Neb was a figure of secondary importance. It was not difficult to break him down in interrogation. However, his evidence was not very informative, as he did not know a great deal. His main function had been to act as a courier between one of the chief agents of the Polish resistance in Warsaw and a Ukrainian group. He spoke Russian better than Polish, which was officially supposed to be sympathetic to us. It was the so-called Melnik group. K, however, was quite a different type, 100% Polish. He had the stolid calm of the Slav which nothing could shake. He was a fanatical nationalist, and my interrogators could get nowhere with him. The information contained in the package, once we discovered it, was startling. The package itself consisted of a medium-sized clothes brush, almost new, with a silver back and an unopened tube of toothpaste. The back of the brush, however, was removable, and in it, concealed in a hollow, we found a small aluminium tube containing strips of We opened the tube of toothpaste too with the greatest care, and found that it also contained an aluminium tube with microfilm in it. In all there were 10 strips of microfilm, which when enlarged revealed 3 complete files of information. The first dealt with the general political situation in Poland, both in the territories occupied by us and those occupied by the Russians, who incidentally came off much worse than we did. The report was written partly in French and partly in English, but most of it was in Polish, and this part, which analyzed the psychological and practical mistakes of the 2 occupying powers, was extremely well written, and the contents excellently arranged. The viewpoint was quite objective and not narrowly nationalistic. The report could only have been assembled by a well-organized information service and showed the extent of the subversive activities of the Polish resistance movement, and also the conspiratorial talents of the Polish people. The report went on to tell of the methods of work of the Polish resistance and their plans for further organization. This was obviously written with the purpose of securing financial support from the intelligence services of other countries. And from the circumstances in which the material had come into our hands, it was plain that the Japanese were availing themselves of this organization and the extensive information network that was being built up there. The second part of the report strengthened the impression gained from the first. It dealt with the strength and locations of the German occupation forces. It contained the most exact numerical data. When I showed the report to officers in the OKW, the Supreme Command of the German Armed Forces, they were amazed at the accuracy of the figures, which were correct even to the most precise details, such as the strength of every battalion. It also described plans and measures not yet put into effect, which could not have been gained by observation, but only from German officers. The Polish women must have done excellent work among them. On the second day of the investigation, my chief interrogator reported, "I am getting nowhere with K. He is terribly stubborn. Give me a free hand to be a little rougher with him." "Out of the question, my dear fellow," I replied. "It just shows that your technique of interrogation is deficient. Rough treatment will not make him talk. Leave those methods to Herr Müller and his crowd. I don't want them introduced here. I'll talk to K myself. Let me have an interpreter whom he has never seen before, so that he won't be inhibited. I will let you see the results of my interrogation later." I must confess that the man K interested me greatly. We had enough evidence to convict and execute him, but that would hardly improve the situation in Poland. Presently he was brought into my room. He was tall, well-built, and had a handsome face. His every movement proclaimed the Polish officer. He knew with whom he was talking and treated me with great respect, but also with reserve. His attitude towards me was subtly different from that he showed towards his interrogators. I treated him as a fellow officer. I explained my situation to him and begged him to place himself in my position. My subordinates were making no progress with his interrogation. I had forbidden them to use violence. I wanted to treat him as a fellow officer and hoped that he appreciated that. "You must be aware of your own situation," I said. "The evidence against you is quite sufficient to convict you, and as we are at war, to execute you as a spy. I'm certain that you counted on that possibility from the very beginning. I would like you to tell me as much about your organization as you can without endangering your comrades. I admit that if you choose to maintain silence, we will not be able to get much further. I suppose as a courier you must already be several days overdue. That in itself would serve as sufficient warning, so that the part of the resistance movement that would be endangered will already have taken the necessary protective measures." He admitted dryly that everything I had said was correct, especially the last point. He was 4 days overdue now, and the protective countermeasures would have gone into effect automatically in Warsaw after 2 days. At this point I was ready to dismiss him, but he asked if he could talk to me for another 10 minutes. In fact, these 10 minutes became many hours. I spoke of the fate of his country, of the ideal of a European community, but all this made no impression on him. He confessed that his basic attitude inclined toward skepticism and pessimism, and at first persisted in his refusal to reveal anything about the Warsaw Resistance Center. But after a while he began to talk more and more openly, and in the end gave me an insight into many things. I must confess that this complete change of attitude was incomprehensible to me. Later, when I asked him about it, he said there is a common bond between us. Perhaps it is because we have the same profession. At the end of our conversation, I assured him that I would do everything I possibly could to help him. While K hated the Germans as the oppressors of his people, he hated the Russians even more and declared that he was ready to work for us against the Soviet Union. I was able to arrange for him to do so, and thus saved his life. He worked for us in Russia until 1945. I do not know what happened to him after that. From the conversations with K and other information resulting from this investigation, the following picture emerged. The Japanese Secret Service had taken notice of the organization and methods of the Polish resistance from a very early point of its development. At first, the resistance consisted not so much of fighting units of officers and soldiers, but of loosely organized resistance centers with an extensive information service. The Japanese decided to provide this movement with financial aid, as it could be of use to their own intelligence organization. The Japanese almost always availed themselves of the services of nationals in those countries in which they were operating. Poland was an especially interesting field for them, as it could be used for intelligence work in 2 directions, against the Germans and against the Russians. They supplied the Poles with financial support, technical equipment, and specially trained couriers, and even went so far as to naturalize their Polish agents and supply them with diplomatic passports. The General Staff of the resistance movement had organized the center of their political and military secret service in Warsaw, and had equipped it with an excellent technical laboratory, the head of which was Professor Piodewska, a member of the Warsaw Technical High School. When K had been 2 days overdue, this center was reorganized and removed to another place. All traces were so thoroughly obliterated that we were never able to find Piodewska. Probably the Japanese enabled him to escape to Sweden or South America. The Japanese Secret Service had extensively equipped centers in Belgrade, Vichy, and Stockholm, but it was Berlin that served as a rendezvous for their couriers. K had already made 4 or 5 trips between Berlin and Warsaw, and admitted that the material he had transmitted on these other occasions had been even more voluminous. At the end of 1943, the Japanese military attaché General Komatsu told me that the Japanese had always wondered why, after uncovering the extremely interesting case of K, we had not sought to work together with them. Collaboration in the construction of a secret service net against Russia should have been especially attractive to us. We must have realized that in spite of all difficulties, the Japanese could have been of great assistance to us against the Soviet Union, always using, of course, the nationals of other countries, such as Poland, Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Finland. I explained to Komatsu that I had indeed entertained such possibilities, but that political short-sightedness in high places made it difficult. On the other hand, at that time the Japanese had not been as eager as they were in 1943. But to return to the espionage activities revealed by the case of K. 2 copies of the material he had brought were prepared in Berlin. One went to Rome, the other to Stockholm. In Rome, the material was transmitted by the Japanese embassy to a trusted agent of the General of the Jesuit Order, Ledachowski. We could not ascertain the nature of the collaboration with the Jesuits, but it must have been a systematic arrangement. The material transmitted to Stockholm went to a former Polish officer, who was also in the employment of the Japanese embassy there. We had been suspicious of this man Piotr before. In our files he was described as employed by the Soviet Secret Service. Twice previously he had traveled through Germany on a Manchurian passport. We had great difficulty in keeping him under observation in Stockholm. All we could find out was that he was a frequent visitor to both the Japanese and Soviet embassies. The Japanese ambassador in Stockholm, Onodera, was one of the key figures of the Japanese Secret Service in Europe. He received secret information from Vichy, Rome, Belgrade, and Berlin for transmission to Tokyo, and also gathered other material himself. Much of this information, though only what was absolutely reliable, he used for a sort of barter trade, and he expected the same standard of integrity from those with whom he did business. If one gave him bad material once only, he would from then on refuse to engage in any further dealings with that informant. Piotr was in a sense his chief liaison with the Russians. Because of this affair, I went to Stockholm. While I was there, I also wanted to initiate measures to counteract the increasing amount of sabotage against our shipping and aircraft instigated by the Russians through their agents in Western Europe. I was especially interested in the German communist, Piech, who had worked with Best and Stevens in Holland, had headed a sabotage group in Denmark, and from there had been sent to Sweden. I found out that Onodera made the material collected by K available to both the British and the Soviet secret services. Later, I succeeded in insinuating one of my agents into Onodera's barter trade. He posed as a representative of the Italian Secret Service, a disguise which he was able to maintain until the end of 1944. It was a really fascinating game requiring the highest intelligence and skill. The material which we traded in Stockholm was prepared by me personally, usually late at night. It was a very careful blend of false, even misleading, material and valid information, the latter mostly of a less important nature. In this trade, the British showed themselves somewhat slow and clumsy, while the Russians were extremely quick and active. I must confess that the material they collected and offered for trade was excellent. That on Great Britain, for instance, showed that they must have had agents in the highest circles of the government. Through them we even got material that came directly from the British War Office. The Russians were already working with the Secret Service of the Chinese Communists and used the Chinese very skillfully, especially in diplomatic circles in London. So important was some of their material that I did not submit it to our British section, but worked on it myself, not wishing to spread the knowledge among too wide a circle. One other thing about Onodera was that he showed great skill in making every party with whom he traded feel that they were the only ones with whom he shared his secrets. That we knew better was solely due to K. It was not until 6 weeks after their arrest that the Manchurian embassy asked us about the whereabouts of their nationals. In order to avoid difficulties, we freed all those who were protected by diplomatic immunity. They all disappeared in the Balkans and were never again used in any important intelligence activities by the Japanese, counteracting Soviet intelligence. Hitler decides to test Russia's intentions. Molotov visits Berlin, surveillance of his entourage. Russia questions our attitude to her problems. I am ordered to rest, return to Berlin, disappearance of 2 SD officials, anti-Soviet intelligence work, escape of a Soviet agent. In the autumn of 1940, a decisive turning point was approaching in Hitler's strategy. He still entertained the idea of solving the problem of Gibraltar by force, and against Spain's wishes of occupying Portugal so as to secure it against Allied invasion, of establishing air and U-boat bases on the Canary Islands, and then of intensively colonizing North, West and Central Africa in collaboration with the Italians. It is worth mentioning that as late as the spring of 1944, General Jodl claimed that if the Spaniards had attacked Gibraltar, Rommel would have been able to secure control of all North Africa, in which case England would have been forced eventually to cooperate and Europe would have been saved. But Hitler's attention was now being directed, largely by Himmler, to the danger in the east, the unreliability of Russia as an ally, and the incalculable problem this presented. Russia's sharp reaction to the sending of special German troops into Romania was also disquieting. Therefore, in October 1940, Hitler decided to make a final test of Russia's intentions. On his instructions, Ribbentrop wrote a letter to Stalin in which he discussed the whole international situation and implied that Russia's participation in a three-power pact with the Axis would be welcomed. Stalin's reply was polite, but showed considerable hesitation. He said in substance that a discussion of various individual problems would first be necessary. This led to an invitation to Molotov to visit Berlin, and on November 13 he arrived with the newly appointed ambassador to Germany, Dekanozovnin, a friend and countryman of Stalin's. Security measures for Molotov's visit were my special responsibility west of the Polish demarcation line. The Russians wanted precise information about the measures we were taking, and in such things were extremely bureaucratic. I was not particularly worried about protection in Berlin, but the securing of the railway line through Poland presented a ticklish problem. One always had to be prepared for unpleasant surprises with the Poles, and it was obvious that they had as little love for the Russians as they had for us. The Russians announced that they expected specially strong precautions along this route, so we did everything in our power. Along its entire length, this part of the route was secured by double guard posts at intervals of 150 yards, while special squads patrolled the railway lines. A strict control of the frontiers and a check of all transport and all hotels throughout Germany were introduced at the same time. Besides these protective measures, we set up an indirect surveillance of Molotov's whole entourage. It might not be the first time that the Russians had used an official occasion to smuggle important members of their secret service into a country. Our task turned out to be a difficult one. Dekanozov brought along his own secret service agents for his personal protection, and there were at least 3 persons in his entourage whom we could not identify at all, though they all turned out to be persons who established frequent contacts with Berlin. At one point, one of our surveillance men had been ready to make an arrest, but the Russians succeeded in reaching his embassy in a Russian car and disappeared behind the curtain of diplomatic immunity. After Molotov's visit, Dekanozov and several of his companions remained in Berlin, and it was quite clear that this heralded an unwelcome intensification of Russian Secret Service activity in Germany and the territories occupied by us. Molotov returned to Moscow after 4 days. On November 27, the German ambassador was handed a note from the Soviet Foreign Office containing the main outlines of the Russian position and asking for clarification of Germany's views on the following points. What was our attitude towards Soviet policy in Finland? Russia wished to establish garrisons in Bulgaria and to negotiate the same sort of agreement there as we had with Romania. For this purpose, bases should be established in the Dardanelles. If Turkey refused agreement to this, would Germany and Italy join Russia in measures to enforce the demand? Spheres of interest in the areas south of Baku and Batum. That Germany should seek to influence Japan to settle her differences with the Soviet Union regarding the island of Sakhalin. If satisfactory assurances were given on all these points, Russia would be ready to join a 3-power pact. The conversations between Molotov and Hitler had been rather cool to these further proposals. Hitler did not even reply. Already in September 1940, Hitler had strengthened the Eastern Front by 20 divisions, and the General Staff had submitted draft plans of a possible offensive against the Soviet Union in the summer of that year. This was followed by large-scale maneuvers under General von Paulus. Hitler must have arrived at his vital decision by the middle of December. This came to my knowledge in the following way. Admiral Canaris had become worried about my health and had arranged for me to be thoroughly examined by Professor Zahler, Göring's personal physician. Zahler having discussed the results of this checkup with Heydrich, I had been ordered to go to Carlsbad for a rest cure. This was shortly after Molotov's visit to Berlin. Before leaving, I discussed with Heydrich the work to be carried on in my absence, and during our conversation he said, "It may interest you to know that recently the Führer has been concerned almost solely with information concerning the Soviet Union. He doesn't speak anymore about the great possibilities of exploitation in the Eurafrican spaces. He's turned his attention to the Eurasian spaces instead. His whole strategic concept seems to have shifted, and apparently there'll be quite a lot to do next spring. We must be ready for some surprises too, so you must get yourself back in working order as soon as possible." On December 18, 1940, Hitler signed the order Wehrmachtsbefehl in November 21, Operation Barbarossa, the attack on the Soviet Union. It provided for an offensive by a strength of about 100 infantry divisions, 25 armored and 30 fully motorized divisions. On February 3, 1941, Hitler approved the strategic plan for the offensive which the Supreme Commander of the Army, Field Marshal von Brauchitsch, placed before him. After 2 months in Carlsbad, I returned to Berlin. It was very hard to adjust myself again to the hectic atmosphere of the capital. The chief task now was counter-espionage work against the Soviet Union. The centers of interest here were the border countries, Romania, Hungary, Poland, and Finland. The western sectors of our security network had to be weakened in order to strengthen the eastern ones. A special problem was created by the thousands of Russian émigrés, white Russians, Ukrainians, Georgians, etc., living in Germany. We knew that Russian intelligence used a number of them as their agents, so I created a net of informants among them, using the Russian system of groups of 3. Each member of the group had to inform on the others without their being aware of it. At the moment, securing information about them seemed more important than the possibility of using them later on for occupation work in their own countries. We had sufficient Russian émigrés already actively working for our secret service. The Russian secret service in Germany was becoming increasingly active, and we were able to observe the growth of this extensive network. It was very difficult to decide how long to continue the surveillance and when to end it by making arrests. Merely to observe what objectives interested the enemy sometimes enabled us to draw valuable conclusions, but waiting too long could lead to very damaging results. Once, by delaying longer than I should have done, I spoiled a very important case. My assistants had warned me, but I had not listened to them. The head of our counter-espionage in Breslau was a very able official, a specialist in Eastern European matters, with an excellent knowledge of Russian and Polish. He had been active in this area for many years, and his work showed quite good results. His opposite number in military intelligence had a similar background. After I had been head of counter-espionage for some time, I began to feel dissatisfied with the work of these 2 men, and to suspect that in many instances they were purposely misleading us. I discussed this with the chief of their department and ordered a thorough investigation. We found that Russian was spoken regularly in their homes and that both families had developed an unusually high standard of living. A check of their expense accounts, and particularly of the confidential funds for their agents, showed that these could not have been the source of their increased wealth. They received an unusually large number of visitors in their homes, and we discovered that these were mostly people who did not live in Breslau. Then one of them reported to us that his car had been broken into while it was parked in the street, and a briefcase full of important documents had been stolen. I decided to continue the surveillance and not make an arrest yet. 2 days later, both men had vanished, having taken with them all the most important documents from their offices. The wife of the military intelligence man died soon afterwards from an unknown cause. The wife of the counter-espionage man was arrested and interrogated. She maintained from the very beginning that her husband had told her he had become involved with Russian intelligence, thinking that thereby he might be able to make a valuable coup for us. The woman's testimony was not convincing. The house was thoroughly searched, and in a small suitcase were found some fragments of a letter, which we were able to put together well enough to read the last sentence, "And you will come and join me." It was obviously a letter of farewell which her husband had written her, but she denied having ever seen it, and said that it was not her husband's handwriting. Our graphologist said, however, that it could well have been his handwriting, though the writer might have been under the influence of alcohol or drugs. The case was never cleared up, though I initiated the most intensive and widespread search. Not the slightest trace of the 2 men was found, nor could we ever determine with certainty whether they were traitors or whether they had been abducted or perhaps killed. All the evidence, as well as the testimony of the wife, pointed towards the conclusion that they were traitors. However, I did not take any action against the wife, and arranged to have a small grant paid for the support of the child which the man had left behind. As a result of the affair, we had completely to reorganize the security system of the Silesian war industries, for the material that disappeared with the 2 men contained a comprehensive account of its organization. Heydrich was lenient about this error of mine. He even tried to console me, saying that this kind of affair was the sort of tuition fee that everyone had to pay, and there was no reason why I should be spared such embarrassments. The next day I was at his hunting lodge. During the course of our conversation, in which he stressed again the importance of strengthening the counter-espionage's work against the Russians, and said that the Führer was watching this work very closely, he finally began to talk about Admiral Canaris. He was very critical of Canaris's work as head of military intelligence. He felt certain, in fact, that Canaris had betrayed the date of the attack in the West, May 10, 1940, to the Allies, but nevertheless he did not want to proceed against him just yet. He would wait and gather more evidence. The day would come, however, when Canaris would be punished for all the damage he had caused to the regime. Heydrich then went on to speak of the problem of the whole intelligence network. He was still very much preoccupied with certain setbacks he had had recently, and saw their cause in the organizational weakness of the various intelligence services, especially the SD Ausland, the Foreign Intelligence branch of the main security office, usually called AMTZAs. Until now they had been allowed to function under the loosest control, but if anything went wrong, it was he, Heydrich, who would receive the blame. He realized the great difficulty of integrating a foreign intelligence service into an internal security organization, particularly in wartime, but the whole level of the work of this department was unsatisfactory, the training and experience of the younger people inadequate, and the direction they received from their superiors bad. I had been aware of these problems for a long time and had come to very similar conclusions. I had therefore been expecting this conversation and was very careful to advance no criticism of my own, but simply to maintain an attitude of attention to what Heydrich was saying. He knew that from the very beginning it had been my aim to work in foreign intelligence. Now he said, do you think it is possible in the middle of the war more or less to reconstruct an organization such as AMT-VIX? I told him that it had to be possible, though there would be great technical difficulties which would call for an immediate reduction in the amount of work. The main weakness was lack of tradition and experience, which could only be acquired over a long period. To attempt to force such a development almost overnight would need the investment of practically unlimited resources and the employment of the best personnel in the whole organization. Much would depend on the cooperation of other government departments and the support given by Hitler and Himmler. But the deficiency of intelligence was a problem that had to be solved, and the sooner the better. Heydrich wanted me to devote more thought to the problem and added, I believe that in the near future you will have to undertake this task, but you will have to gain sufficient confidence among the leadership for them to allow you to work quite free of any control, except, of course, mine. In the meantime, please don't speak to anyone about this. Go ahead with your present work of strengthening the counter-espionage department. One more question. Do you think Canaris will use the period of reorganization to extend his influence at the expense of ours? I replied that that was a problem which would have to be dealt with at another level, a problem of the relative political influence of Heydrich and Canaris. But, on the whole, it seemed to me that Canaris had enough to do with his own problems, and that if any encroachment was to be feared, it was Ribbentrop rather than Canaris that I would worry about. Heydrich agreed with this. Thus the evening became one of the turning points of my career. Meanwhile, the work against the Russian Secret Service was proceeding satisfactorily. We had uncovered numerous networks of agents, courier routes, and secret transmitters. Until now, I had confined our tactics mainly to surveillance and the insinuation of false information. One had to be particularly careful about using the wavelengths of their secret transmitters, because the transmissions were checked most carefully by the Russians, and the slightest divergence from the pattern of the signal would warn them that the messages were not valid. We were rather lucky in this work and were able to play material to the Russians, in many cases without their becoming aware of the deception. The chief value of this activity lay not only in deceiving them but in discovering what they wanted to know. We also learned much about their methods and the relationship between the various groups of agents working for them. The Russians had recognized much earlier than had our leaders the importance of having a secret service that functioned efficiently, and the effectiveness of their methods and organization won the highest praise from our specialists. There was one case in which we were not very fortunate. One of their agents, whom we thought we had converted to our use, was a most important courier between Berlin and Stockholm. On one occasion he was carrying authentic material of the highest value, dealing with a special welding process of vital importance in aircraft production. He was to show this to a representative of the Soviet embassy at their first meeting. And then, before he actually turned the documents over to the Russians, misleading material was to be substituted. Our agents were watching him every minute, but he managed to warn his people through an employee at his hotel who was also in the service of the Russians. Then, on his way to the bathroom, he succeeded, again with the aid of the hotel employee, in slipping out by a back entrance and fleeing to the Soviet embassy. We never saw him again and could only assume that he had left immediately for Moscow with a diplomatic passport. The courier had, of course, warned his superiors, and thus, as a further consequence, our secret radio contact with the Russians was broken off. However, we had already gained much valuable information about the network of Soviet foreign intelligence outposts and about tensions between the intelligence service of the MVD, then NKVD, the intelligence organization of the secret police of the Soviet Communist Party, and the Soviet military secret service, the Vietinghoff brothers, a suspicious trio, enlistment of a new agent, watching a Russian rendezvous, tightening the net, abduction of a suspect, plans for a new Russian spy center, an agent under observation. Hitler intervenes in the case, fate of the Vietinghoffs. In the autumn of 1940, one of the most interesting cases in our work against the Soviet Secret Service was that of the Vietinghoff brothers. After the occupation of the Baltic states by Russia, the Baltic Germans began to stream back to Germany. One of these refugees, a young woman, reported at a frontier post that 3 people whom she was with seemed suspicious. 2 were brothers named Vietinghoff, and the third was the wife of the elder brother. Our official thought at first that the girl's complaint was one of the usual denunciations based on personal resentment. Nevertheless, the young woman was held for more thorough questioning. She admitted she had had an affair with the younger brother, who was unmarried. But this liaison had been broken up by the wife of the elder one, who was actually living with both of them. Frau Vietinghoff must have been a remarkably strong and energetic personality. Both men were completely under her influence. Although the younger brother had wanted to start a new life in Germany, however hard he tried, he had not the strength of character to disengage himself from this unconventional triangle and always succumbed to the influence of his sister-in-law. During the turbulent days of their emigration, he had begun an affair with the young Baltic German woman, and violent scenes of jealousy took place between the 2 women during the journey. Such was the young woman's story, which at first seemed clearly motivated by jealousy and of no interest to us. However, it became more interesting when, upon their arrival in Berlin, the 2 brothers and the wife disappeared completely. I do not wish to reveal the name of the young woman who brought this case to our attention. Later, she became an agent of the German Secret Service under the code name of R-17. She combined considerable charm with intelligence, a talent for the work, and a thorough knowledge of Slavonic languages, as well as of French and German. I used her first on a Secret Service assignment involving members of the Japanese embassy, and she proved very successful. Being a blonde, she was of a type which the Japanese usually prefer. Later, she returned to Riga and did excellent work for us against the Russians. At the time when she first brought the Vietinghoff brothers to our notice, she admitted frankly that her denunciation was motivated by a desire for revenge. The younger Vietinghoff had broken his promise to her, and she found herself deserted, betrayed and alone in Berlin, without funds or anyone to whom she could turn. She believed that the young man had been honest in his intentions towards her, but had succumbed to the influence of his sister-in-law. Her fiancé, as she still called him, had told her that his brother was working for the Russian Secret Service and that he was carrying out an assignment for them which would earn them all a lot of money. The younger brother was also helping in this, and once the mission was accomplished, they would escape abroad, he would marry her, and the 2 of them would be able to live the rest of their lives in comfort. This, and a detailed description of the trio, was all the information the young woman could give us. For 3 weeks we searched diligently for the trio, but without any result, and finally the file was placed before me so that I might close the case. But I was still not satisfied. The young woman had made a good impression on me, and I felt that her story must be more than just the product of a vivid imagination. So the next day I called in the specialist in charge and told him I did not want to close the case and was convinced that the 3 Vietinghoffs had taken another name and gone to earth in Berlin or in some other large city, and were probably already at work there. My instinct told me that we should concentrate on Berlin first. If they were engaged on an important mission, and the young woman felt that they were and that it must be very important, it would take them some time to establish themselves. They would have to receive directives and get in touch with some center of the Russian Secret Service, since it seemed extremely unlikely that they would be working in direct contact with Moscow. We knew which were the chief centers of the Russian Secret Service in Berlin, leaving out interest, which I wanted to exclude for the time being. There were the Soviet Embassy and the Russian Trade Commission. As I talked, I could see perplexity growing on the specialist's face, as though he were dubious about what was coming. For some time I had had a plan, and the Vietinghoff case gave me the opportunity to try it out. I wanted to rent 2 sets of rooms, preferably on the first floor, one diagonally across the street from the Soviet Embassy, and the other from the Trade Commission. They would, of course, be leased through a third party, and we would spare no expense. Secrecy, of course, was absolutely essential. I asked my specialist whether he understood, and although he said he did, I saw that he still did not quite see what I was driving at. For about 3 or 4 months, I said we will collect a picture album of all the visitors to these 2 establishments. We shall take photographs of every single person who goes in or out. Perhaps, if we're lucky, we shall catch the Vietinghoffs. Anyway, apart from them, we're certain to collect a lot of interesting people. It may seem a bit cumbersome, but it will be thorough and methodical, and it'll give you an amusing game to play in the evenings. You can compare the photos with descriptions of people we're looking for. I think it's really a very promising idea. Supplied with exact descriptions of the Vietinghoffs and of various other people whom we were on the lookout for, specially trained members of our search department working in shifts would have to be on duty the whole time, because we could not fix a telephone line with the central office. We had tried once before to lay cables near the Soviet embassy, but the Russians were much too shrewd and had smelt a rat at once. So this time our people would have to work with field glasses and telescopic lenses. Within 4 days our arrangements were completed, and after only 10 days we found a Soviet agent for whom we had been looking for a long time. On the 12th day, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the younger of the Vietinghoff brothers was caught by our camera. The photographs were excellent, and the posture and expression of the young man most interesting. Going into the embassy, his whole attitude betrayed haste and anxiety. Leaving the building, he seemed more relaxed, although embarrassed and uncertain, and had paused for a moment in the doorway, undecided as to which way to go. I showed the pictures to R17. She glanced at them briefly and said, "Yes, that's him all right." She was staring fixedly at me with an expression that was quite alarming. Her deep-set eyes glowed above the broad Slav cheekbones, her teeth were bared, and her whole face revealed abysmal hate. I said to her coldly, "With this, my dear R17, your connection with the Vietinghoff case is ended. In future, it will be of no interest to you whatever. That's an order. If you do not obey it, I might be forced to break off our working relationship, and after the training you have had, you know what that would mean." For a moment she was silent. Then she said quietly, "I shall carry out my work obediently and obey your commands, whatever happens." I have always respected this woman for the courage she displayed. She never broke her promise, but worked for us in Russia until 1945 and remained at her post, even when ours was clearly a lost cause, until the final breakdown, well aware of what was in store for her. I do not know what happened to her. Now that we had picked up the trail of the Vietinghoffs, the chase began. Of course, we had not been able to start shadowing the younger brother right away. We had to wait for him to visit the embassy a second time. This he did 5 days later. A special squad followed him without difficulty, and the trail led them to a cheap 3-roomed furnished flat where all 3 Vietinghoffs were living. They had changed their names and now had new passports. The elder brother went by the name of Egon Altmann and was no longer described as being married. The younger one was called Wilhelm Oberreiter, and the woman Maria Schulze. I felt quite proud of what we had achieved, though of course luck had played its part. We later found out incidentally that shortly before we had seen him, the younger brother had been ordered not to visit the embassy again under any circumstances, and we had picked up the trail on his last visit. The old game of tightening the net now began. We noticed that in spite of their outward poverty, the trio lived very well. Though Maria Schulze lived quietly and rarely went out, she provided the best of everything for her 2 men. The rent was always paid punctually, and all the neighbors spoke with warm praise of the poor refugees from the East who had set to work so energetically to build up a new existence for themselves. The two brothers worked as representatives of a firm that supplied equipment to hotels and restaurants. Both of them traveled a great deal, but their turnover was not large, and obviously their income was too small to provide for their present mode of life. They must therefore have been drawing funds from some other source. We discovered that the brothers were having some sort of dealings with estate agents, and here something seemed to be brewing with one particular firm whose representative they took out to dinner. Having checked on him very carefully, we decided to take this man into our confidence. He turned out to be trustworthy, and was very grateful to us for having warned him about his clients. We learned from him that Egon Altman, the elder brother, had said he was a refugee who had had a stroke of luck. A large inheritance had come his way 6 months earlier. He wanted to invest the money in property that would provide a solid income, and was interested in acquiring a small hotel, preferably in the neighborhood of one of the large railway stations in the city, the Stettiner for instance, or the Schlesische Bahnhof. They had already discussed one particular place, for which there was to be a cash payment of 200,000 marks, with a further 300,000 to be paid off as a mortgage. Repairs and improvements were to be arranged by the purchaser. The Russian Secret Service was certainly not being niggardly in the affair. It was too early, however, to make an arrest. We still had no inkling of what the Russians intended. They moved slowly and very cautiously, and for 2 weeks nothing more seemed to happen. Then one night towards 12 o'clock I received a call from the leader of the surveillance squad. He reported that Maria Schulte had received a letter that afternoon. It was brought by a small boy who was approached by a stranger near the house, who gave him a tip and asked him to deliver it. There's nothing suspect about the boy himself, though. After she got the letter, Maria left the house, that was at 9 o'clock, and got a taxi. One of our cars followed it. I asked for an immediate report as soon as there was any new development. 20 minutes later I received another call. "This is Criminal Inspector Werner. I followed Maria in car No. 3, going towards Bellevue Station. We stopped at the station about 50 yards behind her. She left the cab quickly. She must have paid her fare on the way, and got into a dark limousine which was driving slowly by. It looked like a Ford, but we couldn't read the number. We managed to follow it, though, towards the Avus racetrack, and from there towards Wannsee. It crossed the Wannsee Bridge. Then it drew off so fast that after about 6 kilometers we dropped behind. They turned off the main street in the direction of Gatow, and we lost them completely. We waited for about 3 hours in case they came back. Then we went back to the house. Maria returned to the flat on foot about 10 minutes ago." "You've had bad luck," I said. "Next time take a more powerful car." The case was beginning to annoy me, especially as I needed my men urgently for other work. I could find no solution that night, but the next morning, on the way to work, I hit upon an idea. How would it be if I could split up the trio? The weakest link in the chain was obviously the younger brother, Wilhelm Oberreiter. Should I invent a story involving R17 in order to break him down, if I were also to promise him a happy life abroad with her? Might this not be enough to counteract the influence of the other two and his fear of his Russian employers? I called my specialist and instructed him to bring Wilhelm in for interrogation as soon as he could do so without the other two being aware of it. The opportunity came the next day. A car with some of my men in it pulled up alongside where Wilhelm was standing in the street, and the driver, pretending to be deaf, asked to be directed to an address. The man sitting in the back then opened the door and apologized for his driver. He asked Wilhelm to speak a bit louder, and as he leant into the car to do so, there was a quick jerk, and the car moved off with Wilhelm sitting in the back. I saw at a glance that Wilhelm's nerves were all to pieces, and I decided that I would not need to use R17. I let him remain standing at first and spoke to him roughly on purpose. "Well, you German traitor, what have you to say for yourself? If you tell me the complete truth, perhaps I'll be merciful. But lie to me about one single detail, and well, you know very well that as a spy in wartime, you'll be a dead man within 4 days." He began to cry bitterly. It was all Maria's fault, he said. She had driven them all into disaster. She had already worked with the Russian Secret Service before her marriage to his brother. She was a femme fatale, and so on. He went on like this for about half an hour. I did not interrupt him, but just let him talk. The Russian Secret Service had an especially high opinion of Maria, and had entrusted her with a very important mission. Her husband, Wilhelm's brother, was completely under her thumb and did whatever she wanted. He himself had only begun to work actively with them since their arrival in Germany. He had made many attempts to break with them, but Maria had always managed to hold him. Here he admitted his own guilt regarding his sister-in-law, and in this connection mentioned the name of R-17. He admitted that he had obeyed the orders of the Russian Secret Service just as readily as the others, and eventually he blurted out everything he knew, recounting quite a few details of considerable importance. Although he was almost incoherent with fright, towards the end he grew a little calmer. The change of name to which the Russians had agreed had been Maria's idea, partly as a protective measure against R-17. Their assignment was to purchase a hotel in Berlin, which would really operate as an intelligence center where messages could be received and some preliminary evaluation made of the material that came in. Most of the work was to cover military matters. The Russians planned to introduce at least 4 or 5 of their officers among the personnel of the establishment. Wilhelm himself had had to go through a technical course in Berlin, lasting about 10 hours. It was concerned with the development of films, secret inks, and other similar tasks. Maria's work was to be the organization and maintenance of the courier system, for the hotel was to serve as a courier station and rendezvous for agents arriving from Russia. Her husband was to be responsible for the management of the hotel and to appear as the official owner, while Wilhelm and Maria were to act as his employees. The Russians had conceived this plan because they feared that their official offices would be under too close a surveillance by the Germans, and they planned to increase the extent of their work and to form new cadres of the German Communist Party. Maria spoke Russian perfectly and was a staunch adherent to the Soviet ideal. She was so fanatical, Wilhelm said, that if he or his brother were to betray the cause, she would stop at nothing to bring about their punishment by the Russians. The Russians were very generous with funds, but any error or neglect of duty was punished ruthlessly. They were most painstaking in their security and precautionary measures, suspicion being the chief principle on which they worked. Maria had made a small error about their ration cards, and they had questioned her about it for hours. To Wilhelm, it was a mystery how they managed to learn about such petty details, and he always felt as though he were being watched. The money for the purchase of the hotel was to be delivered in 2 weeks' time, but they did not know how or from whom they were to receive it. They were not to go to or to telephone any of the official Russian establishments, no matter what happened, nor were they to make any sort of contact with German communist circles, but on the contrary were to join their local groups of the Nazi Party, Winter Relief, and Civil Defense. When Wilhelm had finished, I said to him, "I can't quite understand how you got into this thing, and I'd like to help you, but I don't quite see how it can be done. You're not a particularly tough character, and this woman has obviously got you under her thumb. Besides, the Russians are keeping a very close eye on you. If they found out you were working for me, I wouldn't give very much for your chances. It's happened before. We'd find your body in a wrecked motor car. The Russians are experts at road accidents. You'd certainly be no worse off in a German court." Beads of sweat were glistening on his forehead. By this time, I decided that I could afford to be gentler. "All right then," I said, "I'll do what I can if you'll do your best for me. It's no good feeling sorry for yourself, and feeling sorry for the other two will be even less profitable. I'm going to give you a chance to work for us and to save your own skin. That's my offer, and it's a pretty realistic one." I let him think it over for several minutes, then stretched out my hand. He grasped it and agreed to the bargain. The game had begun. First, we discussed how he could leave without being seen, and how he could explain to his brother and sister-in-law the 3 hours he had spent with me. Having warned him not to let them notice the slightest change in his behavior, but to go on just as before, we arranged a method of contact for the future, so that he could make his reports and receive his instructions without attracting their attention. I knew I was taking a big risk. I therefore took my time, once more going quietly and thoroughly over all the details with him, and finally said, in order to strengthen his morale as much as possible, "If at any time you feel that you're losing your nerve and can't carry this thing through, come and tell me and place yourself under my protection. It won't affect my promise to you, unless of course you try to mislead me." As a further assurance and for his own protection, I had him placed under continual observation, while those watching Maria and his brother were removed for the time being. After 4 days, Wilhelm reported that Maria had received a typed letter written on white paper and with no signature. It ordered her to travel alone to Leipzig on the following day, and gave the time of the train she was to go by. In Leipzig she would have 2 hours in which to dine. The name and address of the restaurant she was to go to were also given. In the afternoon she was to visit the Volkerschlacht Denkmal, memorial to the Battle of Nations at Leipzig. There she was to examine the wall near the main entrance closely, and in the third buttress on the right of the entrance she would see a crack. In it she would find a small parcel wrapped in old newspaper. She was not to remove the parcel until after nightfall, when visitors to the memorial and the caretaker would be gone, and then to do it quite unobtrusively. After finding the parcel, she was to return on foot, walking for at least an hour, and only after that time had elapsed she was to take a taxi or travel by any other means. Further instructions would be found inside the parcel. No matter what happened, she was to return to Berlin that same night. Obviously, these very detailed instructions had been given so that her movements could be checked all the time. I sent 2 of our officials ahead to Leipzig to organize a thorough and comprehensive watch. The night before Maria's arrival, the crack in the wall at the memorial was examined and the parcel seen and left in position. Watching Maria's movements on the following day brought no startling results. Apparently the Russian surveillance was conducted only on the train, and at the restaurant Maria carried out her assignment very skillfully and returned to her lodgings in Berlin without incident. We wondered what other instructions were in the parcel and whether she would be allowed to discuss them with her accomplices. Wilhelm called me the next evening and told me that the old newspaper contained 400,000 marks wrapped in sailcloth. Nothing else was in the package, which had apparently been lying in its hiding place for at least a year. The next day, however, Maria received another letter instructing her to use the 400,000 marks for the purchase of the hotel. 250,000 marks were to have come from the inheritance, and the rest was to go towards a mortgage arranged with a private loan company, for which the documents were enclosed and only needed to be signed by Egon Altman. In this manner the Russians arranged the whole business so perfectly that no legal difficulties could possibly arise. Maria would have another opportunity of speaking with her superior in about 8 days' time, and she would receive notice of the time and place. I at once got into touch with the estate agent, the owner of the hotel, and the lawyer, and to their great consternation ordered them to proceed with the sale. In the meantime, the case had been brought to the notice of Heydrich and Himmler. They agreed that the affair should be allowed to develop, at least until Maria's next meeting with her superior, whose identity we were anxious to establish. I had repeatedly questioned Wilhelm about this man, but he had insisted that Maria knew nothing about him except that he was a Russian who could scarcely speak German. After 6 days, Maria was ordered to go to a particular platform at the Tiergarten station. She was there on time, but after an hour's wait with no developments, she returned home. The 3 took counsel together, as they were very perturbed, and discussed whether they should not call the Soviet Trade Commission or send Wilhelm there. However, they decided to wait another 2 or 3 days. At this point, my own plans were completely ruined. Himmler mentioned the case to Hitler, who became very excited indeed and proceeded to rail against Molotov and Dekanazov, and then ordered the affair be brought to a conclusion at once. I want to show the Russians that I know all about their increased espionage and subversive activity. An arrest now will fit in very well with my overall plans. This was at the end of November 1940, shortly after Molotov's visit to Berlin. All my representations to Himmler were of no avail. He declared that Hitler's decisions could not be changed, and that he too felt the time was ripe for bringing the matter to a conclusion. Another attempt of mine to gain time failed too, and even Heydrich, who inclined towards my view, could achieve nothing with Himmler. The next day, Maria and her husband were quietly arrested in the street. I instructed Wilhelm that he should remain where he was and carry on. In case their employers asked about Maria's whereabouts, he should say she had been taken to the Robert Koch Hospital with acute appendicitis. For Wilhelm's protection, 3 of my men were placed in the apartment. After making arrangements with 2 doctors who were in our confidence, R17 was placed as a patient in the Robert Koch Hospital to impersonate Maria. However, the chief medical officer's permission was necessary before an order of secrecy could be imposed on the staff assisting at the bogus operation to be performed on R17, and so he was informed of what was taking place. Later we learned that this doctor was a collaborator with the Russian Secret Service and told them at once about the whole thing. We noticed that the Russians seemed to have become suspicious. They made no attempt to get in touch with Wilhelm, and in the end I forced him to go to the Soviet Trade Commission. There he spoke with the man who had previously given him his instructions. The Russian was very solicitous and told him that when Maria had returned home he would hear from them. From that moment I knew that the case was closed. After the arrest, Egon, the husband, had a complete nervous breakdown. Maria, however, denied everything, refused to speak a single word during her interrogation, remaining stubborn and hostile to the very end. Thus we could learn nothing about her previous life or about the 8 years during which she worked for the Russian Secret Service. She was sentenced to death by the People's Court on a charge of proven espionage in the service of the Soviet Union and executed. Egon was also sentenced to death but was pardoned later. I kept my promise to Wilhelm. He built himself a new and decent existence, and for 2 more years I kept him under my protection. The Russians made only one attempt upon him, seeking to get at him by means of an organized street brawl, but he managed to get away. I arranged for him to change his residence frequently, both in Germany and the occupied territories, in order to cover his trail, and apparently the Russians finally lost track of him. I used a part of the 400,000 marks that we had won from the Russians to finance his new existence. Some of the money went for bonuses to the most capable of my assistants, but the bulk of it I gave to the German Red Cross. The case of Richard Sorge, investigation of Sorge's past, conditions for his employment by DNB Chief Inspector Meisinger, suspicions of Sorge aroused in Japan, growing importance of his material, his arrest by the Japanese, revelations of his duplicity, the German ambassador involved, his activities on Russia's behalf. Another case of Russian espionage which first came to my attention in 1940 was that of Richard Sorge. Herr von Rittgen, head of DNB, the official German news service, had talked to me about him. At that time, Sorge was working indirectly for DNB and at times also for the Frankfurter Zeitung. He maintained a personal correspondence with von Rittgen, which, though it was conducted in the form of letters, was in reality a comprehensive reportage. At that time, the Nazi Party, and above all the foreign organization of the party, were creating difficulties for Sorge because of his political past. Von Rittgen wanted me to look at Sorge's files in Department III, SD Inland, and Department IV, Gestapo, and see whether we could find some solution of these difficulties, for he felt that he could not dispense with Sorge's reports. Sorge had a profound understanding of the Far East and had made a particular study of the political tensions which existed between Japan, China, and Russia on the one hand, and the United States and England on the other, and in von Rittgen's opinion had always judged them correctly. I looked up the files, and the picture they revealed did not look too good for Sorge. If it did not prove him to be a member of the German Communist Party, one could not help coming to the conclusion that he was at least a sympathizer. He had certainly been in close contact with a large number of people who were known to our intelligence service as Comintern agents, but he had close ties with people in influential circles and had always been protected against rumors of this sort. In the years between 1923 and 1928, he had been in touch with German nationalist and extreme right-wing circles, and also with the National Socialists. Thus, the picture presented by the files was somewhat complicated. I could not agree at once with von Rittgen. In spite of Sorge's wide knowledge of China and Japan, and in spite of his collaboration with Professor Haushofer, the geopolitician, and the excellent articles he had published about internal affairs in Japan, von Rittgen taught them the best things that had been written about the social tensions in that country. There were some very suspicious factors against the man. For instance, his relations with Stens, a high SA leader who had fled from Germany in 1934, and who had been in close contact with Gregor and Otto Strasser and other factions in the party who were now considered pro-Russian. At this time, Stens was living in China and was one of the military advisors to Chiang Kai-shek. Von Rittgen finally concluded that even if we assumed that Sorge had connections with the Russian Secret Service, we must, after safeguarding our own interests, find ways of profiting by his profound knowledge. In the end, we agreed that I should protect Sorge from attacks by the party, but only on condition that he included in his reports intelligence material on the Soviet Union, China, and Japan. Officially, he would work in this direction only with von Rittgen. I reported this plan to Heydrich, who agreed with it on condition that Sorge should be placed under the closest surveillance and that his information should not go through normal channels, but should be subjected to a special scrutiny, for we had to assume that at the decisive moment he would try to introduce misleading material. I was instructed also to discuss the whole matter with Yonki. Heydrich's first point about surveillance was extremely difficult to put into practice. Our agents in Japan were very young, and for the most part quite inexperienced. I could not give them written instructions, so I delayed doing anything, which was certainly very careless of me, until after Sorge had already begun to work for us. As Heydrich had suggested, I mentioned Sorge to Yankee, but he evaded the question, pretending that he knew nothing about him. I knew from Van Ricken that this was not so, but I did not try to force the issue. I also spoke to Chief Inspector Meisinger about Sorge on the eve of his departure for Japan. Meisinger was one of the most evil creatures among Heydrich's bunch of thugs, and he carried out the vilest of his orders. He had played a sinister role in the events of June 30, 1934, and also in the cases of the generals von Blomberg and Fritsch. The Special Department for Jewish Property, which became increasingly important after 1938, was also under Meisinger. On the surface he was a bosom friend of Müller, the Gestapo chief, both men having started their careers in the Bavarian police. Secretly, however, he was Müller's greatest enemy, and was only waiting for the chance to step into his shoes. He was a frightening individual, a large, coarse-faced man with a bald head and an incredibly ugly face. However, like many men of his type, he had drive and energy and an unscrupulous sort of cleverness. He always kowtowed to me and treated me with formal politeness, addressing me by my full title. On one occasion, however, he thought he had the advantage of I was in an awkward position, having mistakenly sought to protect a man who turned out to be guilty, and Meisinger at once threatened to report me to Heydrich. I defended myself after my own fashion, and then waited for matters to mature, gradually entangling him in my net. I had received an incredible amount of material on Meisinger from Warsaw, and had collected a huge file which proved him to be so unutterably bestial and corrupt as to be practically inhuman. I passed this material on to Müller, saying that I had come across it in the course of my intelligence work. A painstaking investigation was initiated, which revealed such atrocities that Himmler ordered Meisinger to be court-martialed and shot at once. But at this stage in the proceedings, Heydrich intervened. Meisinger knew too much, and Heydrich managed to prevent the trial from taking place, and so rescued him, although to this day I do not know how it was done. In order to get Meisinger out of the way, the unfortunate decision was taken to send him to Tokyo as police attaché. His only qualifications for the post were an ability to drink incredible quantities of sake and to smoke 20 imported cigars in succession, while carrying on a jovial conversation. It must be admitted, however, that as a result of his long police experience he knew a good deal about the workings and methods of the Comintern. Since 1933 he had been Müller's right-hand man and had helped to destroy the various underground organizations of the German Communist Party. He also knew about a large number of people and relationships in the international organization. As he was now going to head our police representatives in Tokyo, I had to discuss the case of Richard Sorge with him before his departure. He promised to make a full investigation and to keep us regularly informed by telephone. This he did, usually speaking to Müller, but the two would converse in such thick Bavarian accents that I could never understand them. It was really quite an effective form of code. As far as I can remember, Meisinger's reports on Sorge were always favorable. He said that Sorge was obviously persona grata at the German embassy, and also had very good connections with the Japanese government. For the moment I was reassured, especially as the material that Sorge sent to von Rittgen proved very useful and was of such a nature that it could not possibly have been misleading. But in the spring of 1941 I received my first shock. A Japanese police commission was visiting Berlin, and in the course of our conversation their chief asked me whether Meisinger was placing certain German nationals in Tokyo under surveillance. I denied this at once, but the Japanese went on to say, quite casually, that if this were the case, Meisinger would find it advantageous to work with the Japanese police, who could be of great assistance to him. Meisinger, of course, denied later that he had ever spoken a word about Sorge to the Japanese security organization, but it was clear that he had worked very clumsily and had drawn the attention of the Japanese police towards Sorge, thereby increasing any suspicions of him which they might have had. Meanwhile, Sorge's intelligence material grew more and more important to us, for in 1941 we were very keen to know more about Japan's plans concerning the United States. Already Sorge predicted that the three-power pact would prove of little real, meaning military value to Germany, and after the beginning of our campaign in Russia he warned us that in no circumstances would Japan denounce her non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union. The pact itself had taken us completely by surprise. He reported that the Japanese land forces had enough oil and other fuels to last them for the next 6 months, and that the fleet and its air arm were supplied with even greater quantities. From this, Sorge concluded that the emphasis would soon be shifted from land operations on the Asian continent against China, and as we hoped, eventually against the Soviet Union, to naval operations in the Pacific. Sorge was arrested by the Japanese in the summer of 1942. There was no doubt about his having spied for the Russians to an amazing extent. Most important of all, he had revealed to them the exact date of the German invasion, a warning that went unheeded, and the fact that Japan did not seriously contemplate entering the war against Russia. This information had enabled the Russians to shift their Siberian divisions at the crucial moment to meet the German onslaught. Meisinger reported Sorge's arrest to us as soon as it happened. In the course of the subsequent investigation, the German ambassador in Tokyo, Major General Ott, who had previously been military attaché there, was implicated. There was evidence that through sheer carelessness he had helped Sorge, who had been a close friend of his, and Sorge admitted having secured valuable intelligence material through this relationship. Ott's irresponsible behavior had not only heavily damaged the interests of Germany, but had also been detrimental to the Imperial Japanese government and advantageous to the Soviet Union. Ott was therefore declared persona non grata. In a long and uncomfortable session with Himmler, I had to justify our collaboration with Sorge. After Heydrich's death, I had no longer been able to use his information because Himmler refused to be responsible for it to Hitler. Himmler had difficulty in reaching a decision. On the one hand, he wanted to protect me, but on the other he considered it necessary from his own point of view to inform Hitler of the whole business. In course of time, the evidence collected by the Japanese became more and more conclusive. Osaki, the former private secretary of Prince Konoye, gave astonishing details of the espionage work he and Sorge had carried out together. In November 1944, 2.5 years after their arrest, Sorge and Osaki were supposed to have been hanged by the Japanese, and although in 1947 the Japanese insisted that the execution had taken place, rumor still has it that Sorge is alive in the Soviet Union. The final picture of Sorge assembled by the Japanese was a logical continuation and conclusion of the material in our own files. Sorge was a man who went his own way and worked alone because of his origins. His mother was Russian and his father had lived in Russia for many years. He hoped for a reconciliation between Germany and Russia, his motherland, so to speak, which he saw as a country of unlimited possibilities, believing that the new form of society developing there would lead to the betterment of mankind. Basically, he hated both National Socialism and fascism and worked against these two forms of government whenever he could. It seemed that his whole character was influenced by the insecurity of his childhood and his disappointment in the German people after the First World War. He was left in an intellectual vacuum from which he slowly drifted into an attitude of spiritual nihilism, until at last he found a new belief and a mission in life by working and living for the Soviet Union. It has always remained inexplicable to me why the Russian Secret Service allowed him such extensive personal freedom, in contrast to their usual practice of keeping their agents under the most rigid supervision. Perhaps he had influential protectors in the Eivath division of the MVD, or perhaps they were sufficiently realistic, and estimating his character correctly, came to the conclusion that he would be more effective if they granted him the individual freedom which both he and they despised. They forgave him his various misadventures, as for instance with women, or on drunken escapades, or through indulging in careless talk, and at the decisive moment always came quietly to his aid and steered him back on to a useful course. Through his espionage activities, Richard Sorge had inflicted inestimable harm on the Japanese. In 1940 alone, for instance, he had sent 30,000 coded word groups direct to Moscow. His wireless operator was Max Clausen, who had been trained in Moscow for this work. The wireless department of the Japanese counter-espionage service had been on the track of Sorge's illegal transmitter for a long time without ever being able to decipher his code or establish the location of the transmitter, a proof of the excellent training Clausen had been given by the Russians. He usually sent his messages from a small sailing boat, which was continually changing its position. It is interesting that neither in his confession nor during his long period of imprisonment did Sorge once admit having also worked for Berlin. This omission can only be explained by the strong personal bond between him and von Richtgen, a relationship such as a man of his character would not wish to divulge to Moscow. I came to this conclusion after studying the intelligence material he sent us, for at no time did he attempt to mislead the German Secret Service. As far as Ambassador Ott was concerned, Meisinger did his best to ruin him. After a careful examination of the evidence, however, it became quite clear that while Ott had been thoroughly exploited by Sorge, he had never been guilty of knowing complicity in espionage activities. From this point of view, I defended him energetically in front of Himmler and Ribbentrop, who incidentally never found out about Sorge's contact with us. Neither Himmler nor Hitler informed him about it, nor did I. In a confidential discussion between Hitler and Himmler, Hitler agreed that no blame could be placed on the German Secret Service in this affair. However, Himmler was never able to allay Hitler's deep suspicion of Ott. Hitler held to the opinion that a man in Ott's position should never allow trust and friendship to carry him so far as to reveal confidential political information. It was lucky for Ott that Hitler took such an objective view of the matter. He was recalled from his post as ambassador, and although Meisinger received secret instructions to look out for additional evidence, nothing was ever found and no further measures were taken against him. The search for Otto Strasser, Hitler's attitude towards Strasser, the mystery of my appointment, an interview with Hitler, developing a plan, a new lethal substance, problems of its potency, a difficulty solved, the search proves fruitless, I return to Berlin. One day in April 1941, Himmler telephoned me. His tone was curt. He sounded displeased, always a bad sign, as he ordered me to be ready to report to Hitler in the afternoon. I was not to bring any documents with me. I sat there wondering gloomily what was coming. As a precaution, I called Heydrich and told him of the conversation. He knew about it already. "I know what it's about," he said, "but I don't want to discuss it over the phone. We'll just have to see what happens." At 3 o'clock, I had a call from Heydrich. "Get ready, we're leaving in 10 minutes, he announced, "but come to my office first." When I entered, he was sitting at his desk, bent over some documents. He closed his briefcase, which was unusual for him. It was his custom to continue to read while he issued orders. His face was very serious as he explained the situation to me. "For several weeks we have been informed through a very reliable source that Otto Strasser is in Portugal. Hitler hates Otto just as much as he hated his brother Gregor. He considers them both not only betrayers of our cause, but traitors to him personally. He's convinced that Otto is trying to bring about his assassination and that he's working towards it with the British and American secret services. There are still some Black Front characters here in Germany, too, working pretty closely with émigré circles from Moscow, but they take the National Bolshevism line. Personally, I'm not quite sure whether Otto isn't really a double agent, whether he isn't actually working under Stalin's orders. I've set Standartenführer B, who used to be a member of the Black Front himself, to track down Strasser in Portugal. So far, he has only once succeeded in making contact with the Black Front people there. He hasn't been able to get any definite information from them about where Strasser is, but he's quite convinced that he's somewhere in Portugal, and he's managed to build up an organization from the Black Front people to work with him against Strasser. However, the Führer isn't satisfied with the measures we have taken so far. He says Otto has got to be liquidated right away. He and Himmler have agreed that you should be sent to Portugal to work on this, and he wants to talk to you about it. On our way there, it might be a good thing if I tell you some of the details about Hitler's relationship with Strasser. I felt extremely nervous. I could not understand why they wanted to assign me to this search. I knew very little about the details and background of the matter, and it was bound to lead to violence in some form or other, and on foreign soil too. Standartenführer B, who enjoyed Heydrich's special confidence, was much more suited to the mission. He had successfully carried out several assignments of this sort, and it was hard to understand why he should be replaced now. I could not help feeling that Hitler mistrusted him. He was too well acquainted, perhaps, with the Black Front and the Black Reichswehr and with the emigre clique in Moscow. A quarter of an hour later we were received by Hitler. As we walked along the vast colonnade of the new chancellery, a heavy silence lay over the place. Now and then a muffled voice would be heard, or the click of heels as a guard saluted. The way to Hitler's study seemed endless. Himmler was there already. Hitler talked with him for a few minutes after Heydrich had announced in military fashion that we were reporting. Hitler and Himmler were bent over a map spread out on a large table. I could not see what the map was, but I thought I recognized the southern Peloponnesus and the island of Crete. Then Hitler suddenly turned and walked towards us. He shook hands with Heydrich and asked, "Have you anything to report on the Strasser affair?" "No, my Führer," replied Heydrich. "There is nothing new." Hitler looked at the floor for a long time. He seemed to be thinking hard. Then suddenly he raised his head and, giving me a long and penetrating stare, said in his hollow voice, "You in your service, like every soldier at the front, are under military discipline and must obey unquestionably the commands of your superiors. It makes no difference to which part of the front you are assigned." There was a moment of oppressive silence. Then he went on, "The order I am about to give you is given in the strictest secrecy and is to be carried out, if necessary, at the cost of your life." These words did not require any reply. Their meaning was plain. Hitler stood brooding again, then began a violent tirade against Gregor and Otto Strasser. Gregor was the greater traitor, and he had met his just punishment. Otto was not so important, but his present conspiratorial activity could be just as dangerous, especially as he had the support of foreign powers. This, and his intimate knowledge of the international affairs of the Nazi movement, made him a threat. "I have therefore decided," Hitler said, "to extinguish Otto Strasser. It does not matter what means may be necessary to accomplish this end. I hereby give you the order to carry out this assignment." He looked at me expectantly, and for the first time I spoke, "Yes, my Führer." With his hands behind his back, he marched up and down in front of us, speaking almost as though to himself. First one must establish his whereabouts, his present residence. Then he must be destroyed by means of a new preparation which cannot be detected. I hereby give you, he turned to Himmler and Heydrich, full authority for carrying out this order. Then he turned to me. "You will discuss any further details with the Reichsführer of the SS and with Obergruppenführer Heydrich. I have already pointed out the importance of complete secrecy. No one, and that means no one, is to know anything at all about this affair except those who have to be informed so that you can carry out the assignment." With that he came up to me, stretched out his hand, looked searchingly at me once more, and then, raising his arm, dismissed me. Heydrich left with me, while Himmler remained with Hitler for another 5 minutes. We waited until he joined us. He seemed very friendly towards me as he said, "Let us hope you will carry the thing off successfully." "This matter is not so simple," Heydrich said. "Schellenberg's ability to carry out such assignments must not be overestimated." I looked at Heydrich quickly, and Himmler, noticing this, said it would be better to carry on the discussion in his office. A little later, thoughts raced through my mind as we sat there. Why had I received this assignment? Was it only because they suspected B that they had chosen me, or did they want to test me? It seemed to me that Himmler and Heydrich, who usually conducted such matters with keen fanaticism, did not seem to be taking this affair very seriously. Himmler began by saying that probably I was not yet fully informed about the situation, but that no doubt Heydrich could give me some idea of it. I realized at once that he and Heydrich had already discussed plans fairly thoroughly. Heydrich said it was pretty certain that Otto Strasser would be in Lisbon in about 5 to 10 days' time. They did not know how long he would stay. It could be assumed that he would establish contact with members of foreign missions there, and it would be particularly important to find out whether he had done so secretly with Russian diplomatic representatives or any other Russian organizations. My connections with the Portuguese police should enable me to ascertain these facts. Once these points had been clarified, it would not be necessary to wait any longer. Strasser must not be allowed to leave Lisbon alive. Heydrich's voice began to betray such hatred that I stared at him for a moment in astonishment. Why did he hate Strasser so deeply? Was he afraid of him? Did Strasser know something damaging about him? But I was never to know the answer to these questions. At this moment an adjutant entered to say that a Dr. Saint had been waiting for half an hour to report to the Reichsführer SS. and Himmler said he would see him in 2 minutes. Heydrich turned to me. Dr. Saint comes from Munich University. He is one of the greatest bacteriologists in the world. At the moment he is working on the defense against bacteriological warfare. He will give you a preparation for the removal of Strasser and will tell you how to use it. But remember, the assignment itself is not to be discussed in his presence. Dr. Saint was shown in. He was in his early 30s and was very self-assured. He began speaking at once, calmly and dryly, as though he were giving a lecture. As had been requested, he had bred a bacteriological serum that worked very rapidly. A drop of it would suffice to kill a man with a certainty of 1,000 to 1, and would leave no trace to indicate the cause of death. With variations depending on the constitution of the individual, the serum would work within 12 hours. The symptoms were similar to those of typhus. Though the bacteria were not of the paratyphus or the typhoid variety, it would work even after drying out. For instance, if a drop of it were left in a glass to dry and later dissolved in water, it would still have the same effectiveness upon coming into contact with the mucous membranes of the mouth or throat. He went on in this way for about 10 minutes till my hair stood on end. I had forgotten the assignment and Otto Strasser as I listened with dread fascination to this representative of science. He continued his explanation enthusiastically, and yet as coolly and calmly as though he were addressing a class on the most ordinary matters. He was a dangerous tool indeed in the hands of such a man as Heydrich. I glanced at Himmler and saw that he and I were following the exposition with equal fascination. Dr. now took 2 bottles from his pocket and placed them on the table in front of us. They appeared to contain about 50 cubic centimeters of a colorless liquid. I looked at the stoppers fearfully. They were similar to those ordinarily used in small medicine bottles and could also be used as a dropper. Heydrich finally interrupted the doctor's flow of words, rather sharply. "Thank you, Dr. Saint. You can wait for me outside." When he had disappeared, Heydrich turned to me. "You had better be careful with this stuff. Now you can make your own arrangements as soon as you are ready. Standartenführer B will be able to give you the details this afternoon." Then, turning to Himmler, he added, "I believe, Reichsführer, that further discussion is unnecessary. We will have to leave the practical part of this assignment to Schellenberg." We rose, and carefully placing the bottles so as to keep them upright in my pocket, I excused myself and disappeared. In my office, the first thing I did was to lock the bottles in my safe. That in itself gave me a certain relief. Then I locked my door, turned off the telephone, and sat down at my desk to try and think. What should I do now? I sat there for a long time, but came to no conclusions. I had my assignment and was stuck with it. Then suddenly the question struck me. Why had that horrible fellow given me 2 bottles when 1 drop was enough for what I had to do? Did he want to use me as a guinea pig for his preparation for future bacteriological warfare? I was restored somewhat by the matter-of-fact tone and the logically constructed recital of Standartenführer B, who came to report to me about the Black Front. He was one of Heydrich's special agents, and there was little that he did not know and had not done. I wanted very much to talk to him about my assignment, but then I realized that he knew nothing about it. After he had left, I began my preparations for the journey, filled with foreboding. This time I was not to travel with a diplomatic passport, but simply under a pseudonym, like the cheapest agent. Then suddenly I thought, what would happen if I got into any difficulties at the customs over the little bottles? I could not simply leave them somewhere or throw them away. That would be a crime, so gradually I worked out a plan. First, I had to get an absolutely safe casing for the bottles, which would protect them against any shock or pressure, and which could not possibly leak, and then get rid of them. I could either throw them into the sea during my flight, or take them on to Lisbon and throw them into the harbor. I would carry out my assignment by a more conventional method, if necessary by hiring an assassin to do the job. To throw the bottles into the sea seemed to me the simplest solution, but I was still worried, for I had no idea what would happen if the bottles should break, and I had not been given an antidote. I wondered whether their contents might not suffice to poison Lisbon's entire water supply. Finally, I consulted the chief of my technical division. I cautiously placed the 2 bottles on the table before him. He looked at them thoughtfully, then he said, "We can make just what you need, but it will take about 36 hours still. You'll have then a real masterpiece." 2 days later, he brought me 2 small steel casings. They were made with the utmost precision and could be hermetically sealed. Inside they were lined with a thickness of rubber to protect the bottles against shock, and if, in spite of this, they broke, the rubber, being porous, would absorb the liquid. The casings were also fitted with a safety catch to prevent their opening accidentally. "How long can these casings withstand the corrosion of seawater?" I asked. "Practically forever," he replied. "They are made of the highest grade chrome steel." After I had enclosed the bottles in their shining casings, I felt much better. I then put them in my pocket, for I could think of no better way of carrying them. Now all the preparations for my journey were complete, and I took off, flying by way of Lyons, Barcelona, and Madrid, without pausing anywhere along the route to Sintra, the airport of Lisbon. I had ordered one of my agents to meet me there and to stay close to me, so that I could slip him the bottles in case I was searched. Fortunately, I had no such difficulties. I rested for one day, and then set to work. The 2 steel casings with their lethal contents I deposited in the safe of my chief agent. I told only 2 of my men, whom I could trust completely, of the nature of my mission. At noon I discussed the details of the matter with a trusted Portuguese collaborator, and through him set in motion a widespread search for Otto Strasser. A large number of Portuguese friends helped me, and the quiet and thorough work of my Japanese friend was especially valuable. Strasser's description was circulated clandestinely among at least 1,000 people, and addresses of the black front characters which Heydrich and B had given me were subjected to a thorough and intensive surveillance. So extensive was the net I spread for him that if Strasser were to arrive, or if he was already in hiding in the city, he could not possibly escape it for long. However, the first 6 days brought no result, and I reported this to Berlin. After 12 days, there was still no sign of him, though there had been one false alarm. A Portuguese police official thought he had recognized Strasser, but within 3 hours we discovered that the man was an American importer, and completely harmless. The expense of maintaining this large search organization was considerable. Every second evening I held a payday in the home of a Portuguese friend. It was quite amusing to see what ruses our Portuguese collaborators resorted to get more money out of us. One police official, for instance, had drawn a friend of his into the search. I fully approved of this, for I wanted the search to be as widespread as possible. But when I received a bill for 2 pairs of shoes for every member of his family, they claimed that they had worn them out combing the streets for Strasser. I thought it was going too far. We were very generous with funds, but one had to draw the line somewhere. The whole affair would have been a quite pleasant holiday for me, but for the sinister threat in the background. After 14 days I began to prepare Berlin for the news that Strasser was not in Lisbon, and probably would not be during the foreseeable future. Finally, I suggested that I should return and let the organization I had built up continue the search without me. I waited for the answer in anxious suspense. 2 days later, the reply came from Heydrich: "Agree to your proposal." I immediately informed my chief agent and told him that I was certain Strasser would not show up in Lisbon during the next 3 weeks, but that he was to continue the search during that period. At the end of it, he was to take a motorboat along the coast and throw the 2 steel casings into the sea. He gave me his word of honor that he would do so, and speak of it to no one. If Strasser should turn up, however, he would send me a wireless message, and I would return to Lisbon at once, so that we could discuss further measures. I went back to Berlin by the quickest route and reported at once to Heydrich. I described the measures I had taken in Lisbon, and said that I had left the bacteriological serum in Lisbon, where we could still use it if the occasion should arise. At my suggestion, the search for Strasser was called off 12 weeks later. By that time Hitler had lost his interest in him, for other matters had arisen to occupy his attention. The Führer was about to embark upon his attack against the Soviet Union, and Hess had flown to Britain. Society espionage, intelligence reports from Yugoslavia, Hitler orders a surveillance of the military attaché, Love and Duty, a leakage at the Air Ministry, careless talk, an exchange of loyalties. Throw one of our agents who had managed to gain access to the Yugoslav Foreign Ministry in Belgrade. We received a running report of secret communiques which the Yugoslav embassies and consulates sent in from abroad. Of special interest were the reports which V, the Yugoslav military attaché in Berlin, sent to his general staff. Their style was admirably clear, both in language and construction, and his knowledge of the political and military plans of the German leadership was amazingly comprehensive and exact. One of these reports, which was shown to Keitel, contained accurate and authentic figures of German bomber and fighter production, as well as many other technical details. Keitel showed this report to Hitler, who at once started one of his abusive harangues about the carelessness of the military command and lack of secrecy in the German war industry. He ordered Keitel to instruct Admiral Canaris to discuss the necessary countermeasures with us at once, and assigned Himmler to the investigation of V. He also said that he wanted a complete report from me at the earliest possible moment. To this command Heydrich added that I should take whatever steps I considered necessary without asking for the approval of any higher authorities, and this would include the violation of the attaché's diplomatic immunity if I should consider it to be necessary. This decision was a rather serious one, for in view of the strained relations between us and Yugoslavia, such an action might lead to an open breach and to even greater troubles of a most unpleasant political nature. I discussed the case with my expert on Southeast Europe, and also studied all the reports which V had sent to Belgrade during the past few months. The biggest puzzle was where he could have secured such a vast amount of accurate and important information. I knew from our recent surveys that the Yugoslav intelligence service was extremely active in Germany. They had built up a great number of contacts, especially through their consulates. But this still could not account for V's reports, which were obviously gained through connections with the highest circles of the Wehrmacht. I was certain that he must have collaborators, either paid or sympathetic, in these circles. We began with the usual thorough surveillance of V, and everyone who was in any way connected with him. At first the results were disappointing. Compared with other diplomats, his social life was rather restricted. He met Wehrmacht officers only at the usual official functions, and the same was true of his relations with other members of the diplomatic corps, especially the military attaches of other countries, who were his friends. These meetings at parties and receptions could not possibly give him the opportunity to engage in any intensive intelligence work. Listening into his telephone conversations did not seem to reveal much that was of value. We did learn, however, that he was having an affair with a girl named Jutta, daughter of a Berlin restaurant owner. They were obviously very much in love. He gave her every sort of luxury and comfort and went about with her in public, but he also had relationships with two other ladies, both of them in the highest circles of Berlin society, though nothing suspicious was revealed in their conversations. From these we learned only the times and places of their various rendezvous. There was nothing for it but for us to continue our surveillance. Then one day V received a telephone call from a man we did not know. He said that he must speak to V most urgently. "Please come to me at once," he said, "at the usual place. I have everything ready, and I think it should be all right now." We had no idea who this man might be, and we intensified our surveillance, hoping to discover his identity. But the agents who were shadowing V had bad luck. They mistook a complete stranger for him and followed this man doggedly for 3 days. However, after we had discovered the mistake and had again picked up the trail of the genuine V, we managed to find out the identity of his mysterious telephone caller. Their various scraps of conversation then began to make sense. The man was a high official at the Air Ministry, in charge of deliveries of aircraft and aircraft parts to foreign countries. He was, therefore, in a position to know a great deal about our aircraft construction program, and in fact was probably one of V's most important informants. I next received a report of an interesting telephone conversation between V and his girlfriend Jutta. She, it seemed, had sounded angry with him, and he had told her quite brusquely that he needed the thing this evening, adding, "I positively have to work on it tonight." Jutta did not want to do what he asked and said, "You won't really be doing any writing tonight. That's just an excuse." "You've got a date with some other girl." To this he said very sharply, "I have to have the documents by this evening," and he then hung up. Our agents watching Via's house reported that that evening Jutta arrived punctually at 7 o'clock and left 15 minutes later. V did not go out that night. However, at 2 o'clock in the morning, one of his assistants from the Yugoslav embassy visited him. He also left after 15 minutes. From this we deduced that V had written another report for Belgrade that night and that the assistant had come to take it to the embassy. This proved correct, for within 4 days we had the confirmation from Belgrade in the form of a copy of V's latest report. Again, it contained information of the greatest importance. Now we were making some progress. Was the beautiful Jutta furnishing him with information? Probably, and the official from the Air Ministry and the two society ladies also. We decided to watch these two ladies a little more closely. One was the sister of a German general, an elegant woman of independent means. Her acquaintance consisted mainly of industrialists and high-ranking officers of the Wehrmacht. She frequented the best restaurants and bars, and had a circle of admirers with whom she played bridge in the afternoon. An investigation of her finances showed that she could easily afford to lead such a life. She made no attempt to hide her friendship with V, and neither she nor her friends seemed to think anything of it. The second lady was the wife of a leading engineer, a man with a very good name, both in civilian and army circles. Their marriage was not a particularly happy one. The husband lived only for his work and felt that by providing his wife with a luxurious existence, which indeed she practically demanded, he was doing all that she required of him. He was quite satisfied with the legal possession of a beautiful wife and liked to show himself with her, but though in public they behaved like a conventional married couple, they lived together more like brother and sister. Both were apparently quite content to maintain this sort of arrangement, and the husband seemed to have no objection to his wife's close friendship with V. These facts presented a basis for a typical case of society espionage. The two women probably did not realize that they were furnishing V with important material. The simplest method of blocking these sources of information would be to forbid these women any further association with V, of course. If it turned out that conscious betrayal was involved, then legal proceedings would have to be taken against them. But I was quite certain that this was not the case. The trouble was that if either of these steps were taken, V would be alerted to the fact that we knew of his operations. He would have to be declared persona non grata and ordered to leave Germany within 2 or 3 days. I decided not to take this step yet. I did not believe that we knew all of V's sources of information. How could he possibly write reports of such accuracy merely on the basis of these informants? I was certain there must be more to it than this, and therefore hesitated to take a step which might prevent our discovering other sources. My chief assistant, however, urged me to act at once. In such a case, he said, it was always best to block off the sources of information immediately, and certainly the continuing betrayal of such important secrets was greatly damaging to us. Meanwhile, I was much occupied by other work. We were preparing an attack in the Balkans to relieve the awkward situation into which Mussolini had got himself in Greece, and I was preparing a handbook for the armed SS and the police units, dealing with the political situation and the leading personalities in the countries involved. It took a great deal of time and work, and for the moment I lost sight of V's case. Then, 2 days before the beginning of the advance of our troops into Yugoslavia, I received the following report. V has sent Belgrade a complete report on the German plans for the offensive, the strength and composition of the attacking troops, and so forth. He has even warned them of the air bombardment of Belgrade, which Hitler had planned as a surprise attack. When Hitler heard of this through Keitel, he was convulsed with rage and began to shout, blaming the whole situation on me. Why hadn't I arrested that confounded fellow long ago? I had to act quickly, for I knew what this sort of tirade could mean. 2 hours later, I reported that I had arrested V and all the more important members of the Yugoslav Secret Service in Germany and in the occupied territories. V's interrogation took about 6 days. He knew that with the opening of hostilities between Germany and his country, he had lost the protection of diplomatic immunity, and without further hesitation he told us all he knew. His only concern was to protect Jutta, and he took all the blame upon himself. Again and again he pleaded that the girl never intended to harm Germany's interests. She had not known for what purposes he was using the information she brought him, and never suspected that her actions would be detrimental to the country. I talked to him as much as possible, for he interested me greatly. He tried to satisfy my curiosity as far as he could and described in great detail his methods of work. By checking his statements with the reports we had from the central office in Belgrade and with the testimony of the others involved in the case, I was able to assure myself that he had told the complete truth. I had arrested Jutta and at the same time the 2 society ladies and the official from the Air Ministry. They were also interrogated very thoroughly. The ladies were filled with consternation at the idea that they might have committed treason. They had simply been friends of V's and had not had the slightest notion that anything like that might be involved. They said repeatedly that they had only discussed with V those subjects which were common topics of conversation in the circles in which they moved, what all their friends knew and generally spoke about. V admitted that at his behest, Jutta had secured information from her father. At his restaurant he had talked with several officers of the armed SS, who had been on leave and were on their way back to the SS center at the Berlin suburb of Lichterfelde Ost. During the conversation, at which other members of the armed forces had also been present, it had come out that army units were being prepared for a new large-scale action. Remarks made by other visitors to the restaurant supported this. The information filled Jutta's father with excitement and anxiety. At lunch the next day he had said to her, full of anger, that those in power, the high-ups, had not yet had enough. They were insatiable. But it was time they finally stopped. The war had already cost enough lives on all sides. Repeatedly he had exclaimed to Jutta, "The blood of our fine young men will be shed again." The conversation had made a great impression on her, and that afternoon she had been very depressed. V had noticed that something was troubling her, and presently she told him everything. "What do you think of all this?" she said finally. "Do you really think it will begin again?" Of course, as she told it, the information was very confused, but all the same V had realized that it concerned something of great importance. Consequently, he had asked her to talk to her father again and try to get all the facts clearly and write them down for him. Then he said, by relating the facts to his knowledge of the general situation, he would be able to tell her what was really going on. He also stressed that the main task to which he devoted himself was to prevent an extension of the war, and especially to prevent an open conflict between his country and Germany. Jutta was so much in love with him that she believed everything he said and was completely unsuspicious. Still, the idea of writing down what her father said disturbed her, and she refused to do it. Instead, she talked to her father, and after memorizing his remarks as precisely as she could, repeated them to V that evening. It was their discussion about whether she should do this or not that we had overheard on the telephone. V had also got information from the other two women whom we had arrested. In his most skillful manner, he managed to draw out of them everything of importance that they had heard among their friends. He did this so cleverly during their tete-a-tetes that they never had the slightest suspicion of him. From what V told me, I could reconstruct a typical scene. "You know, Vera, I've been thinking about what your husband told you the other day. It's all nonsense." And then he would give his reasons for saying so. The lady would argue in defense of her point, and V would finally say, "You must have misunderstood your husband. I cannot imagine he would be such a complete ass as to say a thing like that." At this the lady would become irritated. She had perhaps agreed with V that her husband was an ass in certain respects, but he was recognized as one of the leading men in his profession, and as his wife she was duly proud of him. She would react just as V had expected. "I will prove to you that it's you who are being stupid. I'll ask Jürgen again just exactly what he said, and you will see that he's right, that I didn't misunderstand him." This little conversation gains interest when one realizes that the subject under discussion could easily have been the precise figure of our monthly production of Tiger tanks. V kept a complete file of all military, political, and technical information. He had worked out his own system of evaluation, according to which he would award each piece of information a number of points and would only forward those which got more than 50. In this way, he scientifically analyzed all the odds and ends of Berlin gossip that flowed into him, and by putting it all together, arrived at an astonishingly accurate picture. He was able to do this because of the expert knowledge he brought to his work as a trained officer of his country's general staff, which he increased continually by his systematic work, but he never let others suspect his knowledge, and thus at social gatherings could ask seemingly harmless questions of the various officials of the military and political leadership. Of the surprise bombing attack on Belgrade, which Hitler had ordered, he heard in the following way. He had been at the Air Ministry to see about the delivery of spare parts for Juncker's aircraft, which were operating in Yugoslavia, when a test pilot who was there said to his friend in a voice full of spite, glancing towards V as he spoke, "In a few days those fellows will get it good and proper, right on their fat heads." The pilot had said it too loudly, and V had overheard it. The next evening, very disturbed, he asked Vera, one of his two ladies, what was going on, and she told him that people were saying that Adolf would now have to come to Benito's aid in Greece. Her husband thought that this would not be particularly difficult, for now the Luftwaffe was so strong that it could break any resistance. At these words, she embraced him still more closely. "I am so happy," she said, "that you are here with me, and not down there in your country where everything's in such a mess." She went on to tell him further details of a bridge party where the wife of a Luftwaffe general had said that her husband had been assigned to Vienna. These details were enough for V to form the conclusion that German operations against Yugoslavia would be initiated by heavy air attacks. Actually, at this point, his report could not change the course of events. It was too late for that, but he felt it his personal responsibility to warn Belgrade, whose air defenses were totally unprepared for the impending attack. These espionage activities had not cost V a penny, except for the presents he gave to Jutta, which were really motivated more by his personal feelings. He was in love with her and admitted that the relationships with the other women were only for the sake of his work. He admitted, too, that he had planned his work in this matter from the very beginning. The high official in the Air Ministry was quite a harmless and naive fellow. His only trouble was that he ate and drank too much and had a greatly inflated sense of his own importance. He considered it necessary to maintain social relations in the course of conducting trade with Yugoslavia for the German aircraft industry, and when we finally made it clear to him in a graphic manner what his charming breakfasts with V had produced, he was truly horrified. These, then, were the main facts in the case of V. Himmler waited for a favorable moment, then gave Hitler an oral report of the result of our investigation. He managed to secure a free hand to deal as he saw fit with those involved in the case. Thus, as V was now willing to work for us, I was able to employ him and Jutta in our service. He operated chiefly in Italy, he spoke Italian fluently, and did excellent work. Later, to investigate the amount of loose talk which was going on in high military and social circles, I instructed the two society ladies and the official from the Air Ministry to chat with me and pass on what they had heard, just as if I were V. The amount of highly secret and vitally important information that was bandied about in these circles was really incredible, and so too was the extensive harm such careless and stupid gossip could do. The guilty ones were all highly intelligent people, leading engineers, architects, officials and officers of the German Reich. The mystery of Rudolf Hess, Hitler's reactions to Hess's flight, vengeance wreaked on his entourage, astrological influences on Hess's conduct, Hitler's attitude towards astrology, suspected motives for Hess's decision, correspondence with his wife. After the flight of Rudolf Hess to Scotland on May 10, 1941, Hitler was momentarily filled with such consternation that he was hardly capable of any reaction. It was now that Martin Bormann, until then Reichsleiter, national organizer of the party, made those advances which gained him a decisive position in the Führer's confidence. It was he who invented the theory that Hess had become insane, and persuaded Hitler to include this phrase in the first official communiqué on the matter. From the point of view of political leadership, this was an error that could never be remedied, for the people asked how a man could be kept in such an important post as Hitler's deputy for such a long time if it were known that he was insane. Here, too, Hitler's executive measures ran riot. Müller was in his element and without hesitation made unlimited use of his powers, for which this occasion gave him a full opportunity. All Hess's staff, from chauffeurs to personal adjutants, were arrested. Müller would probably have liked to arrest the entire airport personnel too, as well as the chief designers at Messerschmitt's, who were responsible for the production of the plane Hess used. Though only a narrow circle was directly involved, many who never would have imagined that they could have been implicated were affected by these executive actions. For instance, the reports of the internal SD revealed that Hess had been a silent adherent of Rudolf Steiner and the anthroposophists. Therefore, a large number of arrests were made in these circles. He had made his flight in accordance with astrological advice and, as subsequent interrogations and SD reports revealed, had had close associations with astrologers, seers, mediums, nature therapists, and so forth. Consequently, a series of collective arrests was also made among the ranks of these mystics. In point of fact, the great weakness he had displayed in this direction had been known for a long time. From the day of his flight, so Himmler told me, the great interest Hitler had previously shown in astrology changed to an uncompromising antipathy. In my first conversations with Himmler about the Hess affair in May 1941, I said that I considered the German people much too intelligent for the story about his mental illness. Himmler replied quickly. That was Bormann's influence. After looking at me for a long time, he added, "It is too late to do anything about it now." I can still remember how upset Himmler was by the measures taken against the astrologists, and it was with satanic glee that Heydrich, in Himmler's presence, explained to Müller in detail Hitler's orders concerning them. Heydrich, of course, knew of this weakness of Himmler's, and would often say to me, complaining about Himmler's indecisiveness, that the Reichsführer had been looking too deeply into his horoscope again. Once during a telephone conversation with Himmler, I heard Heydrich say, "One is worried about the stars on the epaulets, the other about the stars in the heavens. It's a question of who is the more difficult to work with." At the same time, Heydrich made a gesture to me as though to ask whether he had not gone too far. He had taken care to say it as though he was speaking only of Hess, but Himmler understood only too well that it applied to him too. It was after this telephone conversation that I received the order to complete a report which I was preparing for Hitler. In it, I said that our secret information showed that for some years Hess had been influenced by agents of the British Secret Service and their German collaborators, and that they had played a large part in bringing about his decision to fly to Scotland. This was true more particularly of the decisive influence of a Professor G., a gland specialist in Upper Bavaria. At one of the conferences at that time, at which both Himmler and Heydrich were present, there was a general discussion of the Hess case. When I was asked my opinion, I said that though pathological causes might offer an explanation, for psychiatrists had described Hess's condition as pathological, the influences of British circles which had been exerted over a number of years should also be taken into account, though neither gave a really satisfactory explanation, and further investigation would probably be needed to clarify the matter. I was convinced, I said, that because of his fanatical devotion, Hess would never betray the details of our strategic planning to the enemy, though certainly he was in a position to do so, nor was his intellect so deranged that he would be incapable of giving a clear account of our plans. The precision with which he had prepared his flight and the purposeful manner in which he had carried it through was a clear indication of this. As far as the imminent Russian campaign was concerned, I said I thought that it might be wiser to consider that the whole incident in its context could act as a warning to the Russians. However, it seemed to me very doubtful whether the English would be prepared to send a specific warning to the Russian leaders as a result of the first interrogation of Hess. For the rest, I believe that Hess, having been the Führer's most intimate friend, was, perhaps without even realizing it, strongly under Hitler's suggestive influence. Thus, following Hitler's original conceptions and his attitude towards England, he had considered it his messianic task to reconcile the two peoples. This would follow Hitler's conceptions about Britain as expressed to me in 1939, and which Hess kept repeating in his intimate circle, that the English were a brother people and the bonds of race made it obligatory to preserve them. One must not forget that, as a German born abroad, Hess had been subjected to British influences during his youth and education, a fact he never sought to hide or deny, especially when discussing collaboration with the Russians along the lines conceived by the former Reichswehr chief, General von Siegt. While I was saying all this, Heydrich kicked me several times under the table and shook his head disapprovingly. He did not like my frankness, and afterwards said to me, "You still have a great deal to learn, and I don't believe the Reichsführer understood what you really meant." But Heydrich was honest enough to admit to me that my analysis had been correct. As far as my report was concerned, he took up the point about the influence of the British Secret Service and said several times that we had to try to go further in that direction, for, if the information proved correct, these circles would be able to inflict additional damage on us. He felt that the British were capable of formulating and carrying out that sort of plan, and he would be surprised if we did not have some similar experiences in the future. Then he added an interesting remark: well, the Russians are no less clever. In view of my knowledge of the Hess affair and of the investigations in the Abwehr, I can say definitely that it is quite impossible that Hitler ordered Hess to fly to Britain to make a last offer of peace. I only mention this because the lively fantasy of journalists raises it again and again. The only truth in this notion is that Hess, when he decided to take such action, felt that he was carrying out Hitler's original ideas as far as Britain was concerned, and the time selected for this attempt was determined by Hitler's decision to attack Russia. As I have already pointed out, his character, his mysticism, his racial ideas, and messianic complex all played their part in his decision. Without being conscious of it, he was led to take this action through the influence of astrological circles and by intimate advisors, such as Professor G. and Haushofer. Our investigation has never made clear whether negotiations in Switzerland by Haushofer or by Hess himself preceded the flight. Haushofer has always denied it. However, even if this had been the case, the basic psychological motivation still remains, together with the fact that Hess received no express authorization from Hitler for his flight to England. I was sincerely sorry about the fate of Hess's first adjutant, von L., a man of honest and open character. He was the victim of Hitler's rage and of the continual intrigues of Bormann. In spite of Heydrich's skillful counter-moves, von L. was placed in a concentration camp where he remained until the end of the war, and as if this were not enough, was afterwards treated as an antagonist by the Allies. To a great extent, this was Müller's doing. While acting in an apparently friendly manner towards von L., he was in fact carrying out Bormann's instructions. Müller realized that Bormann would become Hess's successor, and that he was a personality of much greater dynamic force. Privately, Müller established good relations with Bormann, while pretending to oppose him strongly as far as Himmler and Heydrich were concerned. It still seems strange to me that Heydrich did not see through the double game that Müller was playing, a game which was later to become of considerable importance. Subsequently, the great events of the war pushed the Hess case into the background, but I still had to deal with it, and was ordered to gather further information about Hess, his behavior, and his mental state. I also had to organize a means for him and his wife to write to each other. After a time, the British allowed him to correspond within limits by way of the International Red Cross in Switzerland, and it fell to me to supervise this arrangement, since it was carried out without Hitler's knowledge. Himmler, however, was definitely in favor of it, and Bormann was clever enough not to oppose it openly at that time. He therefore agreed with Himmler to permit the sending of the first letter. After that, Hess's replies began to come in regularly. The greater part of the correspondence was of an entirely private nature, and dealt exclusively with his wife and son, for whom he displayed the deepest love and attachment. The rest, which was involved and difficult to understand, was couched in terms of private allusions to previous conversations with his wife or other persons. Sometimes I wondered why the British censors let all this go through, but perhaps, having already examined Hess, they had realized that his mystical and maniac notions were matters for a psychiatrist rather than a political censor. It was astonishing how Hess, with the complete assurance of a fanatic or a madman, believed in old prophecies and visionary revelations. He would recite whole passages out of books of prophecies, such as Nostradamus and others that I cannot remember, and also referred to old horoscopes concerning his own fate, as well as that of his family and of Germany. At times there were signs of uncertainty which must have represented a change to a depressive state. All this he expounded time and again in the most elaborate manner to his wife. She seemed to accept these notions of his and expressed her agreement with them, but whether this actually represented her personal beliefs, or whether she did so out of consideration for him, I cannot say at war with Russia. Differences. With Admiral Canaris, the General Staff's estimate of Russia's war potential. Heydrich reports the Führer's views on the war situation, problems of collaboration between the SD and the Wehrmacht, a solution worked out, tier of United States active intervention, a report on the subversive activities of the Comintern, Hitler's proclamation of war, I am promoted, Canaris sounds a warning against over-optimism, complications of the mutual withdrawal of diplomatic staff. The coming of spring in 1941 was hardly noticeable in the witch's cauldron that was Berlin. I was restless and nervous and felt an underlying sensation of insecurity without being able to distinguish the real reason for it. Somehow I seemed to sense that events were drawing near which were too great to be shaped by personal influence. During the rides that Admiral Canaris and I used to have early in the morning, we usually discussed the information that was coming into our respective organizations, between which there was unfortunately a great deal of wasteful overlapping. Various differences existed between us about Russia, and we argued over these for many months. First, there was the question of production figures of Russian heavy industry. I rated their tank production much higher than Canaris did, and was convinced that they had new models in production that were better than ours, but this Canaris refused to believe. I had come to this conclusion as the result of a peculiar order that Hitler, wishing to impress the Russians, had given in March 1941. We were to show the Soviet military mission our most advanced tank factories and tank corps training schools, and all secrecy measures, as far as they were concerned, were to be dropped. Nevertheless, we did not obey the Führer's orders and hid our newest models. It was the attitude of the Russians on this occasion, and the questions they asked, that led me to conclude that they possessed better models than anything we had. The appearance in large masses of T-34 tanks on the Russian front in the summer of 1941 proved that my assumption had been correct. Another point of disagreement arose because Canaris claimed he had documentary proof that the industrial centers round Moscow and in the northeast, the south, and near the Urals, as well as their chief centers of raw materials, were linked only by single-track railways. My department had received different information. However, Canaris claimed that his had been verified, while we possessed no means of checking the accuracy of ours. The Army's intelligence departments, Fremde Heer Ost and Sudost, Foreign Armies East and Southeast, were doing excellent work in the correlation and objective evaluation of information, and we ourselves had achieved very good teamwork in our own intelligence service. But this difference between Canaris and myself shows how difficult it was for the military leaders who were responsible for planning to make a correct assessment of the information submitted to them. Consequently, if the material did not fit into their basic concepts, they simply ignored it. As far as the top leadership was concerned, things were even worse. Until late in 1944, Hitler rejected all unwelcome information, even when it was based on fact and reason. The evaluation department of Fremde Heer West never achieved an efficiency equal to ours because continual changes of personnel led to considerable uncertainty, which was reflected in their work. The staff of the evaluation department of the Luftwaffe suffered from the same difficulty, while a sense of insecurity was caused by the Gestapo's arrest of key workers in the department as members of the Russian Rote Kapelle, Red Orchestra espionage group. As a result, confidence was never restored in the department. In spite of Canaris's inclination to underestimate Russia's technical progress, later conversations with him were dominated by fears that we would now become involved in a two-front war, with all its inherent dangers. The General Staff's opinion was that our superiority in troops, technical equipment, and military leadership was so great that a concentrated campaign against Russia could be concluded within 10 weeks. Heydrich's own theory, which Himmler and Hitler shared, was that military defeat would so weaken the Soviet system that a subsequent infiltration of political agents would completely shatter it. Both Canaris and I agreed that the optimism of the military leadership was ludicrous, and Canaris also considered Heydrich's political theories extremely doubtful. Indeed, Canaris's estimate of the political strength of the Russian leadership was quite the opposite of Heydrich's. He confided to me, however, that he had been powerless to persuade Keitel, his superior officer, to take this point of view. Keitel had insisted that the measures planned by Hitler were so striking and so forceful that the Soviet system, no matter how firmly it was established, would not be able to withstand them. Recalling the false estimates that the Western Allies had made of Hitler's strength at the outbreak of the war, I felt convinced that here our leaders were committing a similar error. I tried to point this out to Heydrich, saying that perhaps it would be wiser to base our planning on the probability that Stalin might be able to reinforce the framework of his party and his government, and that for him a war imposed on Russia would become a source of strength rather than of weakness. Heydrich stopped this line of discussion immediately, saying coolly, "If Hitler orders this campaign, a different set of problems will arise." Another time he said to me, "It's curious, Canaris mentioned the same sort of idea to me just a few days ago. You two seem to be developing some remarkably negative notions on your morning rides together." I made one more attempt to discuss the matter in May, pointing out to Heydrich that even supposing him to be 100% right, it would still be better, just as a precaution, to examine other possibilities and prepare for other eventualities. Again I was abruptly put in my place. "Stop your hypocritical, small-minded, and defeatist objections," he said. "You have no right to talk like that." I have often wondered since whether the a priori rejection of all such possibilities sprang from the Nazi leaders' fanatical belief in the success of Hitler's plans, or whether many of them did not entertain doubts in secret, while denying them in discussion, fearing that thereby they might endanger their positions. The fact that so many of them made no provision at all for their personal security in case of a debacle suggests that the former was true and that they had, in fact, a blind faith in Hitler's leadership. However, I am convinced now, as I was then, that Heydrich's intellect was too coldly calculating for him not to have thought out all the possibilities. Yet one never knew what was really in his mind. Thus, one day in the summer of 1941, when we were together at his hunting lodge, he remarked to me, apropos of the direction the war was taking, the way things are being handled by us, there must be a sticky end. Also, it's sheer madness to have created this Jewish question. The meaning of this reference to the problem of the Jews became clear to me only when Canaris told me after Heydrich's death that he possessed proof of Heydrich's Jewish ancestry. Canaris's great nervousness at this time about a two-front war seemed to be an expression of his deep pessimism. In our conversations, he jumped erratically from one subject to another. For instance, in the middle of a discussion on American bomber production, he would suddenly start talking about political problems in the Balkans. Sometimes his remarks were so elusive, so vaguely and obscurely couched, that only those who knew him well could understand what he was driving at. This was especially true of his telephone conversations. Once I jokingly remarked over the telephone that I thought I really ought to tell Heydrich and Müller about this pessimistic line of talk. "Oh dear," said Canaris, "I forgot we were talking on the telephone." Towards the end of April 1941, Heydrich telephoned me at my office. He made several vague allusions to the approaching campaign against Russia, but noticing that I did not really understand what he was talking about, he said, "Let's have lunch together. Then we can talk this over quietly." We met at 1:30 in Himmler's dining room. I had just come in when Himmler entered, surrounded by a swarm of his personal staff. He greeted me benevolently, then took me on one side. "You will have a great deal of work during the next few weeks," he said. I answered, rather dryly, "That would not be anything new, Herr Reichsführer." Himmler laughed. "Well, Heydrich has a lot of things planned for you." At dinner, Heydrich discussed various problems in the Balkans, among them the question of liaison with various army commands, and asked me to discuss the matter with the proper Wehrmacht authorities. Then he began to talk of the Russian campaign. As I recall it, what he said was something like this: "You were right, the Führer has not been able to deal satisfactorily with the military and political problem of Britain. He now believes, as our air offensive has been a more or less complete failure, that Britain, given America's aid, might be able to speed up her rearmament. Therefore, he is accelerating the build-up of our U-boat fleet. He aims to make our undersea arms so strong that the Americans will be discouraged from ever actively coming into the war because he realizes the danger of the USA cooperating closely with Great Britain. However, he calculates that although Franco has refused to support us actively, we completely dominate the continent, and you can rule out for a year and a half at least any attempt by the Western Allies to bring about decisive military action by an invasion. It's of the greatest importance that we make use of this period, and it seems to the Führer that we can now attack Russia without the risk of our getting involved in a two-front war. But if this time is not made good use of, then one has to count on the certainty of invasion from the West, and in the meantime Russia would have grown so strong that we wouldn't be able to defend ourselves if she attacked us. Russia's preparations are so tremendous that at any moment Stalin could exploit any commitment of our forces that we may make in Africa or in the West, which means he'd be able to forestall any future action we may be planning against him. So the time for taking decisive action is now. The Führer is convinced that the assembled power of the Wehrmacht is so enormous that the battle against Russia can be won and Russia conquered in the time we now have, but Germany will have to rely solely on her own resources, because the Führer is convinced that the British, with their petty shopkeepers' souls, haven't a broad enough vision to recognize the Russian danger. Russia's demands on Finland and Bulgaria and Romania, and their latest political intrigues in Yugoslavia, show that they'll soon be ready to bring matters to a head. In other words, that Stalin will soon be ready to join battle with us. For anyone hoping to safeguard the new Europe, a conflict with the Soviet Union is inevitable. It will come sooner or later. Therefore, it's better to stave off the danger now, while we still can trust in our own strength. The General Staff is full of confidence. In their opinion, we shall be striking at the adversary while he's still getting ready for action. The element of surprise will be so great that the campaign should be successfully ended by Christmas 1941 at the latest. The Führer is well aware of the magnitude and weight of this decision, and it's because of that that he does not want to leave the smallest element of our strength idle. In fact, not only has he allowed, he has insisted that all fighting units of the security and civil police are to be used. These units will be assigned to the commander of the army. They'll be used chiefly in support areas, but also in the front line as well. The Führer wants this because he wants the security police and the security service, SD, employed on protecting us against sabotage and against espionage, and also for guarding important personalities and archives, in fact, on general security of the rear areas. He is thinking particularly of the so-called Rollbahnen. These were the specially built motor roads designed to carry the heavy long-distance traffic of the supply columns moving across the vast, scantily populated Russian plains. Operations are expected to develop pretty quickly because of the large number of motorized units, which means the fighting units of the security police will have to be motorized too, so that they can be active in the operational areas as well as in the fighting zone. All this has been thoroughly discussed with the Führer, and he has given his personal orders for these plans to be carried out. It's an unusual sort of operation, so the technical aspects must be discussed in detail with the Quartermaster General. The Führer has had a further thought too, which also occurred to me. This is the first time these special units will have been engaged at the front. Every one of their members will have the opportunity to prove himself and to earn a decoration. This should finally dispel the false impression that the staff of the executive departments are cowards who have got themselves safe posts out of the fighting line. This is extremely important because it will strengthen our position in relation to the Wehrmacht, and also it'll have a favorable effect on questions of personnel and finance. Discussions with the army have been going on since March, and I have had Müller conduct the negotiations with the OKW, Supreme Command of the Armed Forces. He has already had conversations with Quartermaster General Wagner and his staff, but Müller is terribly clumsy over this sort of thing. He's incapable of finding the right words, and with that typically thick-headed Bavarian manner of his, he gets very stubborn about unimportant details. In the end, he simply treats the other fellow as a Prussian swine. This is impossible, of course. Wagner was quite right when he complained to me about Müller. So I've told Müller already that he's to be withdrawn from the negotiations. He'll send you all the relevant documents this afternoon. Now I have also spoken to Wagner about you and have told him that although you are a very young man, I am quite certain he will find your manner of conducting negotiations more conducive to favorable results. He'll receive you in person tomorrow and begin working through the whole thing with you. I interrupted Heydrich here for the first time and asked him what were the chief interests that I was to safeguard. It is important, he said, that we get full support from the Wehrmacht as far as material equipment is concerned, particularly in view of the colossal amount that'll be used up in Russia. In fact, we must receive the same consideration as a regular army unit. More especially, I'm concerned about fuel supplies and provisions and transport vehicles. Also about using signals and communications equipment. The other problem is how to maintain our independence as far as the practical work is concerned. The channels and relationships of command must be integrated into the overall operations of the Wehrmacht. We can't have wild, irresponsible hordes being allowed to run about in the front line. This problem seems to be the more difficult one, and it's where Müller's discussions with Wagner were deadlocked. Personally, I must say that Wagner is right. He says that in the combat area we must think of ourselves as tactical auxiliaries. How our independence in relation to the work itself will be resolved will depend on your ability to find a satisfactory method. Heydrich looked thoughtful for a moment, then added, "Well, there we've hit the root of the problem. Try to arrive at a working solution which will be satisfactory to both parties." I studied the documents that same evening, made notes, and then prepared mainly for my own clarification. A sketch of how I thought such an order should look in outline. The next morning I telephoned Quartermaster General Wagner. He asked me to come over at 3 o'clock that afternoon. Meanwhile, I discussed things generally with his staff and assistants. The deportment of these people was unmistakably military, and I could well imagine how Müller would react to such an atmosphere. I understood the feeling of inferiority from which he suffered when he had to deal with men whose self-assurance was greater than his own. General Wagner was a man in his middle 50s, calm and objective, though not lacking in temperament. We sat facing each other, and he regarded me quietly for several seconds. Then he asked, with a touch of Hessian dialect, "Where do you come from, by the way?" I told him, and he nodded with a slight smile that seemed to say, "Not a Bavarian, thank God." His next question was, "And how did you happen to get into that organization of yours?" I explained briefly the accidental chain of events that had been responsible and with which life sometimes confronts us. Wagner's glance seemed to indicate that he understood how I felt about it. Then we turned to the matter to be discussed. "Muller may be a nice fellow," he said, "but it is terrible to negotiate with him. He trusts nobody, and nothing seems to please him." I then explained briefly where the chief differences of opinion seemed to me to lie, which problems I considered to be the most important, and how I thought they might be solved. I added that in view of the heavy duties and the amount of work with which the Quartermaster General must be involved at such a moment, it would be childish of me to waste his time by getting involved in questions of prestige. My purpose was to conclude the negotiations as quickly and as objectively as possible. In the end, as had been foreseen, it was the problem of the working independence of the units and the question of their independent channels of command that proved the most difficult. I maintained that in those territories where civil government had already been established, the problem would not arise at all, for there the relationship of authority would be the same as in the other occupied territories. But it was the will of the Führer that mobile fighting units of the security police and the SD should operate in the battle zone. There was no doubt in my mind that in this case our units would have to be placed under the military commander of that sector of the front as far as general operations were concerned. But in the rear areas this did not seem to be necessary, as here the special units would be concerned with quite different tasks and would need a greater independence. We went on to deal with technical details, questions of fuel supplies, provisions, and so forth. I suggested that I draw up a draft order in line with the agreements we had reached and show this to Wagner so that he could make any changes that seemed necessary before submitting the draft to Heydrich. In general, Wagner approved my suggestion. In an hour and a half we had reached complete agreement in this matter, which he had discussed fruitlessly with Müller for 3 weeks. I had the feeling that we understood each other. 2 days later I placed my draft before Wagner. He found most of it excellent and made no essential changes. Again and again he said that I had found just the right formula for the matters we had discussed. "Submit this draft to your chief," he said. "I hope that he will be in general agreement with it too." I reported to Heydrich that same evening, informing him in detail about the course of the conversation with Wagner. His face remained impassive, and when I had finished, I did not know whether he approved the draft or not. He gave me neither praise nor blame for it, but merely said that he wanted to study the matter and would inform me of his decision by telephone the next day. At noon the next day his drawling voice came over the telephone. "I have just spoken with Wagner and am meeting him at 14 hours at the Bendlerstrasse. In general, I'm in agreement with your draft. However, there are several points I would like to have clarified before we sign it. In the question of equipment and of access to signal communications, you have not expressed yourself very clearly. It would be best if you would accompany me to the Bendlerstrasse, then we can make the necessary changes right there, by the way. You seem to have made quite an impression on Wagner. He practically insisted that I should bring you along." Wagner and Heydrich greeted each other rather stiffly, but their manner was not unfriendly. Wagner looked at me questioningly, as though to ask me how the matter was going. I shrugged my shoulders slightly to indicate that I was not quite sure. Contrary to my expectations, Wagner and Heydrich got along very well indeed. First, Heydrich talked about his days in the Navy, where he had been a first lieutenant. At that time, he had been especially interested in wireless communications. Wagner then told several anecdotes of the early days of his military career. Gradually, Heydrich turned the conversation towards the matter under discussion. They examined the draft from the very beginning, sentence by sentence. I had put a preamble at the head of it, summarizing the so-called Führer's order for the employment of units of the security police and the SD within the combat formations of the army for the securing of the rear areas and for the breaking up of any resistance. This served as the legal basis for the rest of the order as an expression of the Führer's will. Discussing the draft, Wagner and Heydrich could not agree on any changes. Whenever Heydrich wished to make the slightest alteration, Wagner resisted it vehemently. If Wagner wanted to change a single word, Heydrich would refuse. From time to time they would look at me, seeking my support as from an impartial judge. However, I refused to open my mouth. I knew that once they began to make changes, there would never be an end to it, and finally I would have to draw up a completely new report. Eventually they both drew out their pens and signed the order without having changed a single word. They agreed verbally that the original copy of the order for the army sectors would be published under the heading "From the Supreme Commander," while it remained undecided under which heading Heydrich would publish the order for his organization, probably in the name of the Reichsführer SS. Having signed the draft, both were quite satisfied, and Wagner said, smiling, "Why didn't you send Schellenberg to me right away? We wouldn't have wasted so much time. After all, we both have other things to do." Heydrich changed the subject with surprising abruptness. He said he wished to discuss something alone with Wagner, who looked somewhat astonished at this. "It concerns an order of the Führer," Heydrich added. He hesitated. Obviously he did not wish to begin the conversation as long as I was there, so I said goodbye. Wagner, whose expression had become cold and serious at Heydrich's change of tone, threw me a friendly glance and said, "So long." Outside I paced up and down the hall waiting for Heydrich. The two of them were obviously engaged in a heated discussion, for I could hear their voices through the heavy doors. After about half an hour they came out, Heydrich cool and making expansive gestures. Wagner's face was rather red. They said goodbye to each other with military curtness. Then Heydrich strode off down the hall and I followed. We did not exchange a single word and remained silent in the car too. Finally he said, "Wagner is an extremely clever and able man. I do not believe the army could have found anyone better for his post. I am glad that you were able to conclude the negotiations so quickly." There was a pause, and then he said, "Have all the material appertaining to this sent up to my office. I'll need it when I report to Reichsführer Himmler. As far as you are concerned, this matter is now closed. Anything further I'll discuss with Müller." Events now began to move with precipitous speed. The preparation of such a campaign, the mobilization of such a large number of men and such quantities of material required incredible energy from all those concerned with the work of organization and planning. Anyone who has not himself lived through days such as those cannot imagine how much was demanded of each one of us. This was especially true of my task as chief of the counter-espionage department. For us, the war with Russia had already begun, and engagements were being fought on the Secret Service front. One of the principles of our work was to keep the espionage rings we discovered under close observation as long as possible, so that we could infiltrate them before fighting actually started. The vital thing for us was to keep the feverish activities of our mobilization from being observed by foreign intelligence. I gave my staff orders to take preventative action by making wholesale arrests of suspects. These measures were taken in collaboration with the Abwehr of Canaris and other Wehrmacht offices, and special attention was paid to highly sensitive localities such as railway marshalling yards and frontier posts. Where specially important Russian espionage rings were concerned, I had put off making arrests, but these could not be deferred any longer. It was now absolutely vital to shut off all channels of information. However, one or two of these rings were still being used to feed to the Russians misleading material prepared by the Wehrmacht. We managed to pass into their hands faked material about renewed preparations for Operation Sea Lion, the invasion of Britain. It was very important that the Kremlin should have a mistaken evaluation of the political situation, and our measures certainly contributed to their unawareness. For instance, in the fortress of Brest-Litovsk, Russian infantry battalions were still parading with their bands on the afternoon of June 21. Canaris was growing increasingly nervous. Both he and Heydrich were being continually pressed by Hitler for more material on the state of Russian defenses and the Soviet armed forces. Hitler studied their reports in great detail. At various times he complained to Himmler about Canaris. The Abwehr always send me a batch of individual undigested reports. Of course, they are all of great importance and come from the most reliable sources, but it is left to me to sift the material. This is not right, and I want you to instruct your staff to carry out their work quite differently. This was said to me many times until late in 1944, when at last Himmler told me that Hitler was quite satisfied with our system of work. In spite of all that was going on, Canaris and I still went out riding together at least 2 or 3 mornings a week. Though we had agreed not to talk shop, we could not help turning to topics connected with our work. Canaris was terribly worried about the approaching campaign. He criticized in the strongest terms the Wehrmacht leaders who, despite their expert knowledge, were irresponsible and foolish enough to support the views of a man like Hitler in his assumption that we should be able to conclude the Russian campaign within 3 months. He would not be a party to this, and could not understand how the generals von Broschitsch, Hayder, Keitel, and Jodl could be so complacent, so unrealistic, and so optimistic. But any attempt at opposition was useless. He had already made himself unpopular by his repeated warnings. Only a few days earlier Keitel had said to him, "My dear Canaris, you may have some understanding of the Abwehr, but you belong to the Navy. You really should not try to give us lessons in strategic and political planning." When Canaris repeated such remarks, he would usually rein in his horse, look at me with wide eyes, and say quite seriously, "Wouldn't you find all this quite comic, if it weren't so desperately serious?" A continually recurring subject was the attitude of the United States and her industrial capacity, especially for aircraft production and shipbuilding. This question was likely to be decisive because it would determine the length of time allowed us before we should have to reckon on the threat of a two-front war. Canaris and I agreed that if the full productive strength of America were behind Great Britain, there would undoubtedly be an invasion of the continent. Landing operations would certainly be preceded by a mighty air offensive which, if the situation of the Eastern Front were strained at the time, would heavily damage our industrial capacity. Therefore, the Luftwaffe leaders' lack of clarity in their planning was of the greatest concern. Göring and his staff did not share our views on this matter, and there was great confusion in the production schedules of bomber and fighter aircraft. As an example of the sort of difficulties we met with in getting a fair hearing from the leaders when one had some realistic information to impart, the following incident is significant. At the beginning of 1942, on my instructions, a comprehensive report was prepared, based on our secret information about American war production, especially the total steel production and the buildup of the United States Air Force. The report had taken almost 2 months to prepare, and leading economists and trade specialists had worked out the details. The information was comprehensive and came from the most reliable sources, and the report was drafted with painstaking objectivity. Heydrich was astonished by it, and I shall never forget his surprise when, glancing through it, he came across such figures as a total steel production of 85 to 90 million tons. He took the report to Göring and Hitler, both of whom studied it thoroughly and discussed it together. The conversation with Göring later on was most unpleasant, and I was embarrassed for Heydrich's sake. The Reichsmarschall did not shout, he spoke in short, pregnant phrases. Looking me up and down contemptuously, he pressed the report back into my hand and said, "Everything you have written is utter nonsense. You should have a psychiatrist to examine your mental condition." That was the end of the interview as far as I was concerned. Heydrich remained with Göring a while longer, and was rather bitter when he finally came out of the room. But he never held this embarrassing incident against me. I heard from Himmler several months later that under Göring's influence Hitler had grown very angry about the report. He criticized it as being too clever by half, written solely to bolster up the author's self-importance, and said that he did not believe a word of it. Later, at the Nuremberg trials, for 2 weeks I occupied a cell across the hall from Göring's. I saw him every day and was able to speak a few words with him. Not until then did I receive any commendation from him. Speaking from his cell in a loud voice, he said to me, "Well, it has certainly turned out that you were not talking nonsense after all." I knew immediately what he meant. One day I received a call from Heydrich asking me to be ready to report to Himmler on the question of counter-espionage against Russia. When we got there, Himmler began by saying that he had had a long conversation with the Führer that day and had covered a whole series of problems connected with the coming campaign. For you, Heydrich, there are a number of things that I wish to discuss alone. For you, Schellenberg, I have 2 special problems. First, the Führer proposes to announce the commencement of the attack in a proclamation to the German people. A report of the OKW, Supreme Command of the Wehrmacht, and perhaps also of the Foreign Office, is to be appended to the proclamation, and just as at the beginning of the campaign against the West, a report was included from the Minister of the Interior The Führer now desires a similar report from me as chief of the German police. The report in the previous case proved extremely impressive, and he wishes to have a report in the same form on the subversive activities of the Comintern. Unfortunately, we only have 24 hours. I realize, Schellenberg, that you are not a magician, but try to do your utmost. Heydrich will see to it that whatever you need will be provided with the greatest speed, so don't lose any time. That was the first assignment. The second point. In his proclamation, the Führer wishes to mention the Horia-Sima affair in Romania. You know, he turned to Heydrich. That is rather dangerous ground for us. Shall I try to dissuade the Führer or not? Heydrich said that he considered it quite unnecessary to mention Horia-Sima. What is the sense of it? He asked. What does the Führer think he will achieve against Russia by that? They looked at each other in silence, then turned to me for my opinion. At this moment I said, with our Romanian allies about to go into action on our southern flank, the Führer probably wishes to assure Marshal Antonescu that such attempts against his government won't be repeated. He probably wants to remove this dark page in our relations, and no doubt the whole thing will be attributed to a Soviet intrigue. Still, the affair must be well known to the Romanian public. I don't remember whether communist forces actually took part in it or not, but the Führer's suggestion can only be effective if it's actually proved that they did. Himmler left the matter in abeyance, and I was excused. As I left, I began to consider how I could best approach my assignment. My own department had most of the evidence I would need, but I decided also to approach Müller, who, when I did so, ordered all his departmental chiefs to let me have whatever documents I might need. It was late in the afternoon when I returned to my office. I gave the necessary orders, and within half an hour the files and documents began pouring onto my desk. I sat in front of the immense pile of papers, and it was a little while before I could muster the courage to begin, but by late evening I had selected the most important material, which I then took home with me so that I could work on it in peace and quiet. During the night both Himmler and Heydrich called me several times. Both of them always knew exactly at what time I had left my office and where I could be reached at any moment. Himmler made me nervous. As soon as Hitler asked him a question or said something to him, he would run to the telephone and bombard me with questions and advice. Schellenberg. The Führer wants to have this put that way. And don't go into too great detail, just describe the methods of the Russian Secret Service. And so forth. I only mention this to show to what extremes the centralization of a totalitarian system could go. Fortunately, I was well acquainted with most of the material. Thus I was able to complete this task within the short time allotted to me. The report was accepted without any further changes, and Hitler's proclamation to the German people was published on June 22, 1941. The salient passages of it ran as follows. The German people have never entertained any sentiments of hostility towards the peoples of Russia. Yet for over 2 decades, the Jewish Bolshevist potentates in Moscow have conspired to set fire not only to Germany, but to the whole of Europe. While Russia set about subjugating not only Finland but also the Baltic states. By military might, she suddenly raised the insincere and ridiculous pretext that this was done in order to protect those territories from foreign threats. This could refer only to Germany, for no other power could either invade those countries or wage war on their territories. So while, since May 10, 1940, our soldiers in the West have been breaking the Anglo-French power of resistance, the Russian military buildup has continued on our eastern frontier to an ever more threatening extent. Consequently, from August 1940 onwards, I felt it was unjustifiable to leave our eastern provinces, which had often been laid waste before, unprotected in the face of this momentous concentration of Bolshevist divisions. Thus was brought about what Anglo-Soviet cooperation was aiming at, namely the immobilization of such strong German forces in the East that the German leadership would be prevented from the radical prosecution of the war, especially in the air, and its conclusion in the West. Had there been need of any further proof that in the meantime, in spite of all diversions and camouflage, the coalition between Russia and Great Britain had been established, this was finally furnished by the Yugoslav conflict. While I endeavored to make a last attempt to pacify the Balkans, and for that purpose had, in harmonious cooperation with the Deuce, invited Yugoslavia to join the tripartite agreement, Great Britain and Soviet Russia jointly organized that coup de main against Germany, which in one night removed from power a government that was ready for an understanding with us. Now it can be revealed to the German people that the Serbian coup de main against Germany took place not under the auspices of Great Britain alone, but to a still greater extent under those of Soviet Russia. The victory of the Axis powers in the Balkans thwarted for the moment the plan to entangle Germany this summer in a month-long struggle in the southeast. This would have enabled the Soviet armies to complete their concentration, thus increasing their readiness for war, and overwhelm the German Reich and Italy in joint action with Great Britain and with the help of supplies expected from the United States. Thus, Moscow has not only broken the agreements embodied in our pact of friendship, but betrayed them in an abominable fashion. People of Germany, at this very moment, military movements are in motion that in extent and volume surpass anything the world has so far witnessed. Great difficulties arose about disguising our mobilization from the Russians. Not the least of these difficulties was the continuing controversy between the offices of Müller and Canaris over the activities in Polish-Russian frontier areas of the Ukrainian nationalist leaders Melnik and Bandera. The military secret service naturally wanted to use the services of the Ukrainian minority groups, but Müller objected that these nationalist leaders were pursuing their own political ends in an unwarranted manner, and that this was causing widespread unrest amongst large sections of the Polish population. I tried to hold myself aloof from this controversy, especially as the meetings dealing with it were extremely long and acrimonious. Just at this time, inexcusable conditions in the Foreign Political Information Service, AMT-VIX, were brought to light. As the result of measures ordered by Heydrich, many members were disciplined, and there was even talk of criminal charges against some of them. Heydrich ordered Müller and Streckenbach, the heads of the department, to carry out the purge, and these two availed themselves of the opportunity to give vent to their old antagonism towards this branch of our secret service. They carried out their measures with extreme ruthlessness, which showed me what to expect from them should the occasion ever arise for them to act against me. The professional failings of the department's members were even more serious than their personal irregularities, but the harshest punitive measures could hardly improve results here. I was more than ever convinced that only a complete reconstruction of the department would be effective, but that this would have to be done in the middle of war and, so to speak, under the very eyes of the enemy services, by leaders who had no understanding of the needs of a secret service, would certainly not make things easier. It was interesting that at this time Müller made his first open attempt against the very existence of the organization. He urged Heydrich to dissolve AMT-VIX completely, to forgo a secret service abroad operating as a separate unit, and to concentrate instead on an enemy surveillance service within the framework of AMT-IV, which was Müller's own department. That evening, Heydrich ordered me to report to him. He repeated the plan Müller had suggested and added sarcastically, "He is nothing more than a petty police official after all." He begged me to consider the whole matter very thoroughly and then went on, "I have now arrived at a definite decision after the Russian campaign has begun. I'm going to appoint you Deputy Chief of AMT-VIX, and then after 2 weeks will make you the Chief. This is a new assignment for you, perhaps the most difficult one that has yet come your way. So I'll give you time to consider the matter very carefully, and when you've done so, we'll spend an evening at my hunting lodge so that we can discuss the whole thing quietly and thoroughly." He rose and with great solemnity gave me his hand. I left the room with a beating heart. On the one hand, I was very happy to have received finally the assignment for which I had waited so long. On the other, I was somewhat oppressed that it had been brought about by such a sad failure. From the very beginning, I felt the tremendous responsibility that had been placed upon me. I was fully prepared to shoulder it, however, and it is understandable, perhaps, that in spite of my being overburdened with work, the new task excited me, and I found my thoughts already beginning to turn towards my new field of work. On June 21, 1941, Canaris invited Heinrich Müller and me to a lunch at Horcher's, one of the most fashionable Berlin restaurants. I knew the reason for this. He wanted to make a last attempt to warn Heydrich and Müller against over-optimistic ideas about a Russian campaign. It was typical of Canaris to choose a seemingly casual luncheon date as an occasion for giving his opinions on a problem that was of exceptional importance to him. He wanted to enlist Heydrich's support against the optimistic attitude of the Wehrmacht High Command, for it would be extremely helpful for him to be able to say Heydrich too is not so optimistic in his estimate of the situation. But Heydrich was not worried, he said. Yesterday at dinner Hitler was in a very serious mood. Bormann tried to relieve him. He said to him, "You are burdened with great worries just now. The successful conclusion of this great campaign depends on you alone. Providence has appointed you as her instrument for deciding the future of the whole world. No one knows better than I do that you have devoted the whole of yourself to this task, that you've studied every conceivable detail of the problem. I am convinced that you have planned everything thoroughly, and that your great mission will surely succeed." The Führer listened to all this and then said that one could only hope he would be proved right in everything, and that in such a great enterprise one could never know with certainty whether all eventualities had been foreseen. One could only hope so, and pray to Providence that the German people would triumph. All this, Heydrich went on, was reported to me by Himmler on the telephone this morning, and it proves that the Führer is not so optimistic as his military advisors. At the end of Heydrich's remarks, Canaris concluded the conversation by saying that Hitler's attitude was very noteworthy and in a way revealing. At dawn the next day, June 22, 1941, the Wehrmacht began the offensive on all sectors of the front, from the Black Sea to the northern regions of Finland. In General Halder's diary is the following entry. I have just described the plan for the Russian campaign to the Führer. The Russian armies will be destroyed in 6 weeks. That afternoon I received a telephone call from the Foreign Office. They wanted me to take part in the negotiations on the exchange of diplomatic personnel at exactly the same time as the Russian ambassador Dekhanozov, with his entire staff and consular personnel, left Berlin. The German ambassador Count Schellenberg and his entire staff were to leave Moscow. The two special trains were to meet at Svilengrad on the Turkish-Bulgarian frontier, where the actual exchange was to take place. The Führer demanded a close surveillance of the chief Russian personalities and also of the staffs of the Interest Travel Agency and the Soviet Trade Delegation. After several days, the Foreign Office had completed their preparations, and our agents reported nothing out of the ordinary, except for repeated reports that the Soviet agencies were burning a great number of documents. Then one afternoon an excited telephone call came in from the Foreign Office. Dekhanozov had just informed them that the exchange could not take place and that he refused to leave Berlin because 2 important members of the Soviet consulate in Danzig had vanished. He had learned from a completely reliable source that they had been arrested by the Gestapo, and until the 2 officials had been returned, he would not even consider leaving Berlin. A complication of this sort was all I needed. I sent a message to Danzig at once, asking for an explanation. In my own department, all we knew was that the 2 consular officials were really the heads of an extensive spy ring. Then Danzig came through with additional details. The 2 Russians had been taken to East Prussia after their arrest and were being held there. 25 Germans and Poles had already been arrested in connection with the case. The ring extended into an army supply office in Berlin, and therefore the Abwehr were working on the matter too. The ring had been sending material to Moscow by wireless, chiefly concerning troop movements and locations. During the last few weeks they had sent out some vital information about troop concentrations in East Prussia, and also about the movements of our Baltic fleet. Their transmitter must have been working in the Danzig area, but our people had been unable to determine its exact position, nor had they been able to decipher the code that was being used. Knowledge of the spy ring had been gained chiefly from the testimony of the arrested suspects, and before the investigation was concluded, as many as 50 people might be involved. The arrest of the 2 Soviet officials was completely justified, the case against them being quite conclusive, as it seemed certain they had operated the transmitter. In spite of this, I asked to have them released at once. The next morning, at 11 o'clock, our chief investigator in Danzig reported to me in person. He was pale, tired, and nervous. He went over all the details of the case and concluded by saying that he was unable to produce the 2 Russians, and because of this, asked that disciplinary proceedings should be taken against himself. I could not quite understand his behavior, nor what he was driving at. Rather worried and afraid the 2 were no longer alive, I asked what he meant. It turned out that one of the Russians had a black eye as the result of an interrogator losing his temper over the man's persistent denial of proven facts. Fortunately, my informant had intervened in time, and nothing serious had happened. I called the Foreign Office at once and told them that the 2 Russians were available, but that instead of boarding Dekhanosov's special train in Berlin, they would have to go by plane to Sofia or Svilengrad and join the rest of the Russian diplomats there. Our department would provide an aircraft for the purpose. Dekhanosov could leave Berlin completely assured that the 2 men would join his party before they crossed the Turkish-Bulgarian frontier. However, if they failed to appear, he would still be able to refuse to go through with the exchange. After long negotiations, Dekhanosov accepted this proposal. I had the 2 men brought by plane from Danzig, and one of our Russian linguists, who was to accompany them on the journey, looked after them for a whole day in Berlin. The next evening he reported to me that neither of the Russians had complained, but on the contrary, one had said repeatedly that he was sorry he had not spoken the truth from the beginning, as this would have spared him quite a bit of unpleasantness. The other said that to continue to deny everything would not in any case have been possible in the long run, as the evidence against him was conclusive. However, all that was a closed chapter. What they did not like was being flown by special plane, which might make a most unfavorable impression on Dekhanosov. I had them brought before me the next morning because I wanted to get a personal impression of them. They were intelligent men, well trained and physically fit. As the diplomatic train was already waiting for them at Svilengrad, my assistant now decided to hire a car for the rest of the journey. The heat, the dust, the bad roads and tires that burst every few miles were bad enough, but the greatest problem of all was his 2 charges. They had seemed quite content at the beginning of the journey, but the nearer they got to Svilengrad, the more restless they became. They were afraid of Dekhanosov and of the reception they would get from their central office, and feared they might be punished for their failure, for having been arrested, and for having betrayed their mission. My assistant had to use all his skill to dissuade them from committing an act of folly, and pointed out to them the uselessness of flight. He was greatly relieved when he delivered them safely at Svilengrad. The exchange should have proceeded without any further hitch, but the train bringing the German diplomats from Moscow had not arrived. It was being detained in Russian territory until the Soviet government had been assured that the 2 consular officials had actually reached Svilengrad and were under Dekhanosov's care. Consequently, it took 3 more days before the exchange could be carried through as planned. Towards a unified intelligence service responsibilities of my new office, a 10-point program. Discussions with Dr. Mehlhorn, reorganizing the department, a commission of inspection appointed surprise at Iceland's occupation, Heydrich proposes the SD's fusion with the Gestapo. This move countered my own office. On June 22, 1941, the day our armies marched into Russia, after a conversation with Heydrich lasting hardly more than 3 minutes, I went to the building which housed AMT-6 in order to take over my post as acting chief. Rumors of my appointment had been circulating for several days, and some willing and responsible members of the staff greeted it wholeheartedly, but the feelings of the great majority ranged from open resentment to silent and watchful anticipation. First, I devoted myself to the very difficult problem of staff changes, which I had been considering during the previous weeks. My first days were so crowded with new and unaccustomed duties that every night I sank into bed dead tired. I now had to organize a new routine for myself. I realized during these first momentous days that though I had achieved the goal towards which I had been working for many years, I was faced with the tremendous task of reconstructing our foreign intelligence system at the height of a 2-front war. I was weighed down and confused by the burden of my responsibilities, and at times I really did not know where to begin. I decided first to feel my way into the routine work of the organization, then gradually to approach the larger problems. I had been considering these for a long time, of course, and theoretically had worked out clear solutions, but these were not quite so easy to put into practice. I felt that I must think the whole thing over quietly, so I decided to leave Berlin for a few days and visit my friend Dr. Mehlhorn. He was a man of great experience in such matters. At that time, he was building up the administrative organization of the Eastern Territories, and I knew I could discuss my problems with him and ask for his advice. He was living in Posen, and together we went to visit the estate of a Polish landowner with whom I was acquainted. For the first 3 days I resolutely put aside all problems of work and devoted myself entirely to hunting, riding, and fishing. The countryside, with its great areas of open space and the loveliness of its sunrises and sunsets, gave me the tranquility I needed. One could almost feel the earth breathing and could inhale its manifold scents, sweet and strong, under the clear eastern stars and the wide-spreading night sky. But the loveliness of the summer and the rhythms of natural growth were disturbed by swarms of aircraft heading towards the front, reminding me of the harsh and destructive reality of the times. Otherwise I was undisturbed and could pursue my thoughts in peace. I wondered why in his propaganda Goebbels singled out the British Secret Service as one of the main targets for his spiteful attacks. He represented this excellent and efficient service as an organization of criminals and murderers, and continually hammered this impression into the minds of the German people. Goebbels and the party leaders entirely forgot that the British Secret Service had a very long tradition and could count many of the ablest and most intelligent of British people amongst its collaborators. If you told the average German army officer, not to mention the brass hats, that you were working for the German Secret Service, you were immediately branded as a suspicious character, if not a social outcast. I felt that this was one of the first and most important things that had to be changed. The modern Secret Service is technically one of the most complicated, vital, and responsible organizations of the state and has no connection with any form of cheap adventure. If the peculiarly insular character of the British with their maritime and global thinking had done so much to further the importance of their Secret Service, then we must catch up with them. What is necessary, I thought, is to convince the leaders of these ideas, but of course the prerequisite must be achievement within our own Secret Service. If Goebbels feels that he must continue to attack the British Secret Service, he must at least do so without his attacks reflecting on our own. The work of our agents abroad should be recognized as active military service, and military decorations should be awarded to men and women who have earned them. I began to realize even more clearly that a unified intelligence system had to be established in Germany, as in most other countries. It was most regrettable that the many different branches had not been brought under a united executive control long ago. Invaluable work by experts and an immense expenditure of time, money and effort had been wasted in struggles over prestige and in personal and professional jealousies. But how was one to deal with these weaknesses which had grown into the whole fabric of the organization? The needs and pressures of war meant that they must be dealt with quickly and decisively, and so far I could not fully understand the problems nor see how to deal with them. As a beginning, I decided to note down the numerous tasks and activities of a unified foreign intelligence service. First of all, an independent central organ of the German intelligence service would have to be created, which would embrace all branches of political, military, economic, and technical intelligence. Its task would be to gather accurate and valid information which would have to be kept up to date about every single country in the world. This material, systematically evaluated, would give the ministries concerned and the supreme political and military leadership an objective picture of the political situation abroad, of the forces and personalities at work, of the main political trends, of proposed military and strategic measures, and of the economic, technical, and biological potentialities of the countries concerned. This was the framework within which I had to fit the smaller pieces of the mosaic. I realized the task would be a long and wearisome one, and that although I could not visualize the final pattern, I must proceed determinedly towards this end. I pared down my immediate aims to a program off in points. Each of these represented an entire program of work in itself, but it was necessary to keep all 10 in view simultaneously in order to maintain the proper balance, and I hoped to be able to initiate work on all 10 programs at the same time without becoming bogged down in a mass of detail. One of the few documents that was preserved after the collapse of Germany and throughout the years of my imprisonment is the handwritten draft of this program. The main headings of which were these great changes in organization and personnel are necessary, but unfortunately, because of the advanced stage of the war, only a limited reconstruction is possible. The old administrative forms must be retained at first, especially abroad, for apart from a shortage of staff, there's also the likelihood that new measures would be recognized too quickly by the enemy's services. The question of staff is of decisive importance. A large number of agents at present working abroad are completely unusable. New manpower must be found, no matter what the difficulties, but must only be employed after adequate training and after its suitability has been proved. The administration must be divided between A. The collecting sector, which means, practically speaking, the fighting front of the Secret Service, i.e., where the information is actually gained, and B. The evaluating sector, where all the information received is methodically incorporated into reports to go to all interested authorities. In the selection and training of personnel, the chief factors to be considered are their suitability, A. for different foreign countries, B. for the collecting or the evaluating sectors, C. for political, military, economic, and technological intelligence. The Secret Service must become a respected and valued department of state. An inner and an outer circle of agents must be created and extended. The inner circle to include agents whom I shall select myself and who shall be pledged to me personally and directly. A filing system must be set up, arranged under subject headings as well as under individual persons. This system must be integrated with the work of the collecting sectors, so as to serve as a flexible link between the various sectors of the organization. A file on agents must also be established. The great technical developments of our time must be as fully exploited in relation to the work of the Secret Service as they have been in other spheres. In complete secrecy and in the shortest possible time, I personally must be able to establish several specially selected and qualified agents in each country. They should be absolutely independent, both of the Department of the Secret Service responsible for the country where they are working and of the collecting organization operating there. Their task should be that of personal inspection. Thus, side by side with the regular collecting organizations in each country, an additional secret source of information would be established which would allow me to exercise some measure of control, however incomplete, over the work of the regular departments. It must be my aim to enlist one or two assistants within the central office to help with the technical aspects of this work. The long-range goal of my work is the creation of a unified German secret information service in its moral and material qualities, in its importance, and in its ability to influence the destiny of our country. This service must be raised to an entirely different position from that hitherto occupied by the various intelligence services. It must be given an established position at the top of the whole system. I had long and heated discussions with Dr. Melhorn on most of these 10 points, but on the whole he agreed with my ideas. There were two matters, though, on which we could not agree. He considered it sheer folly to embark on such a task in the middle of a war. The practical and personal difficulties would be much too great, particularly the nervous strain of the responsibility I should have to assume. His second point was that I had badly misjudged Himmler's and Heydrich's motives. With them, the only consideration was power politics. He was convinced that they would drop me ruthlessly at the first sign of failure. And if the political repercussions were serious enough, I might even be faced with disappearance. He warned me, especially of Heydrich, who would see in my plan only an attempt to establish an independent position of power. To counteract this, he would give me assignments so dangerous that they would prove insoluble and would use my appetite for work as a weapon against me. Melhorn advised me to give up the whole idea, but I had sufficient confidence in myself to believe that with skill and hard work, I should be able to surmount all the difficulties. The task might take longer than I foresaw at present, but I was determined to go on. Seeing that he could not dissuade me, Melhorn finally offered his advice and help. We went through the program once more. Melhorn thought that before the attempted unification of the service could be carried out, it would be necessary to establish a close working relationship with the Foreign Office, for the practical help which that department could provide would be of decisive importance. Therefore, it might be best to bring the director of the Foreign Office Secret Service into my organization, at least until the arrangements for unification were in force. Another of his ideas, which I later put into effect, was that all the leading officials of the Secret Service should be sent from time to time to the foreign countries for which they were responsible, so that they would not lose the feel of conditions there. In Secret Service work, imagination and initiative are of special importance. Nothing could be more dangerous than that such an organization should be run by a sterile bureaucracy, devoid of creative ideas. As another precaution against this, I later kept back my departmental chief's incoming mail for a period of 2 or 3 days. This meant, of course, a great deal of additional work for me, but it was worth it. It not only gave me an insight into my colleagues' abilities, but I could also see which of them had succumbed to the routine of desk work. It was interesting to see whether they continued to be productive, or whether they just took things easy. Refreshed by my stay with Melhorn and stimulated by our discussions, I returned to Berlin. In a series of interviews, I tried to get personal impressions of all my assistants. A continual stream of visitors and cartloads of files poured into my office. I studied the files of each visitor before the interview, but as the files were in a state of complete confusion, this was extremely difficult. Of course, I gave orders for this situation to be speedily remedied. The quiet hours of the night I reserved for studying documents and preparing reports for the top-level leaders. The question of staff changes gave me a headache. The reservoir of able officials was quite exhausted by this time, and often I had to fight for hours with the various personnel offices in order to acquire one or two new recruits. My ruthlessness gained me more enemies, especially among the heads of other government departments who envied me as the youngest and suspected that my purpose was to make AM to Fix the most important department with precedence over all the others. Heydrich, always extremely suspicious and with a personal aversion towards me, closely checked every phase of my work and put every difficulty in my way. I realized now to what depths of hatred, envy, and malicious intrigue men are capable of descending. There were times when I felt more like a hunted beast than the head of a department. The only thing that gave me the strength to carry on was the pleasure and satisfaction that I gained from the work itself. Besides dealing with all these organizational and administrative problems, I was slowly and carefully building up one espionage ring after another. There was also the problem of the reports. Under the old system they had been a complete failure, being nothing but indiscriminate and undigested transcript material transmitted by the agents. I gave orders that from now on no report was to leave our office without my personal signature, and I would not sign any report unless I had carefully checked it, even although this sometimes meant my working for as long as 18 hours at a stretch. I judged my subordinates solely by the quality of their work. If a man showed the ability and energy his post demanded, I did not care what he had been formerly or where he had come from, but if he could not meet the requirements of his job and only held it because he had been an old comrade or a senior member of the SS or SD, he had to make way for a better man. It was on this question that I met the main opposition of the totalitarian bureaucracy. However, the nature of our task demanded that I should select men whose outlook was not limited by the blinkers of totalitarian ideology. Some of the staff felt that they had been treated unjustly. I was openly called a pettifogging lawyer, a reactionary, a destroyer of the SD, a Marsveilchen, a March Violet, a derisive term for those who had joined the Nazi movement only after the seizure of power in March 1933. A sort of front was formed against me among my own staff, with underground connections with other party and government offices, as well as with the party leadership itself. Everywhere I turned, I met with this spreading antagonism. Heydrich was anything but helpful. On the contrary, I am convinced that he supported my opponents, thus acting in accordance with his basic principle of playing off one collaborator against another. When I took over AMT Weiss, serious irregularities were revealed in the handling of currencies and in the general accounts. Certain members of the department, including the former heads, were involved. I made this the opportunity to request a general inspection of the department's finances. I wanted a complete audit to be made so that I would not later be held responsible for the errors of my predecessors. A commission of inspection appeared, consisting of 8 high officials headed by a ministerial counselor. Naturally, I wanted the commission to confine their investigation to questions of finance and bookkeeping, but wherever payment had exceeded a certain sum, I declared my readiness to give the Commission a verbal report on the Secret Service purposes for which the money had been spent, but only where this would not endanger the security of our work. Heydrich used this safeguard to generate suspicion against me. He instructed the Ministerial Rat to take note of all cases in which I refused to give full information to the Commission, insinuating, of course, that these were probably attempts to disguise abuses. I parried this move by collecting the data on all such cases myself and sending it to Heydrich personally. It was typical of the relationship between us that, although I saw him on many occasions at this time, neither he nor I once mentioned the matter. Only by sending back the accounts initialed by himself did he indicate that he had understood my counter-move. One can imagine how difficult it was under these circumstances to keep to my 10-point program or to try to win the support of a man like Heydrich. Therefore, I remained silent about my long-range objectives. However, so many problems arose in connection with the work itself. The collecting of secret information that those measures which were of immediate urgency in my program could be carried through without Heydrich becoming fully aware of their import. He himself desperately needed information material in order to place himself in a favorable light with Hitler, Himmler, Goering, and the other chiefs. When he presented the Secret Service reports to them in person, he was so eager for results that I succeeded in obtaining executive powers from him which he would otherwise never have delegated. Thus, I was able to establish liaison offices in the various ministries and secured for myself the right to contact the ministers in person whenever I had to discuss questions that necessitated collaboration. This was an important step, and it was up to me to exploit it as skillfully as possible. In the meantime, I had suffered the first reverses in my work. The worst and most dangerous of these took place when the Americans occupied Iceland in the summer of 1941. Canaris had not provided any advance information at all about this. I had forwarded one Danish report which, however, could not be considered particularly reliable. It had remained on Himmler's desk, and Hitler first heard of the matter from foreign press reports, and this only belatedly, for the press report service of the propaganda ministry was not functioning properly. The result was that I was ordered to organize a special news service in the neutral countries. This was by no means easy and necessitated the formation of a publishing firm which in turn established relations with publishers in Switzerland, Portugal, and other neutral countries. The Lufthansa and the Central European Travel Bureau served as a channel of communication, and special couriers were provided for exceptional occasions. After about 6 months, I was able to integrate this work, which represented a senseless duplication of effort, with the responsible departments of the Foreign Office and the Propaganda Ministry, thereby easing the drain on my supplies of foreign currency. It was also a proof that collaboration could be achieved in the Third Reich as long as no questions of departmental prestige were involved. 2 months after I had assumed office, I prepared a memorandum on the tasks of the political secret service abroad. It showed, on the one hand, every possible connection between Germany and the occupied territories, and on the other, neutral or enemy countries in the spheres of politics, banking, industry, agriculture, science, art, literature, or music. The service was interested in people in these spheres, establishing contacts abroad and reporting back. This memorandum was to serve as basis for a general order by Himmler, as Reichsführer SS and Minister of the Interior, to the various SS commands and the administrative cadres of his ministry. Himmler had said that in principle he was in agreement with the memorandum and was even ready to address the highest leadership corps of the SS and the party about it, thus acting as a propagandist for my ideas. In addition, Himmler's order was to go to the other ministries so that their interest in this kind of collaboration would be officially requested for the first time. I was sitting working on this one evening when Heydrich telephoned and asked me to report to him. I was annoyed by the interruption, but gathered the necessary documents and drove to the Wilhelmstrasse. In those days, Berlin was still a beautiful city. As I drove through it, taking a long way round, I had soon forgotten most of my worries. I turned off at Kurfürstendamm towards the Tiergarten and stopped for coffee at Kranzler's in Unter den Linden, where I sat and tried to clear my mind for the struggle that I knew lay ahead. The main adjutant's office at the Wilhelmstrasse was usually a beehive of activity. I was very surprised, therefore, to see only a few overtired adjutants working on the usual stacks of dispatches. Otherwise all was quiet. My relations with the adjutants were always friendly, and now one of them whispered to me, "The chief is not in the mood for work tonight." I foresaw a social evening and thought I could enter the lion's den with an untroubled mind. However, I soon found that I was mistaken. As I entered, I noticed the studied casualness of Heydrich's manner as he continued working on some papers. When he saw that I was watching him, he reacted with a typical nervous shrug. Finally, he pushed the papers aside. Anything of special importance? He asked in his rather high, nasal voice. "No, nothing special," I replied. "Have you time to dine with me?" he said. It was practically a command. We went to the Eden Bar and there dined in silence, for I had made it a practice always to let Heydrich start the conversation. A lady whom I knew was sitting at a nearby table, and now and then we exchanged friendly glances. Heydrich, who did not know her, was annoyed by this, but his inordinate curiosity drove him to ask who she was, where I had met her, and how long I had known her. Then suddenly he changed the subject and began to talk about the matter on which he had wanted to see me. He told me that Muller had had a long discussion with him earlier in the day, and had convinced him that my department's intelligence work, and also its supervision of anti-national socialist individuals and organizations abroad, should come under the Gestapo. In other words, that these responsibilities should be transferred from my department to Müller's AMT-IV. This was a great blow to me, not so much because I considered this work especially desirable, on the contrary, insofar as it concerned the churches, international Jewry, the Freemasons, and so forth. I would just as soon have had nothing to do with it, but it would give Müller a chance to build up an information network of his own abroad. It was in fact a concerted attack by Müller and Heydrich on my 10-point program. It meant that Gestapo agents would in future be active in foreign countries, and would not confine themselves to counter-espionage activities, but would become involved in other tasks. Thus I was to be pushed further away from my own long-range objectives. I knew at once from Heydrich's manner that this plan had not sprung from Müller's brain, but had evolved from his own ceaselessly suspicious mind. My objectives had become all too clear to him. He feared my patient and quiet manner of working, and had decided to establish my greatest opponent in a position where he could cause me the most trouble. He was applying his old principle of divide et impera. At the moment I knew I could do nothing to change this. I knew that, superficially at least, I would have to agree with Heydrich's plan. Direct methods never worked with him, since he himself never used them. So I started my counterattack by agreeing with everything he had suggested. Then I began to think aloud about how to help poor Müller, so entirely inexperienced in these matters, to supervise such a very delicate and highly sensitive organization as the Secret Service abroad. I wondered whether I could possibly spare a single member of my staff, and how Müller could set about finding the highly skilled people he would need to work for him. I finally convinced Heydrich that one clumsy move by a single inexperienced man abroad could upset the very delicate nerve center of the entire German intelligence system. But if he and Müller continued to insist on their plan, it would be better to make me chief of a section in Müller's department. From there, I could organize the activities of the political intelligence service as a sideline. I pointed out that the foreign currency situation would become even more strained by duplicating our two departments abroad, and I could not foresee what the attitude of the Ministry of Economics or Göring as chief of the 4-year plan would be when considering another increase in our budget. However, I said that knowing how little experience Müller had in these matters, I would be willing to make out for him a written application for funds. Heydrich did not continue the fight, but sat silent, and from his expression I could tell that he was thinking hard. He appreciated my sarcasm, and he realized that he had not fully considered the consequences of his attack. From time to time he glanced at me sharply, while I sat looking ahead, quite at ease and rather bored. I knew he could not evade the issue, that he would have to make his decision soon. But what would that tortuous mind of his think up now? After 10 minutes he said, rather curtly, "All right, as far as the work on ideological enemies is concerned, my decision stands. However, the objections you have raised seem to me valid. Therefore I want you and your department to retain responsibility for all questions concerning foreign countries. Müller would never be able to cope with all that. However, he'll have to use your technical apparatus, and so you'll naturally be acquainted with his plans and with whatever measures he takes. You will have the right to look into his correspondence, you will retain control over the finances, and whenever they crop up, you will direct special operations. If you go about it tactfully, it will seem in practice that you are collaborating with Müller. All this only applies, though, to those countries where we have no police attachés. For countries where we do have them, or unofficial liaison officers, there are only a few. I'm going to issue the following regulations. The police attachés or liaison officers will be under my personal authority. Both you and Müller, or any other departments of the SS as well as the police, can give them special assignments. Müller will not have to act through your office. He can approach the attachés direct. At the same time, you will have the right to have these police attachés selected from the staff of your department. They will use your couriers and your shortwave communications, and you will have the right to look into their correspondence. So, as chief of the political secret service abroad, you will be informed about everything Mueller or the others may be seeking to do in other countries. I don't want to discuss this matter with Mueller any further. Tomorrow you will explain to him the decision I have reached. Also, you should see to it that you settle the remaining problems concerning courier routes with the Foreign Office. In all questions that concern foreign countries, you are the sole authority. And knowing you, Schellenberg, I'm sure this sort of compromise solution will give you quite enough opportunity to arrange matters, just as you've determined in that stubborn head of yours. With that, the matter was settled. A detailed discussion followed about the operation of my department in the occupied territories, which ended with a very satisfactory compromise, leaving me a more or less free hand. When this was over, I had to accompany Heydrich to various nightclubs and pretend to enjoy myself, while he engaged in stupid conversation with barkeepers, barmaids, and bartenders, all of whom knew and feared him, while pretending great devotion. Finally, at 5 o'clock in the morning, I was allowed to go home, but at 8 the next day I had to be in my office, for I had called a conference of the entire staff at 10 past 8 to address them on the failings and shortcomings of the service. In the afternoon, leaden weariness overcame me as I listened to Müller's monotonous Bavarian dialect. I had to confront him with Heydrich's decision, and it took me all of 2 hours to make it clear to him that I had thwarted his attack. In the middle of our conversation, he suddenly changed his tactics and put forward the suggestion that we might amalgamate our two departments, joining AMT Six to AMT IV, the Gestapo, which he would then divide into two large sections, one for the interior, the other for countries abroad. He would then be satisfied with a relationship of primus inter pares towards me. All this he suggested with the greatest plausibility, but there was a deadly seriousness behind it. I rejected this offer clearly and definitely. At the same time, I had to be careful not to let my rejection lead to an open breach between us, for relations were already strained, and Müller was an opponent who would not recoil from any depths of treachery and would use any means of warfare at his disposal with the utmost ruthlessness. I gave my answer very slowly and kept it so abstract and general that, although he realized I was rejecting his offer, he had no clear idea of my reasons, and so could not take offense. Then he changed his tune completely. He became quite warm and friendly and began speaking of the importance of collaboration and mutual confidence. But at the next meeting of the SD department chiefs, he suddenly attacked me without warning and accused various agents of mine of negligence and dishonesty. One example he cited had in fact been a bad blunder on our part. In Paris, the Gestapo had arrested a Corsican who had been supplied with false identity papers by one of my officers in Bordeaux. They had not checked on him carefully enough, and a complicated assignment had been given to a member of the Paris underworld who was wanted by the police. Unexpectedly, Heydrich came to my defense, obviously because the whole matter bored him. Ironically, he said, "I'm sure misadventures of this sort have also happened in your department, Mueller, for instance, when an important witness is given the opportunity to throw himself out of a fourth-floor window, not only because your investigators are asleep on the job, but because they haven't mastered even the ABC of police procedure." This time Mueller had really burnt his fingers, and for 3 or 4 weeks I was left in peace. In the meantime, the work continued to pile up. The question of staff remained the crucial problem, our general manpower situation having become extremely difficult. Without an efficient staff, I could accomplish nothing. I knew that if I tried to make up the deficiencies by doing more of the work myself, this would impede a balanced development of the department. Still, I could not avoid it. There was constant pressure from above for more and more results, and the more I accomplished, the more was demanded. Chief agents from the various countries were continually arriving to report. I had to exercise the greatest patience in these interviews, for they had so many things on their minds, and were greatly relieved to be able to pour out all their pent-up worries. On the whole, I was satisfied with their goodwill and good intentions, but about their ideas and their work there was a great deal to be criticized. I had to take the greatest care, however, for my problem was to get the best out of relatively inefficient material. It might interest the reader at this stage to take a look into the office I occupied as head of the Foreign Department of the German Secret Service. Entering the room, large, well-furnished, and covered with a deep, luxurious carpet, the visitor would be faced by my big mahogany writing desk. The most precious piece of furniture in the room was a big old-fashioned cupboard containing my personal reference library. To the left of the desk was a trolley table covered with telephones and microphones connected directly with Hitler's chancellery and other places of importance. One telephone providing a direct line to my home in Berlin as well as to my country house in Herzberg. Microphones were hidden everywhere in the walls under the desk, even in one of the lamps, so that every conversation and every sound was automatically recorded. The windows of the room were covered with a wire mesh. This was an electrically charged safety device which was switched on at night and formed part of a system of photoelectric cells which sounded an alarm if anyone approached the windows, doors, safe, or in fact tried to get too close to any part of my offices. Within 30 seconds, a squadron of armed guards would have surrounded the entire area. My desk was like a small fortress. 2 automatic guns were built into it which could spray the whole room with bullets. These guns pointed at the visitor and followed his or her progress towards my desk. All I had to do in an emergency was to press a button and both guns would fire simultaneously. At the same time, I could press another button and a siren would summon the guards to surround the building and block every exit. My car was fitted with a short-wave transmitter which enabled me to talk with my office from anywhere within 25 miles and to dictate to my secretary. Whenever I was on missions abroad, I was under standing orders to have an artificial tooth inserted which contained enough poison to kill me within 30 seconds if I were captured by an enemy. To make doubly sure, I wore a signet ring in which, under a large blue stone, a gold capsule was hidden containing cyanide. A visit to Oslo. Heydrich appointed von Neurath's deputy. My presence in Prague requested the invitation shelved. A visit to Oslo. British use of the Norwegian resistance. The story of a woman agent. One day at lunch, Heydrich told me that Hitler was thinking of relieving von Neurath of his post as Reich Protector of Bohemia-Moravia and of appointing Heydrich himself as acting Reich Protector. Bormann supported this appointment, and Himmler, though not enthusiastic about it, ostensibly supported it too, as he did not want to seem to be in conflict with Bormann on this question. The matter was not yet finally settled, but Heydrich thought it was time to make plans about the appointment. He would, of course, keep his position as head of the RSI, at least for the time being. He could easily carry out his work from Prague. A daily courier service and a secret teletype line would secure communications with Berlin, which was no great distance, and he would have 2 aircraft permanently ready so that in an emergency he could get there in a couple of hours. Once he got used to the idea, the new task attracted and stimulated Heydrich in the same way as the reorganization of the Secret Service had attracted me. He felt it was time that he worked on something concrete and constructive. The RSIA, with its continual police problems, was beginning to bore him intensely. Furthermore, Bormann had made it clear that the appointment would be a decisive advance for him, especially if he succeeded in solving the political, economic, and social problems of the area. After that, the Führer would find still more important tasks for him. "The time will come," Heydrich said, "when you will have finished reorganizing the Secret Service. Then, when you find it's working really satisfactorily, you'll be eager to get on to something new. You can count on me, don't forget. And when I rise higher, I'll act as a pacemaker for you. But you'll have to get used to thinking on a larger scale, planning with long-term outlook. Often you are too thorough. You want to perfect everything down to the smallest point. All you achieve, in fact, is just the opposite. You get too involved and lose yourself in little details so that you can't see the wood for the trees." Then he said, "I'd like to take you with me to Prague. You could be very useful to me there. You know how much Hitler and Himmler value reports, and so do I. You've had a pretty good training in internal politics and in police work and counter-espionage, as well as in the Secret Service. You've passed your law exams, and you've got a good working knowledge of internal administration. So I'd be an ass if I didn't insist on your coming with me. You could still direct your department from Prague. You could have one of my planes at your disposal, and you could go to Berlin and back every other day." This suggestion filled me with consternation. I had identified myself so completely with my new task that it was psychologically difficult for me even to consider this proposal. I knew well enough what it would mean to work so closely with him and at the same time take on another task, and that a task to which he himself was already completely devoted. It was obvious that I had got to scotch this notion before it became a command. It was obvious also that I would never be able to cope with the additional work. I was neither physically nor psychologically up to it. The difference between us as human beings was so extreme that I would never be able to work in close contact with him. Had he been someone I could respect, someone to whom I felt a personal attachment, it might have been difficult for me to turn down the proposal. As it was, I wanted to make clear that I rejected it once and for all. I said that in principle I was inclined to accept his offer and was very happy that he valued my collaboration so highly, but I was already working 16 to 18 hours a day, sometimes longer. No one knew better than he did that the political Secret Service still stood on feet of clay, and its reconstruction was an ever-increasing burden on me. In spite of his appointment to Prague, he would still be responsible for the RSIA, and one serious mistake would quickly be exploited by his opponents. If such a thing were to happen while I was in Prague, and he was not able to put the blame firmly and squarely on me, he would have no excuse to offer Hitler. Another thing to consider was that sooner or later Canaris and his military intelligence service would meet with disaster simply because of their incompetence, and it was likely that I would then have to take over the Abwehr service as well. Weighing both the advantages and disadvantages of the proposition, it looked as though Heydrich's decision would turn out to be a rather short-sighted one, and that in spite of what might seem to be temporary advantages, in the long run he would be the loser. Being in complete control of the RSAA, he himself might perhaps undertake such a dual assignment. His departmental chiefs were all well established in their posts and, if need be, the organization could run by itself for several months. My position, however, was quite different. As far as the independence of my work was concerned, I possessed greater authority than the other chiefs. But there was also a greater element of danger in the increasing results demanded of me. Whether the Gestapo arrested 200 or 300 persons more or less every month would not, as far as I could see, make a great difference to the Führer. But it was possible that acting on information supplied by me, which might be unintentionally misleading or even incorrect, he might make a decision that could turn out to be detrimental, even disastrous, to the conduct of the war. Finally, I asked him to remember that my health was not too good. Heydrich listened to me calmly. Then he said, "I knew beforehand what your answer would be, but think it over, shall we say until Sunday?" Though Heydrich was tenacious, I felt I had shaken his resolve. That did not mean, however, that he would give up his plan. There were times when he became so rude and aggressive in conversation that I would get up silently and leave the room. What else could I do? To try to reply, to continue the discussion, would be senseless. To grit one's teeth and remain silent was the only thing to do. He sensed my silent resistance. My self-control made him feel unsure, and this in turn would sometimes drive him to new outbreaks of violence. The only thing that prevented him from dropping me entirely was the fact, which he himself admitted, that he simply could not do without me and my work, and in spite of all his attempts he never managed to find anyone to replace me. Many of my opponents spread the libel that I was really Heydrich's double. What an irony. At the time I could only laugh at these stories, but coming from my opponents they were very dangerous, especially as they threatened my position and made my work abroad much more difficult. However, in time this malevolent propaganda faded away, and a new myth was discovered in which Heydrich was replaced by Himmler. Not long after my conversation with Heydrich, my wife went to the cinema with Frau Heydrich, and later I joined them at Heydrich's house. Presently he too arrived, having come straight from the Führer. He immediately took me aside and said triumphantly, "The appointment is mine." He then told his wife, and a servant was ordered to bring some champagne. Heydrich produced the order appointing him acting Reich Protector under the purely nominal authority of von Neurath, the Reich Protector, and showed me a long addendum to the order about the rights and duties of his office. "The Führer placed this order in my hand," he said, saying, "Before you sign this, Heydrich, go through it once more. Perhaps there are things in it which do not suit you, but I want to sign it tomorrow at the latest." Heydrich asked me to look through the order with him. I studied it closely and saw at once that certain clauses had been worked into it, the effects of which were not really compatible with the functions Heydrich was to assume. For although Hitler, for reasons of practical policy, had only appointed him acting protector, in reality he was to wield the powers of the protector himself. But subsidiary clauses had been inserted here and there and deletions made in other places which undermined the authority of the post. I had a lively discussion with Heydrich concerning these various clauses, and finally we arrived at an amended text which I felt certain Hitler would sign. I advised Heydrich, however, not to involve anyone else in the matter and to discuss the changes only with Hitler himself. Heydrich did so, and Hitler agreed to the changes and signed the order. From September 1941, Heydrich was appointed acting Reich Protector of Bohemia, Moravia. Originally, I had planned to fly to Madrid in September 1941 to inspect our new organization there and look into various problems. This plan had to be postponed, however. Heydrich suddenly conceived the idea of flying with me to Norway. He wanted to clarify a number of points of conflict between himself and Terboven, who was Reichskommissar there. He also had another purpose. He wanted to fly several missions secretly as a member of the Luftwaffe with the Stavanger fighter squadron, so that he would have enough combat missions to his credit to qualify for the Iron Cross First Class, and so would receive the Golden Cross from Göring. As usual, we traveled in his special plane. During the flight, he sat working at his desk and kept his adjutants on the run, chiefly with instructions about our itinerary in Oslo. Meanwhile, he had so far extended the program of his visit that he would barely be able to carry out half of it. I had decided to give 2 lectures before a selected audience of agents. I also wanted to look into the work of the British Secret Service in Norway and the position of the double agents, Norwegians who had joined the resistance but were in fact working for Germany. I was also interested in the chances of using for our service certain Norwegian shipping companies which still maintained overseas connection. Immediately after our arrival at Oslo, we were received by the Reichskommissar. According to protocol, Heydrich, as acting Reich Protector, had to be treated as though he were of ministerial rank, and at first Terboven made every effort to do this. But the two were bitter enemies, and I was curious to see how their meeting would develop. After lunch, they had their first discussion. The real point of conflict between them was the relative authority claimed by both over the higher SS and Norwegian police leaders, was the authority of Terboven as Reichskommissar to take precedence over the strongly centralized authority of the chief of the security police and the SD in the central office in Berlin. Terboven considered himself complete master of Norway, with unlimited authority to rule as he saw fit. The German police forces were to carry out his orders only. Directives from the central authority in Berlin were ignored or scoffed at. He alone was responsible to the Führer for Norway. Himmler and Heydrich were of interest to him only as personal acquaintances. He could afford to act in this vainglorious and autocratic manner, since he had a very close relationship with Göring, which went back to the time when Terboven was Gauleiter in the Ruhr. They had both had a hand in certain questionable transactions in which shares in the German steel industry were confiscated, ostensibly in the national interest. The discussion quickly reached a deadlock, and I was then invited to give my views, which I did in spite of Terboven's latent and later open hostility. However, some progress was made, and the meeting ended with Terboven declaring that he thought we could reach a mutually satisfactory solution. In the evening, there was an official dinner. Terboven saw to it that nothing was lacking, for in all things he aped his great patron, Göring. As we had foreseen, the party degenerated into a drinking bout. Terboven drank an incredible amount and forced all those around to keep pace with him. This was a favorite pastime of his. I felt so much out of place that I twice attempted to withdraw quietly, but did not succeed. Finally, Terboven forced his 2 secretaries to ride about the room on bicycles, which was greeted with yowls by the drunken group. I remarked rather loudly, "Quite a circus." Terboven must have heard me and had obviously been waiting for an opportunity to make a scene. He suddenly rose, came towards me, and said, standing very stiffly in front of me, "Here, take this glass of beer." He held out a 2-pint mug. "Drink that down at once, you are malingering." I said that I was sorry, but because of my health I must decline. I had not even finished the sentence before Terboven tried to pour the beer over my face. But Heydrich intervened quickly and held him back, for which I thanked him. I remained for another 5 minutes, then left without a word. Early next morning, one of Terboven's women secretaries called on me and asked me to come over early as the Reichskommissar wanted us to have breakfast with him. I talked for a while with the secretary, who gave me various interesting details about the curious life and customs at the court of King Terboven. I felt quite sorry for her. At first, Terboven clumsily tried to apologize for the incident at the party. "It seems there was a terrible amount of boozing last night, but you see, Schellenberg, the trouble was that you were much too sober." After breakfast, there was another conference in which we all took part, including Müller, who attended at Heydrich's request. Terboven gave in all along the line that afternoon. Everyone went sailing in Oslo fjord. The following day I was able to accomplish in peace the work I had planned to do. I was very impressed by the activity of the British Secret Service, which naturally found great support among the freedom-loving Norwegians. They had used the Norwegian resistance movement very methodically for political and military intelligence, as well as for sabotage. In several cases it had been possible to infiltrate double agents, but no really valuable information was to be gained, though I tried everything I could think of to stimulate and encourage their operations. Several cases of betrayal had cost us valuable help, as well as fishing cutters, shortwave sets, and so on. At that time, the Navy and the Luftwaffe were pressing strongly for a shortwave meteorological station on Greenland. The task of setting it up really belonged to the military secret service, and I had been warned to take preventative measures against surveillance by the Norwegian resistance movement. I suggested that those Norwegians who had to maintain our communications and supply lines should be arrested as unreliable elements and brought to Germany. This would be the best way of preventing the Norwegian resistance from becoming suspicious of them, but this idea was thought to be overcautious. Unfortunately, I was proved right. 2 attempts to install the shortwave station failed and much valuable time was lost. Finally, a 3rd attempt succeeded, and the shortwave transmitter worked quite well for a while, until British direction finders managed to locate it and its men were taken prisoner. At one of the evening receptions I met a very good-looking Norwegian girl. She spoke Swedish, English and French, but hardly any German. I talked to her for about half an hour and then turned to one of my women agents and paid no further attention to the other girl. Yet I somehow felt she was interested in me, and sure enough, the next day she telephoned and suggested we should meet. When we did so, I could see that she was much troubled about something, and after we had talked for a while, she said, "You see, I have been given a special assignment to carry out against you. Although I have known you only a short while, I know you're not at all the man they described to me. Please help me. I don't want to betray either side, but I don't want to harm you either." This was a most odd revelation, and naturally, being eternally suspicious, I thought at once, well, this is certainly a new approach. I could not make up my mind about her. I studied her face closely and saw that she was not really in control of herself. Her eyes were red and she was upset, but she did not give one the impression of hysteria nor of play acting. It's possible, I thought, that she really is suffering from some inner conflict which she is not able to resolve. I asked her whether her people knew where she was at this moment. "I don't think so," she said. "I came by a roundabout way, and I gave a false name to the reception clerk. Besides, I am not known here." I warned her that she should be careful all the same and tell them she had been here but had failed to carry out her mission. I asked whether she had any relatives in Denmark or Sweden. She said she had some in Sweden. "Couldn't you go to Sweden for a short visit without attracting the attention of the Germans or arousing your own people's suspicions?" After hesitating a long while, she said that she thought she could. So I arranged that she should be contacted by telephone at her address in Uppsala and told how to get in touch with me at a cover address in Stockholm, and if something should happen, she asked cautiously, "I shall arrange to have my agent telephone you every 2 weeks. She will call herself Selma. If there is anything you wish to let me know, you can tell her." Later I met the girl again in Stockholm and arranged for her to live with one of our honorary collaborators. I had been quite mistaken in my first suspicions of her. It was one of those peculiar accidents of life that for no apparent reason this girl had become fond of me, and because of the slanders that she had heard about me, had reacted against those who had given her the assignment, and now she hated them. She confessed to me that she had been working against us for a long time. If I was the sort of man she thought I was, I must understand how much she had hated a man like Terboven and those around him. When she was ordered to act against me, she resented it and was angry when they tried to force her hand and brought pressure on her to do so. These things had worked a change of heart within her, and out of this grew an increasingly real and passionate feeling for me which I could never reciprocate. Thus, although she could not serve me personally, she did the next best thing by working for me professionally and very ably too. Once she even went to England on behalf of the Norwegian resistance and spent 2 months there. But she could not supply me with any important material because her freedom of movement was very strictly controlled. Another time she was more successful. She went alone to Lisbon and returned on a Portuguese freighter with some very valuable information about the RA. Afterwards, she worked in various countries, generally concentrating on social espionage. She liked to travel and was at my disposal for all sorts of special assignments. However, in course of time, her work began to decline. She admitted it quite openly and said that she was no longer satisfied to lead this sort of life. We had a long talk, for I wanted to make it possible for her to return to a normal existence. But she seemed skeptical about it. She had made money and had got a certain satisfaction out of her work. But she realized she would never achieve her real ambition. It was that had kept her going all this time. For her own protection, I had her placed under observation. She went to Paris, where she lived quite withdrawn, lost apparently in a dream world. Later, my agents reported that she had begun to take drugs. What happened to her after that, I never knew. There was a rumor that she had committed suicide in May 1945, and it was also said that she had gone downhill completely and under another name, and with a Finnish passport was working for the Russian Secret Service, expanding our Swedish network. Reasons for visiting Stockholm, the Communist Party in Sweden, an assessment of Germany's situation, support for a subversive group, a report on Russia's plans, revelations of our Secret Service in Madrid, a narrow escape, Himmler and the Japanese, an argument with Heydrich, our Eastern offensive. Not long after my trip to Norway, I had to go to Sweden. I had been to Stockholm frequently for the purpose of collaborating with the Scandinavian countries in frustrating maritime sabotage, which was organized on a large scale by the Russians. Our counter-espionage had claimed for a long time that Sweden served as the main launching area for the activities of the Russian Secret Service. The Swedish secret police did their best to combat these subversive activities, but naturally enough only in the interests of their own country. In fact, at this time, neither we nor the Russians had any particular interest in Secret Service work against Sweden herself. However, this time my trip had another and a somewhat unwelcome purpose. It was not for the benefit of the Secret Service, but at Himmler's express wish in order to encourage the dissemination of Hitler's racial ideology. It was a question of financing an important Swedish political group who was spreading National Socialist ideas. This group was composed for the most part of highly intelligent idealists who had no intention of betraying their country. I was quite sure the Swedish security police were fully informed about them, and therefore I determined not to involve them with our secret service. This made the problem more difficult, in that the normal channels of the Secret Service could not be used. The whole thing was really quite unimportant in itself, and I would not have wasted 5 minutes over it if Himmler's interest in it had not necessitated my showing the greatest concern. He had a highly romantic idea of Secret Service work and continually gave me advice about how to proceed. Indeed, sometimes I was barely able to keep a straight face at his utterly hopeless suggestions. Although my main mission was trivial and unnecessary, I intended to use this opportunity to try to penetrate the Soviet intelligence network in Sweden. My aim was not so much to combat the Russians there as to infiltrate my own agents into the ranks of their service, so that I might determine the extent and efficiency of its activities. Of course, the higher the positions achieved by my agents, the more effective they would be. Thus, I would not only be kept informed of the aims and results of the Russians' operations against us, but would also benefit by the results of Russian intelligence activities against other countries. The Swedish Communist Party was not sufficiently strong to play a politically decisive role, though it had a large number of adherents. Their chief task was to furnish money, to run courier depots, and to give assistance to agents working against Central and Western Europe. They would therefore serve my purposes. I knew that some years earlier, a Swede named Niels Flyg had left the Communist Party, his political ideas having changed towards fascism and National Socialism. He had formed a political party of his own, which was quite efficiently organized and published a newspaper called Folkets Dagblad. In time he had gained a small following, numbering about 1,000 among the working class. Knowing that Flyg was in financial difficulties, I decided to try to use him for my purpose, though I did not want to do so until I had seen him. My training had taught me to be suspicious of everybody, and I assumed that in line with normal Soviet tactics, he had left the Communist Party with the knowledge and consent of the Russian Secret Service, having been given an assignment of the same sort as I had in mind, namely to infiltrate our service. I knew from experience that such Trojan horse tactics were very popular with the Russians, and that they gave their collaborators plenty of time to develop their plans. I had to work very carefully, for I did not want to embarrass the friends I had made in Sweden, so I had to make it clear that my measures were not directed against Swedish interests. The fact that such a man as Flyg might constitute a liability to the Swedish government was, of course, no concern of mine. That was an internal problem of the Swedes. I decided not to travel incognito, but to appear in Stockholm quite openly. I therefore had several routine questions referred to me by the IKPW, the International Commission of the Criminal Police, which would give me a legitimate pretext for contacting the offices of the Swedish secret police. The disadvantage of traveling openly in this manner was that I would be closely watched by enemy secret services, but I made living arrangements which I hoped would enable me, when necessary, to shake off anyone who was on my trail. Before I left Berlin, I had a discussion about certain practical problems with the chief of the Foreign Office Press Department. They were interested in the cost of printing presses in Stockholm, and I offered to look into the matter for purely mercenary reasons. I wanted the Foreign Office to share the cost of my trip. As I knew Stockholm well and liked it, I spent my first 2 days there, taking a brief holiday, free from the tensions and stresses of the last few months. For the first time, I realized how much my personal struggle against the machine of the totalitarian state had affected me. At its controls were men who had no consideration for the shortcomings or failures of individuals. The roar of the machine running at full speed was to them an assertion of their power and security, and they were quite unaware, in the intoxication of that power, of how far they had drifted into evil. I was worried not only about Germany, but about myself. It was not that I felt any doubts about Germany's victory, or that I would cease doing everything I could to bring this about. But it was in Stockholm that the first warning signal flickered in my subconscious mind. For the first time I saw clearly the necessity of using all my personal resources, and those of the service entrusted to me, to maintain some form of contact with the enemy. Faced with a war to which there appeared to be no end except total victory or total defeat, I decided to direct the Secret Service, with its manifold and intricate underground channels, not only to the acquisition of secret information, but also towards the building of bridges between the warring powers, which might one day lead to a peaceful solution and spare us final disaster. In talking with acquaintances in Sweden about the war with Russia, I admitted quite openly that the struggle was an extremely bitter one, but said that I believed in Germany's final victory. My first working days were spent in consultation with my agents on problems of organization and personnel, and also in dealing with my main assignment, the secret financing of the Swedish Nazi group. I felt that I was being watched very closely by the various intelligence services, and at one time almost decided to give up my plan of meeting Fly. However, a meeting between us was arranged, and my impression of him was not unfavorable, although physically he seemed a wreck. But I thought that he could still do good work for another 2 or 3 years. I started off by giving him a large sum to finance his work, thus instilling in him confidence and enthusiasm for the task. I told him that I wanted a general report from him every 14 days on what people in various professions thought about the political problems of the day. If anything of exceptional interest arose, he should send an interim report. Every 8 days I would give him special assignments. The main thing would be for him to build up a reliable and efficient network of informants within the shortest possible time. He could also use this network for his newspaper Folkets Dagblad, and I would take care of the cost. His chief activity would be to gather information about the Swedish Communist Party, and to find out in what way its members and the work they did was being used by the Russian Secret Service. Here one could only achieve results by working systematically to fit together the whole picture like a mosaic from many small pieces. Only then could one draw specific conclusions about personalities, courier routes, and the party's methods of work against Central Europe. Flyg was somewhat taken aback, especially when I explained to him that at least 10 of his best followers would officially have to break with his group and return to the Communist Party. There they would have to work very actively against him and his newspaper in order to regain the trust of the Russians. He would have to talk to each one of them separately and unknown to the others, inform them precisely of their duties and ensure their loyalty, and I gave him some hints about the security measures necessary to prevent his agents from really going over to the communists. If they succeeded in establishing connections with the Russians, communication with them would have to be handled with the utmost care, and a good deal of time would have to be allowed before they were given specific assignments. To proceed hastily would be the greatest mistake. In selecting his agents, he should take great care to choose only those who were of strong character and completely loyal to him. Fleig finally understood what I was aiming at and declared his readiness to do all I asked, though he said repeatedly that he would not do anything to harm the interests of his country, but I did not want a binding agreement from him right away, and asked him to think everything over most carefully. When he left, he seemed a more determined and energetic man. The task seemed to have won his interest. After he had left, I sat for a while thoughtfully in the smoke-filled room. I needed a few minutes to overcome my suspicions, for who can really look into the heart of another human being? The only thing to do was to wait and see. The results of a man's work were the best tests of whether one's suspicions were justified or not. When it came to financing the operation, great care would have to be taken in transferring the currency, not to arouse the suspicions of the Swedish tax authorities. Everything would have to be done in such a way that they would not question the fact that Fleig had acquired a large amount of money, but my efforts in time and money paid surprisingly good dividends. Fleig reported that he had direct information from Russian circles that Stalin was preparing a decisive counterblow for the winter. The report was precise even to the pinpointing of the area around Moscow as the place for the attack against the wedge which the Germans had driven into the capital at the peak of their offensive. But it was not known for certain whether the troops involved would consist of divisions withdrawn from Siberia or whether they would be newly mobilized units from the region behind the Central Front. Fleig estimated that there would be between 50 and 65 divisions equipped for winter warfare, of which at least 20 would be fully motorized armored units. I was especially interested by this report, for since the middle of November I had been receiving information from my agents in Russia about the organization of new units in the central area. The evaluation sector of the German General Staff also reported, on the basis of front-line intelligence and prisoner of war interrogations, that in the middle of December new troops had begun to appear. Important and detailed information originated from an intimate conversation between high-ranking members of the Russian embassy, who could not possibly have known that they were being overheard. The informants were themselves members of the Swedish Communist Party, who had close personal contacts with various members of the Russian embassy. Immediately after this, I had a conversation with a Japanese colleague. He was not able to add anything decisive to this information, but he assured me that the Japanese knew the Russians were relying completely on their pledge of neutrality and were therefore basing their strategy on the assumption that they would remain undisturbed in the East while they continued their struggle with Germany. This news was so important that I cut short my visit in order to work on the report and present it in person. Consequently, I could not meet Fleig for a final conversation as I had planned. The next day I flew back to Berlin. At Tempelhof, the passport and customs officials, they were all members of the outer circle of my service, though of course they pretended not to recognize me, had been informed of my arrival, so I lost no time there. A great deal of work awaited me, and it took me 2 days and 2 nights to catch up again. There were code messages and long-distance calls which had come in from abroad, most of them urgent requests for additional currency from agents who had overstepped their budget, for I was the only one who could give permission in such cases. Heydrich called me several times. He wanted information on Greece and Bulgaria, which was being demanded by the top leaders. In contrast to his behavior just before I left, he was very friendly and asked me to dine with him the following evening. This invitation did not please me very much, and I wondered whether it would have something to do with my transfer to the East. I knew that Heydrich wanted to punish me out of spite because of a favorable report I had written on Dr. Best, formerly employed by the SD, by assigning me to the Command 11 of one of the Einsatzgruppen, the notorious special SS units operating on the Eastern Front. Then on top of everything else, Canaris called me and invited me to come riding with him. However, he was merely curious to know about my trip, and at the end of the conversation he asked with assumed innocence, "Have you any news about Japan? You met a Japanese in Stockholm, didn't you?" "Wrong number, Herr Admiral," I said. "Tell your Colonel W. in Stockholm to watch more carefully. He's given you the wrong information." The first thing I dealt with, once the decks were cleared, was a report of a special emissary who had been taking a look at my people in Madrid. As I had not had a chance to talk to them yet, this report made my hair stand on end. The details were really horrifying. Only one of my chief agents was described favorably, a serious and resourceful worker who had organized an effective net of informants. His only difficulties were in his relations with the German embassy, but even there he had finally managed to establish a working relationship. This was the one bright spot in the whole report. The rest was simply incredible, but I shall not seek out of false pride to disguise our mistakes. The main secret wireless transmitter was set up in the back room of a restaurant. Important members of the service had made this place their headquarters, which served also as a rendezvous for the agents. And after each payday they were drinking bouts here with the agents. They had made the owner of the restaurant a co-worker too, and he had become the treasurer of our currency fund. The cash register had become the treasury of our secret service, and all our funds and receipts were kept. The local police were fully informed about everything that went on, and they too joined in the drinking bouts. Some of the police were even counter-agents who reported everything that happened to other intelligence services. It was obvious that not only the Spanish police, but also the enemy services knew the code used by this main transmitter and were reading all the messages sent out from the back room. It was very lucky for me that, in keeping with this state of affairs, all that had been sent out on our transmitter was complete nonsense. For a little while I played with the idea of simply letting them go on as they were, so as to mislead our opponents while I built up a new group somewhere else. Finally, I put the report aside. It was a frightening thought that information based on such work had actually been passed on to the top leaders. Meanwhile, a number of people were waiting outside my office. One of them was the specialist on Bulgaria from the evaluation section. His report was brief and precise and showed a high level of understanding. The next interview was a more awkward one. It concerned a problem that affected our whole policy in the Near East, the reaction to the attempted revolt of El Galiani in Iraq, which had miscarried and had cost us a great deal of goodwill in Arab circles. We had to win the Arabs back to a favorable attitude towards Germany, and I asked for a written report, for I had to take the matter up with the Foreign Office and with the Supreme Command of the Wehrmacht. Next followed conferences on technical problems, and finally I was able to turn again to the great stack of documents on my desk. Towards 2 o'clock in the morning I began to feel so fuzzy that I could no longer take in what I was reading, so I went home. The whole house lay in deep sleep. I glanced quickly into the nursery, and then with a heavy sigh sank wearily into my bed. My wife had woken up and she looked at me, deeply worried. "You cannot keep up this kind of a life," she said, but I was too tired to reply. The next thing I heard was her voice coming through my sleep as though from a great distance. "Walter, Walter, air raid. We must get dressed and take the boy down to the cellar." "It's only the first warning," I said. "If it's really an attack, we'll have plenty of time to go down." I lived just off the Kurfürstendamm, and there was an anti-aircraft battery nearby. We were on the 5th floor, and when they fired, our whole apartment shook. The guns were growing louder by this time, and distant bombs were shaking the ground. I went to the window, still undecided what to do, and suddenly I saw a huge bomber caught in the intersecting beams of the searchlights. It tried to escape the lights as flak rose towards it, but it could not do so. "We had better go down," I said. I had just turned away from the window when I heard the whine of a falling bomb. I called to my wife to lie down, but she was making for the nursery, and as she got to the door there was a tremendous crash. She fell to the floor and I flew through the air and hit the opposite wall. I heard the tinkle of glass and the crash of masonry, and then complete silence. In a moment, cries for help rang through the night. There were shouts of command and the tramping of many feet. I heard the voice of my wife asking hoarsely, "Are you all right?" I didn't know. I was still stunned. She recovered more quickly than I, and raced over shattered glass and debris to the nursery. I followed, rather ashamed to note how quickly women react under such circumstances. She wrenched open the twisted door, and there, under a coverlet grey with dust but undisturbed, the boy was beaming up at his mother with a happy smile. Not a window, not a piece of furniture was left whole in the room, and just above the bed a jagged bomb splinter had buried itself into the wall. My wife and I knelt down by the bed, and for a moment our eyes met. We were both so excited that we had not heard the shouting from below. "5th floor, are you cuckoo up there? Turn off that arc light of yours, can't you hear them still flying around?" We quickly turned out the lights and went down into the cellar. Then I went outside to see what had happened. It was an incredible sight. Within a radius of 200 yards, a stick of 5 bombs had come down. One of them had hit our house at pavement level and torn away the whole of the left side. It was lucky that there was no shelter there, or our fate would certainly have been sealed. After the all clear, my wife and I set about clearing up the worst of the debris. I made some coffee and then we sat together until it was time for me to go out. I was meeting Canaris for a ride, and when I told him about the night's happenings, he became very excited, which was unusual for him, and scolded me severely for not going down to the cellar right away. We did not ride very well that morning. Not until breakfast did we speak of service matters. We discussed at length the Japanese war potential, and Canaris asked me to send him the documents I had on the subject for his own evaluation. He also asked me whether Heydrich had submitted any material to the Führer which would strengthen his pro-Japanese attitude. No, I replied, not as far as I know. I do know that Himmler is very interested in Japan, and he has quite a good knowledge of Japanese history. In fact, before the Russian campaign, he ordered that certain SS cadets were to learn Japanese. His idea was to send 40 of them to serve in the Japanese army, and we were to have 40 Japanese cadets serving with us. Later on, he was going to send 20 of our lot, the best ones, on some secret service job in the Far East. He wanted me to study Japanese history and religion and the structure of the state, and the influence of the Catholic Church in the Japanese universities. Canaris looked at me with wide eyes. "Have you been able to do all this already?" he asked. I admitted that I had not. This interest in the Japanese way of life stops short when it comes to the so-called racial principles, I added ironically. "How do you mean?" Canaris asked. "Well, there was a Japanese on the staff of the embassy here who wanted to marry a German girl. Himmler was against it. So was Hitler, of course. Ribbentrop was for it. They wrangled about it for months. The racial experts had to write reams on it, and in the end they found a loophole in the racial laws and let them get married." Canaris, with irritating persistence, returned to his original question. "What did you talk about with your Japanese friend in Stockholm? Why won't you tell me?" I became a little annoyed and said that I had discussed nothing whatsoever with the Japanese. Even if I had, he knew very well that I would deny it. He must have understood that I did not want to discuss the subject, yet he acted as though he were pained by my refusal to talk about it. "But you have an excellent confidential agent working for the Japanese there. You must have talked with him." This was true. I had a co-worker in Stockholm, a very well-educated Italian who had a good entree to the Japanese embassy, where he worked for many years as a translator. He had won their confidence, and because of his intelligence, experience, and linguistic ability, often got hold of valuable information without really trying to do so. Actually, I had raised his pay during my visit to Stockholm, though I had not spoken to him personally. But what was behind Canaris's persistent curiosity? I was to find this out very soon, during the dinner to which Heydrich had invited me the day before. Before dinner, I reported to him briefly about my work. He was especially interested in the agents who had failed me so miserably in Spain, but I convinced him that punishment beyond dismissal would create psychological difficulties for me in the internal relations with my staff. Then I told him for the first time about the problems that had arisen with my co-workers because of my speedy but necessary reorganization of the department. If anyone deserved punishment, I felt it was my predecessor. This was a thrust which Heydrich understood. He knew that I did not approve of the consideration with which he continued to treat this man, no matter what his private reasons were. He changed the subject at once. "There are a great many things which we have to discuss this evening," he said. "It's best if we do so while we eat, then we shan't be disturbed." It was the usual meal, a Bavarian soup, a meat course with vegetables and potatoes, followed by a Bavarian dessert, a speciality of Heydrich's Bavarian cook. Heydrich was extremely cordial, and, knowing him, I was afraid this might mean that he would now announce my transfer to the Eastern Front. As though he had read my thoughts, he said at once, "I cannot dispense with your help here in Berlin, and I've dropped my idea of assigning you temporarily to the Eastern Front. You may be interested to know, as a matter of fact, that I've already spoken to Himmler, and he's very strongly against the idea. You seem to be rather a protégé of his. He says that any change of assignment for you must have his approval. I'd like to know, my dear Schellenberg, how you've managed it. Still, I wouldn't count on the situation if I were you. After I had told him briefly about my trip to Sweden, he took out a small notebook and jotted down several points arising out of other matters which we discussed. As far as I can remember them, they were as follows. First, he told me all about Rosenberg's job of building up a government ministry for the East, Ostministerium, the principles of which had been established at a conference on July 16, 1941, where the German occupation policy towards Russia was laid down. Present at the conference were Goering, Keitel, Rosenberg, and Bormann. Hitler's plan was to divide and govern Russia as a colony, ignoring the desire for autonomy among the heterogeneous peoples of the Soviet Union, but of course the intelligent handling of this enormous human force was a prerequisite for the effective exploitation of this huge area. Heydrich's remarks revealed the insanity of Hitler's policy of subjection of the subhuman Russians. Hitler, he said, wants all the formations of the RFSF-12 to be used ruthlessly. He wants a well-planned information system built up as quickly as possible, a system that even the NKVD couldn't improve on, exact, relentless, and working all the time so that nobody, no leader like Stalin, could ever emerge again under the cover of an underground movement, never again in any part of Russia. Such a character, if he ever did appear, would have to be recognized in time and destroyed in time. The mass of the Russian people were never dangerous on their own account. They're dangerous only because of the power in them of creating and developing such personalities. I looked at Heydrich thoughtfully. He could read my opinion in my glance, and he gave a shrug. Did he believe this nonsense? At such times he was unfathomable. I said quietly, a people of 200 millions is hardly likely to be inhibited by foreign police methods, especially if those nationalities who already hate the Soviet system and would be favorably inclined towards us are denied any form of autonomy. In the end, they'll probably be driven into some sort of imperialistic pan-Slav movement. My own idea was that we ought to establish a number of autonomous states and encourage the national heroes of these various peoples. Then we could play them off against each other. Think of the Ukrainians, for instance. Think of the Georgians, the White Russians. Think of personalities like Melnik and Bandera. Perplexed and annoyed, Heydrich remained silent. Then he said, "You don't understand these things at all. A general mix-up of these different races, if it's purposefully carried out for a few decades, will have exactly the same result, and it'll prove the Führer was right." I was doubtful. I pointed out to Heydrich that at a dinner a few nights ago he himself had heard of the scientific studies which D. Krinis had made, that the greatest German musicians, philosophers, and scientists had come from those areas where there had been the most racial fusion. Heydrich dismissed D. Krinis' ideas. "That fellow has thought up all sorts of nonsense." A very nice fellow, certainly, but not to be taken seriously as a scientist. He then closed the discussion with a curt order: "Your task is to strengthen the Secret Service against Russia. The Führer has expressed his great concern to me over this. He considers any information about Stalin's internal measures of the greatest importance, especially those dealing with guerrilla warfare and with collaboration between the party and the army." Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Berlin had grown darker. The Eastern Offensive had come to a halt. Troops equipped for a summer campaign had been surprised by the biting Russian winter. For this the responsibility must fall equally on the leaders of the Wehrmacht and on Hitler. Both had been living in the same utopia and had refused to listen to any criticism. In vain did returning field officers warn headquarters of the approaching disaster. Stalin's calculations, of which I had received warning, had begun to justify themselves within only 6 months. My original report of the transfer of Siberian troops to Europe had been acknowledged with interest, but my figures had been considered greatly exaggerated and nothing was done, although frontline intelligence and prisoner of war interrogations continued to confirm my report. On December 19, 1941, Hitler, having removed Field Marshal von Brauchitsch from the post of Supreme Commander, assumed that office himself. This was the final climax of the totalitarian regime and meant its absolute extension to the armed forces. Then came the great Russian winter offensive and the desperate rearguard action of the withdrawing German formations. The fact that the German armies, ill-equipped, frozen, and utterly exhausted as they were, did not completely disintegrate is perhaps the greatest of our military achievements in World War II. Background to Pearl Harbor. Hitler snubbed by Japan, probing Japanese intentions, seeking Janké's reinstatement, his views on Japan's strategy, critical assessment of material on Japan. Hitler presses Japan to enter the war, his reaction to Sino-American discussions, news of Japanese preparations, Hitler skeptical of SD reports, Japan attacks. In the early autumn of 1941, relations with Japan were somewhat obscure, especially as to the negotiations between Japan and the United States. The foreign minister and the deputy foreign minister had refused at the beginning of September to give the German ambassador in Tokyo any information about the state of these negotiations. Hitler was rightly displeased about this insulting behavior by a member of the Three-Power Pact. In spite of all the pressure Ribbentrop had brought to bear, they had made no response to the suggestion that they should enter the war against the Soviet Union. Nor was it clear whether Japan planned an attack in the South Pacific or whether they would content themselves with continuing their campaign in China. The Führer had therefore ordered Canaris and Heydrich to use every means to secure information about this matter. But the assignment had been given in such general terms that it was left to me to think out and explore ways of approaching the problem. I suddenly realized why Canaris had been so inquisitive about my conversation with the Japanese in Stockholm. When I told Heydrich about this, he said the old fox, he just wanted to find out whether we had been given the assignment too. He asked what arrangements I could make and emphasized that money was not to be spared. I mentioned the already strained currency situation, but he merely said go and talk to the people concerned. I immediately took advantage of this and asked his permission to organize my own currency administration independent of the RSA, which would be under my personal control. He agreed immediately. This was an unexpected success, putting me a step further on the road towards the realization of my 10-point program. Shortly after this, I had to fly to Madrid to see how my new organization was working there. While I was there, my Japanese friend in Lisbon telephoned and urged me to go and see him, but I had no time to do so and was therefore extremely surprised the next day to find that he had traveled to Madrid in order to see me. He seemed very nervous and spoke in a mixture of languages, mostly German and French. He told me that the negotiations between Japan and America had now practically broken down. It was certain that Japan would attack in the immediate future and that the blow would be in the form of an amphibious operation towards the south. The chief reason for his anxiety was that he had personally assured Tokyo that Germany would stand by Japan, but now he was having second thoughts about this. His fears were based on Japan's previous passive attitude towards Russia, when Germany had continually been demanding action. He wanted an assurance from me that Japan would not now be left on her own against America. Answering his questions very carefully, I managed to put his mind at rest. I said that Hitler and Ribbentrop would probably make an immediate declaration of war, especially as the atmosphere between Germany and the United States was very strained. As far as getting information about Japan's intentions was concerned, I suggested that directives should go out immediately all our agencies which had anything to do with the Japanese, in Ankara, Belgrade, Berlin, Buenos Aires, Lisbon, Rome, Shanghai, Stockholm, Tokyo, and Vichy. Vichy seemed to me to be specially important at the moment because the Japanese were engaged in an exchange of ideas with the Pétain government about the occupation of Indochina. A French agent had brought me excellent material from behind the scenes on both sides, which supplemented the official material in Ribbentrop's possession. I wanted to go through this information at once and draft a report for the Führer. I asked Heydrich to get in touch with General Feldgiebel of the Army Technical Information Service and also with the Forschungsamt, the Research Bureau, so that all decoding sections and shortwave listening posts could concentrate on Vichy and Belgrade. I suspected that out of the various incoming shortwave transmissions we would be able to pick up some interesting bits and pieces. The same would hold true, of course, for the communications between Berlin and Tokyo. Heydrich called Feldgiebel right away and spoke to him in my presence, asking him to contact me directly about any further questions. It was remarkable. The world seemed to be turned upside down. Here was I giving Heydrich assignments. I asked him next to speak at once to Frau von Dirksen. She had a sort of political salon in Berlin, and at the time was basking in the sun of Hitler's favor. I knew that two Japanese who frequented her salon carried on lively conversations with two society ladies. I had often got good information from this source, but in this case I wanted Heydrich to talk to her himself. I did not want to be responsible for divulging the assignment to Frau von Dirksen, who was a somewhat talkative lady. Though I knew it would involve a ticklish discussion, I thought this might be a suitable moment to broach a question to do with staff which had been on my mind for a long time. It was about the re-employment of Janki, the Pomeranian landowner. Both Himmler and Heydrich mistrusted him and had a great aversion towards him. They had fought him ruthlessly for their own purposes and had almost brought about his downfall. Janka had maintained a very cautious and informal relationship with me, however. One day, to my great surprise, all his files covering the years 1933 to 1938 had been confiscated. While I was still in counter-espionage, I had read them all and had decided to approach him, but I had refrained from doing so because Heydrich expressly warned me not to. Apparently, Janki was persona non grata with Hitler, who suspected him of being a British agent in disguise and of being partly responsible for the flight of Hess. All this was really Heydrich's own opinion, but he had managed to persuade Hitler to the same point of view, so broaching the subject of Janki was like picking up a red-hot iron. I mentioned his past, his experience of more than 25 years in the German Secret Service, his undeniable achievements during the First World War, and suggested that it was time for the old controversies about him to be forgotten. In any case, it would be my responsibility to keep him under strict control. If it were true that he was an enemy agent, I could handle him very carefully, and in the end this would do us more good than harm. Heydrich knew immediately what I wanted. He was even better acquainted with Janki's past than I was. His Far Eastern contacts were especially important in relation to the task that now faced us. Apart from having been accepted into the family of Sun Yat-sen, Janki had been in close contact with General von Seeckt and General von Falkenhausen, who had both been military advisors to the Chinese army. From 1935 onwards, he had been Hesse's expert on intelligence matters. He was utterly fearless, except in one respect. Heydrich is probably the only man in this world whom I fear. I can't think of anyone more ruthless or more dangerous, he once told me. He has more brains than all the rest of them put together, but if he continues to exploit you and work you to death, it'll be the end of him. For Janki to say a thing like that meant he had not only thought it over once, but 10 times, for he was very sparing with words, and when he actually talked to Heydrich later in my presence, he repeated to his face exactly what he had said to me. Heydrich blanched, but said nothing. I said to Heydrich that I could think of no one better suited for the Japanese assignment. I knew of channels through which Janki had excellent connections with Japan. One was a former Tsarist Russian colonel, now a naturalized Chilean, who lived partly in Berlin and partly in Paris. The other was a German Jew, a member of a well-known family whose brother had a position of some importance in British banking circles. Janki and I had been fighting for years to protect this man from the German racial laws, while Müller, Janki's greatest enemy, had been looking for the opportunity to trip us up. Through his vindictiveness and treachery he had almost succeeded, and it was with the greatest difficulty that we managed to save the man and his family from Müller's vengeance. Finally we helped him to escape to Switzerland with a Honduran passport. I wanted to send Janki to Switzerland, where he could use his Chinese connections there to gather information, and in the negotiations between America and Japan, China was the central problem. After some persuasion, Heydrich agreed to meet Janki the next day. The discussion when they met was relatively friendly. Whenever it threatened to become heated, I managed to smooth things over, and from that time on Janki worked with me as my closest advisor. He operated quite independently, with only one young assistant as the bureau Janki. Having secured his cooperation, my next step was to send off detailed assignments by shortwave, teletype, and couriers to the various posts abroad. The chiefs in the foreign countries were told of the urgency of the situation and given a deadline for the dispatch of their information. The next day I discussed the whole problem again with Janki. In his view, my approach was basically wrong. I had laid emphasis on secret information coming from Japanese sources, but American sources were perhaps just as important and might be more readily accessible. I agreed with him and changed my plan accordingly. It is a big mistake, Janki said, to insist on Japan's entry into the war against the Soviet Union. Japan's ruling class has always followed the principle of keeping Japan's rear protected. Their strategy is to confine themselves to the East Asian area while the European nations bleed themselves white. Their slogan is Asia for the Asians, and they see themselves as the natural leaders in this area. Ribbentrop is incapable of understanding these ideas and is therefore incapable of advising Hitler. As a result of his intimate discussions with the Japanese, Janka had realized that in order to assert her leadership in the Far East, Japan was most likely to mount an advance towards the south. This checked with reports I had received from other sources. The Japanese knew that this policy might lead to war with America, but they hoped in the meantime to gain as much as possible by negotiation. The Japanese Secret Service believed that Roosevelt's main aim would be to help Britain. Roosevelt believed that neither Britain alone nor Britain allied with Russia would be able to defeat Germany. For Japan, the problem of China was also a decisive one. The Japanese army was fully committed, and military circles they were unwilling to move an inch from their general objectives. One had to conclude, therefore, that we could not count on Japan's entry into the war against Russia, but should expect the Japanese advance into the South Asian area, provided no satisfactory result could be achieved by negotiations with America. There was a third problem which it appeared was not being considered either by Hitler or Ribbentrop. A Japanese advance into Southeast Asia would constitute a threat to British, French, Dutch, and Portuguese possessions in this area. Europe, and therefore Germany, would lose vital sources of raw materials which would upset their economy. Might that not be a reason, Yankee asked, for pursuing a really long-term European policy, instead of conducting an occupation policy with the brutal and short-sighted methods of Herr Müller? I knew from the way he said this that he would have liked to substitute Hitler's name for Müller's. The day after this discussion with Yankee, I gave out the additional assignment suggested by him. All my posts abroad were now working under high pressure, and I awaited the results very anxiously. This was one of those occasions when the need for patience was an essential in our work, but the leaders had little understanding of this. After about 8 days, the first reports began to come in, and the evaluation department went systematically to work. Even the most unimportant messages were studied critically and checked for reliability of source and for the validity of their contents. I refused to pass on any reports to the leaders before the careful work of my evaluators was complete. We could at last follow the ebb and flow of divergent and contradictory influences within Japanese politics and their effect on the shaping of her foreign policy towards the United States, towards her partners in the Three-Power Pact, and especially towards the Soviet Union. During the 2 weeks that were spent in checking and rechecking, the pressure from above had become more and more intensive. But the first report was passed on only after I had been able to document it fully from many diverse sources and could present it with a good conscience. Hitler's nervousness had increased considerably, especially since the fall of Matsuoka in July 1941. Everything centered on the question of whether Japan would remain loyal to the Axis in spite of the neutrality pact she had signed with Russia on April 13, 1941. Or whether, in order to secure the safety of her rear, she would give way still further to the wishes of the United States government. If she were to do this, the Three-Power Pact might become no more than an empty shell. Driven by a sense of urgency, Hitler began to apply pressure, cost what it might. He wanted to see Japan involved in active war in order to secure relief for Germany. To reinforce this pressure, a series of optimistic press releases were given out by Dietrich, the chief press officer of the Reich, von Rittgen, head of the DNV, the German news service, and a close friend of Janki's, telephoned me to find out what all these incredible stories were supposed to mean, in which the war was being described as practically won, and the bulk of the Russian armies destroyed and no longer capable of preventing our victory. "Look, Schellenberg," he said, "will you tell me what is going on? I'm beginning to feel as though I were in a madhouse. I've just talked to that Bavarian yokel." This referred to a certain Sunderman of the government press office, and he quacked at me in his dialect, telling me all the things he was going to write about this final victory in the Völkischer Beobachter. My people will want to know what it all means, and I don't know what to say to them. I tried to calm him. There's no doubt that the Wehrmacht have had some outstanding victories in Russia, I said, but whether Dietrich's conclusions are justified is very doubtful, I would say. Hitler has two ideas. First, he wants to show the world and the German people what the Wehrmacht has achieved, and secondly, he's trying to put pressure on Japan. He wants to make them feel that if they hesitate any longer, they'll be too late to join in the carve-up, and that if they want to get a part of Siberia, they'll have to move quickly. I've no idea whether this will work. After all, we are not dealing with Europeans, we're dealing with the unfathomable Japanese. We've tried to point all this out to Himmler and Heydrich in our reports, but whether they'll take any notice is another matter. When Hitler had read my reports on the American-Japanese Conference and the Japanese aspirations in Southeast Asia, he fell into a paroxysm of rage and contemptuously shrugged off the warnings that these reports contained. He completely ignored the fact that in July 1941, the United States had replied to the Japanese occupation of southern Indochina by freezing all Japanese assets, a measure in which they were immediately joined by the British Commonwealth and the Netherlands. This financial embargo hit the strained Japanese economy at its nerve center by stopping the supply of raw materials and in particular of oil. When, therefore, in August 1941, Premier Konoye suggested a meeting with Roosevelt, Hitler considered this a personal insult. He tried all possible means of disrupting the Japanese-American negotiations, but his attempts proved entirely ineffectual. Himmler and Heydrich reproached me bitterly on this account, but I was able to meet their attack by pointing to Ribbentrop's complete failure in the same field. Von Richtgen listened to these explanations with great interest. We decided to lunch together, and during the meal I picked up valuable information bearing out what we already knew or suspected. Through information that came by way of Cairo and Istanbul, Dr. Reichert, one of von Richtgen's most capable collaborators, had secured a report which proved both reliable and decisive. During the summer, large-scale maneuvers had been held in the Bay of Gago off China by special units of the Japanese Air Force. Both Air Force and fleet units had proved brilliantly effective in combined operations, and the Japanese Army and Navy had agreed to start a war in the not-too-distant future. Their strategic planning, however, envisaged an advance into the South Pacific area, but nothing more. It was essential to their plans that Russia should remain occupied with Germany, and with this end in view the Japanese diplomats sought to secure a reassurance of neutrality from Russia. The army was fully engaged in China and Indochina, and was not prepared to shoulder any additional commitments. These reports, together with one from the DNB representative in Tokyo, Sorge, were to be discussed by Heydrich with Hitler, Himmler, Ribbentrop, Keitel, and Jodl. Before Heydrich left for the meeting, I was able to give him also a number of individual reports from Buenos Aires and Lisbon, which again confirmed our conclusions. As further confirmation, Tokyo had reported that the island of Kyushu had been closed to all foreigners, including diplomats, since the middle of August. At the end of October 1941, Janki brought a report from the Japanese Secret Service, which he had been able to confirm through Chinese contacts. Hideki Tojo, it said, the new Premier and Minister of War, believed that Roosevelt and Cordell Hull would never yield in negotiations. As a last attempt to come to terms, and chiefly for reasons of internal policy, he had sent Kurusu, the former ambassador to Berlin, who was married to an American, to Washington to support Admiral Nomura in the negotiations. At any rate, this step must have been taken with an alternative in mind, and it must be assumed with some degree of certainty that the decision to strike at America had already been taken by the middle of October. Hitler at first remained skeptical about our reports until at last, in the middle of November. At his wish, I sent a message through Janki to the Japanese Secret Service, saying that Germany was anxious to secure Japanese participation in the war, no matter what its nature or direction. This message was sent after Hitler had decided that after all it was immaterial where Japan entered the war as long as she definitely did so. I believe that I am not wrong in assuming that this message played a decisive role in Japanese policy, for immediately after its receipt, and without having received any official guarantees, the Japanese completed their mobilization and at the end of November ordered their entire fleet to sail to the South Pacific on amphibious operations. Himmler, faithful servant of his master, wanted to inform his Führer at once. However, he received a severe rebuke before he could even come out with his information. Hitler cut him off, shouting out, "At this time I do not want to know anything at all. I want to retain complete freedom of action." This was followed immediately by an inquiry by Tokyo whether, in case of war between Japan and the Anglo-Saxon powers, Germany would commit herself not to conclude peace without Japan. Faced with this clear-cut request, Hitler instructed the Foreign Office in the very first days of December to answer in the affirmative. On December 7, 1941, Japan launched her attack on Pearl Harbor. On December 11, Hitler declared war on the United States of America, rivalry with Ribbentrop. Herr Luther, Draft Agreement on Rights of the Political Secret Service, Ribbentrop's Private Network, a device to discredit it, Ribbentrop's hostility to the SD, his influence over Hitler. Besides my daily work, which continued to increase, I had taken up the important problem of liaison with the various government departments. The most important was the Foreign Office. Here I had already established good relations with the Undersecretary, Herr Luther, when I was head of counter-espionage. He was chief of the Deutschland department and was a close confidant of Ribbentrop, who would always ask his opinion before reaching any important personal or professional decision. The real reason for this close relationship remained a mystery. Heydrich had told me to keep in touch with Luther, this being the best way to reach Ribbentrop. According to Heydrich, Luther was a cold, unemotional man, smart rather than intelligent and interested only in power. Ribbentrop, however, trusted him completely. He was perhaps the only man whom he did trust. He had been town councillor for Zehlendorf, a suburb of Berlin, and had been involved in an embezzlement scandal, but through Ribbentrop's and Himmler's joint influence his name had been cleared. Luther was very much opposed to the SS, and Heydrich and Himmler knew that it was he who continually stirred up Ribbentrop's suspicions against the organization, because so they suspected he was afraid too much was known about him. Ribbentrop had given him the job of completely reorganizing the Foreign Office. Heydrich warned me, "You will have a difficult time with Luther. Be careful, he is capable of using your own words against you. Keep me in touch all the time so that I can help you. He hates me, so it's possible he may hate you too. In any case, he'll probably try to use you against me. As you know yourself, you're inclined to be pretty independent in your work, and I wouldn't want you to fall into any of Luther's traps." I had made contact with Luther through working on some of the counter-espionage department's problems, such as the work of police attaches abroad and similar matters. Through my working with him in this way, he had developed a certain confidence in me, which I carefully nurtured by helping to clear up various incidents arising from his dealings with the SS abroad. I made precise notes on each conversation with him, which went to Heydrich and thence to Himmler. Luther was quite unfitted to be a government official. He would have been much more at home in commerce. He was energetic, very quick to grasp a point, and not ungifted as an organizer. He had an impressive head, but his face was a little too fleshy. He wore thick horn-rimmed glasses, and his eyes were permanently swollen because of a sinus infection. It required a considerable amount of self-control not to resent his aggressiveness. His changes of thought were sudden and rapid, and he was capable of saying or doing anything. He was governed solely by the calculations of the businessman, and if one knew this and took it into account, one could get along with him, although it was not easy to do so. How were the permanent officials to deal with such a chief? He condemned their consideration for others, and their careful arguments and doubts as signs of weakness, and called them calcified old fossils. With his glib Berlinese he ran rings round them, and most of the time confronted them with fates accomplis. He was in truth the grey eminence of those days, as was Baron Holstein in the Foreign Office under the Kaiser, but he was hardly the Baron's equal as a professional diplomat. He was colder and more ruthless, a dangerous figure such as only a totalitarian system could produce. The strength of my position with him was that he regarded me as a bridge by which to get at his greatest opponents, Himmler and Heydrich. I was some sort of protection for him against their frightening organization, for which in reality he had a great weakness. In a moment of candor he confessed to me that he would have liked very much to become a member of the SS, and I managed on one occasion to defend him from an attack by Heydrich and Himmler. I now made it quite clear to him that our relationship would have to be free of any personal bias, and to do him justice, he acceded to many of my service requests, furthering them honestly and skillfully with Ribbentrop. Thus I got results through him which I would never have got through the other officials in Ribbentrop's office. During the next few weeks I drew up the draft of an agreement with the Foreign Office which, under Luther's guidance, Ribbentrop finally signed. It provided for the following inalienable rights for the political secret service. The institution of police attachés was permanently recognized. The service had the right, after consultation with the Foreign Office, to train important co-workers as members of the Foreign Service. They would be placed, according to need, in the various departments of diplomatic missions. The Secret Service would be allowed to send specially marked mail. At first it went in green envelopes, later in marked bags, through the couriers of our foreign missions as diplomatic mail. The Central Courier Office of the Foreign Office handled our outgoing correspondence in a similar way. The mail of the Secret Service was not to be opened on any pretext whatever, except by those duly authorized to handle it. Several times liaison officers attempted to circumvent this regulation, I imagine at Luther's instigation. In such cases I knew no mercy. The person concerned, no matter what deferment he had, was assigned to the Waffen-SS and sent to a fighting front within 6 weeks. After this there were no more attempts of that sort. 4. It was better for our secret shortwave transmitters not to be set up within the precincts of the foreign missions. The Secret Service was therefore given the right in certain cases to use the official shortwave transmissions of the Foreign Office. Important political reports which could be of special interest to the head of the diplomatic mission in the country concerned should be made known to him immediately. When I think back on these negotiations, I still wonder at the almost frivolous lack of preparation with which Germany entered the greatest war of her history. According to Luther, there were no clear or binding agreements between the Foreign Office and military intelligence. When I placed the agreement before Heydrich for his signature, he said, "You really are a mystery to me sometimes. How did you ever get all this out of Luther, of all people?" These negotiations and the written agreement that resulted from them were the basis of my continued collaboration with the Foreign Office. After Hitler's decree of December 4, 1944, at last creating a unified secret service, I prepared a new draft agreement with the Foreign Office, which after long discussion, Ribbentrop signed. By that time Luther had already met his downfall, and the negotiations of 1944 went on for almost 2 months until Ribbentrop's stubbornness was overcome. It is rather difficult to assess the value of this collaboration with the Foreign Office. At times it was exemplary, at others, however, it not only broke down, but there was actual conflict. In most cases, this was due to Ribbentrop's personal failings. His ideas and the directives he issued were unacceptable, and his personal attitude intolerable. I finally decided to have it out with him, not because of personal animosity, but because he had succeeded in making enemies of everyone. Towards the end of 1941, Luther was trying to persuade me to make a comprehensive report to Ribbentrop about the organization and importance of the SD Secret Service. I agreed to do this because at that time I still toyed with the idea of winning Ribbentrop over to closer cooperation with the political Secret Service. However, I hesitated because I had not got complete information about the Secret Service network directed by Ribbentrop himself. We knew there was Information Department 3, headed by Marshal von Bieberstein, which had agents in various foreign missions. They had been given communications equipment and very large sums of money, and were collecting so-called secret information independently of the heads of the foreign missions. This organization did extremely bad work, which because of its unreliability offered a possible threat of considerable danger, for several completely erroneous reports reached the supreme leadership through this department. I once got false material accepted by 6 of their posts in order to see how quickly and where it would reappear. Himmler told the Führer of this experiment, and he thereupon gave the order that in future the foreign minister was to give the precise source of each report. At the same time, Himmler instructed me to do my best to destroy this organization. As a first step, Brigadier Führer Saint, who was also an assistant under Secretary of State, was appointed head of the whole information department of the Foreign Office. After 4 months, however, he had to give up this post. He had passed on information detrimental to Ribbentrop without knowing that one of his subordinates had betrayed this fact to the foreign minister. This incident led to a serious row between Ribbentrop and Heydrich, as a result of which my work became still more difficult. However, Brigadier Führer Saint's period at the Foreign Office had enabled me to get a clear idea of the working methods of their information department. In the meantime, Marshal von Bieberstein had been replaced by the former Ambassador Henke, who tried to reorganize Ribbentrop's secret service, which from that time on was known as the Henke Service, but there was no improvement in their work. So we had to see to it that the enemy secret services did not feed too much false information into these channels. In order to show Ribbentrop how false were his ideas about a secret service, I first showed Luther Heydrich and Himmler reports, 70% of them faked, which I had prepared about the Polish government in exile in London. These I had passed into the hands of the intelligence service of the Foreign Office through agents abroad. 14 days later, Ribbentrop presented these reports to Hitler as especially valuable information. Hitler then had a heart-to-heart talk with Ribbentrop for more than an hour. The foreign minister did not say anything about the results of this conversation, but for 2 days running he dined with Himmler and talked with him about the general difficulties of running a secret service. Finally, the day came when I was ordered to report to Ribbentrop. I was there punctually and was admitted at once. At that time his office was in a wing of the former presidential palace, though the offices of his ministry remained at the Wilhelmstrasse. The place was furnished in exact imitation of the style of Hitler's new chancellery. The study, with its huge desk and large windows, was heavily over-furnished with thick carpets, valuable tapestries, and ornate chairs covered with silk. Ribbentrop stood as usual behind his desk with folded arms. He received me very formally, and it was obvious that he was out to impress me. He spoke slowly and with emphasis, as though he were receiving me for the first time. After a few words he came from behind his desk, solemnly gave me his hand, and begged me to be seated. Then he sat down opposite me and said, "Please begin at once. I am already familiar with the subject that you have come to discuss." During the first half hour his face remained completely unmoved. He listened to me with concentration. But when I came to speak of the organization of various liaison offices with other ministries, he interrupted me abruptly. "You don't mean that you're going to build up secret services for the other departments too?" With this question he showed clearly that he simply had not understood what I had been talking about. I began again from the beginning and explained to him carefully and slowly that these liaison offices would be indispensable, and that if he thought the matter over, he would realize how much the Foreign Office and he personally would profit by them, because apart from questions of control and authority, the contact of these offices and of myself personally with other government departments could be used to deal with all sorts of questions of paramount interest to the Foreign Office, and they would all be handled on neutral ground, so to speak, as matters of importance to the Secret Service alone, not to the conflicting interests of various departments. If the Secret Service could work in close collaboration with the Foreign Office, both would benefit, for the power of the Reichsführer SS would be behind this arrangement, and so it would be unnecessary for me to consult him, Ribbentrop, about every detail. In order to remove Ribbentrop's suspicions that this represented a manoeuvre by the SS to penetrate the Foreign Office, I suggested that whoever was the chief of the Secret Service should be taken on to the staff of the Foreign Office. Ribbentrop looked at me completely confused. He still did not understand, and the further my explanation went, the more remote he grew. I therefore decided to change my tactics. I became aggressive. I even went so far as to tell him about the occasions when we had purposely supplied him with false information. I reminded him of his conversation with the Führer, and finally said plainly that the Secret Service was now so strong that he was no longer in a position to attack it. If he was not for it, then I must conclude that he was against it. At this he grew excited and angry. He would not stand for being personally attacked, he said. He had always tried to create a reasonable working relationship, but now he was forced to realize that we refused to regard the Foreign Office as an independent government department. Thereupon I made a formal apology. I said that I felt the turn the conversation had taken had led to certain misunderstandings, and if he attached any value to it, I was ready to place my plan before him in writing. With an expression of contempt he said, "Thank you, I can do without it." I then tried to get him to talk, saying that of course it would be very interesting to hear his ideas on the organization and the methods of a secret service. Immediately he began to relax and leant back in his chair with an expansive gesture. I could see that I had handled the interview in the wrong way. I should not have begun with a dissertation of my own, but should have asked him to explain his ideas first. Unconsciously I had wounded his vanity. His ideas on the subject were completely different from mine. In his opinion, there should not be more than 10 or 20 picked agents working abroad. They should be equipped with vast financial means and should collect their information chiefly according to their own judgment. It would be quite sufficient to be regularly supplied with information by these 20 people. Matters of detail were of no importance in the broader questions of foreign policy. All that mattered were certain basic questions, and these one had to be able to foresee in time. He had the greatest faith in me personally. He said. I almost fell off my chair at this, and as far as I was concerned, he was ready to do anything he could to make my position secure. Indeed, he was ready at any time to take me into the Foreign Service there. Apart from occupying myself with the study of general questions, I could take over the organization of a small secret service such as he had in mind. I explained to him once again that personalities had nothing to do with this matter, which did not concern me personally, and that I could not agree with his ideas. I felt that questions of detail were most decisive for a secret service, and that only through scientific and methodical evaluation of the material that came to one's net could the real basis for policy be established. This could not be done through accidentally acquired information, or through the minds of 10 or 20 people, no matter how able they were. At this point, Ribbentrop suddenly began to look tired, and the conversation faded out. I noticed that one half of his face and one eye grew completely slack. Some days later, I reported this to Dr. de Krinis, who had previously been called in more than once for consultations about Ribbentrop. In his opinion, there was some serious functional disorder, probably connected with a disease of the kidneys. One kidney had already been removed, and the hormone production was probably disturbed. We said goodbye briefly and formally. All my illusions had left me. I knew that I could not agree with this man, not in any way on any issue. He would never show any understanding of the needs or even the existence of the Secret Service. What Hitler saw in Ribbentrop was inexplicable to me. Probably it was just that, like everyone else around him, Ribbentrop accepted directives with bureaucratic exactness and carried them out correctly. Thus it came to be that the foreign policy conducted by him was degraded to a sort of appendage to his own struggle for power. His behavior seemed to be governed by an inner feeling of his own inadequacy, though how much this was a basic weakness, or how much it had developed in him, or why, I never knew. This might explain a great deal about his attitudes and his actions. How else, for instance, could one explain his hatred of Britain? How else explain his garrulous and overbearing manner? His vanity and narrowness of mind really shocked me. They showed clearly the reasons for the limitations of our foreign policy, and also for its basic stupidity. Between them, he and Hitler were obviously prepared to go to any lengths, up to the ruthless sacrifice, if necessary, of the German people. At the time of this first long interview with Ribbentrop, I did not understand this clearly, though the basis of this policy must already have existed. But I felt something of the sort instinctively, and both he and I knew that we were worlds apart. On the other hand, he did not altogether dismiss me from his mind. I heard from members of his entourage that again and again he asked about details of my earlier career, and would sometimes say something to the effect that the Führer is right, Schellenberg is nothing but a decadent lawyer, and one day we shall have to deal with him. He even gave Luther orders to report every detail of our collaboration, and to note especially whether I made any derogatory remarks about him or the conduct of foreign policy. One will never be able to understand how Hitler, in 1939, saw fit to proclaim that Ribbentrop was the greatest master of foreign policy Germany had had since Bismarck, reorganizing the department, complexities of classification, resistance to new methods, the nature of our problems, analysis of the organization, standardizing the system of reporting, amalgamation of institutes for scientific research, technical uses of their reports. At the end of 1941 and the beginning of 1942, I was engaged on the complex task of reorganizing the internal administration, the filing system, and in particular, the archives of my department. The subject files were kept by experts of the evaluation department, and I was working to bring them to a state of such efficiency that at a moment's notice they could provide the basic material for both specific and general reports. The experts who kept these files up to date were able at any time to get a comprehensive view of the situation in the country for which they were responsible. The persons dealt with in the subject files had a corresponding personal file in which everything worth knowing about them was recorded. These personal files I considered particularly valuable because trends of policy and climates of opinion do not develop of their own account, but are brought about by leading individuals. If, therefore, one knew something of their mentalities, their characters, and their political or economic plans, one could predict with some certainty the influence they would exert upon the shaping of political or economic developments. There were also personal files for each of our co-workers, agents, and staff, which contained everything worth knowing about them, their nationality, origins, professions, the motives for their collaboration, the milieu in which they lived, their peculiarities, faults, methods of work, past assignments, trustworthiness, the manner in which their information was transmitted to us, and a complete statement of all financial arrangements we had made with them. Attached to these files were carbon copies of all the information and reports with which they had supplied us. This system was designed to maintain a balance between the subject files, the files on personalities, and the personal files of the agents who provided the information. Furthermore, through the main agent's file, kept at the central office, I could find out at any time the composition and state of our coworkers' circle in any given country. There was also a warning file designed to protect us from swindlers, imposters, and other unreliable characters, such as invariably try to sneak into large organizations of this kind. In this way, we could forewarn our networks in the field and so prevent embarrassing mistakes in the employment of agents or informants. The file was maintained in cooperation with the Gestapo, the criminal police, and the Wehrmacht. All known double agents were also included in it, as were certain elements of the international underworld, dope smugglers, white slavers, etc., who were to be kept under continual surveillance. I worked out the directives for all these technical procedures myself. At first I met with considerable resistance, but in time the most hostile had to recognize the necessity for these measures, for without this framework sound and solid achievement would have been impossible. Finally, it was noticed that in spite of the increasing volume of work with which we were burdened, these devices enabled one to get a clear and orderly view of the problems with which we had to deal. I took little pleasure in this reorganization, for it filled me with shame that these basic necessities of Secret Service work were only being introduced at this late date. After about 2 years, everything was functioning properly, and even under the tremendous demands placed upon us towards the end of the war, our organization remained the only one upon which the leaders could rely for the vital information they needed. But by then it was too late. I could never foresee from one day to the next what the department would be asked to deal with. In the morning Hitler might ask for a report on international labor organizations to be completed by the same evening. Later one of his adjutants would ring up and say that the Führer was particularly interested in communist activities in the official Spanish labor organization. Possibly during the day the Foreign Office would ask me to prepare a brief on the administrative structure of the Roman Catholic Church and its policy in the South American republics. Then perhaps Himmler would ask me to let him have a comprehensive report on the British Foreign Secretary's relationship with his Prime Minister. Besides all this, a number of memoranda would regularly arrive from Hitler's Chancellery asking for reports on problems ranging over widely varied fields of interest. For instance, measures taken by the Russians to deal with the problems of the Kulak, the development of national aspirations in the Crimea, the raw materials of the Urals and the extent of their exploitation, the social measures taken by Kemal Atatürk and their effect on modern Turkey, the petroleum resources of South America, and the attempts by the United States war economy to control them. These requests were elaborated into the form of questionnaires and were then sent out post-haste to the various government departments, the Secret Service, certain offices of the Wehrmacht, who often had nothing at all to do with the questions involved, and even to the Waffen-SS. Thus, 10 or more offices might set to work separately and with the proverbial industry of ants, for this was an order of the Führer. Because of secrecy regulations, none of the offices approached would know that others were also working on the same problem. After a while, the reports would begin to come in. To impress the Führer, of course, everyone wrote as much as possible. As a result, there emerged whole volumes of scientific dissertation, 70% of them pure theory, lofty structures of deduction based on a minimum of fact. Even if these reports had been of real value, Hitler could not possibly have read all this stuff, let alone understand and digest it. There were about 380 research institutes, subsidized by the government through special funds which were occupied with problems of geography, ethnography, population, politics, psychology, and so forth. Each of them had a selected staff of scientific workers, and if they received no assignments, they set themselves their own tasks. Each institution considered itself of major importance to the Reich and sent its reports all over the place, so that effective use of their work was often a matter of pure accident. Clearly something drastic had got to be done about this situation, and I decided to form an independent unit which would devote itself entirely to Secret Service work on a scientific basis. We already had something of a similar nature in the Wannsee Institute, which specialized in Russia. I had in mind a research group which could supplement the Secret Service reports with scientific studies on larger problems. These were to be based on secret information and would deal with work for which the evaluation section had neither the time nor the necessary scientific staff. This group, drawn from academic circles, should include professors, lecturers, and university workers who would edit the reports and ensure that all available knowledge on the subject was used and was presented in a coherent and organized form. It would embrace all the research institutes of Germany in one Reich Foundation. While preserving their organizational independence and individuality, it would direct their work towards really pressing problems and above all force them to employ standardized techniques. In this process, the centralized collection of data would be one of the most important tasks. All the assignments received would be distributed by this unit to the appropriate institutions. Finally, I thought the Secret Service should take over the control of the finances of these institutions. Thus, it would also be in a position to influence the selection of their staff. I hoped that within such a framework, a fruitful exchange of trained scientific specialists would result and that these would gradually be educated to appreciate the importance and peculiarities of Secret Service work. Reports issued by this organization should conform to a uniform pattern. The main body of each report should take up about 25 pages, written in a concise style, logically constructed and with conclusions and recommendations at the end. Only about 3/4 of the page should be used and references to the appended data placed in the margin. Thus, if a reader wished to go more thoroughly into a question raised in the report, the marginal references would direct him to the appropriate data, where material would be presented much more fully with graphs, statistics, maps, etc. The central unit would have a guiding influence on all scientific institutions. They would, of course, also have access to the special reports of the Secret Service. Furthermore, the Secret Service would, in return, be prepared to furnish information on subjects in which it was not directly interested. Though I first conceived this idea towards the end of 1941, it was not until 1943 that it was realized, and all the scientific institutions of Germany combined in a single foundation, the finances and staff of which were directed by a department of the Ministry of the Interior. In reality, it was the Secret Service which took over the direction through the work group, 6D, the Circle for Scientifically Methodological Research, which I created within AMT6 for this purpose. The group was organized and run by a very able university lecturer who had formerly belonged to one of the institutes. After a very short time it began producing excellent results and thus filled yet another gap in our work. Apart from many special reports about Russia, this group collected important material for training purposes and did excellent work in cartography on questions of geopolitics, population policy, and the natural resources of various countries. At one time, for example, the group reported on Russian geographical maps and discovered that a great many of them were falsified. Work was also done by special geological units attached to the Wehrmacht, examining the nature of the land surface of various countries. This was of great importance in modern warfare for the construction of roads and airfields, and for determining the suitability of the terrain for tanks and armored vehicles. In time, our reports on special questions became clear and understandable. They included so many graphs and charts that they looked almost like picture books and made it comparatively easy for complicated scientific material to be digested. A base in Denmark. Collaboration with Danish National Socialists. Their leader's demands. Heydrich forbids revolutionary tactics. Herr Clausen gives in unifying the service abroad. At the beginning of 1942, I had to accept an invitation from Heydrich to go hunting with him in the Protectorate. Afterwards, he wanted me to go to Denmark to see Herr Clausen, the leader of the Danish National Socialist Party. This suited me well, as I was anxious to look into the possibilities of using Denmark as a jumping-off ground for agents in Britain and Russia. Clausen knew Russia fairly well and appreciated my plans and aims. He had built up a Danish secret service according to my directives, but in such a way that I was able to remain in the background. I preferred to work in this indirect manner, for I did not wish to impose German ideas on the Danish National Socialists. I used these same methods of collaboration in other countries and never regretted it. I am convinced that the results were better than if we had tried to prescribe everything down to the last detail with our well-known German thoroughness. The financial side of such arrangements had to be so organized to ensure that I would be able to influence the work that was carried out and direct it towards those tasks that were of most importance to us. Clausen naturally tried to secure a large part of the funds for other purposes, mainly for his party's work inside Denmark, and here I thought it best to look the other way. He also wanted to organize at my expense an internal security service for himself, but here I had to draw the line. Clausen was a rather coarse, insensitive fellow, and several times during our negotiations, which lasted 3 days, I was forced to speak to him quite bluntly. I knew that he did not care much for my way of negotiating, and that he had an instinctive dislike for me. His remarks about me to Berlin and Prague were often little short of insulting. It was my personal misfortune that I seldom drank, and for this reason was often regarded with suspicion. I wasn't really a good fellow and was trying to take advantage of the effect drink had on the others. Clausen, for instance, called me a tricky dago, a fox with 3 tails, and other endearing epithets. I did not try to get my own back, but in our discussions at Copenhagen, I didn't exactly handle him with kid gloves, and after 2 days he changed his tune and became quite amenable. On the 3rd day, however, he started to buck again like a frisky colt. He said that although the Secret Service might be important to Germany, his party and his role as its leader were just as important to him. The Danish resistance movement, directed by the British Secret Service, was growing stronger every day, and the Danish government had shown itself incapable of dealing with the situation. Clausen demanded the immediate training of sabotage groups selected from his own people, who were to be placed under his direction, and also a large supply of explosives. Then he put before me a long list of all the Danes he wanted to arrest or execute, together with the names of the new government that he demanded. For a moment I was stunned. Suddenly he had made a complete volte-face, no doubt hoping I would be too surprised to object. I let him go on, growing bolder all the time, without contradicting him, for I realized that it was not really he who was speaking, but the political adventurers who were his advisors. They did not want to wait any longer and were exploiting Clausen's sincere political idealism, nurturing in him a power complex with all its temptations. For a long time I sat musing about the various types in his entourage. They were supposedly the official representatives and executors of the policies of the Reich. Such a revolution with its unnecessary bloodshed would be regarded by the Danes as an extremely black mark against the Germans. It would be impossible for Clausen to bring about his uprising without German support and German bayonets. His demands made this plain enough. Furthermore, it would have meant throwing Denmark into chaos, and the country's meat and dairy production was an important element in our food program, and all this merely to satisfy the adventurous thirst for power of a group of rather shady characters. After Clausen had let the cat out of the bag, I asked him for a little time to think over his new request. I explained to him that I had not expected this turn of events, and had neither the personal nor professional status to deal with the internal problems of Denmark. Clausen replied that he and his colleagues knew very well what great influence I commanded in Berlin. If, as the head of AMT6, I really wanted something done, then it would be done. They knew that I always pretended to be an unassuming and unimportant young man. But even the highest SS leaders, secretaries of state, and ministers were reluctant to cross swords with me. They therefore begged me to help them, for they were all agreed that within 6 months it would be too late to realize their plans. At this point I broke off the conversation. That evening I consulted SS Oberfuhrer K, who was responsible for political questions, and Renty Fink, at that time our ambassador to Denmark. The situation was not new to me, but this time it seemed dangerous. It had always been one of my basic principles that my secret service plans in the countries occupied by Germany or in neutral countries should be completely independent of internal politics. It seemed no longer possible to deal with Clausen by reasoning with him or by adroit tactics of negotiation or delay, and still less by vague promises. Both SS Oberfuhrer K and Rente Fink were very alarmed, but they were also much too unsure of themselves to cope with such an aggressive and determined man as Clausen. There was only one thing to be done. Clausen must be beaten down till he stood like a bull in the center of the ring, with trembling knees. Then he must be given the coup de grace. During the night I called Heydrich. He grasped the situation at once, and came to the same conclusion. His instructions were, Denmark must remain quiet, Clausen must obey. The next day Clausen was a little tipsy when he arrived for our discussion. and after half an hour became insolent again. It was a fine thing for me, he said, to have fallen under the influence of SS Oberfuhrer K. and Renthafink. If we did not go through with his plans immediately, he would simply let everything go and we could look after the mess ourselves. This was the moment for which I had waited. I replied coldly, "Is this really what you want, or is it the wishes of your immediate entourage?" Looking at me with astonished, red-rimmed eyes, he remained thoughtful and sullen for a moment. Then he drew himself up to his full height. I asked the others who were present to leave the room, then turned to him and said quietly, "I have neither the time nor the desire to listen to your drunken stupidities, my dear Herr Clausen. Your internal plans are not at present in the interests of the Reich. Please understand that once and for all." I made a long pause at this point, and then went on, "If you do not wish to understand this, there are means of bringing it home to you. We can manage quite well without Herr Clausen, and indeed if you disappeared altogether, it would be of no particular importance. I would advise you not to attempt to blackmail the leadership of the Reich again." Clausen had become deathly pale. As the full meaning of what I was saying dawned upon him, he literally shrank. I consoled him and pointed out that it would be of benefit to our mutual plans if he would look about for colleagues who were both professionally and morally better qualified than his present ones. He nodded thoughtfully and said, "Yes, but it is all so terribly difficult for me." Now I had to make quite an effort to remain harsh with him, for he sat in front of me like a little child from whom one has taken a favorite toy. This huge man, who had a considerable experience of life, sat there completely helpless. Slowly he began to recover, and when after an hour or more we said goodbye, he had become quite a reasonable man. Once or twice he made a feeble attempt at resistance, but there was no longer any strength in him. Later, within the circle of his close associates, he said, "Apart from Heydrich, there is only one man I wouldn't like to have any trouble with. He doesn't seem to do anything, and yet he knows how to make it look as though you're boss of the situation, but really he's the one. I've often thought as a doctor about this chap Schellenberg, nothing but a bundle of nerves. He's a real biological freak." When I heard this, I had to laugh. It was typical of Clausen's chatter, and showed the kind of thinking he applied to the sober problems of politics. At the same time, I reflected on how curious it is that in a position such as mine one acquires such evil attributes. Now I seemed to be a biological freak. To Hitler I was a decadent lawyer, to Himmler an opportunist, to the English a ninny. But in reality it seems to me that basically I was nothing but an ordinary human being. With the help of several smart men from the intelligence service who had been selected for this task, Clausen finally managed to achieve contact with communist circles in Denmark as well as in Sweden. 3 reliable Danes succeeded in infiltrating the outer defenses of the Russian Secret Service. Eventually 2 direct connections with Russia were established, which brought us excellent information in the political intelligence sector. It was part of my personal program of work during 1942 to build up what I called indigenous secret services within as many European countries as possible, and to establish closer relationships with those already in existence. Towards the end of 1943, I envisaged the creation of a federation of the various secret services on a continental basis. In the long hours of travel by car or plane, I worked out the basic lines of this plan and made the first attempts to work out a written draft of it. The federation was to be brought about without any pressure or coercion. At first it was to consist of nothing more organizationally than a sort of information pool which was to be tried out in the political sphere. Then gradually a unification of methods could be attempted. At the same time, the Consular Academy in Vienna, whose fame had spread beyond the borders of Austria, was to be re-established. This was formerly the training school for candidates for the Imperial and Royal Austrian Diplomatic Corps. I wanted to re-establish it to train replacements for Eastern, Southeastern and Southern Europe, and also wanted to set up a branch for Western and Northern Europe in Düsseldorf, though this was to be only a temporary situation which would later be relinquished in favor of Paris or Brussels. The leading cadres of the Hungarian, Romanian, Croatian, Serbian, Bulgarian and Turkish secret services and parts of the Italian were willing to take the first steps in this direction. Spain, Portugal, France, and others were gradually to be drawn into the scheme after these first steps had been taken, through our excellent relations with the Arabic world. I also wanted to bring in the Islamic peoples of the Balkans as well as the Turkish peoples of the Soviet Union. In the case of Italy, great difficulties had first to be solved. Differences of opinion between the political and the military services were too sharply drawn, and General Amé, chief of the military intelligence service, would certainly not have been willing to cooperate along the lines that I had in mind. The chief of the SIM was Sinise, the successor to police chief Boccini, who had been very close to Mussolini. Sinise's attitude was very reserved. Sweden and Switzerland, being neutral states, were out of the question, but certain Balance Desai in Finland showed that the plan could be developed with an assurance of success there. Naturally, such a plan could only be realized gradually, but a start had to be made. My foremost aim was the principle of a common front of all secret services against the Soviet Union. I did not include work against Western Europe, for, in the first stages at least, it would probably have increased the resentment which still existed in these countries, and I did not wish to add further complications to the problems which the German occupation or the overwhelming political influence of the Reich had created. I had also carefully considered the dangers of this plan and had tried to be clear about the extent of the damage which might result from any misadventures, but the first attempt was to be on such a limited scale that the security of the Secret Service could not possibly be threatened. Of course, in those cases where I had authorized the organization of an indigenous secret service, I was well aware that it might also serve elements infiltrating from the resistance movements. Therefore, the whole plan was to be pursued as quietly as possible. But the scheme was an extremely tempting one. With the influence which a secret service commanded, one could, not to speak in too exalted a manner, make a contribution towards the European idea. Not that it would serve as a platform upon which a European Union could be developed, but it would incline people to think more in that direction. While others talked about a united Europe, half of which was shedding the other half's blood, for who knows what reasons, here something positive was to be created. A union of the secret services similar to the customs and tariff unions on a continental basis. I had mentioned my thoughts on the subject of a European Secret Service Union to Heydrich, but he at first shook his head. If he forbade me to go ahead, I would only find some underhand way of carrying out the plan. He personally did not think very much of the idea. It was too vague, it had to be thought out more precisely. However, he agreed that it was necessary to turn one's attention towards the problem. It was never too late or too early to initiate something of the sort. He was quite surprised, he added, that I had told him about it at all. Since he had been in Prague, he had been so occupied that he had been forced to leave me a free hand in many matters. Usually I didn't tell him, he said, until I had brought an affair successfully to its conclusion, and then only to cover myself and get the financial authority that it needed, Japan and China. Hitler talks with S. Chandra Bose, Japanese hopes of a Russo-German peace, a strange visit to Göring, Tokyo peace feelers, thwarted by Ribbentrop, Chinese Secret Service offers collaboration, their proposal rejected, an alarming report on Junkie, Japanese demands on China, an equivocal reply, Japan breaks off negotiations. One day in March 1942, Junkie came to see me on his return from a trip to Switzerland. S. Chandra Bose, one of the leaders of the Indian nationalist movement, who at that time wielded considerable influence in India, was staying in Berlin. The Japanese were trying to ingratiate themselves with Bose, so of course I was interested in getting Junkie's opinion on the situation. So far, primarily on Hitler's suggestion, the Far East office of AMT-VIX had relied for its information about India, mainly on Sidi Khan, the leader of a small faction within the Indian liberation movement. But between Bose and Sidi Khan, who at the time was in Rome, there existed a state of uncompromising rivalry. Bose's outstanding intelligence and his mastery of modern propaganda methods had made a deep impression on Himmler, and we were therefore considering whether we should not shift our support to him. One of Bose's favorite ideas was the setting up of an Indian Legion within the German army. So we arranged an audience for Bose with Hitler, who agreed in principle to the establishment of such a legion. But Bose was deeply disappointed, for Hitler had emphasized that at the moment he was not particularly interested in India, and would prefer to leave it to Japan to keep an eye on that country politically and strategically. If his luck should hold, however, if southern Russia and the Caucasus were to be conquered and German armor to reach Persia, then, but only then, he would be prepared to confer with Bose on India's future. When I mentioned Bose's name to Janke, he at once gave me a warning. He said he knew that Bose had lived and studied in Moscow for a considerable time, and that he had established close relations with the Cominform. In my own dealings with Bose, I had time and time again come across indications of the influence of Moscow's teachings in the way questions and answers were developed dialectically within a set of rules. At the request of the Japanese, Bose was taken to Japan in 1943 by a German U-boat. After he had left Berlin, I did not fail to disclose my misgivings about him to the Japanese there. They insisted, however, that they could make good use of a man of his caliber in Japan. From Bose our talk turned to the affairs of my own department. Yankee advised me to drop frontline infiltration tactics and intelligence work in the combat areas, which I could leave to the various army groups, and instead to penetrate as deeply as possible into the Russian hinterland, where much more valuable information was to be found. I pointed out this would require a large number of fast transport planes, either for dropping agents by parachute or to land them in uninhabited areas, and the very few aircraft which the Luftwaffe allowed us would be a serious handicap. At this point, Yankee changed the subject. We were about to discuss the relationship between Japan and Russia when he suddenly broke off. There's no peace in this place. Why don't you shut everything up and come away for a weekend and twiddle your thumbs? The idea appealed to me, and so I went out to his estate on the Pomeranian coastal plain. Here were wonderful forests and lakes full of fish. After a wonderful meal, we sat over a bottle of good red wine until late in the night and discussed the problems of our work. It was not for my health that Yankee had suggested this weekend, but to ensure the utmost privacy to discuss the information he had got from the East. Yankee had learned that the Japanese were intending to try to bring about a compromise peace between Germany and the Japanese cabinet, had received extensive and shattering information from their secret service on the real strength of Russia's war potential. It was certain that the Russian armies would soon be strong enough not only to halt the German offensive, but to drive us back along the whole front. By the winter of 1942 to 1943, Russian industry would be geared to an overwhelming production of armaments. Guerrilla warfare in the German rear areas would be greatly intensified, tying down a large number of German troops and seriously disrupting our long supply lines. The Japanese feared that in the end Germany would have expended all her military strength in a hopeless campaign. Because of the Western Allies' hesitation about actively supporting Russia by opening a second front, a compromise peace with Stalin was still a real possibility. According to Yankee, the Japanese leaders were unanimous in this view of the situation, and an approach to Germany, either directly or indirectly, was likely. We discussed the problem for a long time. Yankee thought the chief opponent of such a solution would be Ribbentrop, whose narrow mind would be unable to understand the situation. Himmler was too much under Hitler's influence to act independently and was very muddled in his thinking. Göring was no longer of importance. His star had set since the failure of the air offensive against Britain. Since then, Göring seemed to have lost nearly all interest in the great military events. This was attributed by many to his increasing dependence on morphia, by others to his excessive and increasingly morbid indulgence in a life of luxury. At this time, Himmler sent me to report to Göring at his beautiful country house north of Berlin, named Karenhall, after his first wife, on the suggested incorporation of the Göring Research Establishment into Department 6. This establishment had been built up by Göring with the help of naval experts for the supervision of all telephone and wireless surveillance, including monitoring and tapping. Every single telephone communication inside Germany and the German-occupied European territories could be tapped and often yielded a rich crop of valuable information. Hitler's long-distance calls were all monitored and recorded, and if necessary passed on to the appropriate government departments for reference or action. Once a production figure on German armaments mentioned by Hitler in a conversation with Mussolini caused the greatest confusion because Hitler himself had been misinformed. When I arrived at Karenhall, I had to wait for some time in the entrance hall. It was vast and deeply carpeted, and with its dark oak beams and heavy old furniture, it reminded me of an ancient church. After I had waited for half an hour, one of the large folding doors was thrown open, and the Reichsmarschall made his entrance, holding his marshal's baton and clad as an ancient Roman nobleman, toga, sandals, and all. For a second, I felt as though I were meeting the Emperor Nero. Göring smiled amiably and asked me to follow him into the next room. He motioned me into a huge armchair and settled down behind a small table on which stood a cut glass bowl containing pearls and antique jewelry. While I made my report, he kept fingering the jewelry, as though he were in a trance. When I had finished, all he said was, "Well, I will have a word about it with Himmler." A week later, Himmler still had not heard from him and was furious about this. He raved at me, and then against Göring, that king of the black markets, as he used to call him. By the end of 1943, Göring had lost every vestige of authority or respect. Thus, already in 1942, the only one who seemed likely to take any interest in effecting a compromise peace was Heydrich, whom Janki considered to be one of the outstanding minds in this whole circle. But Heydrich was so occupied with the Protectorate that it was doubtful whether he alone would be able to influence Hitler decisively. Janke warned me emphatically not to tell Bormann at this stage about the Japanese offer of mediation. In his opinion, Bormann was an unknown quantity and a dangerous confidant. Heydrich was sympathetic to the idea, however, and in fact broached the matter tactfully to Hitler, but without any decisive result. 4 weeks later, in April 1942, Ribbentrop informed Hitler of a Japanese attempt to establish contact with us through the German naval attaché in Tokyo. Heydrich warned me by telephone that Hitler might even want to talk to Janke, whom he knew personally. But at the end of May, Heydrich told me that Ribbentrop had won after all, and the feelers from Tokyo had been officially rejected by the German naval attaché. Janke insisted that I should make a special effort now to win Himmler's support so that he would influence the Führer. If Hitler really was a great statesman, he would realize that an honorable peace with Russia was essential, but he must be convinced that no loss of prestige would be involved. The Japanese, indeed, had not given up the attempt, and in June 1942 they tried again. This time the General Staff of the Army contacted the German military attaché in Tokyo and suggested that a Japanese commission under the direction of an army general should fly to Germany in a German long-range aircraft to discuss the coordination of political and military policy. Unfortunately, they let it be known that the question of a compromise peace with Russia would be discussed. Ribbentrop managed to torpedo this effort very effectively. The Japanese army were working independently of their government. Ribbentrop suspected this and immediately informed the Japanese ambassador. This caused some friction between the government in Tokyo and their general staff. The Japanese army could only interpret such behavior on the part of the German foreign minister as an official rebuff and indignantly withdrew their offer. After our defeat at Stalingrad, the Japanese again repeated their offer to mediate without delay, this time through their foreign minister. Shigemitsu, Hitler, in his stubborn narrow-mindedness, brusquely rejected the offer. Later, in 1944, I was to have a long conversation with Rear Admiral Kojima. He had commanded a Japanese battle cruiser in the attack on Singapore, and had been decorated and promoted for exceptional bravery. He told me that he had come to Germany by U-boat in 1943 with a special task of exploring the situation and persuading the Führer to initiate peace negotiations with Russia. This proposal had met with an outright rejection. Of course, when I talked with him at the end of 1944, the opportunity for such a peace had passed. The second problem I discussed with Janke during that weekend was his work with the Chinese Secret Service. The centers of the Chinese Secret Service at that time were in Bern, Vichy, London, Stockholm, and Moscow. Janke's chief connections were with Bern and Vichy. There was a Chinese diplomat there at that time, an important member of the Chinese Secret Service who was a very close acquaintance of Janke's. He told Janke that influential circles around Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek felt that there were still groups in Germany who were sympathetic towards China and who might be in a position to influence the German leaders towards bringing about a compromise peace between Japan and China. Here was an interesting situation. On the one hand, Japan, locked in a struggle with America, was trying to act as peacemaker between Russia and Germany. On the other, the Chinese were trying to persuade Germany to act as peacemaker between themselves and Japan. The Chinese did not wish to discuss details at this point. They wanted first to see whether the Japanese would react favorably towards the idea. This was the political aspect of the matter, but there was also a Secret Service aspect to it. In return for our mediation, the Chinese were willing to enter into a collaboration with our Secret Service. Of course, this was a very important offer which fascinated me just as much as the political aspect. I knew that the Chinese Secret Service had extensive possibilities, and it must be remembered that they had free access to Downing Street as well as to the Kremlin. Janke and I discussed the offer thoroughly, I feared, and Janke agreed with me that the almost certain rejection of the Japanese offer to mediate between ourselves and Russia would make it extremely difficult to put forward the Chinese plan. I assured Janke of my support and drew up a detailed memorandum which Heydrich placed before Himmler. After this, it took Heydrich and Himmler 14 days to decide on the best way to approach Hitler. They both agreed from the start that Ribbentrop must be kept out of it completely. Himmler himself reported on the situation to Hitler, who gave both matters considerable attention, though his first reaction to the Japanese offer was one of indignant rejection. The Chinese attempt he considered very interesting. He did not doubt that Chiang Kai-shek was sincere, but he felt doubtful of the Japanese reaction. As he pointed out, it would all depend on the practical proposals and on the detailed conditions. Still, it showed that Haider was seriously interested when, through Himmler, he ordered me to prepare a report on the proportion of Japan's total war potential tied down in China. Himmler received permission from Hitler to pursue the Chinese proposals independently, for he very cleverly had pointed out that in its present stage this was primarily a matter between the two secret services and should remain so. In this way, Himmler managed to exclude Ribbentrop from the affair. However, 8 days later, Hitler had changed his mind. The Chinese suggestion and the Japanese offer to mediate with Russia had to be considered as two aspects of the same problem. In both cases, no doubt, the secret services should continue to play the main part. But he did not wish to leave Ribbentrop out, and contact with the foreign minister had to be maintained. He had already asked Ribbentrop to discuss the Chinese offer with Oshima, the Japanese ambassador in Berlin, who was a great friend of his. Meanwhile, the Japanese had already declared their readiness to enter into negotiations on China. However, as had been foreseen, they demanded more definite proposals. For this reason, Janke again went to Switzerland. He appeared to do so reluctantly, not wishing it to seem that he was involved in the affair at all. He went therefore ostensibly for a business trip on behalf of a large Argentine grain firm. While Janke was in Switzerland, I received a shattering secret report. It was 30 pages long and was a painstakingly exact compilation of evidence, proving that Janke was a top-level British agent. The real purpose of his trip to Switzerland was to receive new directives. I at once gave orders for the most careful surveillance of Janke and for a close watch to be kept on his movements in Switzerland. However, nothing out of the ordinary was discovered, nor did his subsequent Secret Service work show even the slightest detail that might be regarded as suspicious. At the time I did not pass on this report to my superiors, for I had decided that even if it were true, I would go on employing Janke as an agent. Finally, I gave the report to Janke himself. While he read it, I studied his attitude and expression very closely. I knew him so well that the smallest reaction of guilt could not possibly have escaped me, but his behavior was completely natural. It could hardly be explained away by saying that he had exceptionally strong nerves. Janke thanked me, I thought, rather enigmatically. "A man in your position is only human, after all," he said. "No one can know what is in another man's heart. In your situation you stand alone to face problems that are entirely your own. Your whole life has inclined you towards systematic suspicion, but I think you are big enough to overcome that. What is important is a man's real character, and there you can trust your instinct." He had returned from Switzerland surprisingly soon, obviously disappointed by the outcome of his mission. The Chinese proposals called for the complete withdrawal of all Japanese troops and the liberation of the Chinese ports. In the ports, however, the Japanese would be accorded certain treaty rights, and I thought these demands went rather far. Even if they were intended as bargaining tactics, I still thought the Chinese had overreached themselves, and we toned down their demands considerably. The discussions between Ribbentrop and the Japanese hung fire. Janke urged speed, and I tried to hurry Himmler and Ribbentrop. Finally, in June 1942, the Japanese handed us a series of inquiries for further clarification. A number of these Janke, on behalf of the Chinese, was able to answer very quickly. The rest were to be clarified by Chiang Kai-shek himself. As it was too difficult to communicate with China on such complex matters by radio, it was decided to send a special envoy. I succeeded in keeping the interest of the Japanese alive until the middle of September, chiefly by repeating old arguments. The messages which had meanwhile come back from China gave no information about detail. John Key was certain that a courier from China who was on the way would bring further particulars and new authority. However, in September 1942,